Martin Horn. Yes, sir. I am your direct superior, James Harriet. Follow me. Yes, sir. James Harriet led him to the outside of a tent, then turned and said, "Go on in. You're lucky, buddy. No combat missions recently, so you still have time to train. Get settled. When mess call sounds, go eat with the others. Then come back here and train with everyone this afternoon." "Yes, sir." Relax. Go on." Entering the tent, it was empty inside with only about 10 iron frame bunk beds. Beneath each bed lay the occupants' toiletries. Next to each bed were 2 folding stools, and aside from these there was nothing else cluttering the tent. He found an empty bunk, tossed his bedding onto it, placed his wash basin and canteen, then climbed up to make his bed while contemplating his current situation. Martin was a transmigrator, originally an orphan with no parents, so suddenly arriving here wasn't something he found hard to let go of. The problem was that after a sudden daze he found himself on a troop transport truck. Then after transferring vehicles he arrived here. Other than a set of military uniforms, a military bedding set and daily toiletries, he had only one rifle. Along the way there were people coming and going and checkpoints every so often, so he didn't dare let his mind wander too much. Martin Horn, born in 1835. And now it was 1863, in the middle of the American Civil War. The original Martin was a hot-blooded youth. His parents had died in the war and he himself resolutely joined the army. The background was simple, but the problem was that in his memories this world had monsters. Although Martin had never seen one in his life, he firmly believed it. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the ability replication system. You have received a novice gift pack. The cheat code has arrived. System, a brief introduction. Hello. System. Alright, this system isn't smart. At least there's a personal panel, right? Martin Horn. Ability replication, simple and plain, only an ability to replicate abilities. The system offered no description, but based on its name he guessed it could copy other people's superpowers. He'd find out when he got the chance to try it. And the novice gift pack. Novice gift pack opened successfully. You have obtained the superpower magnetic field control, minimum control at the atomic level. The moment the notification ended, Martin suddenly felt something he had never experienced before. It was as if everything around him was wrapped in something unseen, invisible to the eye, yet distinctly felt. This must be the magnetic field, Martin thought. This feeling extended even to things outside the tent, with a maximum range of about 100 meters, weakening the farther away the object. Open personal panel. Martin Horn. Abilities: ability replication, magnetic field control. With just magnetic field control his overall capability had multiplied 100-fold. As they say, the poor rely on mutation. Although he hadn't mutated, the effect was the same. Martin carefully sensed the magnetic field around him, then fixed his gaze on the stool and cup on the floor. With his intent they slowly rose into the air. Since he was just using this ability for the first time, they wobbled a bit. Martin steadied his mind and strengthened his control. Before long he could make them hover steadily. After having his fun he tried a non-metal item like his bedding. The bedding was heavier than the stool and cup, so he could clearly feel it required a bit more effort. Still just a little, and the blanket followed his mental commands. So convenient. Looking at the neatly folded blanket on the headboard, Martin couldn't help but praise. After testing he could control anything with a magnetic field, but the heavier it was the harder to control. He couldn't test the exact limit right now, he'd have to look into it later. This ability of mine feels a bit like Magneto, Martin thought, but I'm a bit stronger than him. Sitting on the edge of the bed he refocused his attention on the cup he had just experimented with and began to exert force slowly. He just exerted force and the cup responded. First it seemed to be flattened by an invisible pressure, then slowly fused into a lump of iron and finally into a smooth piece of metal. It took a while still because of inexperience. Controlling the iron ball to revert to a cup was much harder than making it into a ball because it required more attention to detail. After finishing he took a look. It was okay, though a bit ugly. As for the enamel, he could control it but currently couldn't make it adhere to the cup's surface. According to the earlier introduction, Martin could control down to the atomic level, so it should be achievable. Not being able to do it now was still due to inexperience. Looks like I need to practice a lot from now on. After testing, Martin could control almost any substance, but some had strong magnetic field, some weak. For instance, the blanket had a weaker magnetic field than the metal cup, so controlling cloth and iron of the same size was easier with iron. He also had to consider the current limit of his ability, but after this practice he was becoming more adept at controlling and using the power. Martin extracted a small amount from the surrounding iron items and made a coin-sized metal sheet. He kept it in his hand to practice magnetic field control, believing that over time the effect would be good. And in an emergency he could use it to make something like tools or weapons. After dinner everyone could rest for a while, so all the soldiers were gathered in the tent. After getting acquainted, everyone rested. In the afternoon Martin trained with the unit. The original Martin had been trained, so thanks to the Bodis muscle memory his performance wasn't top but definitely not the worst. At least his squad leader James Herritt seemed quite satisfied with Martin's performance. Martin found him increasingly familiar, very much like that Wolverine who could extend adamantium claws from his hands. But he remembered Wolverine's name was Logan, so he wasn't sure. Although the magnetic field around the squad leader was higher than others, that alone couldn't confirm he was Wolverine. Unless. After training ended that evening, Martin pulled out a cigarette and used the chance to offer one, touching the squad leader's hand. "Thanks." "No problem, sir." Martin smiled then sat aside. Replicable abilities: self-healing factor, bone claws, Hachu's self-healing factor. Martin Horn. Abilities: ability replication, magnetic field control, self-healing factor. A healing factor caused Martin's abilities to double in growth. Although the healing factor may not have the highest growth potential in terms of defense, it is absolutely an invincible existence. Like Deadpool's healing ability, it originated from Wolverine. And magnetic control with practice and other means will become even more powerful. Wolverine's strength is simply reflected in his fearlessness of death. As for destructive power, without the adamantium alloy it really isn't much. But this does not prevent everyone from liking his personal charm. A few days later the unit Martin was in was about to enter the battlefield. Boom! From afar the sounds of explosions and gunfire could be heard. And Martin and the others had to march on foot. This squad of over a dozen men was essentially a suicide squad. The main reason was that the squad leader was immortal, so he was experienced and the higher-ups put him in charge. "Enemy ahead, watch out." Rat-a-tat. "Take cover, take cover." Rat-a-tat. Logan shouted for everyone to take cover while firing at the enemy. Martin was a bit stunned, it was too sudden. He had thought he wouldn't encounter such a situation until they reached the battlefield. "This is a battlefield, no time for you to space out." Logan shouted at Martin's reaction and pulled him down. Fuck. The moment Martin fell, a bullet hit his arm, it really hurt. "Where are you hit?" Logan asked while firing. "I'm fine," Martin said through gritted teeth, picking up his gun to return fire. The wound had already begun to heal. Logan glanced at Martin and didn't bother further focusing on repelling the enemy. Half an hour later, under Logan's leadership, the squad wiped out all enemies, but 5 of their own had also died. While resting on the spot, Martin looked at the scattered limbs and felt like vomiting. Fuck, our intel was wrong. Logan cursed angrily. Originally they were ordered to destroy an ammunition depot behind enemy lines, but they were ambushed halfway. After stewing for a while, Logan walked over and grabbed Martin's arm. There was a clear bullet hole in the sleeve at that spot along with blood stains. But after pulling up the sleeve there was no wound at all. "What?" Logan looked up at Martin and said nothing. He probably considered Martin as someone like himself. Although Logan helped keep Martin's secret, the differences between them were eventually discovered. After that the two had to live under various aliases along with Logan's brother Sabretooth. In the following years the three successively participated in World War I and World War II until the wars ended. During World War II he had also seen that man in a Stars and Stripes uniform holding a shield performing on stage as Captain America. Time quickly came to 1962. After World War II ended, Martin parted ways with Logan and the others, but still kept in contact with Logan. Years of war had numbed Martin's heart. Countless comrades died beside him, yet despite his efforts to save them he could not prevent all casualties. What sustained him was the memory of his past life. He tried to participate as a bystander. But it didn't work well. He was not made of stone. It wasn't that he wanted to fight, but in such large-scale wars almost the whole country was mobilized and there was nowhere to hide. Thanks to the healing factor, Martin could be considered immortal. Over the centuries only the soft, delicate bodies of women could earn his affection. The balance in his bank account, though not as much as those big capitalists, still made him richer than 70% of the world's population. In recent years Martin had healed his wounded spirit and now worked as an independent assassin. When he had no missions he was a glamorous upper-class figure in New York. When on a mission he was a death-dealing reaper who took money for the job. Martin Horn. Abilities: Ability Copy Magnetic Control Healing Factor. Part of his strength came from copying Sabertooth's healing factor. With nearly a century of practice as his magnetic control ability grew, he could apply it with ease. At the very least in daily life and work he encountered few setbacks. For example, he could completely replicate Magneto's tricks. He could sense magnetic fields within a range of about 20 kilometers, though the sensing became weaker with distance. For now he couldn't change material structures, but he could alter the shape of smaller materials. Boom. Martin drove his sports car worth several million US dollars to the entrance of an upscale bar. The car wasn't expensive, it was merely the price of one target's life or even less. Welcome. The valet walked over and opened the door for Martin. Yeah. He handed over the keys along with a tip, then adjusted his clothes, wearing a smile, playing with the metal coin that had accompanied him for years, and walked in amid the greetings of the waitstaff. This was one of the upscale bars in New York with a great environment and atmosphere. But for Martin the only reason to come here was the high quality of the girls. Mr. Horn. The bartender greeted him and served a drink according to Martin's habit. Thanks. Holding the glass, Martin's gaze began to wander across the hall. There were plenty of curvaceous blonde blue-eyed beauties here. Unlike those roadside dives, the women here were more glamorously dressed, mostly in beautiful sexy evening gowns. Martin fixed his gaze on a woman in a black evening gown. Among the many beauties she was more ample and curvy. Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Martin Horn. Madam, I was drawn from afar by your beauty. Thank you, I'm Lisa. The next morning Martin woke up in a high-end hotel bed near the bar, reflexively clenching and opening his two hands. I'm so tired. It's fine, you go back to sleep. Martin rolled out of bed, took one more feel of the soft touch, then went to the bathroom to wash up, left the relevant payment and turned to leave. He drove back to his house and found a very elegant letter at the doorstep. There was no text on the envelope. After sitting down on the sofa he opened the letter. Dear Mr. Martin Horn, as a member of your kind I sincerely invite you to join us. The night of the 28th of this month. Las Vegas. Please be sure to come, I believe we will not disappoint you. It is an invitation letter from the Hellfire Club signed by the White Queen. They will host a banquet in Las Vegas at the end of this month, inviting Martin to attend, essentially inviting him to join the Hellfire Club. Although Martin is cautious in his actions, he is certainly registered with some major organizations. He never considered himself to be completely invisible. Upon reflection he realizes he has nothing else to do, and he has some impression of this club filled with members who are either wealthy or noble, and there are a lot of mutants. Not to mention he could gain several abilities to enhance his own strength. Although Martin is currently invincible among ordinary people, he still has weaknesses such as mind invasion. If he remembers correctly, the White Queen Emma possesses this ability. It has been a long time and he can't recall the specifics. The reason he remembers Emma is mainly due to her appearance in the films from his past life. She was not only beautiful but also dressed very provocatively. A stunning beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes, often seen in nothing but sexy white lingerie paired with white garter stockings. What man wouldn't find her appealing? Moreover, his combat power has been growing too slowly, relying solely on his own training, but if he can replicate a powerful ability it would increase exponentially, benefiting him greatly. Logan has also been there recently and the two have been in contact. Then let's go. Hello sir, please show your invitation letter. At the entrance of the Hellfire Club in Las Vegas, Martin was stopped. Alright, here you go. Martin handed over the letter he received. No problem, please enter sir. Welcome to the Hellfire Club. Martin casually held the letter and walked in slowly. This truly is a paradise for men, lavishly decorated and bustling with crowds. Beautiful women wearing nothing but lingerie and stockings weave through the throngs, and occasionally one can spot someone sneaking away with one of them. Just after entering, Martin enveloped his head in a magnetic field, using it to isolate energy transmission, preventing anyone from discovering his secrets. Hello sir, do you need some company? As soon as he stepped into the hall, a girl in red lingerie approached him with a flirtatious tone. Of course, men always need the company of women. Martin smiled, wrapping his arms around her and taking advantage of the moment, handing her the letter with his other hand. Take me to the person who wrote to me. Ignoring Martin's hand breaking through his defenses, the girl quickly replied after glancing at the letter. All right, please follow me. The two embraced and navigated through several corridors and doors until they could no longer hear the sounds from the hall, finally arriving outside a room. We've arrived, sir, you can go in by yourself. The girl handed back the letter, blushing and speaking sweetly. Aren't you coming in with me? Well, I was just asking, Martin teased, applying a little pressure with his hand. I can accompany you again after you come out. After tempting him, she skillfully slipped out of his embrace. All right then, bye. After the girl left, Martin straightened his clothes and knocked on the door. Knock knock. As soon as his hand dropped, the door opened silently. Martin stepped inside. This appeared to be a parlor with only one man and one woman present. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. You must be Mr. Hall. The two stood up from the sofa upon seeing Martin enter, displaying excellent manners and smiles on their faces. Yes, may I ask how to address you? As Martin inquired, his gaze inevitably landed on Ms. Emma. She was likely the White Queen, judging by her attire. Wearing a white half-cup corset, a white short skirt, white thigh-high boots, and possessing fair skin along with golden hair, she looked almost radiant beyond her already dazzling attire. I am Sebastian Shaw and this is Emma Frost. Sebastian extended his hand in introduction. Copyable ability, energy control. Hello, and there's more. Martin glanced at Emma. Sorry ma'am, you're too beautiful, please forgive my rudeness. Haha, everyone who has met Emma says the same. Don't mind it, Martin, I hope you won't mind me calling you that. Of course, of course. After responding, he gestured to shake hands with Emma. Copyable abilities, telepathy, diamond form. Please have a seat, Mr. Horn. Thank you. What is your relationship? Friends. Hearing this response, Martin's smile grew even more radiant. Martin Horn. Combat Power 51549 Abilities, Ability Replication, Magnetic Field Control, Healing Factor, Energy Control, Telepathy, Diamond Form. During the brief moment of sitting down, Martin glanced at his information. As expected, his energy value surged. Energy control allows him to absorb any accessible energy such as kinetic energy, thermal energy, etc. and then release it. Not to mention, if someone were to shoot at him, the bullet would lose its momentum at the moment of contact. This ability is powerful. Essentially, it can be said that all attacks are related to energy, and this ability can precisely absorb and control energy. However, he wonders if jumping from dozens of floors would kill him. Logically it shouldn't, as he can absorb gravity, but it isn't worth the risk. Telepathy needs no elaboration. Diamond form allows him to transform his entire body or parts of it into a diamond form, making him indestructible. It can also be applied to individuals he comes into contact with. This ability has another incredibly powerful function: it can isolate others' telepathy. Speaking of which, Emma was the first to offer him two useful abilities. At that time, although Logan and Sabretooth also had two abilities, their bone claws were too weak without adamantium. And since adamantium can suppress the healing factor, along with the fact that Martin would never seek out trouble, he didn't replicate those abilities at the time. After sitting down, Martin took out a cigarette, indicated to the two that he would not mind smoking, and after lighting it said, Sorry. Mr. Shaw, if I may be blunt, as far as I understand, there are conditions for joining the Hellfire Club. Your members are either wealthy or hold high positions. I do not understand why I received an invitation. Haha, let me be straightforward. Martin, we have been keeping an eye on you. We are of the same kind. The Hellfire Club was not created solely for them, it mainly serves people like us. Sebastian said with a smile, his face seemingly always adorned with that expression. What do you mean? Sebastian gestured to Emma. Emma slightly turned her head, and Martin felt something probing into his thoughts. Martin used his newly acquired ability to block the mental force. Emma intensified her output in disbelief. Wait ma'am, it's quite impolite to read someone's mind without permission. Martin gazed at Emma's delicate face and said, But I forgive you, beautiful ladies always have privileges. I thought you had the power to control metal. Emma exclaimed in astonishment. Sebastian looked at Emma, intending to explain. I can't breach his mind, he possesses the same ability. You've given me quite a surprise, Martin, Sebastian said. Alright, now I understand your point. Metal control, telepathy. Do you have any other abilities? Emma asked curiously. Of course, I must correct you, I can control more than just metal. As Martin spoke, Emma, who was sitting opposite him with her legs crossed, suddenly levitated into the air. Wow. Careful. Ha ha ha. Emma, startled for a moment by the sudden lift, began to laugh as she experienced the sensation of floating with no support. After Martin set her down, she chuckled, that was amusing. Thanks. Anything else? Emma asked with keen interest. Sebastian smiled and watched expectantly. They were both gathering information about him. Coincidentally, Martin also needed to show his strength. Yes. With a thought, Martin transformed his entire body into diamond form. From head to toe he was composed entirely of diamond. This truly astonished the pair. Emma exclaimed in surprise, "I've never met anyone else with the same ability as mine." She then used the same power herself. Wow. The two diamond figures gazed at each other with affectionate looks. Well, it felt that way. In diamond form even their eyes were diamond. Yet even as a diamond, Emma's figure remained impeccable. Anything else? Haha, isn't that enough? Returning to normal, Sebastian said, "Martin, you are exactly the person we need, and likewise you need us. In the eyes of other humans, people like us are monsters. We must unite to secure a space for mutants to survive. We are not monsters if this is evolution, the natural law of survival of the fittest. We can even shape the destiny of this world. Together we will create an era without war or discrimination. The future belongs to us. From now on no mutant will ever feel inferior or afraid because of their differences, nor will they need to hide. Join us, we are your kind." The idea was tempting, but Martin was only interested in women. Moreover, he was not a mutant. "If I join, what would I need to do?" Martin asked. "We will create a new world together," Sebastian said excitedly. No. I don't like war. I've participated in countless wars over the past century and I've grown weary of them." Sebastian and Emma exchanged glances, gleaning new information from Martin's words. Martin hinted at his age, from the Civil War to World War I and World War II. "Sorry, I can't help you much. Of course I won't stop you either. I dare not say I'm invincible in this world, but I can live quite safely. So I'm sorry, but I don't share your grand ambitions." "Oh. What a pity, Martin," Sebastian said. "Well, you should know I'm a killer. If you have a target, just pay me and I'll take care of it. As for the rest, forget it." "All right." "Pfft. Say." Just as Sebastian was about to say something, a man suddenly appeared before them, a figure clad in red with markings that looked like brandings on his skin. "Martin, let me introduce you. This is Azazel, you may call him the Red Devil." Sebastian used the introduction to cut off the Red Devil's words. Hello. The Red Devil wasn't the warm type, but the situation was sudden, and before he could react, Martin shook his hand in greeting. Copyable ability teleportation, another godly skill. Teleportation had a vast range, but it could only take him to places he had been before. Still, it was perfect for travel. It wasn't a powerful offensive skill, its strength lay in mobility, and Martin rarely needed mobility in combat. "Well, it seems you have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave." "Yes, Martin. If you change your mind, feel free to contact us anytime," Sebastian said as Emma handed over a business card. "Have a pleasant evening out, and here's my private number." Accompanied by a waft of fragrance, Emma approached gracefully. "Thank you. I'll remember it forever. See you all next time." After Martin left, Sebastian remarked, "I need him to join us, and he seems only interested in you, Emma." "All right." Since the host had spoken, Martin didn't rush to leave. After all, returning to his current lodging would mean idle time anyway. The hall had private booths on both sides, their entrances shielded by curtains. But Martin disliked such settings. He wasn't accustomed to exercising in public, he simply didn't enjoy being watched. He decided not to leave that night and was arranged a room there. As for whether the room had surveillance, it didn't matter, there was no one else in the room anyway. All of this was observed by Emma, who had finished her work through the monitors. 2 hours. Emma narrowed her eyes with interest, parting her red lips in a soft murmur. The next morning he groggily stumbled into the bathroom. He only woke up fully after opening the valve to relieve himself. Snap. Wake up. Time for breakfast. No. I'm so tired. Fortunately, the soundproofing here was excellent. He hadn't expected breakfast to be provided, but then again, all members were well off. Although Martin hadn't joined, he was still a guest. Since the two girls needed a few days of rest, he had to dine alone. After spending several days in Las Vegas, Martin arrived at a suburban tavern and found Logan sitting at the bar smoking a cigar. "How are you, Logan?" Martin sat beside him and greeted, signaling the bartender for a drink. Couldn't be better." Logan pursed his lips and smiled. "Just work every day, then find a place to drink. There's no better life than this." "Huh." Martin was genuinely pleased that Logan was enjoying his days. The bond between them ran deep. What do you do now? Soldier army. Logan took a sip of whiskey and glanced at Martin. What else can people like us do? A hitman. At least freedom. Yeah, happy and free every day. Ha ha ha, I can only say I'm living a great life. As they chatted, two young men walked in. Excuse me, I'm Eric Lencher. And I'm Charles Xavier. They introduced themselves, and before they could finish, Logan said, "Get the hell out." Ha ha ha. Martin couldn't hold back his laughter and spat out his drink. Perhaps due to Logan's crude rejection and Martin's merciless laughter, the future Professor X Charles fixed his gaze on Martin. Either stop your probing or this thing pierces your neck. Martin's smile vanished as the coin in his hand silently transformed into a blade pressed against Charles' neck. I apologize, sir. Charles quickly apologized. This sense of failure he had only felt with Emma, and the way they blocked his mental probing was identical. This made him suspect their relationship. Perhaps Emma had gained the power of shapeshifting, but he didn't know anyone could possess two abilities. Emma was indeed a rare mutant with two powers. Eric tried to control the blade but failed. He was still very young, while Martin had honed this ability for nearly a century. I'm not Emma in disguise, I merely know her. Perhaps you should learn not to be overly curious, and probing others' minds without permission is very rude. Martin withdrew the blade, turning it back into a coin, and spoke in Charles' mind. This wasn't random probing by Martin, it was retaliation. Besides, showing off before the future renowned Professor X and Magneto was an opportunity not everyone had. You can leave now. Martin stood up, pressed his hands on their shoulders, and turned them toward the door. Feeling the modest increase in his power, Martin felt a slight regret. They were still too young, their abilities underdeveloped, otherwise they could have been stronger. Still not bad, he shouldn't be too greedy. Head encounter a few more mutants later, train various abilities harder, tisk all the beauties would be his. Before sending them off, Martin hesitated about whether to meet the few mutants now. But thinking about it, they were all young with abilities lacking combat power. Together they probably couldn't even match a fraction of Professor X and Magneto. Raven's shape-shifting ability was decent, but for just that one power Martin couldn't be bothered. Do you know them? Logan asked. No, but they're the same kind as us. Logan couldn't care less about such matters. I couldn't sense him at all, Charles said. Him? Did you see? He can control metal and I could do nothing. Not only that, he spoke to me in my mind. I don't understand. I scanned all mutants, but I've never seen him. Are we giving up? I don't know. They can't even communicate. Maybe we can wait for him and try again. The mutants they encountered usually had only one powerful ability, even the rare few with two or more had support-type powers. Martin was the first mutant they'd seen with multiple combat-capable abilities. With his help, their side's combat strength would greatly increase. Unfortunately, they waited until Logan came out, but Martin didn't. After a while, Eric grew impatient and returned to the tavern but couldn't find him. The bartender said he had left long ago. Charles and Eric exchanged a regretful glance and had to turn away. After bidding farewell to Logan, Martin used the restroom as an excuse and teleported directly into his car. It's human nature, when you don't have teleportation you don't miss it. But once you do, you can't even be bothered to walk a single step. If not for dinner plans and his car being parked nearby, Martin would have teleported straight back to the hotel. That evening, when Martin brought a freshly picked up beauty to his room, he opened the door to a surprise. Ah! The person in the room startled the beauty. It's okay, don't worry. Martin withdrew his hand from between her curves, comforted her, and pulled out a stack of cash. Darling, looks like we won't have fun tonight. Let me treat you to dinner, well, reschedule. Since it was all about the money anyway, saving time, energy and effort was a blessing. The beauty wished every man was like this. Still, she felt a slight regret. She rather liked this handsome man, especially the way he pulled out cash. After a quick grope, he sent her off and shook his head helplessly at the woman sitting seductively on his sofa. Emma, what a pleasant surprise. Perhaps you could compensate me for a wonderful night. He poured himself a glass of wine and refilled the empty glass in front of Emma. Emma was dressed more conservatively tonight, likely because she was out. She wore a white glossy jacket matching white pants and white knee-high boots. The outfit was form-fitting, clinging to her exquisite figure. Martin sat one seat away with his wine glass openly appraising her from head to toe. I didn't know you were interested in that sort. That sort? To me, any woman who keeps me company is a good woman. Whether it's paid or how long she stays, I don't care. What money can solve isn't a problem if the hard part is when money can't buy it. Maybe what you're talking about doesn't want your money but you. Emma pulled her jacket zipper down slightly, revealing a glimpse of her figure. Sorry, I sell my skills, not my body. He refused verbally, but that didn't stop him from enjoying the view. No, not selling myself, Emma said as she moved to sit beside Martin, her fingers gliding slowly from his chest to his face. She smiled and continued, as you said, just companionship. Of course, during such prolonged companionship, if she encounters any trouble or danger, you wouldn't be so heartless as to turn a blind eye, would you? Martin was never one to be passive. You started this. After speaking, Emma leaped into the air and landed squarely on Martin's lap, only to be caught around the waist by him. No. Unwilling to give without getting what she wanted, Emma immediately shifted into her diamond form. Oh, you want to see who's harder? Come on, I'm ready, Martin said mockingly, transforming into his diamond form as well. The collision of diamonds produced a glassy crunch. Struggling to break free but finding it futile, Emma quickly apologized. Sorry, I apologize. Let me go, okay? Her strength was no match for Martin's, she couldn't escape at all. Emma had used such tactics many times before, but usually through mind control to make the other party believe something had happened. But that trick was equally useless against Martin. I need a sincere apology. Moi. Is this acceptable? After reverting to her normal form, Emma apologized with her actions. Of course. But as I said, I don't like being passive. A long kiss followed and Emma felt discomfort, not from the kiss itself but from the fact that diamond was indeed the hardest substance in the world. Wait. I need to talk to you about business. Emma seized the moment. All right, speak. Can you put me down first? No. Emma shot Martin a charming glare, brushed her hair back, adjusted to a more comfortable position and said, since you're unwilling to work with us, I want to hire you. All right, who's the target? Martin asked, letting his hand roam across Emma's leg. Me. Go on. Martin wasn't intrigued by her mystifying act. Using his brain was far less satisfying than using his hands. Aren't you curious why the target is me? Not really. For me, aside from certain individuals, anyone can be a target as long as someone pays. Emma grabbed Martin's hand. I'm not one of those certain individuals. At this moment, no. Sigh. Looking at his shameless demeanor, Emma had no choice but to continue. I'm not asking you to kill me but to save me. To put it bluntly, our opponents have been recruiting recently and we're short-handed. There's something I have to do alone in the next couple of days and I might be in danger. If that's the case, why go through with it? Why not let Sebastian save you? Because I can't refuse. To get something you have to give something. As for Sebastian, he would sacrifice anyone to achieve his goals. So. Are you in? What's the payment? Me. For how long? Until I give you your next assignment, Emma said with a beaming smile. Martin felt her tenderness in that moment and said, all right, with anyone else I'd feel shortchanged, but with you. Deal. Deal, but payment up front. No, I have plans tonight. How about next time? Emma said while dodging him. After a brief tussle, Martin had to let go. Her defenses were too tight and he didn't want to force things. Emma stood up, straightened her clothes and said, that was a down payment. I'll settle the balance after I'm done. Martin nodded. Are you sure you won't consider joining the Hellfire Club? That way we could always be together and you'd find me whenever you wanted, Emma asked with a smile. Let's talk about it after this is over. All right. Moi. Bye. Bye. If there was any place with the most mutants, it was these two factions. Compared to men, Martin preferred dealing with women, especially beautiful ones like Emma. As for exploitation in this world, who wasn't using someone and who could avoid being used? It all came down to what you could gain. Martin could gain an opportunity to strengthen himself, and a seductive lover as well. Ding dong. Martin was roused by the doorbell. He had slept alone last night, so his sleep quality wasn't great, leaving him a bit irritable. Creak. Give me a reason not to kick you out, Martin said gruffly to the two handsome men at the door. Sorry to disturb you, sir. We met yesterday. I know, Martin said, blocking the doorway as he looked at them. Martin shook his head, now fully awake, and turned to say, come in. I'll go wash up. Thanks. After washing up he emerged from the bathroom to find the two men sitting on the sofa. He sat down beside them. A bottle floated up pouring 3 glasses of wine and he lit a cigarette. I don't much like dealing with men, so get to the point. I'm listening. Sebastian Shaw as a mutant is plotting to incite a war between 2 nations. As Charles spoke, Martin watched Eric, noting that his expression showed little reaction to the matter, only a slight change when Sebastian's name was mentioned. After Charles finished, Martin said, "What's that got to do with me? If he succeeds, mutants will face even greater hardship." "Well, why don't you join him? Wouldn't creating a world of only mutants be better for them?" Martin asked. "Sir, we should coexist peacefully with ordinary humans. We are part of humanity too," Charles said seriously. You're right." Taking a sip of wine, Martin continued, "But since you tracked me down here, you must know what I do. I'm not joining either of your sides. Speaking of which, they at least promise me wealth, women and power. What can you offer me?" "Ideals." "Well, hire you." While Charles hesitated, Eric spoke up. "That's more like it. Empty promises won't work on me," Martin said approvingly, looking at Eric. "Since we're talking business, let me lay out my rules first. First, if my target's conflict, I'll prioritize by the order of hire, except in special cases like based on my closeness to the target. Second, no matter what I learn, I won't disclose any information unrelated to the mission. That's my professional integrity. Third, I don't accept vague assignments, they're too troublesome. If you want to hire me, have a clear objective." "Alright, you can tell me what you want to hire me for and what the payment is." Martin smiled at the two as he spoke. "Please stop Sebastian." "Stop him from doing what?" "From eating. Using the restroom. And what about the timing? I've told you I don't like troublesome jobs." The two were somewhat taken aback by Martin's question. They meant to stop Sebastian from driving a wedge between the 2 nations, but Martin didn't take the bait. After a moment's thought, Charles said, "Well, eventually confront him. When that happens, we need you to stop him no matter what he's doing." "Can I kill him?" "No," Eric stated firmly. Martin scratched his head and asked, "And the timing?" "We're still investigating. If possible, you can stay with us. Once we confirm the time, you can act directly." All right. Considering that there should be quite a few mutants around them now, Martin agreed. But the timing is uncertain and his specific actions are unknown. So he'll need more money. Charles had plenty of money. "No problem," Charles and Eric said with smiles. After settling the terms, Martin changed his clothes and followed them to a building. "Honestly, if it weren't for the job, I'd never want to come to a place like this," Martin said, looking at the organization's emblem on the gate. "We need to cooperate with them," Charles said. "It's you, not us." "Well, regardless, come with us." The 3 arrived at an independent small building inside. Looking at the heavily armed guards around, Martin asked, "Peaceful coexistence. Why only this building?" "They're protecting the people inside." "Do you believe that?" Entering the large living room on the first floor, 6 young people were already seated inside. Seeing the 3 enter, they all stood up politely. "Let me introduce you. This is Martin Horna. Very powerful mutant compatriot." After introducing Martin, he introduced the others one by one. "This is Raven, my sister." "Hello." "Copyable ability shape-shifting, this is Armando, everyone calls him Darwin." "Copyable ability environmental survival, this is Hank McCoy, a scientist." "Copyable ability beastly senses physical enhancement, this is Salvador." "Copyable ability flight corrosive saliva, this is Sean Cassidy." "Copyable ability powerful sonic waves, this is Alex Summers. His ability is quite destructive." "Copyable ability energy shockwaves, nice to meet you all." Martin smiled and greeted everyone. Of course he was delighted, exceedingly so. With 8 new superpowers, his combat power had skyrocketed to over 120000, more than doubling. The main increase came from Alex's energy shockwaves. The energy control head obtained from Sebastian was already among the strongest of mutant abilities, but the energy shockwaves could constantly absorb energy from the environment. Using them together was practically invincible. In any world, the mastery of energy was always paramount, and these 2 abilities were exactly that. The other abilities were also useful as supplementary powers, making daily life much more convenient. Take shape-shifting and flight for instance. Shape-shifting went without saying, at least if he ever accidentally walked into the wrong restroom he wouldn't get caught. Just a joke. As for flight, he could already achieve it with magnetic field control, but that required concentration. With a dedicated flight ability, it would become as natural as instinct once mastered. The only regret was that these people were still young and hadn't fully developed their abilities. Martin would have to train them on his own over time. After the introductions and some small talk, Charles and Eric left to continue searching for clues and tracking down Sebastian's whereabouts. Perhaps because they had never encountered their own kind in daily life, the young people were excited, happily sharing their past experiences and current feelings. As Martin chatted, he kept his gaze fixed on the window. Outside, black-suited figures loitered in twos and threes, observing them like monkeys in a zoo. "Kids, how about I put on a little show?" The others looked at Martin, then followed his gaze to the window. "This game is called ant-teasing." As soon as he spoke, the guards outside and a few onlookers, about 7 or 8 in total, were involuntarily forced to drop their guns and start attacking each other, throwing punches in pairs. "What the hell? I can't control my body." What are you doing?" Ignoring the commotion outside, Martin asked. "Fun, isn't it?" "Fun." Only Salvador responded. The others exchanged uneasy glances. "Can you control them? Like Charles?" Raven asked. Before Martin could answer, Hank said, "Let them go. They're just curious." Hank had always worked for the government, and although he disliked being stared at, he didn't want to harm anyone. Martin glanced at him and nodded. "All right." With a flick of his mind, the metal statues and railings in the courtyard disintegrated, gathering in the center to form large iron cages. Then each of those people was locked inside a cage by Martin, their mouths gagged, and they were bound upside down to the cage walls. After finishing, Martin turned to Hank. "There, I've forgiven them." It had to be said, the scene was quite satisfying, at least the pretty girl Salvador thought so. "It's too stuffy in here. I'm going out for a drink. Anyone want to join?" "My treat." "I'll come with you," Salvador said, raising her hand. She felt Martin's style suited her tastes. "Maybe we shouldn't go out," Raven said. "Charles told us to wait here for news. I'm not their underling. I'm just hired by them." Martin finished, then said to Salvador, "Well, looks like it's just us two." He stood up and extended his hand to her. Salvador smiled and placed her hand in his. As they walked hand in hand to the door, Martin turned back and said, "Oh, if Charles and the others need me, tell them to call. Don't bother me unless it's urgent." After all, he had already achieved his purpose here. When it was time to act, they could find him. Just as he was looking for an excuse to leave, someone had handed him one. Leaving the room, Salvador asked, "Where to?" "Let's find a bar." "I don't want to go to a bar. I've spent too many days in places like that just to get by. If possible, let's go somewhere quieter." How about we go to my place?" Martin ventured. "Honestly, I can't think of anywhere quiet." "How do you have any wine at your place?" "Plenty." "What are we waiting for? Let's go." "Wait." Under Salvador's puzzled gaze, Martin embraced her, and in an instant they arrived in the hotel room. In truth, physical contact sufficed for teleportation, but why not embrace when you can? "Wow. You can teleport!" Salvador exclaimed, looking around the room with delight. Martin released her, took her hand and led her to the couch. As he poured wine for both, he explained, "I can only go to places I've seen or know the layout of." Salvador took the glass, curiosity piqued. "What happens if you haven't seen it?" "If it's completely unknown, teleportation is impossible. If I know the place but not its structure, I might end up inside a wall or find the ground missing beneath me. That sort of thing. A very convenient ability." "Yeah, what's yours?" Salvador smiled, set down her glass, stood up and slowly unzipped her jacket. Isn't this a bit fast?" Martin teased. "Pfft. Huh. What are you saying?" "I'm showing you my ability." "Oh, sorry." After apologizing, he watched expectantly, his gaze fixed below her jacket, though what exactly he anticipated remained a mystery. Salvador removed her jacket, revealing only an undergarment beneath. She then turned her back to Martin and unclasped the hook. Her back bore a tattoo resembling dragonfly wings, 2 lines extending from her spine down to her waist and 2 more reaching upward to her shoulders. Then the tattoo gradually came to life, detaching from Salvador's body and transforming into 2 pairs of translucent dragonfly wings. "Wow! What beautiful wings!" "That's not all." As Salvador spoke, she flapped her wings and slowly rose into the air. After circling the living room she landed beside Martin. So stunning. I meant my ability, Salvador said with a smile. Formidable and practical. Martin looked up, meeting her eyes with a deadpan expression. I have another ability, my saliva is corrosive. She paused, then added, controllably. Oh. Martin feigned relief. That's reassuring. All right, your turn. Salvador rolled her eyes at him, then sat on the couch without putting her jacket back on. Sure, but can I ask a question? Go ahead. Your hook is undone, so why is it still hanging there? Is it because they're too big? Martin pointed curiously. You'll find out. Salvador retorted, annoyed. All right, just curious. Yes, just curious, definitely not lecherous. Salvador teased, seeing through his true nature yet not finding it off-putting. Martin stood up, shedding his jacket and t-shirt. Whoa, isn't this a bit fast? Salvador quipped, throwing his earlier words back at him. Haha. Martin turned around, his back to Salvador. Truth be told, he had no idea how his flight ability worked. He had never used it since acquiring it, but it should be similar to hers. Salvador stared at the tattoo on Martin's back, astonished. Don't tell me you have the same ability as me. She noticed a tattoo on his back positioned much like hers, but his depicted an angel's wings. Activating his flight ability, the wings on his back materialized. Martin glanced at both sides, relieved. He wouldn't have wanted insect wings. Though beautiful, they suited a woman as a man had pass. A pair of black swan wings spread from Martin's back, angel wings, or rather fallen angel wings. The wings felt as natural as his own limbs, moving with effortless command. With a flap, Martin controlled his flight, rising into the air. He had experience flying, but before he used magnetic control over his body, and now it was pure instinct. After circling, he landed beside Salvador. So. Salvador touched Martin's wings, admiring them. They're truly beautiful. Thanks, but I think yours are even lovelier with all those iridescent colors. After exchanging compliments, Salvador said, all right, you have. My goodness, 4 abilities: mind control, metal control, teleportation, and flight like mine. She concluded, then asked eagerly, any more? Maybe my saliva is corrosive too? Martin said, smiling at her. Really? Want to test it? How? Like this. Martin pulled Salvador into a kiss, wrapping his arms around her while his wings instinctively enfolded her. After half a minute of exchange, Martin pulled back, holding her. Well. Phew. No. Let's try again. After a long while they sat cuddled on the couch. Salvador sighed, I never thought I'd meet someone like me, let alone someone as extraordinary as you. How do you have so many abilities? Maybe I have even more wondrous traits you haven't discovered. Salvador leaned against Martin's chest, her voice tender. Then let me see. All right. Wait. I love being wrapped in those soft wings. Fine, after the soft parts it's time for. Bring. Martin opened his eyes, soothing Salvador, who had also been startled awake by the phone. He picked up the receiver from the nightstand. Martin speaking, make it quick. Mr. Horn, we have an operation. You can come back. Charles' voice came through. All right. Hanging up, Martin patted Salvador's exposed skin. Honey, wake up. What's wrong? Salvador struggled to open her eyes, dazed. Martin kissed her forehead. Charles called us back. They must have a lead. Okay, you can teleport us back anyway. Can I sleep a little more? Sure. Martin got up, glancing at her as she drifted off again. With an affectionate smile, he gently levitated her body and they both floated into the bathroom. Then she washed the two of them, helping them bathe, wash their faces and brush their teeth. Throughout the process her movements were so gentle that Salvador remained undisturbed. After tucking her back into bed, Martin ordered breakfast. By the time the meal arrived, nearly half an hour had passed since Charles' phone call. Hey darling, time to get up. Okay. Salvador opened her eyes, her complexion and state far better than before. Mutants possessed a recovery far superior to ordinary humans. Breakfast is here. Get dressed and eat. Alright, let me freshen up first. Haha, don't you feel like you've already washed? Salvador touched her body after hearing this and then noticed the minty freshness in her mouth. You helped me wash. I didn't feel a thing. I wanted you to sleep longer. Oh. Darling, are you this gentle with every woman? Salvador asked, moved. Haha, isn't this only right? Besides, for now it's just you. After speaking, he urged, get up quickly, it's been a while and it's almost time. Alright, give me a kiss. Mwah. It took nearly 20 more minutes for them to finish breakfast intimately and get dressed. Ready? Martin asked, spreading his arms. Salvador stood within Martin's embrace, holding him. Let's go. As the words fell, they instantly arrived at last night's base. Whoa. The sudden appearance of the two startled those who were unaware. Besides Charles and Eric, there were two others, a portly man and a woman. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be staff members here. A remarkable ability, the fat man praised with a smile, a trace of envy in his eyes. His attitude suggested he was one of those who harbored goodwill toward mutants. Call me Oliver, he said, extending a hand toward Martin as he introduced himself. Martin Horn, pleased to meet you. Thank you, likewise. Honestly, I've always believed in the existence of superpowers in this world. Now I have the chance to meet so many superpowered individuals and even work alongside them. If you're lucky enough, perhaps one day you'll gain your own superpower. Haha, I hope so. After the two got acquainted, the woman introduced herself, Moira MacTaggart. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Horn. Hello, likewise. This woman was somewhat stern. Compared to Oliver, Martin preferred the latter. Well, sometimes dealing with men wasn't so bad, it still depended on who gave him a better impression. Once everyone was acquainted, Charles said, we've received intel that Shaw and his group are heading to the bear and we need to stop him. Martin nodded, all right. What followed was that rousing speech along with precautions, like not harming others indiscriminately. Martin sat on the sofa, arms crossed, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. His duty was to contain Sebastian Shaw, the rest had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of getting involved in American affairs. In the end, it was decided that Charles, Eric, Moira and Martin would go with other soldiers assisting. The other young people also wanted to participate, but Charles refused, citing their youth and lack of proficiency in using their abilities. One advantage of working for the relevant department was convenient travel, they had their own secret air routes. After a day of rest and preparation, they arrived at their destination the following morning. Martin neither knew nor cared exactly where they were, only that they had reached the bear as the land was blanketed in snow and ice. A military truck rumbled along a forest path. Aside from the few he recognized, the rest were soldiers sourced from somewhere disguised as bear soldiers. There's a checkpoint ahead, we didn't have this intel, Moira said, opening the small window connecting to the rear compartment. The sentry soldier signaled for the vehicle to stop upon seeing it approach. Whimper. The military dog began to whine at the compartment, having smelled the people inside. At the guard's request, the driver opened the compartment door. Charles used his ability to influence the soldiers, preventing them from seeing those inside. Meanwhile, those in the compartment, especially the ordinary soldiers, aimed their rifles at the inspecting guards. It went smoothly. Amid everyone's anxiety, the driver closed the compartment door and after a moment they felt the vehicle continue on. Thank goodness for you, Charles. Eric praised, patting his leg. Our abilities each have their strengths. After an unknown duration, the vehicle came to a stop. Martin followed Charles and the others until they reached a hillside overlooking a manor below. The soldiers were deployed to secure the perimeter, leaving only the three superpowered individuals and Moira on site. Let's wait, they'll show up soon, Charles said. They concealed themselves on the spot, with Charles and Eric taking turns observing the opposite side through binoculars. Martin's magnetic field range was already vast. Although he had never tested its limits, he could clearly detect every movement within a radius of 10 to 20 kilometers. He simply didn't use this ability often, crowded places made the magnetic field chaotic. But here, with only a sparse few within a certain range, the observation capability via magnetic field control was very effective. After quietly waiting for half an hour, Martin was the first to sense a vehicle approaching the manor. Most importantly, he was very familiar with the magnetic field of one of the occupants. Hey darling. Emma suddenly heard someone speaking in her mind. Though she couldn't directly identify who it was, the term, darling, told her it was Martin. Are you following to protect me? Emma replied with a smile in her mind. Do your thing, don't expose me. No problem. As they spoke, the car stopped at the entrance and Emma stepped out. Whoa. Darling, I love this outfit on you. Very sexy. From the outside one could see Emma draped in a white fur cloak wearing a white fur hat characteristic of the Bear region and white boots that encased her slender calves. Thanks. Should I wear this to see you next time? Absolutely Just the cloak and boots are enough. Whoa. You're Amid their exchange an elderly officer emerged from the manor. As Emma approached she said to the officer, "Apologies Mr. Shaw is unwell and couldn't make it so I'm here in his stead. But I think it would be better if we spoke alone." After their exchange the officer wrapped his arm around Emma from behind and led her inside. "I don't like you being that close to him." "What? Jealous? It's just a formal contact." Do what you need to do. I'll watch over you, don't worry." "Thank you." After finishing his conversation with Emma, Martin turned his attention to Charles and the others. With Sebastian absent a disagreement arose among them. Charles and Moira believed that since Sebastian wasn't there they shouldn't make a move to avoid alerting him. Eric however argued that Emma knew Sebastian's whereabouts and insisted on capturing her first. After a brief argument Eric took advantage of the others' distraction and ran downstairs. Helpless Charles told Moira to stay put and followed him. "Aren't you going?" Moira asked Martin. "No, my target is Sebastian." Through Emma's eyes Martin watched their exchange. Suddenly Emma stripped off her clothes revealing only her underwear. Don't worry, he can only look." It wasn't that Emma was particularly fond of Martin, she needed his help to get things done. When Charles and the others burst into the room to find their target, Emma was sitting on the sofa in her underwear munching on cookies boredly. On the large bed the old man from before was thrusting at nothing. Bang! The door was pushed open. Emma looked at the newcomers. "Don't worry, I'll protect you," Martin reassured her. "You'd better get here in time. My mission is to save you and you haven't been caught yet. I'll increase the payment." "No, I don't accept changes mid-mission." "Bastard." Charles saw the officer and immediately realized it was Emma's doing. He used his ability to put the man to sleep. Seeing Charles trying to control her, Emma shifted into her diamond form and said to them, "You can't read anything when I'm like this." In her diamond form she was impervious to harm, so Emma planned to charge her way out. But after just 2 steps Charles and Eric apprehended her. Eric manipulated the metal bed frame binding Emma and wrapping a metal rod around her neck. "Martin, they're going to kill me." Her diamond form blocked telepathic reading, but Emma had only blocked Charles, not Martin. "It's fine, they won't kill you. As for now, consider this your punishment for offering yourself as payment to me and then flirting with someone else." "Fuck, I can't breathe, help me." As the iron rod around her neck tightened even in her diamond form, Emma couldn't stop it because she wasn't as strong as Eric. The diamond form only altered her body's surface, her neck was still her neck. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to move her arms and legs while in diamond form. Martin controlled the rod to prevent it from harming Emma but didn't fully release it. "You're a bastard. Your mission isn't complete yet, I don't belong to you. What right do you have to punish me?" Emma cursed in her mind, "I'm captured now. Can you do your job?" "I'll decide the timing." If he rescued her now, Emma would surely go back to Sebastian and then there'd be no fun left. Ignoring her curses, he enjoyed the show unfolding before him. At Charles' urging, Eric released the iron rod from Emma's neck. Forced to revert to human form, Emma allowed Charles to read her memories. She took a jab at Martin. "You don't like others seeing me like this, right? Now there are 2 more. Don't worry, they can only look. You're a fucking bastard." Seeing Emma's furious expression, Charles and the others assumed she was just angry about being captured. Through Emma's memories Charles learned of Sebastian's plan. Emma and Martin had shielded their own interactions from Charles' probing. Besides, Charles might not have even thought to look as he was focused solely on Sebastian's scheme. This is a huge problem. The Russians are planning to deploy bombs in Cuba. After telling Eric, Charles said to Emma, "We're taking you in. The CIA wants to interrogate you. Let's see if they can." Charles and Eric pulled Emma up to leave. "Wait, let me put on clothes. Someone doesn't like me being seen like this." After dressing, the 2 escorted Emma out. "Bastard, not now." "No." With a moment of respite, Charles sensed another energy, one he recognized. Where had he encountered it before? At the tavern. Martin. All the men outside had been subdued. The pair brought Emma before Martin and Moira. Once in the car, Emma and Martin sat face to face, their gazes locked. The only difference was that Martin found her angry expression amusing while Emma was furious at his inaction. "You're so beautiful. Fuck you. Sebastian won't succeed. I think it's best you stay at the place they've arranged for now. I'll rescue you when the time is right." "Humph, them. And me. Charles hired me. My job is to stop Sebastian. I don't think you can do it." "You'll see how capable I am." Martin smiled, gestured to the others that all was well and continued, "My dear, with your ambition I doubt you'd be content working under Shaw forever. Once he's dealt with you'll be free. The Hellfire Club will be yours." "Humph. You could save me yet you let those people lock me up." "Alright, what do you want?" "Join me." "Haha, don't forget after I save you and complete the deal you'll be mine." "You've got it all figured out." No, don't misunderstand. I have no interest in the Hellfire Club. I'm only interested in you. Just don't try to string me along again. If I finish my job and you go back on your word, don't blame me for being ruthless." "I won't." After a moment of silence, Emma smiled faintly. "I hope you're not bluffing. I look forward to becoming the mistress of Hellfire. Trust me." "Oh, and thanks for considering my feelings earlier." "Humph, I wasn't talking about you." Among the group, Charles had been watching them closely. He was now certain there was something between Martin and Emma. He worried that Martin might try to rescue her and disrupt their subsequent operations. "What were you talking about?" Charles finally decided to speak up. Martin and Emma's flirtation was interrupted by Charles. "We were discussing something personal." Emma nodded in agreement, casting a provocative glance at the others. "Oh. Emma, don't stir up trouble for me." Emma smiled without a word, but the others began to regard Martin with wariness. "Don't worry, I'm a man of professional ethics. I'll keep my promise to you," Martin said. "Then what will you do next?" "Rescue her?" Charles asked. No. That's my affair. You just focus on your own tasks and inform me when it's time to act." "Well. At least I didn't hinder you today, did I?" "I thought you were on their side," Emma said with a smile, continuing to fan the flames. "My dear, I told you it's just business. I'm not with them, and of course." He glanced at Charles, "I'm not with Sebastian either. I'm just doing a job for pay." He pointed to his head and said to Charles, "If you don't believe me, you can read my memories. Don't worry, I permit it this time." Charles didn't hesitate. Most people wouldn't dare, but he directly activated his ability. "Enough." Martin expelled Charles' mind from his own. "You only need to know what you should." Martin almost let him glimpse other things due to a moment's carelessness. He had shielded his exchanges with Emma but forgotten about more recent matters. "Kid, will you ever learn to respect others?" He gave Charles a small punishment. What Martin disliked most about Charles was his habit of probing others' thoughts and memories. "Ah." Charles clutched his head, crying out in pain. "What the hell are you doing?" Amid Eric's angry demand, the others nervously aimed their guns at Martin. "I'm fine." Charles raised a hand to calm everyone, then said to Martin, "Sorry. You don't need to apologize. Feel free to try again if you don't want your brain turned to mush." Though Charles suffered for his recklessness, he at least confirmed that Martin was not an enemy and could be trusted. Among them all, only Emma sat aside, quietly enjoying the scene. Anger flared and faded quickly. Having lived so long, he had long cultivated his composure. After all, anger was never as important as admiring a beautiful woman. Emma noticed Martin's gaze, smiled and adjusted her posture, presenting her long shapely legs before him. After the plane landed, the group brought Emma to another base. Following the handover, Emma was taken away. "Don't worry, I'll find you. It won't take long. You'd better keep your word. Aren't you worried I might be in danger here?" "Haha, I'll avenge you." "Fuck." Their telepathic exchange went unnoticed by others who were distracted by something else. Right after the handover, someone informed Charles and the others that Sebastian had attacked the base where Salvador and the others were staying. Darwin was dead, and Salvador, unable to bear the discrimination, chose to follow Sebastian. Worried, everyone rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, the place was in ruins. After confirming the survivors were safe, they briefly mourned Darwin's death before discussing the next steps. "Shaw has his own team. We need one too," Eric said, looking at the young ones. "They're still children. Charles thought it inappropriate. They were children. With Eric's persuasion and others' support, Charles hesitated briefly before agreeing. But he felt their abilities were not yet mastered and required training. Charles recalled his own home, a sprawling estate with ample space. That afternoon everyone arrived at the place Charles had mentioned. After settling them in, Hank and Eric discussed training plans. As for Martin, he also stayed temporarily unsure when the operation would commence. After the experience with Salvador, Charles preferred to keep him close to avoid losing track of him. Martin needed no training and was instead exploring the aged castle. "Is this your room?" he asked, wandering near the dormitory area and spotting Raven sitting by the door. "Someone once asked if your girlfriend were a Marvel character, who would you choose?" Answers varied, with most favoring Black Widow or Scarlet Witch. Of course, Raven was also a popular choice. Though her true form was blue with textured skin, that was hardly an issue. Because with her you could have any woman in the world, she could transform into anyone, perfectly replicating every detail inside and out. Besides, what's wrong with a little texture? Moreover, her own figure was stunning. Her face after a while was quite beautiful too. Since her transformation couldn't change her clothes, she used her ability to create garments. So ordinarily. Well, you know, the curves were undeniable, every curve. Raven looked up, saw Martin and smiled. "Hi Martin. Come in." "Thanks." Martin stepped in, surveying the room. "This castle is really something." "Yeah, but you get used to it." "Why are you sitting alone?" "Everyone's probably settling in, so I didn't want to disturb them." "You seem to have unpacked quickly." "Quickly?" Martin chuckled. With a flick of his mind, the unmade blanket on Raven's bed floated up and neatly spread itself. Pity no little trinkets appeared. "Wow, that's a handy ability." Martin sat across from her. "Oh, by the way, I don't know your ability yet." "Yes, you weren't there when we demonstrated." "You've demonstrated before." Last night. The 6 of us were there, including Darwin." Speaking of a fellow mutant's death, Raven felt a pang of sorrow and instinctively lowered her head. She was a kind woman. The loss of comrades and friends always brings sorrow. It's only natural. You seem to have experienced a lot." "Of course. I haven't really introduced myself to you nor to them," Martin said with a smile. "How about a little secret?" "All right." Raven looked at Martin expectantly. "I was born in 1835 and have lived through many wars, including those few famous ones." "Wow." Raven was born in the 1930s of this century, now in her 20s. Martin was the oldest person she had ever met, a full century her senior. "I hate war because I lost many friends and comrades. After the wars ended, it took me a long time to recover. Over the long years I watched my friends and the girl I loved grow old and pass away." Martin smiled and said, "Having witnessed so many deaths, I've gradually grown accustomed to it. As long as you cherish the time together, that's what matters." "I always thought we were the same age," Raven sighed. "It's just a matter of ability. You'll meet others like me, or even more extraordinary individuals." "Really?" "Yes, truly. I know 2 people who are even 2 years older than me, and we recently had a drink together." "Wow, that's incredible." "All right, consolation time is over," Martin said. "Okay, thank you." "Well, this is a little secret." Of course it wasn't. Martin was just teasing the young girl to cheer her up. Age was just a number. "I promise." Raven mimed, zipping her lips. "You're a lovely little girl. Knowing your age, but seeing you before me and hearing you call me a little girl, it feels a bit strange. I don't say that often, only when I truly feel it. The last time. The one before you was called that was decades ago." "And the last time?" "Charles." Martin said bluntly, "I know you 2 are siblings, but he offended me twice. Once on our first meeting he tried to probe my mind without consent. Another time, even though I agreed, he overstepped his bounds." "I apologize on his behalf," Raven said regretfully. No need. I understand him well, and I've already punished him lightly and forgiven him. When people acquire such abilities, they can't help but use them. I was the same back then, but I was cautious and rarely experimented on others. You know, in the early decades people like us were considered monsters. We still are. Perhaps, but it depends on how you see it. When you're strong enough to protect yourself, you can decide whether to hide your abilities as you wish. If you don't care what others think, it doesn't matter. If you do, then hide them. it's no big deal. What if you're not strong enough? Raven asked expectantly. Make yourself stronger. Rely on friends or powerful organizations you can borrow strength from. Provided they're trustworthy and won't betray or abandon you. I can't stand being looked at like a monster. Raven said dejectedly, if Charles hadn't taken me in I would have been dealt with as a monster. A monster? You? Yes. Raven hesitated, then revealed her true form: blue skin, yellow eyes, deep red hair, and numerous raised bumps on her face and the skin above her collarbone. It's ugly, isn't it? Raven asked. It was indeed striking at first glance, but after staring for a while it became bearable, and with more time even rather delicate. Raven didn't press for an answer, noticing at least no disgust in Martin's eyes. I like your eyes, they're beautiful, Martin said after a careful look. Really? Raven asked in surprise. Everyone who saw her true form for the first time was repulsed, which was why she chose to hide it. Look. Martin transformed into Raven's current appearance. How? Raven stared at him in astonishment. You've probably never seen yourself like this, have you? He stood up and slowly turned around in front of her. Do you think it's ugly? No. Of course, who would find themselves unattractive? Is your true form like this? Well, similar to mine. Raven asked excitedly. Sorry Raven, I've always used my original appearance. Seeing her disappointed expression, Martin said, if it makes you feel better I can keep this appearance until the mission ends. I don't care what others think of me. If needed, like for work or charming someone, I can become whatever people like. Otherwise I don't need their approval, not a dollar bill. With that, Martin reverted to his original form, then turned his skin blue, his eyes yellow, and grew bumps on his skin. Raven felt disappointed, having hoped Martin also chose to hide his true self. No thank you, you don't have to do this. Trust me Raven, you don't need to care about others' stares. It's enough to be liked by those who matter to you. And those who matter to you will surely like you. If they don't, perhaps they aren't that important. As for strangers, even if they dislike you, so what? At most they'll tell their friends, hey, I met a really weird person today. Blah blah blah. They wouldn't dare hurt you. You're no longer that helpless little girl. You have so many friends to protect you. Well. Since you're so adorable, come to me for help and I'll give you a discount. Raven's mindset was largely shaped by Charles. As one of the most important people to Raven, Charles always told her that humans and mutants should coexist peacefully. But he never taught her how to deal with others' reactions to her differences. Pfft. Huh. Raven, lost in thought, burst into laughter at his last comment about a discount. I thought you'd say it's free. Well, not impossible, but at least when we become friends. Aren't we friends already? You even told me your secret. All right. Martin sighed dramatically. We're friends now. You can count on me. Thank you. No one ever told me how to handle being different. I'm glad it helped. In a few years or decades maybe aliens will show up, who knows what they'll look like. Some might not even have bodies or have heads bigger than their whole body and come in all sorts of colors, red, orange, yellow, green. Martin recalled fragments of memories, those blue-skinned, red-skinned beings. Are there really aliens? Yes. Have you seen one? No, but trust me, you will. When that day comes, I'll take you to see them. I promise. I believe you, old man, Raven said cheerfully, teasing Martin. What? You call me an old man? Oh. I'm so hurt, Raven. I adore you, yet you call me an old man. Ha ha ha. When the others arrived, they found two blue figures laughing and chatting. Raven, who is he? Charles asked curiously. Martin turned around, but his altered appearance made him unrecognizable at first. I hail from the MT5 Nebula planet. I've come here seeking my kin, Martin said, altering his voice. What? Ha ha ha. Enough, Martin. Stop teasing them, Raven said with a laugh. Raven knew Martin was trying to cheer her up, and indeed she felt much happier now. Martin nodded and reverted to his original form. Charles and Eric had grown accustomed to Martin's occasional new abilities. They merely found him increasingly enigmatic, which boded well for their group. I almost believed it, young Sean remarked. Martin shifted back again, meeting Raven's puzzled gaze. I promise to stay in this form even if you didn't agree. As a friend, I'll keep you company until you grow accustomed. Thank you. Raven took his hand gratefully, her tone affectionate. You're welcome. We're about to begin training. You two don't have to join, but do you have any suggestions? Charles asked. Martin declined, showing no interest, and Raven echoed his sentiment. Both were already adept at wielding their abilities. After Charles left, Martin and Raven chatted for a while before parting ways. In the following days, Charles and Eric drove the young recruits through rigorous training, with Eric himself participating. Under their guidance, everyone gradually learned to harness their powers. One afternoon, the group gathered outside the castle where Sean practiced flying. Sean's ability was powerful sonic waves. Following Charles' advice, he learned to channel these waves to propel himself upward, and with Hank's biomimetic flight suit he could soar through the air. After days of practice, results were poor. Sean believed the low altitude was the issue. He would hit the ground before fully unleashing his power. Charles led the group to a tall tower dozens of meters high, providing ample space for practice. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong, he'll protect you, Eric assured him. Sean wore metal items which Eric could manipulate. Ready? Charles asked from behind. Wait. Seeing his hesitation, Eric simply pushed him off. Ah! Sean's screams echoed through the air. Eric! Charles stared at him. What? You were thinking the same, weren't you? Eric quipped. Fair enough. Charles shook his head, conceding the point. He was merely accustomed to making decisions himself. A decent man, albeit too opinionated. Ah! Amid their conversation, a peculiar sound rose from below, accompanied by Sean's figure shooting skyward. He made it. Raven, who had been watching Sean, felt joy for him. Indeed. Ho. Sean's excited voice rang out from above. Any human would be thrilled to gain the power of flight. Martin noticed Raven's wistful expression. Want to try? What? Flying. Martin removed his shirt, unfurling his black feathered wings to the mild astonishment of the others. May I hold you? Without waiting for her consent, he stepped behind her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and before she could react, beat his wings to launch them skyward. Ah! Slow down. Startled Raven struggled briefly. Martin kept her pressed close, ensuring her safety. In her flailing, Martin's arms shifted to encircle her upper torso. Raven, still panicked, didn't notice and gripped his arms tightly. Don't be afraid. I've got you. With Martin's reassurance, Raven gradually calmed and began to savor the sensation of soaring high above. Gazing at the landscape below, so different from what she'd seen from an airplane, a smile spread across her face. Ha ha ha. It's so beautiful. Yes, it is. Catch him. Raven shouted, pointing at Sean ahead. All right. Martin accelerated, overtaking Sean, and they laughed as they swept past him. Bye, Sean. Startled Sean tried to control his flight suit and give chase. The three of them engaged in an aerial game of tag, Sean gradually learning to fly freely according to his will. After about 10 minutes, Sean called out, I'm getting tired. I'll head down. Sure, well, follow soon. Martin flew with wings while Sean relied on his voice, tiring much faster. As Sean descended toward the castle, Martin asked, so where to next? There. Raven pointed to a small lake, smiling. Having helped train Sean, Raven now wanted to experience flying over water. Martin skimmed low over the lake's surface, circling twice, letting her reach out and touch the water. Raven played joyfully. After satisfying that whim, they rose back into the sky. I'd like to turn around. My arms are tired. Should we go back? No, just turn me around. Martin hovered, loosening his grip on her soft midsection, and carefully turned her to face him. Is this okay? He asked, holding her securely. Yes, it's fine. Raven tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you for being so kind to me. You're welcome. I accept your gratitude. Raven looked at Martin, then wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him on the lips. They tightened their embrace, the kiss growing more passionate. After a long moment, they parted. Martin asked, how did that feel? Kissing in midair. Amazing. He rested his forehead against hers, gazing into her eyes. Strangely, this face grew more beautiful the longer he looked. You're stunning. Thank you. Shall we continue? Why not? By the time they returned to the castle, everyone had dispersed to their own activities. If Raven weren't bluskinned, one might have noticed her slightly swollen lips. In the evening Martin lay in bed after washing up with various objects floating before him ranging in size from chairs to coins as he practiced controlling his magnetic field. Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Martin opened it remotely and said, "Come in." Reuven entered gazing at the scene before her. "You really work hard and no wonder you're so strong." "I just wanted to." "Wow." Martin's gaze shifted to Reuven, causing the floating objects to nearly lose control and fall. "Be careful." Reuven laughed. Martin returned the objects to their places and earnestly admired the beauty in front of him. Reuven wore no clothes, presenting her natural self. Her blue skin resembled a tight-fitting blue leather suit, making her life elements distinctly visible. At such a close distance Martin was captivated. "Ahem." Reuven playfully coughed twice. "What are you doing?" Is this not good?" "It's not good if someone sees you." "Huh. It's fine, the important parts are covered." She walked cat-like to the edge of the bed, lifted Martin's blanket and slipped inside. "But now I really need something to cover me because there's a pervert watching me." "You are really beautiful." "Thank you. Can I hold you?" "No." Reuven grinned mischievously at Martin. "You don't get to decide." "Huh. That night Martin learned that although Reuven seemed not to wear clothes, her important parts could indeed be concealed. The effect was similar to how human females wear certain special undergarments like band-aids, which effectively cover without revealing anything. "Good morning." In Martin's adoring gaze Reuven slowly opened her eyes. "Good morning, old man." Martin leaned down to nuzzle Reuven, scratching her as he asked, "After a night you still call me old man? Which old man can make you beg for mercy?" "Ha ha ha. Looks like I need to strengthen my training." As Martin grinned at Reuven, his hand accidentally strayed a bit. "Huh. No, we should have breakfast if they are waiting for us." "Let them wait. If there's no food, well, eat out." Sure enough, there was no food for the two of them. Seeing Reuven's mock angry expression, Martin decided to take her out to eat. "Are we really going out like this?" Reuven asked hesitantly. Martin had previously said he would accompany her if she wanted to go out looking like she currently did. Reuven naturally wanted to. She longed to show her true self. However, when it came time to leave, she hesitated. "It's okay, you still have time to consider, but you must wear clothes outside. Your figure is too good. I'm worried a bad guy might take you away." "Haha, that won't happen." After getting dressed, the two arrived outside a restaurant. Reuven hesitated greatly as they were about to get out of the car. "Darling, if going out like this makes you uncomfortable, then just become a normal person. You don't need to worry about hesitating. You just need to know that any ability we possess is meant to serve us, so do what feels comfortable. Superpowers are really no different from hands and feet to us. They are part of us," Martin said, taking her hand. After thinking for a moment, Reuven finally sighed in relief. "Yes, you are right. My feet can be used to walk, but when I don't want to walk I can stop, and when I wish to walk again I can do so." Reuven smiled as she spoke, transforming into her normal form. "I won't hide anything intentionally anymore, but in this situation it clearly suits me better this way." "Moi. You are right." Martin transformed back and gave her a kiss. "Thank you, Martin." "Huh. You've already said thank you many times." "Then this is the last time." "Moi." Reuven returned the kiss and then said, "I'm hungry. Let's go." After getting out of the car, the two walked hand in hand into the restaurant. Perhaps due to a change in mindset, Reuven suddenly felt the world was exceptionally clear. That scumbag Martin, if Emma knew she was locked up while he was out flirting, would she cry in despair? Not to that extent, but she would indeed be anxious. The room where Emma was held had been treated and she could not contact outsiders, so she was unaware of the situation outside. Martin was her only hope. 2 days later, under Charles' guidance, Eric was finally able to move the massive metal structure nearby, weighing dozens of tons. On the same day, the government announced that due to the Bears' aim to deploy nuclear weapons in Cuba, they would enter a state of war and intercept any Bear transport ships crossing the blockade line, regarding them as acts of war against the United States. Currently a ship was heading towards the blockade line, set to arrive tomorrow. Charles' side had an insider. Female agent Moira notified everyone to gather at the flight base in the morning, where they would board a plane to Cuba to prevent the outbreak of war. The next morning, after everyone gathered, Hank was missing. Arriving at his lab, it was in disarray. On the wall they found a note from him stating that he had already gone to the flight base and told everyone to take the boxes on the floor when they left. When Eric opened the box, it contained several uniforms, primarily yellow, resembling classic X-Men outfits. So damn ugly, Martin thought to himself. Others shared similar sentiments but ultimately wore them because the uniforms had various functions. Hank had prepared one for Martin too. "No, I refuse to become a little yellow person," Martin said with a strange smile. The others exchanged glances, resigning themselves to his decision. Upon arriving at the flight base, there was only one plane, but Hank was nowhere to be found. Everyone speculated he might be off doing something, so they waited a bit as there was still plenty of time. "I'm here." Accompanied by Hank's voice, a hulking figure walked in through the door. Due to the backlighting, everyone could not see the figure clearly until he stepped into the light, revealing that Hank had undergone a dramatic transformation. "What happened?" Charles asked in surprise. Reuven explained that Hank wanted to use her serum to develop an agent to conceal his defects related to Reuven's appearance and Hank's big feet. However, after some thought, Reuven changed her mind and no longer pursued altering herself. It seemed Hank had used it. The serum did not attack those cells, it actually enhanced them. Originally, both Hank and Reuven hoped to have their appearances transformed into that of normal humans, but there were significant differences between the two. Raven had suffered greatly since childhood due to her unusual appearance, yearning for change. Yet upon encountering her own kind and finding a sense of belonging and acceptance, she no longer clung to that desire. Hank, on the other hand, differed only in his feet, which could be concealed with shoes and socks in public. He had always lived among ordinary people and now worked for the government. The change he sought was more ideological. Now the two of them, Raven, who was originally more afflicted, no longer minded her appearance. Conversely, Hank, whose affliction was milder, grew more severe, transforming entirely into a beastly form. What one pursues often remains elusive, while what one shuns refuses to depart. Such is the caprice of life. Martin felt a chuckle rising but suppressed it, not wanting it mistaken for mockery. After comforting Hank, the group boarded the plane and headed for Cuba. Upon arrival, the timing was perfect. At sea, two fleets faced off. Inside the blockade line, the American fleet stood poised for battle. Should any vessel from the opposing side cross the line, they would immediately open fire and sink it, signaling the onset of war. Beyond the blockade, the Soviet fleet waited with a lone warship at the forefront, followed closely by escort vessels. It was highly illogical. If the lead Soviet ship carried nuclear warheads, why would it sail so conspicuously alone, making itself an obvious target? The plane swept over both fleets. Within range, Charles began using his abilities to probe both sides. Martin too was curious. At that moment, both fleets were ready for combat, awaiting the Aral Sea's crossing of the line. Just before it reached the blockade, the Soviets received orders to recall it. The fleet commander issued the recall, but no one on the Aral Sea responded. Among all present, only Charles and Martin knew why. "Everyone on the Aral Sea is dead. Sebastian's men did it," Charles said, having seen the Red Devil through a crewman's eyes moments before the demon crushed him underfoot. As the Aral Sea neared the blockade, moments from destruction, Charles and Moira deduced that Sebastian and his crew were not aboard. Charles took control of a Soviet officer launching a missile aimed at the Aral Sea. With a thunderous roar, the ship erupted into a sea of flames. The Red Devil's power was teleportation. He vanished the instant the missile struck. Clearly, the Aral Sea carried no nuclear warheads. It was all Sebastian's scheme, to ignite war between the two nations and reap the spoils. At the explosion, all three factions breathed a sigh of relief as war had been averted. The Americans felt the same, though bewildered by the sudden turn. Only Sebastian's group seethed with anger. "Any radar contact?" Hank asked Moira. "Nothing on the surface." "Then they must be underwater. Pity we have no sonar." Sean, the sea creature, suddenly recalled his own power. "We have sonar. I can help." The others perked up, especially Charles and Eric. "No need," Martin said. "I've found him. They're right below us in a submarine. Shall we strike now?" Martin's duty was to handle Sebastian. With the spectacle over, it was time to work. He wasn't one to take money without delivering, though Charles and the others hadn't paid yet. "Good. Just restrain him, his life is mine," Eric said excitedly, finally avenging his mother. "Fine. There are 3 more in the sub, your targets. You know who they are." The others nodded, ready for action. Opening the hatch, Martin flew out, hovering over the sea. He used magnetic control on the submarine below, forcing it to surface. The thing was heavy and Martin strained a bit to lift it, but it wasn't beyond him, just a matter of extra effort. With a splash, the submarine emerged from the water. Unsuitable for combat at sea. Martin communicated through his power, "You'll take this to the shore over there. Follow me. And they're coming out, you'd better handle them yourselves or it'll cost extra." "No problem," Charles replied eagerly, then announced loudly, "Hank, fly the plane to the shore ahead, Martin will bring the sub. Everyone else prepare for battle." Hell yes. Spirits were high as everything had gone smoothly so far. When the submarine malfunctioned, the Red Devil noticed, but Sebastian was in his chamber absorbing nuclear energy, so they had to hold the line. Teleporting out with the whirlwind, the two saw Martin floating in the air and immediately attacked. The Red Devil tried to teleport onto Martin, but with a thought Martin pushed him away and Charles took over, subduing him. The whirlwind spun rapidly, forming a cyclone aimed at Martin. It had no effect on him, he didn't even bother dodging. As the cyclone touched Martin, its energy was completely absorbed, dissipating into nothing. The whirlwind stood dumbfounded in its wake. Martin flung him aside and Eric took over, given the metal on him. No one else emerged, but soon Salvatore flew out. Darling, we don't have to fight, do we?" Martin asked. "Why are you on their side?" Salvatore had joined Sebastian because she couldn't bear being looked at differently. On Martin's first day, Head clashed with those people, so she didn't think Head side with them. "I'm not on anyone's side, I just work for pay. Anyway, Sean's out. You two flyers can have your fun. If you need to run, don't get hurt." "Humph. It's not decided who wins yet." With that, Salvatore flew toward Sean. Now undisturbed, Martin focused entirely on controlling the submarine. As for Sebastian, the more energy he absorbed now, the more it would ultimately fuel Martin. With that power, Martin's future would be much more convenient. Nuclear fuel was costly and not always available even with money. After 2 minutes, Martin carried the submarine to the shore and dropped it. It had been close to begin with, but the thing was dreadfully heavy and there had been interruptions earlier. The commotion outside naturally disturbed Sebastian inside, but he was still absorbing energy. Martin tore through the submarine's hull and stepped inside. Entering the lounge, he didn't see anyone, but he could sense a powerful energy dispersion from behind the adjacent wall. After searching, he found the nuclear fuel control switch behind the innermost painting and shut it off. A nuclear leak was no joke, he had to be careful. Confirming it was off, Martin tore through the wall, too lazy to look for the secret door's switch. "Oh. Martin, you've disappointed me greatly. I don't want to explain." "You don't need to." After absorbing a massive amount of nuclear energy, Sebastian swelled immensely, nearly matching Martin's size. Smiling, Sebastian pressed his finger against Martin's chest and released energy. He believed just a little would be enough to annihilate Martin. The smile vanished from Sebastian's face. "Let me help you." Martin controlled Sebastian's helmet to detach from his head, then restrained him. "Ah. Feels good." A steady stream of energy was absorbed by Martin. Nuclear fuel released energy quickly, but it couldn't match the speed of superpower absorption. In about half a minute, Martin had drained every bit of energy from Sebastian's body. Martin looked at the helmet hovering before him, an unexpected bonus he hadn't planned for. "This is a fine treasure. Mine now. Old Magneto, if you want it, you'll have to pay up, huh?" Putting on the helmet, Martin was about to leave with Sebastian when his gaze fell upon the unabsorbed nuclear fuel. Opportunities are rare. If heaven offers and you don't take, you'll suffer the consequences. Can't waste it. Martin bound Sebastian to the wall, repaired the surface, then extracted the nuclear fuel rods and gripped them with both hands. Should have waited a bit longer to act, this is slow. The remaining 10% of energy still took Martin over half a minute, much slower than Sebastian's 90%. After absorbing the energy, there was no risk of accidental leaks contaminating anything. It wasn't greed, Martin was thinking about environmental protection. Wearing the helmet that once belonged to Magneto with Sebastian floating behind him, Martin strode out of the submarine with an arrogant swagger. The two factions, which had been locked in fierce combat, all stopped when they saw the major villain subdued. "That's it. Solved?" Sean asked, unsure how to express his emotions. He had witnessed Sebastian's power and expected a cataclysmic battle between him and Martin. But silently, without a sound, Martin had subdued him. "Yeah." Martin looked at Eric approaching and delivered Sebastian along with the metal mesh binding him to Eric. "He's yours. My job is done. You or Charles remember to pay me the balance." Eric opened his arms to take Sebastian, grinding his teeth. "Of course, no problem." Now Martin just needed to sit back and watch the show. Approaching the others, he asked, "Anyone hurt?" "I'm fine." Raven and Salvador exchanged glances. Salvador said, "Don't mind us, we just—" "I know." Raven had been there that night when the two left. But after Salvador departed they had no further contact. Sigh. "Let's sit and wait for the result." Martin fashioned a long step from the surrounding debris big enough for about 10 people. The rest was for the big shots, others couldn't interfere, but sitting was out of the question. Such a solemn occasion wasn't for everyone except Martin Horn. It didn't matter if Martin was just using it as an excuse to ease the awkwardness. Over by Eric, a melodrama unfolded. Once Martin's control was lifted, Sebastian regained command of his body and began taunting Eric. But unable to absorb energy for the moment, he was bound tightly by Eric. Although Eric agreed with Sebastian's political views, he hated him enough to kill him because Sebastian had murdered his mother. Charles, the good-hearted one, tried to stop Eric from killing Sebastian. But without the helmet to defend against Charles' control, Eric's situation shifted. Charles took control of Eric using his powers to manipulate Sebastian. "Ahem, Eric, do you want this helmet?" Martin hacked into their private conversation in Eric's mind. "Yes," Eric said decisively. "No, Martin, you can't do that." Martin ignored him. If Sebastian didn't die, how could he explain things to his little Emma? She had obediently stayed locked up for so long. If he broke his promise, she'd tear him apart. The helmet wasn't made of metal, so Charles couldn't use Eric's powers to control it. Controlling Martin was beyond him. In terms of telepathic abilities, aside from Phoenix, Charles might have been the strongest before. But now, with Emma's abilities combined with Charles, Martin Horn was the most powerful. When the helmet was placed on Eric's head, he immediately broke free from Charles' control. No one else dared to stop Martin. Those who tried couldn't get near the helmet. Eric didn't waste words. He pulled out the coin that had caused his mother's death. "When I count to 3, this coin will pass through your brain. 1, 2, 3. The Black King Sebastian Shaw died at the hands of Magneto Eric Lencher. After achieving his goal, Eric had the fated argument with Charles about whether mutants should coexist peacefully with humans. Neither could convince the other, so they parted ways. Eric directly recruited Sebastian's men. Raven looked at Martin. "Do what you want. You know where my place is and where the key is hidden. If you need my help, call me. But only for personal matters." "Okay." After deliberation, Raven joined Eric because in his view mutants didn't need to compromise for humans. "Wait. Almost forgot. Now that you're separated, who pays me?" "Oh, Eric, your helmet is on you, of course. Pay whatever you think is fair. If I don't think it's enough, I'll take the helmet back. Give me some time. I want the helmet and I'll pay any price," Eric said firmly. Now that he and Charles had parted ways, without the helmet Charles would have him completely under his thumb. "What about his share?" Martin asked, pointing at Sebastian's corpse. "I'll pay," Charles said with a frown. His frown was not due to the money but because he was still troubled by Eric's matter. "Good. Since things are done here, I'll take my leave." After bidding farewell, Martin teleported directly to the place where Emma was imprisoned. He still had things to do. After Martin left, as the others prepared to depart, the American fleet suddenly launched several dozen missiles at their location. "Huh." Charles looked. "Do you think they will help us?" Though the missiles were nearly upon them, Charles still held to his conviction. Truly unfathomable what he was thinking. Without any disguise, Martin walked through the building's main entrance. "Sir, please go through security." With a wave of his hand, the guard was sent flying. "Halt, hands up." A group of security guards and heavily armed combat personnel aimed their guns at Martin, shouting. Martin continued walking forward, searching the minds of those present for the exact location where Emma was imprisoned. Those who shouted the loudest, as long as they were within Martin's line of sight, were sent flying backward one by one. Bang! Rat-a-tat! After the first gunshot, a continuous barrage of gunfire followed from both pistols and rifles. "I didn't plan to kill anyone. You brought this upon yourselves." As his words fell, all the bullets reversed their trajectory, returning to their origin. Except for a few who were lucky or hadn't fired, everyone else was struck by their own bullets. Those fortunate were only wounded if the unlucky ones were killed instantly. Learning that the 22nd floor was specifically for imprisoning enemies, Martin took the elevator to that floor. Whoosh! With an abnormal sound, the elevator came to a halt. Damn! Since it stopped working, Martin had to rely on himself. The elevator continued ascending until it reached the 22nd floor. The doors naturally wouldn't open and required brute force. Bang! The elevator doors exploded open and Martin stepped out. Open fire. Bang! Rat-a-tat. Ah! The fully armed ones were combat personnel, those in suits handled other matters. Martin found Emma's exact location from the mind of a fat man. "Hey beautiful, did you miss me?" Emma was lying there bored when a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. She turned over, saw Martin beside her and revealed a beautiful smile. "I thought you weren't coming." "How could that be? I've wanted to have you for a long time." "Humph, how is Shaw?" "We just met and you're already asking about another man." "You promised me." "Dead. I watched him die with my own eyes." "Oh right, a few of his men went with Eric. Though I've lost some help, I'm not without people to use." "Alright, let's go. We can talk slowly on the way back." "You're right. I've had enough of this place." Martin held Emma in his arms and they gazed into each other's eyes. "From now on you are mine." With that he kissed her to stake his claim. When they parted they were already in Martin's home. "Where is this?" "My home. I need to return to the club, otherwise news of Shaw's death spreading would be bad for me." "Heh. You can go back tomorrow. Today you'll stay put. If the so-called White Queen can't handle this, then I think you might as well stay home and bear my children." Martin interrupted her, tightening his arms around her. "Does my gentle treatment make you think I'm easy to deal with? That Sebastian Shaw who could make you powerless was utterly helpless before me. Moreover, to rescue you just now, I who detest trouble killed quite a few people. So I advise you to think carefully before you speak. Don't make me feel you're not worth it." Sorry." Emma forced a smile. Martin smiled and relaxed, moving his hand down. They pressed tightly together, his forehead against hers, looking into her eyes so close. "You'll be obedient, won't you?" "Yes." Emma agreed with a smile. "Good. Don't worry, I won't make things hard for you. You can do whatever you want except those more intimate things. Likewise, since you are now my personal property, as long as you dutifully do what you should, you will also receive my affection." "Okay," Emma said with a wink and a smile. "Good girl." Moi. After obediently letting Martin kiss her for a while, Emma asked, "Can I take a shower? These past few days, aside from washing my face and brushing my teeth, I haven't even had a chance to bathe." "Of course. There are spare toiletries in the bathroom cabinet. Help yourself." "Okay." As Emma walked to the bathroom, Martin suddenly asked, "Want me to join you?" Emma, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside, was startled, thinking Martin had caught her silently cursing him. Tonight, okay. It'll be nice and clean." "Fine." Emma entered the bathroom, smiling at Martin as she slowly closed the door. Heh. After Emma finished her shower, being a fashionista, she never wore clothes twice, but there were no spare clothes for her here. Ultimately, her cleanliness obsession won. She wrapped herself in a towel that barely covered her upper thighs and opened the bathroom door. During her shower she had already steeled her resolve. What she wanted was power. She didn't know exactly what she would do, but she knew she reveled in the feeling of being above others, and to enjoy that feeling she needed sufficient strength. The Hellfire Club had commanded on, not only because most of its members were immensely powerful figures, but also because of Sebastian, the extraordinarily powerful mutant. And with her own strength she couldn't keep the subordinates with various abilities in check. Without Black King Sebastian she would surely be overthrown. There was only one way. Seeing Martin sitting on the sofa facing the bathroom door, legs crossed, drinking wine, Emma composed herself and gave a bright smile. "Come here." Martin patted the spot beside him. Emma walked over to Martin with a catwalk grace, not bothered by the short towel that might expose her. She sat down beside him on the sofa, crossed her legs and smiled at him. Looking at the beautiful woman before him fresh from her bath, Emma was almost radiantly white like a diamond beauty. "Why didn't you dry your hair?" Martin used his magnetic field to dry her hair. "Thanks." Emma leaned in and gave Martin a gentle kiss on the cheek. "You've changed so quickly." "Because you were right. But I still prefer that unruly side of you." Emma smiled faintly upon hearing this, then feigned an indifferent demeanor. "Haha, well, I still like good girls," Martin said, ruffling Emma's hair. "Admit it, you like me no matter what I'm like." Emma said coyly. "I've never denied that," Martin replied with a roguish grin, pulling her onto his lap. Leaning delicately against him, Emma asked, "You will protect me, won't you?" She could agree to Martin, but only if she received assurances. "What? Do you have many enemies?" Martin asked, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. "Everyone has ambition." You're right. But don't forget you're already mine and you're in no position to make demands." Martin reached out and gripped her firmly. Yes," Emma replied, her voice tinged with pain. "If you hadn't planned to break your word from the start and had been this obedient, perhaps I would have agreed. You made your choice. I'm sorry, forgive me." Emma had initially used Martin, and even after discovering his strength she still chose to exploit him. Her beauty was her greatest weapon. Any man would desire her heart and body alike. But she had miscalculated her worth in Martin's eyes. Clearly this man cared nothing for her thoughts, he only wanted the body he desired. Martin lifted her chin, gazing into her eyes. Such a beautiful woman, of course he wanted all of her. But if that wasn't possible, possessing her body would suffice. Suddenly Martin said, "I can help you." Emma looked at him with surprise, waiting for him to continue. "And you need to do your utmost to stand at the pinnacle of this world and also recruit capable people, those with truly useful abilities." The most convenient way for Martin to enhance his power was to replicate mutants' abilities, and the sources were originally to the future Xavier's School and the Brotherhood of Mutants. But now he could add the Hellfire Club to the list. "All right," Emma said, happily kissing Martin on her own accord. "But I won't join you. If needed you may use my name, but don't bring me trouble." "That's enough," Emma agreed with a nod. "Remember, don't do anything that displeases me." Emma obediently nodded. "Yes, I understand." Martin nodded in satisfaction, looking out the window. "It's dark." "Yes," Emma replied, closing her eyes shyly. The next day Emma stayed with Martin for another day. Now with his support she feared no one's defiance. Having defeated Sebastian and rescued her from the CIA, Martin had become in the eyes of both mutants and the government someone not to be provoked unless absolutely necessary. They could only hope to find something to suppress him, until then they could only pray he wouldn't strike against them. Thus she was safe. In the following days, whenever she had free time, she would visit Martin to strengthen their bond. One day, dressed in her iconic outfit, Emma sat in her private room at the club sipping wine with a smile. She had just seen off Magneto, Eric, who had come to invite her to cooperate. Emma had agreed. The feeling of controlling others' fates was truly exhilarating. And as for Martin, she discovered that once she truly became his woman, his attitude toward her changed markedly. Though his words remained the same, his actions were gentle, cleaning her, preparing food, feeding her water, and even carrying her to the bathroom when she feigned weakness. He was a man gentle with his woman. Since he showed her tenderness, she must reciprocate to earn more of his affection. Picking up the phone, she said, "Have the Wendy sisters come to the dressing room to see me." Her tone was entirely different from when she spoke to Martin, cold and resolute. Hanging up, Emma headed to the club's dressing room, where the beauties changed and applied makeup during parties. "Everyone out," Emma commanded, eyeing the glamorous women inside. Some barely dressed hurried out. Emma went to the wardrobe, carefully selecting garments that could ignite desire. A knock sounded. "Come in," Emma said without turning around. A beautiful girl entered and bowed respectfully upon seeing her. This girl was also a mutant under Emma's control for certain reasons. Her sole ability was duplication. As long as she had enough stamina, she could replicate indefinitely, each clone sharing all sensations with the others, and if needed they could even develop independent personalities. Thus they were commonly called the Wendy sisters, though simply Wendy sufficed. Originally Emma had trained them to win over the powerful, but now what powerful figure could compare to Martin? Ignoring the two, she continued until she found clothes to her liking. Pointing at a skimpy maid outfit, she said, "Take 2 of these, change into them, and come to my room." "Yes." While Wendy went to change, Emma went to her room and retrieved a property deed from the safe. It was a villa complete with an outdoor pool, a court, and a helipad. The villa was equipped with the most advanced amenities of the era, located on a secluded mountain in the suburbs of New York, surrounded by several kilometers of private land, ensuring no disturbances. This had originally been Emma's own retreat. She loved the environment. But now she planned to give it to Martin. With a single phone call she arranged for the villa to be prepared and the transfer of ownership handled. Bringing the new documents and Wendy, Emma arrived at the villa. She inspected the arrangements, nodded in satisfaction once everything was in order. "Darling, can you come here? I have a gift for you." Martin, having nothing to do, agreed and told her he'd be there shortly. Martin's psychic abilities were now formidable if the distance between them was short enough for him to connect with her mind and teleport instantly. From now on you'll stay here and take care of the master of this house. Do whatever he asks, understand? Wendy nodded. Yes. Rest assured, take good care of him and you'll reap unparalleled rewards. Yes. After a moment Martin appeared before Emma without warning, then opened his arms. Huh. You're here, darling. Emma joyfully nestled into Martin's embrace. Missed me? Martin asked, kissing Emma on the cheek. Yes. After replying, Emma said, look, I prepared this for you. Do you like it? Very nice. Martin had already seen the full view of the villa in Emma's mind. Glad you like it. And her name is Wendy. Emma smiled as she told Martin about Wendy's abilities, then commanded, Wendy, show us what you can do. Yes. Wendy, already clad in a seductive black lace-made outfit, suddenly had an identical version of herself appear beside her, then a second and a third. It wasn't until the fifth that Wendy, looking slightly tired, stopped her duplication. Gazing at the sight, Martin looked at Emma with admiration and affectionately stroked her face. Thank you, Emma. I love your gift. That's good. Emma smiled as if honored. All right, go tidy up the rooms. After Wendy left, Emma asked tentatively, darling, don't you want to ask how I got Wendy? I don't care. I only care about my own people, and they aren't that yet. Am I? Of course you are. Thank you. Martin sat on the sofa holding Emma. Dear Emma, I'm sure you didn't come just to give me a gift today. Giggle. You're so clever, darling. All right, out with it. Martin said, inhaling the fragrance at Emma's neck. Eric came to see me today. He wants me to collaborate with him to create a world for mutants only. I agreed. Darling. Emma pouted playfully. All right, what do you want me to help you with? Nothing. I'm just keeping you updated on my progress and giving you a heads up if I run into danger. Emma, trust me. Eric can't succeed. There are plenty of powerful people in this world. Emma asked curiously, not even with your help. Why would I help? Those ordinary people haven't wronged me. After a moment's thought she asked, so do I have to back out? No. You're just cooperating with Eric. Try to avoid openly opposing others. What you need to do is strengthen the forces under your command. When you're strong enough, everyone will have to fear you. Even you? Emma asked with a sly smile. Slap. What do you think? No, I would never oppose you. Emma exclaimed softly. How many people do you have under you now? Not many. Still the same ones from before, mostly ordinary people. I've been absorbing Shaw's remaining forces lately, just finished 2 days ago. Anyone with significant combat power? Martin asked. No. Only Azazel and Riptide can help with tasks. Oh. Didn't they leave with Eric? Martin asked curiously. I told them you would protect me. All right. What about Raven? She didn't, but Salvador joined my side. She seems to have some friction with Raven. It's fine. For now, focus on finding mutants. It doesn't have to be just mutants. Anyone who genuinely wants to join you can stay. They'll be useful somehow. Okay. You can support Eric through trade, but don't get directly involved. Humans aren't as defenseless as they seem. I'll listen to you. Good girl. Not going home tonight? Dinner was prepared by Wendy. According to Emma, she had been specially trained and was proficient in cuisines from various countries. Not bad. Thank you. Wendy expressed her gratitude. All right, sit down and eat with us. Martin invited. Wendy glanced at Emma. What are you looking at me for? You belong to him now. Emma said, displeased, worried Martin might think Wendy was a spy she planted. After speaking, she ingratiatingly picked up food for Martin and brought it to his lips. Martin smiled and ate it, comforting her, don't worry. Thank you, darling. After the three had eaten, Martin put his arm around Emma to tour his new bedroom. The bedroom was spacious with an open-concept bathroom featuring a very large bathtub. From the floor-to-ceiling windows one could overlook most of New York City. Come on, let's test if the bed is soft. Martin tossed Emma onto the bed. Hee hee. Of course it's soft. Want me to call Wendy over? No. You're enough. You're so good to me. In the morning after freshening up with Emma they changed clothes and went downstairs. Wendy had already prepared breakfast. Upon descending they saw several Wendys busying about in the living room, a quite pleasing sight. After breakfast, to reward Emma for her exertions the previous night, Martin used teleportation to send her back. Upon his return Wendy was tidying up. Seeing Martin, one Wendy came over to help him change his shoes and clothes. Come sit with me for a while. Yes. Through their conversation Martin learned Wendy's background was simple: an orphan mutant girl who had to find work to survive, discovered and taken in by Emma. Then it was training and more training. Finally she was sent here. That night Martin experienced the feeling of an emperor. Several identical girls. And one more blushing as she attended to him. The blushing wasn't for any other reason, it was because their sensations were interconnected. In the morning Martin woke to find one Wendy preparing his toiletries while two more lay on either side nestled in his arms. Sleep a bit more. Rest well today. Martin said, holding Wendy. No need. As long as one of my duplicates is resting I can continuously recover my stamina. Wendy explained. A useful ability. Since that's the case, arrange things as you see fit. If you feel unwell just rest. Thank you. Wendy said, touched. She had thought her fate would be with someone who wouldn't care for her at all. Clearly Martin was not that kind of person. Don't thank me. You're my woman now. I'm getting up now. Let me help you. After breakfast Martin was going to train. Wendy, feel free to go out if you want. Just keep one duplicate at home. Can I? Wendy asked, surprised and delighted. Of course you can. You are free. But make sure to bring a weapon. Actually forget it. I'll go with you. Thank you. Wendy happily came over and gave Martin a kiss, then cheerfully went to her room to change. With a thought he manifested a doppelganger prepared for accompanying Wendy on outings. Then he stepped into the outdoor training ground where various apparatuses were set up to hone his abilities. He split into 10 avatars playing games to refine his magnetic field control. When Wendy came downstairs after changing she was pleasantly surprised to discover Martin possessed abilities akin to her own, and she marveled at his formidable power. I'm ready, sir. Don't call me sir, call me Martin, or even dear, don't be so distant. Martin took her hand and led her to the garage where his car awaited. Dear, Wendy ventured. Haha, let's go. Today time is yours. All right. The remaining days of 62 passed quietly. Martin spent his time wandering about, occasionally relaxing with the ladies. If anything, the Vietnam War grew increasingly fierce, with the military conscripting soldiers en masse. Every organization was recruiting, including mutants. Martin Horn, your country needs you. Please come with. What's your name? Ever since acquiring psychic abilities the memories in Martin's mind had become crystal clear. The officer before him, accompanied by several soldiers at his doorstep, had thick eyebrows and large eyes. Martin felt a vague sense of familiarity. William Stryker, U.S. Army Colonel. Stryker was slightly displeased at being interrupted. Word had it that Martin was a remarkably powerful mutant who could prove invaluable in the war, hence his recruitment mission. He firmly believed that no matter how formidable a mutant might be, they were but insignificant before the might of the National Army. Stryker had once held a neutral stance on mutants, but who could have foreseen that his own newborn son would be a mutant, and because of him his wife had died. Thus he now harbored a deep hatred for mutants. All right, I've got it. You can leave now. Perhaps you didn't hear me clearly. Martin smirked at him. The armored vehicle they arrived in suddenly let out a thunderous roar as it was crushed into a scrap heap by air pressure. The soldiers' guns were all aimed at their respective owners. Go on. Retreat. Stryker fell silent for a moment, then turned and barked the order. At that moment his loathing for mutants deepened and he yearned to execute the plan festering in his mind. He would return and seek out his friend Trask. Is this all right? Emma walked over and placed a hand on Martin's shoulder. Not a damn problem. Over the months Martin had encountered many mutants. Though most of the abilities he acquired were useless, they still contributed to his repertoire. Some abilities were similar, reinforcing those he already possessed. Suffice it to say, unless he faced those whose power defied reason, Martin himself was the very embodiment of unreasonable strength. Martin Horn. Abilities: power, replication, magnetic field control, self-healing factor, energy control, telepathy, diamond form, instantaneous movement, shapeshifting, environmental adaptation, beastly senses, physical enhancement, flight, corrosive, saliva, powerful, sonic waves, energy, shockwaves, doppelganger. Sigh. Many of my people have been taken away, Emma said resentfully. But you still have many more. Haha, you really know me, dear. Emma had gathered numerous subordinates. After Martin helped eliminate several formidable resistors, more and more mutants chose to seek refuge under Emma's protection. They were scattered across various locations, even abroad. Their abilities complemented each other, ensuring their self-defense. As for the wartime conscription, it was an overwhelming tide Martin preferred not to meddle in. After all, even Charles and Eric were powerless against it. What are you doing? Emma was suddenly scooped up by Martin. Going for a swim. A swim is fine, but why are you taking off my clothes? Swimming. The days that followed grew less amusing. Every news report was saturated with war, and advertisements about it filled every street and alley. All related to the conflict. Even the number of pedestrians seemed to have dwindled. Various organizations seized the opportunity to recruit those who had lost their homes and loved ones. Emma was no exception. The Vietnam War dragged on for over a decade, finally ending in 1975. Logan once wrote saying he had killed an officer because he couldn't tolerate him any longer. Later he was recruited into a special task force by an officer named Stryker. But this Stryker was brutally ruthless, persecuting civilians under various pretexts. Martin recalled the thick-browed, large-eyed man who had once come for him. Due to genetic evolution, most mutants enjoyed extended lifespans. Among the multitude of useless abilities Martin had acquired, there were also those capable of influencing human lifespan and health. The women intimately involved with Martin, Emma, Wendy, Raven, still retained their youthful appearances just as they had a decade ago. Though time had left no marks on them, they had grown increasingly alluring and graceful. Knowing Martin possessed this ability, they sought him out more and more frequently. It seemed that regardless of whether one was a mutant, the pursuit of youth and beauty was inescapable. Over the years, Martin had never managed to impregnate any woman. Could it be that his immense power had created a reproductive barrier with women? This left Martin somewhat regretful. Emma and Raven only visited occasionally, while Wendy remained by Martin's side consistently. After the war ended, the conflict between humans and mutants intensified. The war had brought mutant capabilities into the public eye, and fear fueled a surge in anti-mutant sentiment. Finding mutants became increasingly difficult, as most either went into hiding, joined other organizations, or were captured for research. The Hellfire Club's influence was widespread, and members could be found in nearly every notable organization. Thus, whenever a powerful ability emerged, Martin would get wind of it. One day in 1981, Martin was sitting on the balcony holding Wendy, quietly enjoying the peace of the afternoon. His tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open. Martin sensed a surge of immense new power not far away, one that if allowed to mature would undoubtedly surpass his own. But it was unstable, fleeting as it came. He was certain that aside from himself and Charles, along with a few others possessing unique abilities, no one else could detect it. He stood up, placed Wendy in her chair, and said, "I need to go out. Stay home and keep yourself entertained, you'll be back soon." "Okay." Martin closed his eyes, focusing intently on the faint ripples emanating through the air. After pinpointing the general location, he confirmed the exact spot through the magnetic field emanating from it, then teleported there. Martin appeared in a very remote area. The only house had been reduced to rubble, with a bare patch of ground at the center, as if a bomb had exploded, leaving a crater at its epicenter. There lay a red-haired girl of about 16. He could sense that the feeling he had just experienced was emanating from her, and a faint fluctuation could still be detected. Martin walked over and picked her up. The girl was very beautiful, she would surely grow into a stunning woman. But Martin's focus was not on that, it was on the system prompt. Copyable abilities: Phoenix Force, Telepathy, Telekinesis. The crucial ability was not telepathy. Martin already possessed that, and it was arguably the most powerful in the world. The crucial ability was the Phoenix Force. He could sense that the Phoenix Force had just awakened, having lain dormant within this little girl until now. The devastation around them was likely caused by that awakening. If it possessed such power now, how mighty would it become once it matured? Martin's heart surged with excitement. This would be the most formidable power he had ever obtained, aside from the copying ability granted by the system. Copy. In the instant he issued the command, Martin experienced an unprecedented and complex sensation, a mix of discomfort, swelling, and immense power. Time seemed to stop as Martin focused on the Phoenix Force slowly growing within his body, eventually surpassing the portion within the girl. At the same time he gained knowledge of this power. The Phoenix Force was not a mutant ability, it was one of the most primordial and powerful forces in the universe existing since the dawn of creation. Currently the Phoenix Force allowed him to fly freely through the cosmos and unleash waves of phoenix-shaped energy. As it grew stronger he could even manipulate time travel freely across time-space dimensions, realms and universes. It could connect with the lives, emotions and even minds of beings across single universes, parallel universes and even the multiverse. Damn, I'm invincible. The growth of the Phoenix Force was based on physical strength. After Martin acquired it, it matured rapidly, and once stabilized, his combat power skyrocketed. It continued to grow slowly. Martin opened his eyes and time around him resumed its normal flow. Normally there should only be one Phoenix Force at a time, but Martin had copied a second one. At the same time a connection seemed to form between him and the little girl. In the future they might even share a life force, one could not die while the other remained immortal. He could also clearly sense the girl's fear, only her fear of losing control. Piecing together the information he guessed that this little girl was the famous Phoenix Jean Grey Age of Apocalypse version. If things continued this way, the Phoenix Force would suppress her original personality, giving rise to another persona dominated by the Phoenix Force. Later Charles would use his own power to suppress the nascent Phoenix Force. But when the Phoenix Force grew beyond his ability to contain, Jean would no longer be Jean. However, Martin would not let that happen. He attempted to communicate with the Phoenix Force within Jean. Sensing the power's kinship, the Phoenix Force gradually calmed and the pain on Jean's face faded. Martin kissed her forehead. "Don't be afraid, I'll take you home." As if sensing something, a faint smile appeared on Jean's unconscious face. Martin levitated into the air using not magnetic abilities but the power of the Phoenix Force. 2 cars were parked outside the ruins. From above Martin saw the occupants, one was Eric, the other Charles. Martin smiled at them without a word, then teleported away with Jean in his arms. Charles and Eric exchanged bewildered glances. "Charles, what are you doing here?" "You know perfectly well. The same as you." Though still friends, their differing ideologies in recent years had led to frequent conflicts. "You could try to take her from him," Eric teased with a sly grin. To him it mattered only that Charles didn't get this power. As for Martin, his woman was secretly cooperating with him. "Why don't you go?" Charles retorted irritably. "Go back, Eric. Goodbye." Wendy saw Martin disappear for a moment, then return home carrying a little girl in his arms. She's my sister from now on," Martin explained with a smile. "The bedroom next to mine, you said it was ready, right?" "Yes. It's hers now." "Okay." Wendy could tell Martin adored this girl, his gaze had been fixed on her with affection the entire time. "I'll settle her in first. When she wakes up, prepare some food for her. Oh, and go buy her some clothes, get plenty both inner and outer." "All right." Martin brought Jean to her new bedroom and gently laid her on the bed. He softly stroked her cheek, then sat beside her holding her hand as he waited for her to wake. He waited until nightfall. The eruption of the Phoenix Force had placed a heavy burden on Jean. If not for Martin's help in soothing it, she might have slept for several days. Jean groggily looked around, finding herself in a strange place. Panicked, she sat up abruptly only to realize someone was holding her hand. "Awake?" Martin asked gently as Jean opened her eyes. "You? Who are you?" Seeing the owner of the hand, Jean felt a strong sense of familiarity and instinctively tightened her grip on it. Yet she was certain she had never seen this person before. "My name is Martin Horn." "And you?" "Jean Grey." "Why am I here?" Jean couldn't yet control her powers. With Martin's presence, the Phoenix Force remained calm. But the telepathic part of her mutant abilities, no longer suppressed by the Phoenix Force, was awakening. "Jean, feel my power within your mind." Using telepathy, Martin entered Jean's mind to guide her in controlling her abilities. Jean clearly felt this unfamiliar power gently soothing the restless energy within her mind. "What is this?" Jean asked. "This is your gift. You know about mutants, right? You've just awakened your own power." Jean gradually calmed down. "Try to control your power. Now try to connect with my thoughts." Under Martin's guidance, Jean slowly learned to control her abilities, gradually following Martin's power into an unfamiliar mind. Through a few sparse pieces of information she gleaned fragments of Martin's memories, those that traced back to the very beginning when Martin had first discovered her. No. My mom and dad. Under her Boda's protective mechanism, Jean had temporarily forgotten the outburst that had occurred earlier today, but the scenes from Martin's mind brought everything rushing back. Martin was no Charles who merely sealed others' memories and powers. He held the weeping Jean in his arms, controlling her rampaging power to prevent it from harming her again, allowing her to vent her grief. Don't worry, I'll be with you. This is your home now. Martin could only console her with these words. Those who could awaken psychic powers were destined to have hearts stronger than most. Jean cried for a long time before slowly calming down. Of course her heart remained steeped in sorrow, which would require time to heal. I didn't find my parents' bodies in your memories. Jean whispered. I didn't find anyone else, Martin said, stroking her hair. What is that power? The Phoenix Force. Martin explained it to her, then placed a hand before her eyes. Look. As he spoke, a flame phoenix made of pure energy materialized in his palm. We share the same power. I hate this power. Jean said dejectedly. It was the eruption of this force that had destroyed her home and family. Jean, it has nothing to do with the power. You just. No one taught you how to wield it. In this world, some are born with immense strength. Some are fortunate, guided from the start on how to use their power. Others are less lucky, unable to control it, ultimately causing destruction or even catastrophe. And some, in the worst cases, suffer tremendous harm themselves. The Phoenix Force within you is like a newborn beast. Releasing its power is merely its instinct. You need to learn to master it. I'm scared. Jean said softly. Don't be afraid. Have you forgotten? I possess the same power. I'll teach you. With me here you won't hurt anyone. I'll protect you always. Martin lifted her chin, looking into her eyes. I promise. Jean gazed at Martin's doting eyes and nodded. All right, wash your face and come downstairs for dinner. After we eat, I'll teach you the basics of controlling the Phoenix Force so it won't release its instinct again. Okay, I want to take a shower. Jean was a bit dirty, but Martin worried she'd be frightened if she woke to find her clothes disturbed, so he hadn't asked Wendy to bathe her. Your bedroom has a bathroom. Go ahead, it's right there. Martin pointed to the bathroom a few meters away. I'll have a sister bring you some clothes shortly. Okay. Martin left the room and went downstairs to the living room where Wendy had already prepared dinner. Wendy, please take a clean set of clothes to Jean. Once she's changed, bring her down to eat. Alright, I've washed the new clothes and they're dry now. Good, thank you, Wendy. Moi. Martin gave Wendy a quick kiss, then let her go upstairs. He sat at the dining table waiting patiently. Because the connection with Jean was ever present, he could sense her emotions. Of course, Jean could also sense Martin's, though she didn't yet know how to. Feeling Jean's profound sorrow, Martin's heart ached for her. He could only cherish her deeply in the days to come, helping her move on quickly. After more than 10 minutes, Wendy came down with Jean. The unfamiliar environment made Jean uneasy, but the moment she saw Martin, she relaxed and quickly walked over to him. Sit down. Martin took her hand and guided her to sit beside him. Come, try this. Wendy is a culinary master, she can make any dish. Tell her whatever you'd like to eat. Okay. Jean picked up her utensils and began to eat slowly. Wendy, you eat too. Well, help ourselves if we need anything. All right. With a new member in the household, Wendy felt a bit shy, worried she might do something wrong and lose favor. Sensing her emotion, Martin smiled at her. It wasn't that Martin deliberately pried, his psychic power was so immense that he could always perceive the subtlest emotions radiating from those around him. Are you full? Martin asked with concern, noticing Jean had put down her utensils. Jean had eaten very little, likely due to a lack of appetite. Martin gently stroked her head, saying, all right, as long as you've had enough. While eating, he chatted with her about past encounters with mutants, slowly lifting her spirits. Jean was very understanding, doing her best to go along with him. Come on, I'll take you to practice. Jean stood up, eager to gain control as soon as possible, at least to calm the power within. Standing at the door of Jean's bedroom, Martin said, this room next door is mine. If you need anything, just call me. The bed sheets and covers in the bedroom had already been changed by Wendy while Jean was showering. They sat facing each other on the bed and Martin took Jean's hands. Follow my power and try. 2 hours passed. With Martin soothing her, Jean soon established a faint communication with the Phoenix Force. At the same time she could directly feel the connection between herself and Martin. Jean stealthily opened her eyes, glanced at Martin whose eyes were closed, then smiled slightly and shut them again. You're so clever, Jean. Sensing her progress, Martin praised her. Thank you. Jean was delighted by the compliment. Alright, I'm going to withdraw my power now. Try it on your own. Martin opened his eyes and said. Okay. The moment Martin's power receded, Jean's expression grew much more serious. But the expected turmoil didn't come. Jean could still maintain control. Just as a divine artifact recognizes its master, so too did the Phoenix Force. Now that she no longer rejected it, Jean could naturally command it once she established a connection. She's very gentle. Jean smiled as she opened her eyes, and in her palm she attempted to conjure a flame phoenix like the one Martin had shown earlier. Ah. It's okay. Relax, don't be nervous. Because it was her first attempt, Jean hadn't controlled the intensity well and the Phoenix Force nearly erupted, a passive outburst. Fortunately Martin was right there. Take it easy. Yes. Just like that. I did it. Jean gazed at the vivid flame phoenix in her palm, beaming with joy. Yes, you did it. Jean's eyes began to redden again. It's all right. Martin comforted her. Jean, how about trying another kind of power? Martin attempted to divert her attention. Is that telepathy like the mutants have? Yes. All right. Telepathy was not as difficult to master as the Phoenix Force. By evening Martin had already taught her how to use it. Though it took some time and she couldn't instantly enter Martin's mind, she eventually succeeded. What am I thinking? Martin asked with a smile. Me, Jean replied, blushing. What about you? You think him adorable. Haha, you are adorable. Thank you. Is it fun? Continue. After the trial, Martin intended to explain when this ability should and shouldn't be used. He showed Jean the memory of Charles twice attempting to probe his mind without permission. Who is he? I could feel how much you despised him. Charles. At the same time he transmitted Charles information to her. How dare he invade someone's privacy? So telepathy is a formidable power. Unless necessary, don't pry into others. If you encounter someone stronger, you'll be the one hurt. I understand. Jean saw the consequences Charles faced twice. But I permit you to explore my memories anytime. Jean blushed slightly, then asked, what about someone I dislike? You may, but ensure you're not harmed. Okay. After spending some time with Jean, Martin bid her good night and returned to his room. Good night, Jean. Good night, Martin. You can call me Big Brother. No. After Martin left, Jean was alone and sorrow slowly resurfaced, sobbing quietly under the covers. Sigh. Knock, knock, knock. Martin knocked on Jean's bedroom door. Come in. Jean mumbled drowsily. Martin entered. She propped herself up, looking at the door with sleepy eyes, already showing a hint of charm at such a young age. Hee. Time to get up, sleepyhead. Martin walked over and ruffled her messy hair. What time is it? 11. Jean gasped, instantly awake. She had never slept this late before. I'm sorry. Why apologize? Martin asked. It's nothing. Jean smiled. You must be hungry. Wendy is preparing food. Okay, I'll get up now. Jean said. After breakfast, Martin took her outside to clear her mind. Jean pointed at the various tools and metal blocks of different shapes and rules on the ground. What are those for? That's where I practice my abilities, Martin said, levitating objects with his mind, some moving randomly, others changing shapes. Wow. You're amazing. Thanks. You can do it too. How do you know? Because you have another ability, I can sense it. It was just too late last night. Hee. Jean chuckled, focusing on a small pebble on the ground, slowly lifting it. When did you? Last night. I wanted a drink of water and found the cup moved slightly with my thought. Then I tried it, but I can't move anything too large. Telekinesis was not a very strong ability paling in comparison to telepathy and the Phoenix Force. Having already mastered those two powers, Jean found it easy to control telekinesis. "Oh, so that's why you woke up so late today." "Yes," Jean replied, not telling Martin she couldn't sleep last night because of sorrow. "That's fine. As for not being able to move larger objects, practice more and it will grow stronger as you get older." Can I practice with you?" Jean asked eagerly. Due to their mental connection, Jean enjoyed being with Martin, and because he was gentle and patient with her. Of course. Then the two practiced together in the training ground. In truth, this level of practice was no longer useful for Martin, but it was a long-standing habit. He didn't know what else to do. After about half a month, Jean had grown familiar with everything here, gradually becoming more cheerful, though she hid her sorrow well. "Martin." Jean leaned over the back of the sofa, wrapping her arms around Martin's neck. What's wrong? Can I go back to school?" Through Emma, Jean's guardianship had been transferred to Martin. "Oh. My oversight. I wanted you to rest well." "I've rested enough." "All right, when do you want to start?" "Tomorrow." Hee. Come here." Martin patted the spot beside him. Jean walked over and sat down, looking at him. "Are you bored at home?" Martin asked, stroking her head. "No, I just..." "Okay, maybe a little." "Huh. Sorry for not taking better care of you." "No, Martin, you've been good to me." "I didn't mean that." "I'll take you to school tomorrow." "No need, I can go myself." "Then let Wendy take you, you know her abilities." "Otherwise I won't feel at ease." "Pfft. Martin, do you think anyone can hurt me? It's far from school and you surely don't want to transfer, right?" "Let her take you." "All right, thank you, Martin." Jean mustered the courage to give Martin a gentle kiss on the cheek. "That's to show my gratitude." "Good, I accept your thanks. If anything happens at school, tell me, like if someone bullies you." Martin gave many instructions and Jean listened with a smile, enjoying it. "Okay, I'll remember. I'm strong, don't worry about anything. I can handle all troubles." "All right." The next morning, one of Wendy's clones drove Jean to school. Martin suddenly felt the house had become quiet and cold. Fortunately, someone arrived. Guess who? Martin's eyes were suddenly covered. Sniff, sniff. With his keen sense of smell, Martin didn't need any other ability to know who it was, a Smurf who must have gotten lost and wandered here. "Huh. Martin, I missed you so much." Raven hugged Martin's neck and kissed him on the cheek. "Me too, dear. You haven't visited me in a while." "I was here last month." "You said it yourself last month. But today is the first day of this month." Come here." Martin levitated her onto his lap, held her tightly and took a deep, lingering sniff of her scent. Then he kissed her crimson lips. "What have you been up to lately? I couldn't reach you." Martin asked after pulling away. "I went solo." Raven said. "What's wrong?" "I don't know. Eric is growing more and more unhinged. He has no pity for ordinary humans. I can't stand his methods." After the war, many mutants went missing. They discovered someone was capturing them for experiments, trying to find a way to eradicate mutants. During the war, Eric witnessed humanity's madness toward its enemies. The last shred of mercy he held for ordinary people vanished. After rescuing mutants, Eric wouldn't slaughter ordinary people. But now, wherever he finds mutants being experimented on, he leaves no breathing human alive except the mutants. It wasn't that Raven was being sanctimonious. Their original goal was to create a homeland for mutants. But Eric's aim had shifted to finding a way to eliminate all non-mutants, and Raven didn't want to completely annihilate humanity. Moreover, Eric had begun experimenting on ordinary people, trying to find a way to transform them into mutants. The two could only go their separate ways. "So what are you doing now?" Martin asked curiously. "I can only try my best to help some mutants in need." Raven leaned against Martin's chest. "That's fine. Do what you want. Nothing is ever perfect." Raven murmured, then changed the subject. "I want to rest for a while. I wonder if my room is still here." "Of course, dear. Wherever I am, there's a place for you. I love you." "I love you too." They kissed. "Hell, looks like I came at a bad time." Martin and Raven parted, looking toward the door. It was Emma. "No, you came just in time. Martin joked. Really? Emma walked gracefully to Martin's other side and sat down. Raven slid off his lap. Of course. What's the occasion? Two people who are usually nowhere to be seen show up at the same time. Humph. If she can come, so can I. Emma glanced at Raven and kissed Martin on the cheek. Emma was always docile, only showing a hint of hostility when Raven was around. You! Emma suddenly cried out in anger. Martin turned to see Raven had transformed into Emma's likeness and was provocatively posing to mock her. What to do when your girlfriend misbehaves? Give her a good spanking. What to do when both are misbehaving? Give them. What? You have two? Then. Give each of them a few hard spanks. Martin raised his hand, levitating both women behind him as he walked upstairs without a word. No, no, no. Martin, you need to respect me. Going against my will is. Raven flailed helplessly in the air, unable to find any leverage. No dear, you don't need to respect me. Emma seized any chance to antagonize Raven. Fuck youbtch. Come bab. So those who stir up trouble usually have too much energy. Once they're tired, they calm down. If they're still restless when tired, a few more swats will make them behave. The three of them in bathrobes sat on the open balcony chairs, Emma and Raven leaning against Martin's shoulders, drinking wine and watching the sunset. Ah. So beautiful, Raven said lazily. I picked this house. It's mine now too, Martin said so. Martin sighed in exasperation. Looks like you're both rested. Raven and Emma quickly shut their mouths, avoiding his gaze in silence. If they went downstairs for dinner, they'd probably need Martin's help. Another round would be deadly. Mutant powers didn't grant endurance in that area. Mutant flesh was still flesh, not iron. Darling, where's Wendy? Why isn't she cooking? Emma asked. Yeah, I'm hungry too, Raven chimed in. Because someone in the house isn't home yet. She should be back by now. The school Jean attended wasn't a factory, it let out early in the afternoon. Who? Both women asked simultaneously, showing uncanny synchronization. It seemed that telepathy could be transmitted through bodies, probably his doing. Haha, you'll know her yourselves. Remember, don't scare her. She's here, let's go greet her. Martin pointed to the car coming up the mountain road. Seeing Martin get up and leave, Raven and Emma felt a sense of crisis. Martin, I'm back. Can you help me carry some things? Jean shouted as soon as she got out of the car. Martin appeared instantly with a whoosh. What is it? How was school today? Pretty good, same as before. I went back home today and found some old things, Jean said calmly. Oh. Sorry, I didn't think to take you back to see it. And well. I'm fine, Martin. You've done well enough. Besides, it's just a pile of rubble now. Jean turned around, walking backward with a smile. I only found a few old things. Can I keep them at home? It seemed returning to familiar classmates and visiting her old home had lifted her spirits. From her words, it was clear she now considered this place home. Of course. Can I see them? Let me organize them first. They don't look like much now, Jean said. All right. Are these the two boxes? Martin asked, looking at two cardboard boxes in the trunk. Yes. Jean turned and linked her arm with Martin's as they walked toward the house, the boxes floating behind them. Did your friends and classmates say anything about you being gone so long? They just asked if I was okay. They don't know what happened. Good. Were you lonely today without me to keep you company? Jean asked with a smile. Yeah. That was so hesitant. Did you sneak off and have some fun without me? Jean teased. Haha, what fun could I have? I just had two friends over. Martin said, looking at the two women standing at the living room entrance. The smile on Jean's face faltered. Seeing the three of them in identical bathrobes, she understood what had happened. Raven and Emma also saw Jean and breathed a sigh of relief. She was just a little girl. Let me introduce them. They are Raven and Emma, mutants just like you. Oh, Emma shares our telepathic abilities and Raven's power is quite remarkable, she can shapeshift into anyone. This is Jean Grey, my sister. She will become one of the most powerful mutants in the future. Martin introduced them briefly, withholding the specifics of Jean's abilities due to her youth to avoid any inadvertent exposure. Hello, Jean. Jean, hello. The two women greeted Jean with smiles. Jean pursed her lips, clutching Martin's arm, and nodded with a smile, hello. All right, Wendy should have dinner almost ready. Emma, Raven, wait a moment. I'll help Jean put her things away and come down. Martin gestured to the box behind him. Okay. Let's go upstairs, Jean, and help you unpack. After ascending the stairs, Martin placed the cardboard box on the floor and opened it for Jean. Inside were some tattered books, a half-torn photo album, and other odds and ends. How Jean had discovered them was a mystery. Martin had found nothing when he visited that day. Martin picked up a picture frame. The glass was missing and the photo inside had several holes, but it was barely discernible as three figures, two adults and a child, presumably Jean and her parents. Martin. Who are they? Raven and Emma, as I just introduced. Were you distracted? No, I mean, what are they to you? Oh, we are close friends for many years. Martin replied while sifting through the items. Your partners? No, of course not. I mean, not just. Well. Martin looked up at Jean, faltering. I can sense your thoughts. Yeah, I know. Martin stood up, walked over to Jean and ruffled her hair, asking, What's wrong, Jean? I don't know. I don't like them. Can you tell me why? I don't know. I just don't. Jean frowned as she spoke. Jean, I've known them for many years. We've been together for 2 decades. To me, they are family, just like you. The kind of people who make you feel at home just by knowing they exist. Martin sat beside her, explaining, and they are wonderful people. They will grow to adore you. All right. Jean smiled. Martin suddenly grinned at her. Oh. I see. Are you worried that I might stop loving you because of them? Heh. Yeah. Don't worry. I will always love you, care for you, and protect you. I promised, and the shelf life is forever. Martin lowered his head, pressing his forehead against hers. Okay. Jean nodded with a smile. Come on, let's go eat first, then we can sort through these treasures. All right. As they descended the stairs, Martin asked, Can I come into your room tomorrow? I have a gift for you. Of course. Just like you, my bedroom is always open to you. Jean beamed. Good. You'll love it. I'm looking forward to it. Martin took Jean's hand and led her to the dining room, announcing to the others, All right, our little princess is here. Let's eat. Seeing the smiles on the two women's faces, Jean protested, I'm not a child. Yes, the nearly grown-up princess. Time to eat. Jean rolled her eyes at Martin and took her seat beside him. In the past, when they were together, they would often discuss recent events and the plight of mutants. But with Jean present, Martin didn't want her exposed to such matters too early, so he avoided the topic. Whenever Emma or Raven inadvertently brought it up, Martin would steer the conversation away. Thus the dinner conversation revolved around amusing anecdotes from daily life. For instance, a mutant whose ability caused his face to sprout spines like a hedgehog, and he was insufferably arrogant about it. Although Jean didn't care for Emma and Raven, she had encountered few mutants. Martin claimed it was to protect her. She trusted him, but that didn't diminish her curiosity about such stories, so she listened intently. Seeing Jean's interest, they shared more tales. Emma and Raven adored children, but unfortunately they had never conceived, which was a considerable regret. Despite their youthful appearance, Emma and Raven were already in their 40s. Though they had never undergone tests due to the risk of genetic leaks, the trio suspected the issue likely lay with Martin. Not that he was infertile, but his immense power might render their reproductive cells incompatible. Otherwise it couldn't be that both women were unable to conceive, not to mention Wendy and Salvador, who was merely for carnal release, along with the occasional encounters Martin had arranged with Emma or those he met during his outings, Lucy, Maya, Cindy. But they couldn't resort to having children with others over this. Not only had they never considered it, but if such a thought ever crossed their minds, given Martin's jealousy, the mere intention would likely lead to annihilation. Martin had many virtues such as tenderness and thoughtfulness. Yet he had a significant flaw: he was exceedingly possessive. When jealous, he would fall silent, and his expression would suggest he wished to raise a city to vent his fury, which was terrifying. Emma knew this best. Years ago, due to her habit of flashing a hint of charm at a business partner, who might not have even noticed, Martin had been jealous for a long time. He had even eliminated the man without leaving a trace. His excuse was that the insolent fellow dared to show him disrespect by entering the restaurant with his right foot first, and it was the man's own establishment. In the end the man died and the restaurant became Martin's. Emma was punished as well, confined to the house for an entire month without stepping outside. If the police could have dealt with Martin, she would have reported him for domestic violence. Yet it was precisely his jealousy that made them feel his deep affection and possessiveness. Coupled with his myriad considerate gestures in daily life and his formidable ability to protect them, they found it harder to leave him. Otherwise, given their pride, why would they willingly share him? He never cared for his fleeting flings or women he had no feelings for. Now Emma and the others placed their hopes in Martin. He had mentioned that if he found a certain person he might gain the ability to share his power with others, enhancing their capabilities. Emma had already dispatched people to search in Egypt, hoping it wasn't too late. No, it absolutely wasn't too late. After the meal they stepped outside to stroll through the courtyard and admire the night scenery, then returned to the living room for a while before retiring to their own rooms. Martin watched as Emma and Raven passed by his bedroom without stopping, continuing further inside. "Dear, all right, just a chaste sleep." "You said it." The two women assured happily followed Martin into the room. After they lay down, Raven said, "Martin, tell us about Jean. I always feel she speaks very little." It wasn't that she spoke little, but that she spoke little with them. Martin didn't understand why Jean disliked the two women. Logically, they had never met before. After Martin finished explaining, Raven said sympathetically, "How pitiful." Yes." Emma echoed, then added, "But I feel it's not because of that." Then why? Jealousy. Emma looked at him teasingly. "I can sense it." "I haven't sensed it at all." "Has your power surpassed mine?" Martin said helplessly. "It's because you're together every day and haven't noticed. She's only 16, how could I have such thoughts? Isn't 16 the age of budding innocence?" "Huh?" Martin looked at Emma. "When you were 16. No, Martin, please, that's all in the past." Emma snuggled into Martin's arms, acting coquettishly. "Don't change the subject," Raven said. "Yes, dear, don't change the subject." Not, there's nothing to say." "Fine, let me ask another question. If one day Jean brings a boy home and tells you he's her boyfriend, what would you do? Break his legs?" "Ha ha ha. Alright, I don't want to talk about this." Martin realized this was abnormal. They had only known each other for half a month at most. Even with the bond of adoption, such feelings shouldn't develop so quickly. If such emotions truly existed, there was only one possibility: the connection of the Phoenix Force. He had felt a sense of affection back then, and that feeling had always lingered, but he thought it was the love for a sister. Yet Jean might not see it that way. Moreover, was he really thinking that way? Pfft! Raven suddenly burst into laughter. "What's wrong, dear?" "Martin, when we were infants you were already nearly 100 years old. And now we are your women. It's different. She's different too, we're all special. I thought you liked her because you liked children. We still prefer children of our own, and Jean, she's already grown up." Alright, I understand. Let's sleep. If we can't sleep we can try again. Good night, X2, Good night. Moi. Love you. Me too, X2. Sigh, with the way you two act like tourists you still want kids. Martin grumbled discontentedly as he saw the two women off, then went to Jean's bedroom. The things she had brought back yesterday were already cleaned and arranged, but their tattered state clashed with the room, though it was clear Jean cherished them. The gift Martin intended to give Jean was to restore these items. He recalled that when he first acquired the Phoenix Force, time had once stopped flowing. Martin had experimented, and through relentless attempts he could now utilize this ability simply. Large-scale manipulation was impossible, but he could advance or reverse the timeline of such small objects for a brief period. It was like that scene from a movie in his past life where Cumberbatch used the time stone to manipulate an apple. The difference was that Martin wielded the Phoenix Force. Some might argue that if he adjusted the timeline of these items to half a month ago, wouldn't they revert to their original temporal node over time? And that original temporal node was when the Phoenix Force shattered them. No. When Martin restored them, their temporal node was the present time, because they were already at this point. It was as if the middle period of shattering had vanished. Seen that series I Am the Fastest Man in the World but Someone Faster appears every season? Seen the Ancient One's explanation about time branches to the green guy? Just think of it as Martin creating a new parallel universe during the restoration. In this universe these items are intact after restoration while in another they remain broken. As for what happens in that other parallel universe, Martin couldn't care less. He only cared about making his Jean happy. He believed that the Martin in that universe, equally smart, strong and charming, would still find a way to make Jean happy and content. Spending a bit of time he restored everything. It wasn't tiring, but he couldn't break through the limits if the Phoenix Force wasn't powerful enough yet. After finishing he put everything back in place and walked toward the door. It won't hurt to take a look, I won't break anything. Jean probably won't be angry. Martin stopped closing the door he had opened. It was his first time prying into someone's privacy and he felt a twinge of guilt. He slowly approached Jean's wardrobe, reaching out his hand. Picking up a thick photo album on the nearby table, he lay on Jean's bed and flipped it open. The first photo was of an unfamiliar man and woman, presumably Jean's parents. Flipping through many pages, the photos finally included a baby. Jean has been beautiful since she was little. The album recorded Jean's growth from infancy, from a baby in open-crotch pants to a pure and lovely young girl, and finally to the beautiful Jean of today. Life is truly wondrous, Martin murmured after carefully viewing it all. He had never considered having children. With Emma and Raven he had simply let things take their course. But watching Jean grow up made him envious. Getting older made him fond of children. Damn, so pathetic and sentimental. Martin grinned. How many people wished to live longer? Weren't the eternal 18-year-old girls soft enough? Though he couldn't watch his own children grow up, he could accompany many 18-year-old girls as they aged. That's right, Martin. Thumbs up. Before closing the album, Martin secretly took a solo photo of Jean, likely from some party. In the photo, Jean wore a white skirt, pulling a funny face. If she doesn't notice, fine. If she does, I'll confess. Anyway, I've never seen it before. It was probably lost back at her house earlier. Martin had never engaged in such furtive activities and he was distracted the entire day. On one hand he was particularly fond of that photograph, on the other he feared Jean's anger. Martin, what are you thinking about? I called you but you didn't answer. Jean leaned close to Martin and asked. I didn't take it. Thinking about something. Martin was so lost in thought that he even lost track of time, unaware that Jean had returned. What? Nothing. You're back early today. Early? It's the usual time. I was just delayed yesterday because I went home. Huh. Come on, let's go see the surprise I have for you. All right. Jean agreed happily. She had spent the entire day wondering what Martin had prepared for her. The two arrived outside Jean's bedroom. Martin stepped aside, ladies first. Thank you. Pushing the door open and entering, Jean saw no gift boxes on the floor, bed or table. Wait, the table. The items that had been brought back in a tattered state were now all perfectly restored, placed exactly where they had been when she left in the morning. Jean glanced at Martin excitedly, then walked over quickly, picking them up one by one. Toys, ornaments, a photo frame. Finally she reached the most important album. With tears streaming down her face, Jean slowly opened the album. It was exactly as she remembered. Snap. Jean closed the album and threw herself into Martin's arms. Thank you, Martin. Thank you for everything you've done for me. I love you. I love you too, Jean. Martin held Jean, letting her cry. These things were incredibly important to her. They were among the few remnants of her parents and the home she once had. After a long while, Jean lifted her head, eyes reddened, and asked with a smile, how did you do it? It's the Phoenix Force. I can use it to alter time on a small scale for small objects. You're amazing. In time perhaps you can too. I just did it a little early. I will, because I have you. Jean finished speaking with a smile, took Martin's hand, pulled him to sit beside her with the album, and lay down on the spot where Martin had lain earlier. Martin, let me introduce you to my family. All right. Martin replied awkwardly. But Jean, caught up in her excitement, didn't notice. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken it. While Martin's mind wandered, Jean introduced each photo one by one until... Why is one missing? Jean continued flipping through, checking if it was tucked between other pages. What's missing? A photo I took in high school. Did you notice it when you were restoring things today? Jean asked. No. No, Martin stammered, barely managing a word. Ahem. Could it have been lost at home before? Impossible. I saw it last night. It was right here. That photo also had. Suddenly Chin sensed something. It was the power Martin had inadvertently released out of sheer embarrassment. Seeing Martin's uneasy expression, Chin turned and focused her senses. Though she hadn't probed Martin's memories based on the evening's events, she had already pieced together the truth. Forget it. It doesn't matter. That photo was ugly anyway. In his nervousness, Martin retorted without thinking, no, it was beautiful. Seeing Chin's teasing expression, Martin lowered his head and said, sigh. I'm just not cut out for this sort of thing. Sorry, Chin. I just was curious and wanted to see. And then I really liked that photo. But I was too embarrassed to ask you for it. Chin wanted to tease him a bit more, but seeing Martin's flushed face, she couldn't bring herself to do it. It's okay, Martin. If you like it, you can have it. Martin said weakly, all right. Chin leaned close to Martin and whispered, anything I have, if you want it, you can have it. Anything. Seeing Chin's earnest expression, Martin reached out and pulled her into his arms. Listening to Martin's clear, powerful heartbeat, Chin looked at the photo of herself with her parents in the album. Both in the photo and in reality, a blissful smile graced Chin's face. After holding her for a while, Martin let go. Wait for me a moment. Before Chin could respond, Martin vanished. A few minutes later he returned to the bedroom holding an exquisite photo frame. Why did you buy this? To put your photo in. Where are you going to put it? Chin asked expectantly. In my bedroom. I want a photo of you too. Chin said after getting a satisfactory answer. I don't have any photos. In Martin's memory he had only been photographed once, when he enlisted for his file. It was black and white. After so many years it had likely turned to dust. Why not? Chin asked curiously. People take photos to preserve their appearance. But I don't age, so there's no need. Oh. Could you take one for me? Chin ventured. Seeing the hope in Chin's eyes, Martin smiled and nodded. When shall we go? Now. Huh. All right. Wait, let me change my clothes. Fine. Martin agreed, glancing down at his own clothes. Wendy always kept his clothes neatly pressed, and Emma was a fashion expert herself, so his wardrobe was impeccable. He didn't need to change. Then he'll just. Martin looked up to say he didn't need to change, only to see. Can't you wait until I leave before changing? Catching a glimpse of Chin's fair smooth back, Martin left those words and vanished in a flash. Chin meanwhile smirked mischievously. I'm ready. Chin had changed into a white skirt. She came downstairs and extended her hand to him. Martin gave her a playful glare, then called up to Wendy, Wendy, we won't be home for dinner tonight. If you want to go out and have fun, feel free to make your own plans. Okay. Martin decided not to bring Wendy along tonight. He often took her out but had never done so with Chin. Are you taking me on a out? Chin asked happily. Yes. It's been so long and I've never once taken you out. That's all right. I know you were helping me control my power. Otherwise it would be dangerous. Heh. Martin gently patted her head. All right, first we'll take the photo, then have dinner. As for the rest, you decide. I need to think about it slowly. The two appeared in a small alley on a bustling street. Take your time. If you can't decide today, think it over. Well, go whenever you're ready. No, it has to be today. All right. The two arrived at a high-end photography studio. Welcome, sir and madam. Martin responded, examining the samples in the shop alongside Chin. Are you two here for a wedding anniversary shoot? Upon hearing this, Chin could barely contain her smile. Yes. Does she look old enough to be married? Martin asked. She's my family. Behind him, Chin gritted her teeth, itching to bite Martin. My apologies. You two have such a similar look about you that I assumed you were a couple or lovers. No wonder you resemble each other so closely, you must be siblings. Pfft. Chin couldn't help but laugh at his blatant lie. Am I really that handsome? Hearing Martin's roundabout compliment about her beauty, she decided to let slide his earlier undermining of her. Yes, sir, you both are indeed very beautiful and handsome. Thank you, you have a way with words. Well, have our photos taken here, Chin decided. Thank you for choosing our shop. Please, this way. The two entered the studio. After taking one standard intimate photo, Chin wanted a few more. And they say they're not a couple. The photographer muttered inwardly. After 6 shots in total, Chin thought for a moment and said, well, take only the last 2. Print 2 copies of each. For the last one, make it the size of that one. Chin pointed to a nearly tundra-long photo displayed in the shop. Then, indicating a 20-centimeter long picture, she added, for the remaining one this size. Well, take the frames too. The photographer had initially been a bit displeased about shooting 6 but only ordering 2, but seeing the massive size he nodded eagerly with a broad smile, assuring them it was no problem. Why so big? The big one goes in our bedroom, the small one on the nightstand, Chin said bluntly, then asked, when will it be ready? Well, have someone work on it immediately. You can pick it up tomorrow or we can deliver it. Delivery would cost extra. That long? Chin muttered, blinking her big eyes at Martin. Martin patted her head and pulled out a stack of bills. I need it tonight. The photographer swallowed hard. No problem, sir, no problem at all. I guarantee you'll have the photos by 8 tonight. If you're busy, no worries, I'll wait for you. That stack of cash was more than he could earn in half a year. He'd call a friend to help jump the queue, no big deal. Good, keep the negatives. Well, pick them up in person later. Martin finished speaking, took Chin's hand, and they left. The photographer escorted them all the way to the door, nearly kneeling in gratitude. Outside the photo studio, Chin hugged Martin's arm, joyfully skipping as she walked. So happy. Of course. This is our first photo together. Martin shook his head. Come on, let's go eat. The two arrived at a restaurant. After ordering food, they discussed where to go next. Chin had so many places in mind: the amusement park, the mall, the theater, and so on. She even suggested going to a bar. But under Martin's death glare, she dropped that idea. Before you turn 18, absolutely no sneaking alcohol. And before 20. 21. 22, no going to bars without permission. 22. Chin asked in surprise. Yes. I'm a man and I know why most men go to bars. They're after naive girls like you who can't hold their liquor but have guts. Once you're of age, if you want to drink, you can do it at home. You can even invite friends over for a party, but no bars. So do you go to bars often to pick up girls? Chin asked curiously. You. That's not the point. Alright, I promise. Before I'm 22, if I need to drink or go to a bar, I'll have you come with me, okay? Good girl. If you're so capable, why don't you take care of me for life? Chin teased. I just might. The only way to escape my supervision is to prove you're stronger than me. I'll remember that. Outplaying Chin was much more lively. During the meal, their banter never ceased and the smile never left Chin's face. Even after finishing their meal, Chin still couldn't decide what to do. Seeing her troubled expression, Martin suggested, how about this? Well, just wander the streets. If we see something we want to do, well, do it. What we miss, well, save for next time. Well, go out often from now on. As long as you don't get tired of me, I'll spend every day with you. Really? Chin asked, delighted. Of course, but not when I'm busy. And not when I'm with the other 3, unless we all go together. Humph. You're always thinking about them. They're my girls. And what about me? You're not yet. Humph. I'm not yet. But I am a girl, so if we simplify it, I am your girl. Therefore I am. Martin had no choice but to take her hand. Alright, my girl, let's go. Chin sighed softly and took Martin's arm again. They passed many shops, all ordinary, and found nothing particularly interesting. Let's go see a movie, Chin suddenly said, pointing across the street. Sure. They arrived at the cinema and looked at the screening schedule. There were many new films such as Lights Out and Beauty, but Chin wanted to watch a romance from last year, Time Rewind Q10. The film told the story of a young man and an elderly woman separated by 70 years in a love story. Alright. After all, today was all about making her happy. The movie ran for over an hour, nearly 2. It was actually quite touching, and the leading lady was truly beautiful. It should be said that movie stars from this era were all naturally stunning. Sigh. Their love spanned so many years. He finally went back in time but then lost everything. And Richard didn't realize their connection until Jane passed away. It's only 70 years. TSK. You. You old grandpa, of course you don't care. Haha, in 70 years you'll still look just like this. Sigh. Can you tell me how steel is tempered? Chin asked, dissatisfied. Steel. Well, from iron ore. I'm going to bite you to death. Don't run. Ha ha ha. They frolicked their way to the photo studio. It was past 9 but the door was still open. Sir, madam, you're here. Everything is ready. Show us, Chin said eagerly. The man led them inside where 4 framed photos stood, all fitted with frames. The large photo showed Martin holding Chin in his arms with Chin leaning affectionately against him. The small photo captured Chin kissing Martin on the cheek, strictly a familial gesture. Any hint of impropriety and Martin would have dodged. Chin revealed a satisfied smile. Excellent. I'm glad you're pleased. Well, wrap it up for you now. Oh, and here are the negatives. Martin checked to ensure everything was in order, then put them away. After they finished packaging, Martin carried the large framed photo while Chin held the 2 smaller ones. They entered the alley and Martin said, "All right here. Hold on to me." Okay. Teleportation had become second nature. In an instant they appeared in Chin's bedroom. Where do you want to hang it? Martin set down the photo and asked. Over there. Chin pointed to the wall directly facing the bed. There. If you wake up in the middle of the night it might startle you. It's a photo of you and me. Why would I be scared? Sometimes you might. Hanging it above the headboard is fine too. Don't put it there. All right. With a thought from Martin, one photo floated over and adhered to the wall. He manipulated the leftover material into wall nails and hooks to secure it. Done. Chin stood on the floor, examined it and nodded in satisfaction. She placed the smaller one on the nightstand. All right, this little one goes here. Come on, let's go hang yours in your bedroom. At Chin's request, the large photo was also hung above the headboard right in Martin's line of sight when he turned his head. The small one was also placed on the nightstand along with another, Chin's high school photo. Truly beautiful, Martin remarked in admiration. Humph. I'm praising you. Do I need your praise? What good is just praise? Then what should I do? Sigh. I'm sleeping here tonight, Chin suddenly announced, slipping into the covers. No. I want to stay right here. Then I'll go to your room. No. Chin, you're too young, all right. I'm almost an adult. Where am I too young? You said it yourself, almost. Besides, maybe this feeling is caused by the Phoenix Force connection, not your true thoughts. Also, I'm quite fickle. The Phoenix Force only makes us feel close, but it doesn't make us fall in love, Chin said, sidestepping the topic of his fickleness. No, absolutely not. Listen, in a guardian relationship having such feelings is inherently wrong. My abilities are psychic. I can see clearly into my own heart and I can sense yours too. Besides, you just found me, you didn't adopt me. The unethical feelings in a guardian relationship refer to the twisted love deliberately cultivated when the other person is unaware and impressionable. That's what's immoral. But I have a clear and distinct self-awareness. Chin suddenly sat up and spoke seriously. Martin couldn't argue with an academic, he was outmatched. It's just not happening. You're being unreasonable. Then I'll run away from home. You can try. I'm angry and I might lose control of my power. Pfft. Please Martin, let me stay. I'm not asking you to do anything. I just want you to be with me. No. You can sit there, but if you dare leave this house I'll really run away. Fine, you go to sleep first. You. I need to take a shower. Chin. Martin shouted in anger and quickly teleported out. You broke your promise. Chin yelled loudly. Standing outside, Martin felt increasingly unsettled. He teleported back in. Bang bang bang. He held Chin's head and flicked her forehead several times. Then as Chin stared in bewilderment, he fully activated the Phoenix Force. Time rewound. Chin stood on the floor, examined it and nodded in satisfaction. She placed the smaller one on the nightstand. All right, this little one goes here. Come on, let's go hang yours in your bedroom. At Chin's request, the large photo was also hung above the headboard right in Martin's line of sight when he turned his head. The small one was also placed on the nightstand along with another, Chin's high school photo. Right here. Martin murmured to himself, then said aloud, "All right, let's go sit outside for a bit." It was a beautiful fantasy, but Martin couldn't do it. At least not yet. Sigh. Martin knocked on the door. Jean pouted as she opened the door. Martin sat on the edge of the bed and patted the spot beside him. Jean walked over and sat down. "Listen, Jean, until you come of age, let's just get along like siblings. After you're an adult we can discuss this matter, all right?" "I don't understand what you're worried about," Jean said, disappointed. "Why do I have to wait over a year? I'm worried that whether it's your feelings or mine, they might be wrong. What if someday we realize it's just pure familial affection between us? Fine, but tonight you have to hold me while I sleep. That's my only condition." Since when can you make conditions about such things? Is there a problem with a brother holding his sister while she sleeps? No. Humph. Seeing Martin's resolute refusal, Jean let out a huff and left. Watching her sleep peacefully, he thought, let it be. She was right, she was no naive little girl. Still, the 2-year agreement must be honored. As long as she kept her word, he would indulge her closeness. He couldn't bear not to spoil her anyway. Since there was no school today, he let her sleep in. Hearing the door close, Jean smiled with her eyes shut, her back to the door. She shifted to the spot Martin had just vacated, then pulled the covers over her head and continued sleeping. After freshening up, seeing it was still early and knowing Jean would sleep longer, he told Wendy to prepare breakfast for just the two of them. After the meal he made calls to check on Emma and Raven. Life without a phone was annoying, sometimes people were unreachable. He then extended his hand to Wendy, who sat beside him. She placed her hand in his, leaning docilely into his embrace. Emma was right, Martin was truly trustworthy. Under his protection she had escaped capture. Even mutants with formidable combat prowess had been seized, let alone someone like her. Moreover, her unique ability made her vulnerable, not just to being taken for research but possibly to being kept as a pet by those hypocritical elites. Here she was free and cherished by Martin. "Last night. You and Jean." "No. I think you're enjoying it." "Yes, I am. I enjoy it with you too. Can't you tell?" Wendy glanced down and nodded knowingly. Sigh. With Emma and Raven gone, I'm in for it again. "TSK. You don't like it?" "No, I love it," Wendy said with a smile. "Sit closer. Do you love me?" "Yes. After all these years of companionship, how could she not? I'm sorry for being so selfish, for making all of you stay by my side." It stung at first, but once I fell for you it felt right. We're too weak after all. Everything needs to fit, and this does too." "I'm talking about feelings, what are you on about?" "I mean the same," Wendy laughed. "Emma and Raven can't stay idle and I can't help you much. So we play to our strengths." "Fine, I'll keep being selfish then." "Good, keep it up." "No way, Jean's staying in my room tonight." "Pfft. It's only been a day." "A day feels like 3 years." Thinking back to when Emma and Raven were away, he was grateful Wendy could split herself. Of course the clone was just for rest and recovery, to avoid delays since their senses were linked. After waiting another half hour, Martin rose and went to the bedroom. Seeing Jean still fast asleep, he tousled her messy hair and called, "Hey sleepyhead, time to get up." Hearing him call her a sleepyhead, Jean couldn't pretend anymore. She had woken up when he did and hadn't fallen back asleep. But she hadn't wanted to get up just yet, so she rested with her eyes closed, waiting for him to come get her. "Ah, you're awake and still faking it," Martin teased, pinching her nose. "I was waiting for you to call me. So can you get up now?" "Kiss me," Jean said, closing her eyes. A brother's good morning kiss for his sister. Martin planted several kisses on her cheek. "There, moi moi moi. A few extra, okay?" Getting her wish, Jean beamed. Of course, a few more would be fine too. They fooled around for a while before Jean finally got up. Life had to go on even in this Marvel world teeming with heroes and superhumans. Barring certain special events at special times, life was still wonderful. Since reaching the agreement with Jean, she had kept it well. She went to school on time, came straight home, and never hung out with the wrong crowd. At home she treated Martin like a brother. Well, except for the occasional intimacy, nothing too extreme. One night Martin was woken by Jean knocking on his door, claiming she hadn't said goodnight. When he returned, Raven finally burst out laughing. "Huh. Serves you right for rushing. If you'd spent a little time with her earlier this wouldn't happen. I think it's your fault. You're always unreachable now, Martin retorted, pinching Raven's cheek. Sorry. Raven explained, I just want to do what I can. Sometimes I can't let you know in time. But I promise it'll be fine. Your ability is just shape-shifting. Even with combat training, your opponents are mutants with all kinds of strange powers. How can you guarantee you'll come back unscathed? Hearing his concerned plea, Raven insisted, we agreed you wouldn't stop me from doing what I want. I'm not stopping you. I just worry, Martin said, lying down and pulling her close. Raven snuggled into his chest. I know. Don't worry, you'll be careful. Oh, I met a mutant recently. He has the same fast healing as you. I couldn't beat him, but he knew you. Who is he? Martin asked curiously. Raven propped herself up on his chest. When he learned about my ability, he asked my name. I told him, and then he asked if I knew you. I said yes, and he let me go but told me to mind my own business. Martin guessed it was Logan. What else can he do? Raven thought for a moment. His nails are very sharp, like a cat's claws. Oh. Anyone else? No, just him. He's a madman, relying on his fast healing, completely careless about getting hurt. He is indeed a madman. Don't provoke him in the future. Though he wouldn't dare to oppose me. Both brothers are the type who lose all restraint when angered. Raven lowered her head and asked, all right, who are they? Remember the day we officially met? Haha, of course. That old man you spent days coaxing me into your bed. Raven chuckled. Coaxing? You were the one who offered yourself. Ha ha ha. Fine, continue. I once told you I knew 2 mutants older than me by 2 years. It's them. As Raven nodded in attentive listening, Martin continued, the one you saw is Victor, known by the alias Sabretooth. Is he your friend? Martin shook his head. No, we merely know each other and work together for a time. But his half-brother Logan, I have a good relationship with him. He's also someone who appears cold on the outside but is warm within. So I recall you sometimes go out for a couple of days saying you're meeting a friend. Yes, that's Logan. His abilities are similar to his brother's, except not bone claws. Well. They're still claws, but when he clenches his fists 3 bone blades protrude from each hand. I think I've heard of him. He seems to work for certain people. Perhaps. We don't meddle in each other's affairs except when help is needed. Forgive a lonely old man whose soul has long had no place to rest. I'm better off than him. I found you all, or I might have ended up the same. Raven, unwilling to dwell on such heavy topics, changed the subject. I've never heard you speak of anyone else. Because I have no one else. Nor do I care about others. I only want to protect you all. Me too. The fight interrupted by Jean was now the perfect moment to begin. Raven's assurance proved futile. Just before the new year, Martin wanted all family members to gather at home for the final days of the year, but he couldn't reach her. And now a month had passed without any word from her. He tried using telepathy and magnetic fields to locate her, but to no avail. Either Raven was in a place far away beyond his perception, or she was in a special location with some kind of shielding device. Telepathy being blocked was normal. Eric's helmet, for instance, could do that. But magnetic fields? Martin was frustrated. His magnetic field sensing could encompass the entire Earth. The problem was that this planet had far too many magnetic fields, like an elephant utterly unable to notice a particular ant beneath its feet. Martin could easily manipulate magnetic fields anywhere, but an individual's magnetic field was like an ant under an elephant's foot. He needed to search with extreme care. And Raven, to the Earth itself, was even more minuscule than an ant beneath an elephant's foot. Delicate operations became impossible over greater distances, especially since he had no idea where she was. The only thing capable was the Phoenix Force, but lacking sufficient cosmic energy, she hadn't yet grown. Can't reach her. Emma came to sit beside Martin and asked. Yes, the phone she left behind can't be reached at all. Any news from you? No. Forget it. She's clever, she'll be fine. Let's have dinner first. Tomorrow we'll go out and look for her. All right. The two walked hand in hand to the dining room, where Wendy and Jean were already there. They wisely didn't ask about Raven, having already deduced the outcome from Emma's shake of the head. Martin Wendy made a lot of delicious food and Emma and I helped too, Jean said walking over to hug Martin's arm with a smile. Really? Which ones did you make? You'll have to be careful when eating. Martin looked at the variety of delicacies on the table, his mood lifting slightly. Regardless, he wouldn't let it ruin tonight's gathering. Don't underestimate me. I've been learning for a long time. When did you learn? They each took their seats and Martin looked at Jean. You're always too busy being lovey-dovey with them to notice me. Do you have no conscience? Martin said with a feigned look of injustice. Since you came home you've been everyone's favorite. It was true. Martin's affection coupled with Jean's natural beauty and charm as the youngest in the family meant everyone doted on her. Hee hee. Jean used a fork to pick up some food from a plate and brought it to Martin's lips. Try it. All right. Martin opened his mouth and ate it. It tasted great. Not bad at all. You have a real talent for cooking. Thanks. Have some more. All right, don't just feed me. You eat too. The warm dinner couldn't dispel Martin's worries. The next morning, after a brief word to Emma who was still in bed, he left home. With a slight sense, Martin appeared before Charles in the next moment. Charles was easy to find. Mentally he was like a firefly in the dark night, very conspicuous. Charles, who was teaching, saw Martin suddenly appear in the classroom. Unfazed, he calmly instructed the other students to study on their own, gestured to Martin and wheeled himself out. Martin followed behind him. Mr. Horn, is there anything I can help you with? Charles asked once they were outside. With anyone else Charles would already know their purpose. But with Martin he dared not. I need to use your machine. Raven's been missing for a long time. I want to try using the Cerebro. Charles turned to face Martin, frowning. I thought you were supposed to protect her. That's my family matter, Charles. I'm informing you out of courtesy. Don't waste my time. The two had had a strained relationship ever since their battle years ago. In Charles' view, Martin had not only taken his sister away but also given Eric the helmet that could block his powers, which ultimately led to his own crippling. What are you staring at? Are you taking me there or will I go myself? Let's go. Charles led the way and Martin followed. Along the way they passed through areas where many students from Xavier's school stared at Martin with curiosity. How do you feel? Charles asked proudly. About what? Them. They are the future of mutants. Huh. How many of them have you molded into your so-called future using your abilities? I am protecting them. Human society has a sinister term for that, brainwashing. Humph. But it's none of my concern. I don't care. The two walked in silence until they arrived before a metal gate where several familiar faces were waiting. Hank, Alex, Sean, long time no see. Time had left its marks on them all. They had grown from children into adults, now the pillars of X school. What are you doing here? Hank asked. The sudden visit from Martin struck them as odd since he had never been active in their circle. A personal matter. Charles gestured that all was well, then passed the verification to open the gate. Hank moved behind Charles, pushing his wheelchair inside, followed by Martin and then the other two. Hank, start the machine. Mr. Horn needs to use it, Charles instructed. All right. Martin approached the console, picked up the helmet resembling a lie detector and placed it on his head. Seeing Martin ready, Hank activated the machine. A strange sensation washed over Martin. His telepathic abilities surged exponentially, allowing him to observe the entire Earth. Moreover, he could track anyone. Martin saw Emma, Wendy and Jean still at home and Logan on a mission in some underdeveloped region. If Martin wished, he could locate anyone. Raven. He tried to find Raven, but after a long search she was nowhere to be found. Refusing to give up, Martin meticulously traced from Raven's last known location, simultaneously using his magnetic abilities to track her. The last person Raven had contacted was an information broker named Caliban. Martin sought him out first. Caliban's ability allowed him to sense nearby mutants, so he detected Martin's power the moment it approached. Who are you? What do you want? Sensing the overwhelming force, Caliban asked in panic. Don't worry, I'm just looking for someone. ITLL, be quick. After conveying this through telepathy, Martin began probing Caliban's memories starting from the time of Raven's last phone call. Completely under Martin's control, Caliban could only tremble and wait. Martin had no intention of asking questions if these types always toyed with you, and there was no guarantee they'd tell the truth. He had no patience to play games. He found that Raven's last contact with Caliban was over a month ago when she inquired about a mutant's whereabouts. After receiving his payment, Raven left. Confirming she had no further contact with Caliban, Martin informed him he had what he needed and departed. Once his body was his own again, Caliban collapsed into his chair, utterly clueless about who he had offended. Meanwhile, Martin continued his trail, first locating the mutant Raven had been seeking. The mutant had no memory of Raven at all, meaning Raven had vanished before reaching him. However, his memories revealed that half a month ago a brief skirmish had occurred nearby which he had largely ignored. Following the subtle clues from his memories, Martin gradually pieced it together. It's you. He found Raven's whereabouts. She had been captured by a man named William Stryker, a key figure in Martin's plans. He located Stryker and extracted Raven's location from his mind. Stryker was currently there. No wonder he couldn't sense Raven. Stryker had developed a device that temporarily suppressed mutant abilities and was now leading research into a permanent mutant gene inhibitor. He had captured Raven because his ally Trask wanted to use her shape-shifting ability to develop sentinel robots capable of combating all mutants. The research base was filled with chaotic complex magnetic fields which Martin had subconsciously overlooked. Slap. Martin pulled off the helmet and tossed it onto the table before him. As Charles was about to ask for results, Martin muttered, "Found her," and teleported away. The others were left exchanging bewildered glances. Charles considered putting on the helmet to inquire about Martin's findings, but the moment he located him, Martin expelled him and warned him not to meddle. Charles could only sigh, set the helmet down and returned to his class. Meanwhile, Martin stood before the remote base marked with a sign reading, "Military Zone." A surge of fury caused the Phoenix force within him to erupt and grow. Martin levitated into the air, waving a hand to seal the entire base within a barrier. From afar it appeared as if the base was trapped under an inverted transparent eggshell. Even the ground below was not spared. Alarms blared throughout the base as soldiers fully armed surrounded Martin. Anti-air missiles locked onto him. In the command center, Stryker and Trask observed Martin on the monitors. "I planned to deal with you slowly, but you've delivered yourself to my doorstep." Stryker, gritting his teeth at the mutant who had dared threaten him years ago, ordered, "Pull the soldiers back. Use the missiles." These missiles were equipped with mutant-suppressing technology, and Stryker was confident Martin was doomed. At his command, the missiles roared toward Martin. But Stryker's smirk froze instantly. Instead of flying toward Martin, the missiles veered off, targeting the soldiers and armored vehicles outside. "Use the special bullets." Martin had no time for games, he needed to rescue Raven first. He teleported into the prison where she was held, which housed several other mutants. Unable to use her powers, Raven was in her blue form. She lay on a bed wearing a white hospital gown with a special metal collar around her neck. "Martin, I knew you'd come for me." Seeing him suddenly appear, Raven rushed over and threw herself into his arms. "See if you dare to run off again." Martin held her tightly, his voice filled with affectionate reproach. "No, I won't go anywhere anymore." When she first arrived, she believed Martin would find her. But learning that this place could block telepathy, she felt a flicker of despair, placing all her hope in him. In just over half a month, mutants around her were taken away and never returned. For some reason, she was only brought out for blood draws and then kept confined. She had realized that not all mutants were united just like humans. She was deeply disappointed. "Sir, the target is in cell block 3. Pull up the feed." Stryker watched the embrace between Martin and the useful mutant on the monitor, finally understanding why he had come. Observing the collars around the prisoner's neck, Stryker commanded, "Detonate all suppressors in block 3. "Yes, sir." As the soldier pressed the button, the screen did not display the expected result. "Damn it. Sir, there's an invisible barrier around the base. Our men can't get out and we can't contact the outside." Since Martin's arrival at block 3, the magnetic field had already sealed the area tightly. Nothing could enter, not even electromagnetic signals. "Alright, let me remove that thing from your neck first, then well, go home and hug." "Okay." Martin pushed Raven aside, looked at the collar around her neck, and with a thought it turned to ash. Ah. The suppressed sensation vanished completely. Raven breathed a sigh of relief and transformed back to her normal appearance. "I need to see what happened to you." "Alright." Raven stood still, allowing Martin to probe her memories. From Raven's memories, Martin learned everything in greater detail. He saw Raven being captured and imprisoned here, being taken for blood draws and examinations. Even being bullied by fellow mutants imprisoned here because they were stronger while others merely watched. Some even worked for Stryker. Martin said with concern, "Let's go outside." "Okay." As Martin held Raven and was about to step outside for the next move, someone called out to them. "Wait, sir, save us." Looking at the mutant who spoke, although she hadn't actively bullied Raven, she had certainly enjoyed the spectacle. Because here the strong bullying the weak was the only form of entertainment. Martin didn't respond and Raven merely buried her head in Martin's chest. The two instantly vanished from the prison, appearing in the open air outside. "Husband will avenge you." As the words fell, Martin caused the entire area to collapse. All buildings crumbled simultaneously. Most were crushed beneath the rubble as nearly everyone was flattened into meat paste by the magnetic field surrounding them. Only one person survived: William Stryker. He was kept alive because he was needed for an experiment to create a more powerful being, one that combined multiple abilities. Moreover, Martin believed that simply killing him would not vent his anger. The cruelest way was to let him live while destroying everything he cherished. As for Trask, the Sentinels were of no use to him, so he would just eliminate him directly. "Stryker isn't dead, he still has his uses. But I promise I'll avenge you. Everything he values will be wiped out by me," Martin said. "Okay, do as you see fit." "I just want to go home now," Raven whispered. Let's go home." The next moment they were back home, appearing before everyone in the living room. Raven. Seeing her return, they all gathered around, concerned. "I'm fine." After comforting her for a while, Raven went upstairs to bathe and change. Martin recounted her experience. "I need to take care of something. I'll be right back." "Okay, hurry back. Raven probably wants to be with you right now." Martin left for about 10 minutes. During that time, several people in the world disappeared: Stryker's parents, his children, and a few high-ranking officials who supported the project. Knowing their locations made it easy to find them. With each strike, he said nothing, killed instantly, then moved to the next. This was his revenge against Stryker. And he believed Stryker would continue his research because Martin hadn't eliminated his mutant son. "I'll go up and keep her company." After greeting everyone, Martin went to the bedroom where Raven was soaking in the bathtub. He undressed and stepped in. Raven shifted to make room, letting Martin hold her. "I'm fine. I'm not that fragile. I just can't understand why some people help those guys. Because they want to survive. Mutants are human too, and survival is an instinct." "True, but then why did you kill them?" "Because they bullied you," Martin said as he washed Raven's back. "But some didn't. I don't care. To me, standing by and watching is their fault. Since they didn't help you, why should I help them?" "Okay, you have a point. Forget about them." With that, Raven turned to face Martin. "Right now I only want to do one thing." "Tell me." "Heck, carry me out," Raven said softly, extending her arms. "Why not here?" Martin asked with a mischievous grin. The sudden deaths of several high-ranking military officials threw the U.S. government into panic and fury. Stryker was equally enraged. In his view, he was lucky to have survived the collapsing building while everyone else died. After being rescued, he learned that his entire family had been killed, crushed by suddenly collapsing houses. But he knew this was Martin's doing. "Martin Horn!" Stryker roared through gritted teeth, his eyes bloodshot. With his friend Trask dead, the newly launched Sentinel project naturally couldn't proceed. Moreover, all samples from the female mutant were lost or destroyed in the incident. The only thing he could do now was pin his hopes on Weapon X. Stryker vowed to develop something capable of countering and defeating Martin. If all else failed, he still had one last trump card: his mentally ill son, also a mutant who could create illusions for anyone. 2 hours later, as Martin brought a rejuvenated Raven downstairs, the two women and a girl looked at them teasingly. Raven sat among them, laughing and whispering. Martin sat beside her, using a towel to dry her hair, still damp from the recent bath. He didn't use his powers to dry it instantly, he enjoyed doing it the ordinary way, bit by bit. The others liked it too, judging by Raven's contented expression and the envy on the other women's faces. Raven had missed Christmas Eve, so they decided to make up for it tonight. At the same time, they planned the arrangements for the next few days. That evening, after a lively dinner, Raven said, "Tonight he's mine. You all enjoy yourselves." After the others expressed no objection, Raven looked at Jean and said to Martin with a smile, "Don't forget your goodnight kiss." Pfft. Ha ha ha. Everyone knew what Jean had done. Raven. Jean protested with mock anger. Believe me, tonight I'll need several goodnight kisses. No, sorry. Raven quickly stopped, then said, well. Speaking of which, Jean has grown a year older now. Jean listened, a smug expression on her face as she looked at Martin. Martin patted Jean's head and said, humph. You've only grown a year older, nothing to be smug about. Humph. Finish what you need to do, then go do whatever you want. Martin smiled and kissed Jean on the cheek, not forgetting to do the same for the others. Afterward he wrapped his arm around Raven's waist and headed upstairs to the bedroom. Humph. Emma and Wendy watched the dissatisfied Jean and chuckled to themselves. What are you laughing at? Jean asked with a pout. Nothing. Your boyfriend is with another woman right now and you can still laugh. Ha, don't try to provoke me. Maybe later her boyfriend will be lying beside me. I'm so furious I'm not playing with you anymore. Jean got up and left for her room, the unrestrained laughter of Emma and Wendy echoing behind her. Meanwhile, with Raven and Martin, Raven said she had a surprise for Martin. What surprise? Raven smiled and slowly transformed into a stranger, a woman Martin had seen tonight on the movie screen. That evening they had gone to see a movie. The female lead was Sophie Marceau, who had debuted only 2 years ago and was now about 15. No, Raven, she's just a little girl. It's not appropriate to turn into her now. Martin said with a strange expression. But you seem to like her a lot. No. What Martin liked wasn't her current self but the woman she would become. While watching the movie, Martin had thought of the sexy, beautiful character she would play in her 30s, so he paid her a bit more attention. It seemed Raven had noticed and misunderstood. Oh, I see. Then how about this? Raven imagined Sophie's grown-up appearance and slowly shifted. Martin's gaze grew increasingly intense. You asked for this. Haha. When Emma and Wendy entered, they saw Martin spanking someone they didn't recognize. But the experienced two immediately understood the situation. Previously, Raven had only transformed into people around them to spice things up, yet this was her first time becoming a stranger. There was no time to ponder as Raven was already seeking help. Meanwhile, Jean lay on her bed sulking, wishing time would pass faster. Though she had grown accustomed to it, she always felt a twinge of jealousy at such moments. Humph. It seemed Jean's prayers were answered. Time slipped by unnoticed and soon she was about to turn the promised 18. As the day drew nearer, Jean's mood improved steadily. One day, as usual, she declined a party invitation from a boy who had been pursuing her and drove home. Martin had given Jean a sports car for her 17th birthday, after which she got her driver's license. But when she returned home, Martin wasn't there. Seeing Raven in the living room and Wendy in the kitchen, Jean asked, "Where's Martin?" Emma needed him for something, so he went to see her, Raven replied. All right. Since the kidnapping incident last year, Raven had stopped being a vigilante, at most helping Emma to pass the time. More often she stayed home with Martin, being lazy, and when Jean was on break the whole family would travel. That afternoon Martin received a call from Emma. "Martin, we found the person you were looking for. He'll be right there." Martin arrived at the Hellfire Club. Emma sat in the main seat with several mutant subordinates standing across from her, including 3 familiar faces. Mr. Horn, Azazel and Riptide greeted Martin as he entered. Hello. Martin scanned the group, his gaze lingering briefly on Salvador, who had matured considerably. He then approached Emma. "Fill me in." She dismissed the others, gave Martin her seat and sat in his lap. "All right, we found traces of him in a collapsed pyramid in Egypt. There are many of his followers. They're convinced he will lead them back to an era of theocracy. Apocalypse is an extremely powerful mutant, the second mutant to appear on Earth. He can transfer his consciousness into others, gaining the abilities of the possessed mutant while retaining all his previous powers." Who was the first? I don't know. In Martin's memory, the Black Queen of the Hellfire Club seemed to be the first mutant. How many leaders does the club have now? The same as before, all except Shaw are still here following his management style. I only handle my part, we rarely interact, otherwise only uniting when the club's interests are at stake. What? Do you want to become the White King? Emma asked, wrapping her arms around Martin's neck. Why the White King? Because I am the White Queen. Humph. Martin pinched Emma's cute nose affectionately. Who is your Black Queen? An ordinary person, a wealthy woman. Why are you asking about her? Tired of the White Queen and want to try the Black Queen? It seemed Celine Gallio hadn't joined the Hellfire Club yet. Haha. My Emma darling, I will never tire of you. I was just asking. Really? Emma teased, then who do you prefer, me or Chin? Slap. Emma received a spank and quickly apologized, sorry, I won't do it again. I was just asking. You are both equally important to me, but Chin is still young. I know. After a moment of intimacy, Emma asked, what should we do about Apocalypse? Have some ordinary people keep an eye on that place. We'll need him later. Okay. Can he really make us stronger? Yes. You must have guessed my ability by now, right? Over the years, whenever Martin encountered a mutant, he gained that mutant's ability. And all of this was achieved with Emma's help. Yeah, humph. At first I really thought you had the same ability as me. But I never hid it from you later on. I know. I'm grateful you didn't bind me as originally agreed, but instead always tolerated and cared for me. So I will fully support you too, Emma said softly. Aren't you going to do something great? Being with you now is my greatest endeavor. Martin lifted her face and kissed her, then said, has the bed in your bedroom been changed? No, it hasn't. Really? Let's go check. With that, Martin picked her up and headed inside. Haha. Just say what you want to do, no need for excuses. Alright then, I want. 2 hours later, Emma ran barefoot out of the bedroom and made a call, send Salvador to my room. Then she floated back uncontrollably. Wait. After months of searching, the followers of the Egyptian apocalypse, guided by certain individuals, quickly located the whereabouts of their god. Soon they opened a passage into the pyramid's interior. Because of this passage, the pyramid, which had lain quietly buried for countless years, began to tremble and crumble. The worshippers praying inside were ultimately all buried alive beneath it. It was as if they had sacrificed themselves for the resurrection of their god. As the pyramid collapsed, sunlight streamed in through the cracks. The consciousness transfer ritual continued, and with the final bit of progress, it was soon completed. Apocalypse opened his eyes in the faint light. Finding himself deeply buried underground, Apocalypse erupted with fury. His power shattered the pyramid from within. He rose slowly and teleported outside. Gazing at the barren desert before him, confusion filled Apocalypse's eyes. He then sensed his surroundings and walked off in a certain direction. Having just awakened, he was still weak. Recovery would take time, and he needed to find where his disciples had gone. Martin sensed Apocalypse's emergence. In a distant place, a violent release of energy had just occurred, causing significant fluctuations in the magnetic field and psychic power. Martin. Keep going. All right. What happened? Emma asked, half fleeing to the side. Apocalypse has emerged. FUK, do you have to talk about this now? Huh? Salvatore interrupted, lifting his head in displeasure. Ha ha ha. Emma laughed unkindly. Martin naturally agreed. What Apocalypse? Nothing was more important than what they were doing now. Meanwhile, another person sensed Apocalypse's arrival. Charles, one of the most powerful telepaths on Earth, detected the psychic energy that was equally formidable when it erupted. Feeling this powerful and unfamiliar force, Charles sensed trouble. He immediately took Hank to the Cerebro to investigate the cause. Most students at the school for gifted youngsters were detected by Charles upon their awakening. He would use the machine to locate them and bring them back. But this power was too immense. He urgently needed to understand what was happening. He found no trace of the source, indicating it was a mutant with mature control over their abilities, ruling out a newly awakened child. Though he didn't find the target, Charles discovered a familiar face, Moira MacTaggart, who had been dispatched to investigate the Egyptian cult. What is it? Hank asked. The target is gone, but I saw someone I know. Who? Moira. What is she doing there? She's about to report what happened there. Charles had already probed Moira's memories. After dealing with Sebastian in Cuba last time, Charles had erased all of Moira's memories of their interactions to ensure her safety. Charles smiled. Looks like we need to pay the CIA a visit. Are you sure it's not just to see her? No, it's to find the truth. It wouldn't be bad to see her too, Charles said, noticing Hank's skeptical look. Today a major event occurred at school. Jean drove quickly, eager to get home and share it with Martin. Martin. As soon as she parked, Jean grabbed her bag from the passenger seat, calling Martin's name as she hurried toward the house. What's wrong? Hearing Jean's voice, Martin came to the door to greet her. Handing her bag to Martin, who reached out for it, Jean took his arm and said, "Today a boy at school suddenly awakened his powers. He nearly tore down the classroom walls." "A boy?" Martin looked at her oddly. It was the first time she had mentioned another boy. He. "Don't worry, we're just classmates. We've never even spoken." Jean, sensing Martin's displeasure, explained with a smile. She was pleased with his reaction. Indeed, Emma was right, mentioning another boy would get Martin's attention. "All right, tell me about this boy." "Well, his name is Scott Summers. During class today he said his eyes were bothering him. I heard from the boys that he shot holes through the bathroom walls. Perhaps because he was the first awakened mutant she had encountered in her daily life. Jean regretted not witnessing it herself. From what Martin and the others had told her, she knew that people didn't look kindly on mutants. Raven's incident had been a lesson. Moreover, Martin forbade her from privately contacting mutants, and Jean always obeyed this rule. "Didn't you see it? That was the boys' bathroom. Did you want me to go in?" Jean asked, feigning shock. "Of course not. I meant the walls." No, people had already cordoned off the area. And later Summers was taken away by his brother. "Alex Summers. You know him?" "Yes, Raven and Emma know him too. I told you about Cuba, right? We met there. He's now working with Charles at the school." "Oh, I know. That guy who likes prying into people's minds." "Haha, yeah." Raven, overhearing them, complained, "Charles just wants to help." All right. We shouldn't badmouth your brother." Martin sat beside her and hugged her in apology. I forgive you." "Thank you." He kissed Raven and shrugged at Jean. Jean smiled and went upstairs to put away her backpack. After she left, Raven asked, "Do you plan to keep her from ever meeting other mutants her age?" "Of course not. It's just not the right time. She's still young." "Young? She's 17. You can love her, but you can't keep her locked up at home. Her life is just school and here. She doesn't even have a single friend." "I never said she couldn't make friends," Martin retorted. "Yes, but your possessiveness is so strong. If she didn't have to go to school, you'd probably never let her leave your side. And Jean doesn't want you to feel unhappy about anything. Is that so?" "Yes. Honestly, Martin, Emma, Wendy and I are willing to stay with you forever. We can make you the center of our world because we've had enough of drifting. But Jean is still young. She shouldn't spend every day just by your side. But it's dangerous out there. I can't let her go alone. Besides, at school. She's a mutant. How can she truly befriend ordinary people? Do you expect her to make friends while never being genuine with them? So, I won't agree to send her to that school. Just a visit to meet some peers. With your strength, who would dare harbor ill intentions toward your sister? What if she falls for someone else?" Martin suddenly said. "Pfft. And you claim she's just a sister to you?" Martin glared at Raven. "Isn't this heart-to-heart time? Sorry, you'll stop. She won't. Can't you see her heart is entirely yours? If it really happens, then you'll break that bastard's legs, I swear." Jean, eavesdropping at the staircase, barely stifled a laugh. Hearing that Martin's concern was about her falling for someone else, her heart swelled with joy. Martin didn't notice, who would constantly check for eavesdroppers in their own home. "Huh. My Martin, you're adorably possessive." "Sigh, only you think so. Sometimes I hate it myself." "Isn't our affection enough?" Martin held Raven and said, "It is. I don't care about others." "All right, I'll consider it." After a while, Martin left the living room. Jean came downstairs and sat beside Raven. "Where's Martin?" "I don't know. Probably went to his room." "Oh. Raven, can you really take anyone's form anywhere?" "Yes." "Why?" Jean had an idea to quickly bridge the distance with Martin. Whispering her plan to Raven, she suggested that if Martin grew accustomed to intimacy with her form, he would gradually let down his guard. "No, absolutely not." Raven refused immediately. "Why? Don't you two do this often?" "How do you know?" Raven asked in surprise. Never mind." "Why not?" Raven explained, "Because you're unique to him." "Well, I tried taking your form before, but he didn't allow it." Jean was slightly surprised Raven had attempted it, but she didn't mind, it only strengthened her argument. That was before. I was 16 then and now I'm almost 18. This time it'll work. Please please. You don't want me to wait any longer, do you? At this rate, even when that day comes, it'll take forever for us to be together. Seeing her darling pleading, Raven softened and decided to try again. Fine, but if he gets angry you have to help me. Deal, no problem. Hee hee. Raven shook her head. This is the first time I've met someone who asks to be impersonated. Emma doesn't mind either, right? That's now and only in special moments. Everyone thinks they're unique, no one likes being copied. The first time Emma was quite upset, but Martin didn't give her a chance to argue. Well, I consent to you becoming me. I'll help you, but you need to tell me how you know about us. Embarrassed, Jean whispered a few words into Raven's ear. Afterward the two began whispering. That evening everyone parted ways and returned to their rooms. Raven pulled the balcony curtains as usual, then thought better of it and tugged them tighter. Suddenly a head popped out, blinking big eyes in a pleading expression. Raven smiled and left a gap to satisfy her curiosity. Raven. Urged by Martin, Raven shot a glance at the silhouette outside before retreating. The next day Raven fell severely ill and could only rest. It took her ages to convince Martin, and she suffered the consequences. After Martin went downstairs, Jean sneaked into the master bedroom. Raven looked at the culprit and asked irritably, "Why aren't you at school?" "It's the weekend." Hee hee. "Oh. You've ruined me." "Really? I'm not blind." Alright, get out. I need to sleep." Raven said sheepishly. "Okay, rest well." Jean finished washing up and went downstairs. Martin, sitting in the living room, felt something odd when he saw her. Jean knew why, but still approached as usual, offering her cheek. Good morning." "Moi." "Morning." Jean sat beside Martin and asked, "What's wrong?" "Huh? Nothing." "Really? You usually hold me. Why are you so far away today?" "I'm not. See, I'm holding you now." "Good." Watching Martin's awkward movements, Jean sensed something wonderful was about to happen. After breakfast, Jean said, "Raven's sick. I'll take this up to her." Fearing Raven might tell Jean something, Martin quickly said, "I'll do it. You rest. Later I'll take you out." So thoughtful. I envy her. Go ahead. Be good. Martin left with the food. Jean sat there with a sly smile that didn't match her usual persona, like someone who had gotten away with mischief and achieved her goal. "Sigh, I told you not to. I feel so awkward around Jean now," Martin said to Raven back in the bedroom. "Tisk regretting it now. What were you up to last night?" Hee hee. "Have something to eat first." "Feed me," Raven said, sitting up. "Alright, I'll feed you." After eating with Raven, Martin went downstairs and said to Jean, "I'm taking you somewhere nice today." "Great, where?" Jean asked eagerly. "The X-School." Really?" Jean asked joyfully. "Yeah. Didn't you say I shouldn't contact other mutants? So I'm coming with you." "Alright, let's go." Sigh. Watching Jean's excitement, Martin let out a soft sigh. "Don't worry, Martin. I'll always be with you. No one will hurt me," Jean said, knowing his concern, and hugged his arm. "Yeah, I trust you." The two chatted as they got into the car and drove toward the X-School. Instead of teleporting, Martin chose to drive slowly, enjoying the scenery. After all, today's goal was to take Jean out for fun and relaxation, not to rush somewhere. What would be the point of frantic movement? Clearly Jean was looking forward to the X-School, which Emma and the others often mentioned. Martin drove, glancing at Jean, who had been smiling all the way. "Are you happy?" "Yes, of course I'm happy to go out with you," Jean stated matter-of-factly, her body swaying to the music in the car. "I thought you'd be happy because you're going to the X-School." Both, but I'm happier to be out with you. We've gone out before." Since the first time he took Jean out, Martin realized he hadn't taken her out enough, and from then on he took them out for a few days every month. Sometimes it was in the city or nearby, sometimes during longer holidays they'd go farther. Jean said happily, "But we rarely have time alone together." "Haha, we're a family, we should always be together." Jean looked at Martin and said, I understand, but I still prefer being alone with you. You don't have to worry about everyone all the time, whether they're tired or thirsty. Like now you only need to focus on me. You little girl, are you worried about me or jealous? What do you think? I think you're jealous. Jean heard this and turned to look at Martin in surprise. In the past he would never say such ambiguous things. It seemed her plan was working. Yes, you guessed right. Hey, race a reward. Saying this, Jean unbuckled her seatbelt despite the speeding car, leaned over and gently kissed Martin on the cheek. All right, sit properly, Martin said with a smile. As the time of their agreement drew nearer, not only Jean but also Martin was looking forward to it. He now knew clearly that he could never let her leave him. It was only a matter of time before he accepted it. In this era, especially in this open country, it was common for teenagers to date, do adult things, drink, do drugs and hang out in bars. Some even had children while they were still children themselves. Sometimes Martin thought he was being too sentimental, wondering what he was holding on to. Morality? No, he was an egoist, not particularly moral. Ethics? No, they weren't blood-related, and when they met, Jean was already an adult in a sense. At least in some states she could have her own driver's license and drive without a guardian. Later Martin figured it out. If it were someone else, certain things could be done, but Jean was someone he had adopted. He didn't want Jean, when she truly grew up, to suddenly think that he had brought her home just to possess her. That reason was enough. For family, one could never be too careful. Since he had made up his mind, he might as well come clean with her. Jean. Martin suddenly called out gently. Jean looked at him curiously. Martin softly told her his thoughts. Sorry, I really like you. I liked you from the first moment I saw you. But like I said, I don't want to give you any chance to have bad thoughts. You understand me, right? Jean nodded with reddened eyes. Sorry, I thought you really didn't like me and that I was just being one-sided. How could anyone in this world not like you? Pfft. I'm not that great. Luckily I didn't give up. Jean suddenly said lightly, what would you have done if I had given up halfway? I'd win you back. What if I had a boyfriend? Break his legs, then win you back. What if we did something inappropriate? Castrate him, break his legs and then win you back. I thought you'd kill him. Maybe. If Jean had really found another boyfriend, Martin honestly would have wanted to kill him. But if that person was someone Jean truly loved, could Martin be ruthless enough to kill him at the risk of Jean's resentment? Others might not know, but Martin wouldn't. Some words might sound ridiculous, but when faced with them personally, one finds them true. Once they had cleared the air, their interactions became much more relaxed and natural, and the previous chase-and-escape dynamic disappeared. In the midst of their heartfelt confessions, the car unconsciously arrived outside the X Academy. Wow! It's so big here. Jean exclaimed, looking at the castle before her. What? You like it? Should we build one at home? It was just a matter of money. When one's power reached Martin's level, was money still an issue? No, I was just saying. For us, such a house is too big. I still prefer our home. Yeah, I think so too. A big house might be comfortable, but when it's too large it becomes desolate. Come on, let me show you around. Martin walked over, took Jean's hand, and they interlaced their fingers as they headed inside. With Jean smiling, Martin explained each place they passed and told her stories from when he had stayed in the castle before. All around the castle grounds, students were resting, reading or chatting. Perhaps thinking Jean was a new student, they looked at the pair curiously. It was the first time Jean had seen so many peers with special talents, and she seemed delighted. She even waved back at those who stared at her curiously. You like it here? Want to consider transferring? Jean looked at Martin and asked, are you serious? You'd be okay with it? No, because this place is a hotbed of trouble. Charles is too high profile. He underestimates ordinary people's abilities and overestimates their virtues. I figured as much. From how you talk about him, I can tell how much you dislike him. Martin said, if you really want to come, I wouldn't mind. Like you said, you have clear judgment. No, I've never thought about going to any special school. As long as you're here, I just need to live the life I want. As for saving the world or saving mutants, let those with ambition do it. Martin patted Jean's head. At such a young age, where did you learn to be so laid back? Because I have a laid back brother. I like hearing you call me brother. Really? Chin looked at him with a strange expression. No, you misunderstand, I mean. Chin smiled and said, it's okay, I didn't misunderstand you, brother. Come on, let's continue. Once inside the castle, Hank and Sean greeted them at the entrance. Chin, these are Hank and Sean, I've told you about them. She's Chin, my sister. Hello. Chin greeted them. After they exchanged pleasantries, Hank asked, what brings you here? Nothing much, I brought Chin to see the place and meet some fellow mutants. She's a mutant too? Yes, the most powerful and most beautiful mutant in the world. Chin smiled at Martin as he praised her in front of others. The two looked Chin over curiously, their expressions full of disbelief. Where's Charles? And Alex? Hank explained, there was an unusual energy fluctuation in Cairo, Egypt, so the professor went to find Moira. Professor? Is that what you call him now? Yes, he's a professor at the X Academy. Isn't it fitting? Besides, he used to be a professor. Makes sense. I'd like to take Chin inside for a tour. Any objections? Don't worry, I won't take her anywhere I shouldn't. The two exchanged glances and Hank said, of course, Martin. Make yourself at home. With Charles away, they dared not stop Martin. They couldn't afford to have any of the students get hurt. Charles would hold them accountable. After saying goodbye, Martin took Chin through all the public areas he knew, including the room he had stayed in before, which was still unoccupied. It was originally a guest room too small for a student dorm. Besides, the castle had plenty of rooms, so one or two didn't matter. This was Raven's old room. Martin opened the door. The room was exactly as it had been. Chin looked at him and asked, you just opened it. What's wrong? Raven wouldn't be mad. Besides, she hasn't lived here in a long time. Charles probably keeps it in case she comes back. In fact, it's no different from an empty room. Alright, I'll tell Raven you sneaked into her room when we get back. Haha, go ahead. She won't be mad. If I ever went into your room without permission, would you be mad? I'd have to think about it. Really? Chin smiled and said, no, I wouldn't mind. Alright, we've seen enough inside. Where else do you want to go? Raven once told me you took her flying in the sky. She said it was one of her happiest times. I want to experience it. Alright, my little princess commands and I must obey. Let's go. Chin said eagerly. As they walked toward the high platform, Chin asked, I've seen you fly, but I've never seen your wings. Because they're not very useful. I have several abilities for flight: magnetic control, the Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force is especially convenient and fast. For long distances I can teleport. There's rarely a need for them, so I don't use them. Martin then said with a smile, they're only good for showing off to girls. How many more do you want to chase? Chin asked discontentedly. As long as I live, I'll keep chasing girls, huh? With that, Martin ran ahead. You rascal, don't run. Under the gaze of all the students in the yard, they chased each other until they stopped beneath the high platform. Alright, you caught me. They hadn't used their abilities in the chase, so Chin was a little out of breath. Want to rest? Okay. After a while they climbed up and leaned on the railing, looking at the scenery below. Chin had a smile on her face. The environment here is really nice. Yes, because we're high up and the view from above is always better. I don't understand what you mean, but it sounds profound. You don't need to understand, because I'll show you every view I can see. Chin smiled and replied, alright, I'll be with you. Okay, have you rested enough? As he asked, Martin took off his shirt and hung it on the railing. Though Chin had seen it a few times, this was the first time she openly looked at Martin, so her face was flushed. Seeing his muscular upper body, her heart raced. Martin pinched her cheek and then unfurled the wings from his back. They're beautiful. Chin couldn't help reaching out to touch the black feathers. Right? Martin turned around so she could see them clearly, but they're just for show, they're not really useful. Being beautiful is enough, if they don't have to be useful. Besides, they are useful now. Makes sense. Martin turned around, opened his arms and said, what are you waiting for? Chin laughed and threw herself into Martin's arms, holding him tightly. I'm ready. Alright, big brother will take you flying. With that, Martin flapped his wings and soared into the sky, Chin's happy laughter echoing through the air. He took Chin to all the places Raven had visited, even the distant lake. In just over 10 minutes Chin had a wonderful time. When they returned to where their clothes were, her face was flushed with excitement and her smile hadn't faded. Jean didn't loosen her arms around Martin. She looked up at him expecting something. Martin looked at Jean's beautiful face up close and finally couldn't help but lower his head, breaking the promise he had made to her. Jean slowly closed her eyes and lifted her chin, accepting Martin's kiss. Still tightly embraced his wings, instinctively wrapping around them. The kiss was still passionate, the place was the same, and the feelings were as deep as ever. Only the person in his arms had changed. The girl's waist was soft, her lips were soft, and Martin couldn't get enough, unwilling to let go of her lips. When Jean was a little breathless, Martin finally pulled away. They held each other tightly, their foreheads touching, feeling each other's heartbeats. Everything was perfect. Jean whispered, "Your heart is beating fast." "Yours too, but it sounds a bit faint." How is that possible?" "Maybe because something soft is blocking the sound of your heartbeat." "Something? What?" Jean suddenly blushed and said, "I didn't know you were this naughty." "Do you like it?" "I love it. Once you're marked by me, you're truly mine. There's no going back. I won't regret it." They stood in a quiet embrace, savoring the sweetness and warmth of the moment, holding each other for a long time before finally parting. "All right, we should go down now, or those kids below will have stiff necks." Pfft. Jean looked down after hearing this and noticed many students with their heads tilted upward. Though it was a bit far to see their expressions clearly, they were probably filled with curiosity and envy. 2 years ago she must have been just like them. Jean suddenly felt as if she had truly grown up, no longer that naive little girl who dreamed of sweet romantic love, because she had already found it. Martin put on his clothes and the two walked down together. When they had come up, they chased each other playfully. Now going down, Jean sweetly held Martin's arm as they descended slowly. "Hey Jean, what are you doing here?" "And this is?" A young man with red-rimmed glasses walked over to greet her. "Hi Scott, how are you?" Jean smiled and replied, "He's my boyfriend." It was the first time she called Martin her boyfriend in front of someone else, and Martin didn't deny it. "Oh. I'm fine, thanks." "That's good. We should go now. See you later." "Yeah, bye." Watching Jean walk away, Scott felt a pang of loss but could do nothing about it. "Is he the boy who broke through the bathroom wall?" "Yep. Broke through the bathroom wall. Why does that sound so weird?" "It's not like he's Superman." "Ha ha ha." Back home, Jean immediately went to Raven's side to whisper excitedly. Charles also learned about Apocalypse from Moira. She had been investigating that cult and had witnessed Apocalypse's awakening. Realizing the severity of the situation, Charles brought Moira and Alex back to Xavier's school, where Hank informed them of Martin's visit. If Apocalypse is truly as powerful as the legends say, Martin might be able to help us. But first we need to find Charles." Hank frowned and asked, "Martin is fine, just pay him and he'll do it, but what about Eric? Will he help us?" "We have to try." Charles was uncertain himself. Eric's goals and Apocalypse's seemed to align, both wanted to usher in an era of mutants. Though they were friends, Eric was always steadfast on this matter. Moira looked confused. Who is Eric? Who is Martin? After the incident in Cuba, Charles had erased her memories to protect her, so she didn't remember them. "They are very powerful mutants, extremely powerful ones," Charles replied as he led them toward his office. He guessed correctly, Eric had already joined Apocalypse. After years of fighting, his cause had made no progress and he had lost many mutant brethren. During his pursuit he had witnessed the power of ordinary humans. Perhaps they didn't have the myriad superpowers of mutants, but they possessed brilliant minds, constantly inventing devices and serums to counter mutants. Destroy one and another would soon emerge. He desperately needed an ally powerful enough to overwhelm ordinary humans with overwhelming force. As long as it served his purpose, he didn't care what he had to do. Perhaps Martin could achieve it, but Martin's girlfriend Emma had explicitly stated that Martin wouldn't get involved in such matters. When Apocalypse approached him, Eric saw it as a golden opportunity. He had witnessed Apocalypse's power, and with Apocalypse's help his own strength had grown significantly. He was even confident he could now defeat Martin. If Martin knew, he'd just say, "You're dreaming." The magnetic fluctuations from Eric's increased power were easily sensed by Martin. But Martin's side remained completely unknown to Eric. They thought they were being stealthy, unaware that everything was within Martin's plans and surveillance. In this world, Eric hadn't gone into hiding, nor had his wife and daughter been killed by the police, yet he still joined Apocalypse's ranks. Even if he hadn't joined, it wouldn't have mattered. Martin's target had always been Apocalypse. He only wanted Apocalypse's power. If Apocalypse gathered other powerful mutants, so much the better, if not it was fine. With the Phoenix Force, Martin only needed to wait for his power to grow or find a source of immense cosmic energy. He no longer needed to pursue more abilities, he had enough. So far Martin had found two ways to increase the Phoenix Force, one through normal energy absorption and the other through intense emotions. For instance, when Raven was captured he had erupted. But he couldn't put his loved ones in danger just for power. He wasn't Thanos. His interest in Apocalypse was twofold. First, Apocalypse was immensely powerful and had the ability to block telepathy. Second, he could grant his powers to others. Only these two abilities were what Martin needed, one to protect his family, the other to enhance their strength. Emma and Raven hoped for the second, believing that if they became stronger they could have children with Martin. Martin thought so too. Though it was just a possibility, it was worth a try. When Charles and the others reached the office, he first called Eric, but the line was dead. Then he called Martin's home. Wendy answered. "Hello, this is the Horn residence. How can I help you?" "Hello, I'm looking for Raven. Is she home?" He had intended to ask for Martin but felt reluctant to deal with someone so unpredictable and free-spirited. Then he remembered Raven was likely at home and decided to approach her instead. "She's home. Please hold." Wendy always spoke with such formality when receiving guests or answering calls. Entering the living room, Wendy said, "Raven, there's a phone call for you." Raven, who had been chatting with Chin, excused herself and went to answer the phone. "Hello. Raven, it's me. Long time no see." "Charles, what's up? Why are you calling me today?" Raven was genuinely happy to hear from Charles. They had grown up together and without him she didn't know where she'd be now. But knowing Charles, he wouldn't call unless something was wrong. He was a good person, just a bit too idealistic. On the phone Charles explained his problem. "I couldn't reach Eric just now. I plan to try using Cerebro later. You know Mr. Horn gave that helmet to Eric. Eric bought it, Martin didn't give it to him. It was just a normal transaction," Raven corrected. "Yes. Anyway, I need to use Cerebro to see if I can find Eric. Can you come back?" "Come back? I'm already home." "This is your home too?" "No, I just lived there. I don't think I did anything wrong," Charles said helplessly. "Yeah, you just stay in your castle dreaming of peaceful coexistence with humans, never caring how people like us are seen by the outside world. And you keep teaching that mindset to others, never thinking about what they'll face in the future." "I'll come over. Thank you." Neither mentioned Martin, as they both knew that if Raven was in danger Martin would never stand idly by. So it's better to be a slacker. In the hearts of ambitious people there's only their ambition. To achieve their goals nothing is off limits. Charles exploited Raven's friendship and Martin's love for her. Perhaps the friendship was real, but so was the exploitation. It was just packaged as help. "What happened?" Chin, having heard Raven's words, asked as she hung up. "Charles needs help. I have to go." "Will it be dangerous?" Chin asked with concern. "I don't know. I'll find out when I get there." "Stay here. I'll go find Martin." "I'll come with you." The two went to the balcony where Martin was resting on a chair. "Darling, just now." Raven told Martin everything and said, "I have to go." Martin looked at her thought for a moment and replied, "All right, go ahead. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't worry." "Thank you. Moi." She kissed Martin and turned to leave. "Can I come too?" Chin suddenly asked. "No." Martin and Raven refused simultaneously. "Why?" "Raven can go but I can't." Chin, Raven has extensive combat experience. You don't. But you said the Phoenix Force we possess is the most powerful force in the world. And I've mastered telepathy quite well. No darling, it's not time yet. It's too dangerous. Chin asked seriously, "Then when will it be time?" Besides, you said you'd watch over Raven. What danger could we really face? What if I get distracted or encounter something that blocks our abilities? Raven faced that before. Chin lowered her voice. "I want to go. Emma, Raven, Wendy, they all help you. I'm the only one being taken care of." "Chin, you're still young. Really? But today I became your girlfriend, not that little sister anymore. And with my telepathy I can notify you immediately if anything happens. Raven suddenly said, I'll take care of her. Maybe it's time for Cheen to learn to fight. TSK. Martin didn't want to show himself for now. No matter how things changed, Apocalypse's next targets were only two: Charles' body and Cairo to begin reshaping the world. But if he went, he'd have to decide whether to stop Apocalypse. Not stopping him would be hard to explain to Raven. Stopping him might bring the battle to this city and cause unnecessary trouble. Just then Martin sensed faint tremors from all over the world. Alright, but you must promise to listen to Raven. If anything happens, stay far away and tell me immediately. Cheen said happily, thank you. I promised to listen to Raven. After a cheerful goodbye, the two women left home. Martin focused on Xavier's school. Soon he felt the vibrations of an explosion and the violent release of energy. No need to worry now. After a moment's thought, Martin appeared beside Emma. Darling. Emma was sitting at her desk reviewing some documents. Martin, I was just about to call you. Our people reported that Apocalypse has started moving. I know. I'm here to take you home for a few days. Things might get chaotic. Once Apocalypse acted, the government would follow. As one of the leaders of the mutant community, Emma might be targeted. All right. Emma agreed and Martin carried her back home. After Charles ended the call with Raven, he attempted to locate Eric using the Cerebro. The search proved far easier than Charles had anticipated, for Eric was not wearing his telepathy blocking helmet at the time. Charles called out within Eric's mind, Eric. Charles. They had just returned from Auschwitz, the concentration camp where Eric as a child had been imprisoned, awakened his powers and lost his mother. Apocalypse, fueled by his own grief and conviction, had fully awakened his own power, rendering it infinitely greater than before. What do you want? Eric's feelings towards this friend were complex. They had been allies in their humble beginnings, helping each other defeat their enemies, but had parted ways due to conflicting ideologies. Friendship was friendship, ideology was ideology. Eric, I need your help. Oh. A very powerful mutant has re-emerged. I know. Apocalypse sensed Charles' presence the moment they began their conversation. Perceiving the other's formidable psychic power, Apocalypse felt he had found his next vessel. Apocalypse's strength lay in consciousness transfer and power bestowal. His telepathic ability was inferior to Charles, so he coveted this power to achieve his goals. Their difference was akin to that of intensity and range. Charles' range was vast, but his intensity was less than Apocalypse's, while Apocalypse's range was far narrower. The fusion of both would yield the ultimate power. Relying on his own formidable strength, Apocalypse used Eric as a conduit to enter Charles' mind and seize control. Through Charles' eyes he discovered a means to achieve his goal swiftly. By acquiring Charles' body, his own power would ascend to new heights, allowing him to connect to all of humanity just as Charles could, and then destroy or control them. Then only mutants would remain in this world. Since he was already there, Apocalypse used Charles to control the soldiers holding the nuclear launch keys, ordering them to fire the missiles. Simultaneously he hurled them into the sky, proclaiming his return to the world. A sovereign emperor surely required servants to attend to him. This task could not be entrusted to mutants, leaving only ordinary humans. This was how Apocalypse's former dynasty operated. Mutants with powers were the nobility, while ordinary humans were the commoners. Just as Apocalypse was about to proceed to the next step, Hank and Alex realized something was wrong with Charles. Unable to shut down the machine, Alex destroyed it with an energy blast. Charles finally broke free from Apocalypse's control but collapsed from overexertion. Though his goal was unfulfilled, Apocalypse was not perturbed, for Charles was still there. As long as he remained on this planet, who could escape his pursuit? Come, we shall find him. Apocalypse commanded everyone to gather around him, then used his teleportation ability to transport himself and his 4 horsemen directly to the Xavier Institute, where they cornered Charles and his group in the hallway outside the Cerebro chamber. Only Hank, Alex and Sean were capable of fighting on the scene, but they were clearly powerless. With a mere gesture from Eric, Charles along with his wheelchair flew rapidly towards Apocalypse and his entourage. Alex roared in fury, unleashing his energy blast to annihilate them. However, Apocalypse was uninterested in a fight, prioritizing the consciousness transfer. As Alex's energy beam shot forth, Apocalypse and his group teleported away. The beam struck the Xavier Institute's power reactor, triggering a violent explosion. Eric shared one trait with Martin: wherever he went he found a woman. But there was a difference. Martin longed for a child but could not have one. Eric however felt only a fleeting passion for ordinary women, dismissing them afterward, often unaware that he had fathered a child. Pietro Maximoff was one such child. Upon learning that Magneto was his father, he began searching for Eric far and wide. Like the fastest young man next door, he suffered from the speedster's common affliction, lateness. He always missed Eric by a hair, arriving just after Eric had left. This time he chased him to the Xavier Institute, only to witness an explosion upon arrival. Without a second thought, Pietro used his superspeed to evacuate everyone in an instant. Charles had been taken. Hank and the others were frantic, but their priority was to calm the students. After a headcount, one person was missing: Alex Summers, Scott Summers' brother. He had been standing too close to the reactor when it was hit, and the violent explosion had obliterated him completely. Scott, who had just emerged from his own power outburst, was devastated. As everyone was at a loss, a medical helicopter flew towards them. Moria, a CIA agent, stepped forward to liaise with them, accompanied by Hank. But the newcomers were not medical personnel, they were William Stryker, who had long coveted this place. He needed numerous mutant test subjects for his research into a mutant-suppressing serum. Under the guise of medics, Stryker's men revealed their true colors as they approached, using sonic weapons that rendered everyone unconscious. After inspecting them, Stryker ordered his men to take Hank, Scott, Pietro and other powerful individuals along with Moira. "Leave the children. Get them on the plane quickly," Stryker urged. The children were of little use, and his superiors would not permit their use in experiments. It was not out of mercy but fear of provoking a war with the mutants. Seizing this perfect opportunity, with the institute destroyed and the professor absent. If he didn't flee now, what would happen when they returned? After a final check to ensure no one was left behind, Stryker and his men departed swiftly. When Raven and Jean arrived, they found only a group of bewildered children. "What happened?" Raven asked, urgently surveying the ruins. But the children did not recognize her. She had left the institute before they arrived. No one answered. Raven caught sight of a familiar face: Kurt Wagner, codename Nightcrawler, the son of Azazel, whom she had once rescued. Raven, however, did not engage in much conversation with him. "Hey, it's you. Thank you for saving me," Kurt said, his dejected expression vanishing the moment he saw Raven. He was not yet the formidable superhuman he would become, still just a child. The explosion at the X-Mansion had left him terrified, but seeing Raven, his savior, seemed to offer him an instant anchor of solace. "Yes, I remember you. What happened here?" Raven inquired upon seeing a familiar face. "I don't know. A sudden explosion erupted inside the mansion. Before we could react, a person in silver attire rescued us. Then a rescue helicopter arrived. Those who disembarked attacked us without a word, and I passed out. I only just woke up." The Nightcrawler stammered through his account. Though Raven remained in the dark about the full picture, she gleaned several key points. First, the explosion originated from within. Second, someone had rescued them. And third, several individuals had been abducted. "What about Charles?" Raven asked, not believing that the helicopter crew could have captured him. "I don't know. When we were rescued. Oh, there was a woman. She mentioned to Hank that the professor had been taken away by someone. But she didn't elaborate. Then the helicopter arrived. She and Hank tried to negotiate, but they were attacked and we all blacked out." Furrowing her brow in thought, Raven asked, "Was there any insignia on the helicopter?" "I didn't notice. Everyone was too frightened." With no clues to go on, Raven found herself at a dead end. "Should I read their memories to see if we can find a lead?" Jean suddenly suggested. "All right. Kurt, would you be willing?" Raven asked. "Don't worry, you'll only look at what just happened," Jean assured him. Perhaps because she was his peer, or because he was inherently kind, he nodded in agreement. Jean activated her telepathic powers, delving into Kurt's mind to access memories from just minutes ago. "It's him," Jean suddenly exclaimed. "The man who captured you last time." "Stryker. Are you sure? How do you know him?" Raven asked, puzzled. "I saw him in Martin's memories. Don't worry, I only looked at his. Martin allowed me to practice on him and I saw it once after that day," Jean explained. "Can you locate him?" Raven ventured, knowing that Jean and Martin's abilities could connect to others. Stryker had just left and couldn't be far. Perhaps Jean could find him. Jean tried but shook her head. "No, either he's already far away or he's in a place that can block me." "Forget it, let's ask Martin for help," Raven said. "What about them?" Jean gestured to the dozens of children present. Raven hesitated. Let Martin come. Hell be willing. Jean smiled. Of course. With that, Jean connected to Martin through their link, much more convenient than a phone. However, if Jean initiated the connection, the distance couldn't be too great. But within a city's range it was possible thanks to the amplification of the Phoenix Force. Martin. What's wrong? Martin was with Emma. Can you come here? We need backup. Okay, on my way. After informing Emma, Martin instantly teleported before the two women. What happened? The sight of the sprawling X-mansion reduced to rubble was still somewhat breathtaking. Raven laid out her concerns to Martin, looking at him expectantly. She knew her lover's character well, but this was her former home. Charles was her friend and these children were Charla's hope. Don't look at me like that, dear. These are minor issues, Martin said. Have them all come over. Well, temporarily house them at our place. It'll be cramped, but they'll manage. All the bullets they fired were blocked 2 meters away from the trio, then ricocheted back to seek their owners. How do you feel? Martin asked Jean, who was witnessing such a scene for the first time. I'm fine. Good, let's go somewhere first to release an old friend. All right. Martin led them into a room where a heavy container sat from which the roar of a beast echoed. What's inside? Raven asked. A person, Jean replied. Martin opened the container and Logan rushed out bare-chested, wearing some unknown devices, his eyes bloodshot and his expression ferocious. But as Logan charged out, he froze upon seeing the three controlled by Martin. Logan's mind was a chaos consumed by nothing but slaughter. This was a clone, as learned from Stryker's memories. He had been researching mutants, and Logan, with his extraordinary regenerative abilities, was a battlefield weapon and the prime subject for study. Unfortunately, clones had short lifespans. The real Logan had a steadfast will and he still had plans to execute, so only clones could be used for research. The research bore fruit, the clone was a success. With brainwashing and special commands implanted, it would obey its master. Later, adamantium was grafted onto the clone. Martin extracted the deepest memories of the clone, erasing all the implants Stryker had embedded. Hello, Logan. Where is this? Why am I here? Logan asked in confusion. In his memory, he had just bid farewell to Sabretooth and planned to leave X-Team for seclusion. It's 1983, Logan. You're a clone. What? Logan was shocked and enraged. Martin shared the information he got from Stryker with Logan. Fuck. Logan's roar echoed through the cave. After a moment he asked in a low voice, so I don't have long to live? The clone's lifespan was only a few months, essentially disposable. It wasn't aging but genetic degradation. If it were a physical issue, Logan's healing factor could handle it. Yes, sorry, I can't help much. No, you've already helped me. I've been drifting my whole life. Stryker won't destroy this. From Stryker's memories, Martin saw his plans for the real Logan and informed the clone. What will you do? Martin asked. Break out then. Will you find me? Logan referred to his original self. Of course, but I have things to do now and I don't know his exact location. He wouldn't want me to use my ability to track him. Yeah, I wouldn't want that either. Because you're the same person. Humph. Logan exhaled deeply. Leave Stryker to me. Don't let him ruin my life. From Stryker's memories, he knew his original self was living happily now with a job, a house and a loving wife. Alright, I'll go. Once I'm done here I will. Bye. With the reply, Logan turned and walked out. And you? Martin asked, knowing he was just a clone, but he still bore the face of his best friend. I don't know. Come to my place. Like we once said, if one of us dies, the other takes care of the aftermath. To me you are Logan. No. I want to live a life I've never had. With that, Logan dashed out and his roar echoed from outside, Stryker. Along with the screams of enemies. Raven and Jean listened silently, not interrupting, for they could feel Martin's sorrow at seeing his old friend like this. Martin had originally planned to keep Stryker to create Deadpool as an experiment, but now he changed his mind. He already had what Deadpool offered and the extra combat power wouldn't significantly boost him. It was just his hoarding impulse. As for the absence of Deadpool in the future, that was none of his concern. Besides, he remembered from Deadpool's solo movie that he wasn't created by Stryker. In this world Deadpool would eventually be killed by Wolverine and Sabretooth anyway. Whether he emerged or not no longer mattered. Let Logan handle it. Whether Stryker lived or died was up to fate. Let's go find Hank and the others. Okay. The three left the room. The corridor outside was littered with severed limbs and bloodstains. Gene felt a bit uneasy. Martin's kills looked like they were just sleeping with only blood at the neck. But Logan's kills, especially in his rage, tore everyone to shreds. You alright? Martin took Gene's hand and asked. I'm fine, I'll get used to it. Martin used the Phoenix Force to annihilate all the corpses, sparing Gene the discomfort. This tender gesture delighted Gene, and she smiled as she followed behind them. They arrived at a place from memory, a sealed dungeon emitting an electric field that suppressed mutant abilities within. But outside it was safe. Martin tore down the walls and destroyed the field generators. Inside, Hank and the others saw the figures at the gap and finally relaxed. Can you get out yourselves? Raven asked. Yes. Hank replied, leading Moira and Scott out while Pietro instantly appeared beside them. Among the four, only Hank and Scott knew the trio. Moira had lost her memory and Pietro was meeting them for the first time. How did you know we were here? Hank asked. Martin pointed to his head helplessly. Oh. Sorry. Are they your friends? Moira asked. Yes. Hank looked at Martin, who smiled. I know Charles' specialty. This is... Pietro extended his hand. Pietro. Martin Horn, nice to meet you. Copyable ability super speed, speed physiology, molecular acceleration, nice to meet you. Super speed encompassed both movement and reaction speed. Pietro could currently move at supersonic speeds over 1 kilometer per second, circling the Earth in 6 hours. Whether he could exceed light speed was unknown, but Martin was certainly faster, simply because Martin was the protagonist. Speed physiology allowed the body to withstand high-speed reactions like the impact of fast movement, but this ability was redundant for Martin, whose energy control rendered all external forces ineffective. Moreover, virtually every mutant possesses enhanced physical capabilities. Martin's body had already reached an astonishing level of strength. The final ability was molecular acceleration, which could accelerate the molecules of objects in contact or at close range, leading to their collapse or accelerated molecular motion. The most practical application was accelerating one's own molecules to pass through solid objects, colloquially known as phasing. Among the three new abilities, super speed differed from high-speed movement and instantaneous teleportation. For instance, if someone threw a punch at Martin and their speed exceeded his, even with teleportation he might not evade. However, if his super speed surpassed theirs, he could certainly dodge. Not being injured was one thing, possessing the ability was another. It could remain unused but must not be absent. I've never heard of a mutant as formidable as you. Peter said with slight excitement. He often tracked mutant news in his search for Magneto. Who said I'm a mutant? Martin replied with a smile. Aren't you? Yes and no, Martin answered ambiguously. At home, Emma had likely guessed the source of his abilities but never mentioned it as it was irrelevant. Everyone else assumed Martin was a mutant. Raven and the others would think he was just teasing Peter. Will Mr. Horn help us stop Apocalypse? Moira asked, disregarding the banter. Why should I help you? He wants to destroy the world and enslave humanity. I'm not an ordinary person, and neither is my family. But Martin found such people most irritating. He could choose to act voluntarily, but they should not assume his compliance so presumptuously. He now looked forward to the day a decade or two hence when that black bald-headed man would come calling. All right, stop teasing her, Raven interrupted. Hell go, but to save Charles for me, not to work for you. Martin nodded in agreement. As long as he acted, who cared about the reason? Moira fell silent. Can I kill her? Martin joked. No. Hank immediately blocked her from view. I'm kidding. Do you have somewhere else to go? We need to return first, we have no transportation now. They left the cell and walked to the main entrance. Logan. Martin regarded him curiously. The door is sealed and the walls are too thick. I figured I'd wait for you to leave together, Logan said, crossing his arms in resignation. Sorry. Yeah, I figured it was you. That's your style. Martin opened the exit while saying, coincidentally you taught me that when fighting an enemy beyond your match it's best to cut off their escape. Yet you never did it yourself. Lucky for me I habitually came out after you, otherwise you'd be trapped in here. Ha. Teaching is one thing, doing is another. If you hadn't shown up I'd have kept digging. This place can't hold me. With that Logan extended his adamantium claws. How do the new claws feel? Not bad, a bit uncomfortable, probably just need to get used to them. It wasn't about adaptation but suppression. Though that didn't matter much for a clone with little life left. Once outside they found themselves at the base of a snowy mountain. Let's go to my place first, then everyone can do their thing. As Martin spoke, Raven and Jean each took his hand. Logan, put your hand on my shoulder. I don't want to go. I know. Don't worry, no one will bother me. Besides, wherever you go you'll need money and such. I'll sort it out for you to save you the trouble. Logan thought it over and agreed with Martin, placing his hand on Martin's shoulder. What are you waiting for? The other four joined hands and touched Martin's other shoulder. Just as they were about to leave, a tremor rumbled from underground like an earthquake. Apocalypse has begun, Martin said, then teleported everyone to his home. In his yard students filled the space, shattering the usual tranquility. Seeing Hank and the others they rushed over concerned. After calming them, Hank said, "Thank you, Martin. You're welcome. Get to work quickly, the sooner you resolve this the sooner you can take them away. My place is too small." Martin disliked noise. All right. Moira was on the phone, likely reporting the incident and requesting authorization and equipment. Martin led Logan inside and introduced him to Emma and Wendy. Several of Wendy's clones were busy preparing food for the children. Sure you don't want to stay at my place for a while? No. Fine. Emma arranged for him to get a passport, one without complications. Emma nodded and phoned her people. Martin asked Wendy to fetch a card. Take it. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Ha. I'll make Logan repay me. Thanks. Emma hung up. It'll be ready soon but delivery will take a while. I'll pick it up myself. In such a hurry. I've nothing to do here. When you realize your time is short you find it's never enough. All right. Martin got the address from Emma and led Logan to the garage. Pick one. Logan walked over to an off-road vehicle. This one. Good. Keys are in it, take it. Logan nodded, opened the door and got in. Starting the engine, he nodded to Martin and sped off. Logan had always wandered and fought. The original had enjoyed a few good years but this clone's memory held none. So knowing his end was near, he simply wanted to see the world, find a quiet town by the sea with a small tavern. Spend his days drinking, fishing by the shore and living out his remaining time in peace. Resentment was inevitable but there was no remedy. When he emerged from the garage, officials had already arrived. Coming with us? Moira asked. No. Take your people and leave my property. Hey him. A man who seemed to be in charge began. Martin didn't even glance at him. The man flew backward, crashing hard into a car. I don't care who you are. Before coming you must not have checked my record. Quite a few CIA agents have died by my hand. You wouldn't want to be next, would you? Moira wanted to argue but Hank held her back. They got into the car and drove off. Aren't you going to save Charles? Raven asked. Of course I will go, otherwise you will be angry with me. Maybe, I don't know. Don't worry, I'll be there soon, but I won't act with the government officials. Those people are always thinking about using others. I don't think they are any better at schemes than I am. Pfft. Jean smiled from the side. All right, I'll go ahead. What about us? Ruewen asked. I'll go alone, it's too dangerous there. With you around we won't be in trouble. Jean said. No, this time it's not possible, maybe next time, all right. Humph. Seeing that Martin was very determined, Jean pouted and went inside. You all stay at home and make sure everything is fine, don't worry about Charles, I'll bring him back. Okay. After kissing Ruewen goodbye, the tremors became very intense and some buildings had already begun to collapse. After slightly sensing the source of the tremors, Martin teleported away. Martin appeared under a pyramid in Cairo. If this was the place where the apocalypse awakened, and the consciousness transfer device was located here. Meanwhile, Hank and the others were on a fighter jet. It may take some time for them to arrive. This place had already been nearly destroyed by Eric's abilities. To guard against any interruptions during the apocalypse's consciousness transfer, Eric controlled the metal objects within a few kilometers to surround the area. The floating metal in the air looked like a gigantic net from a distance. Martin was not far from Eric, and there was also a layer of protective net around him. He floated up and moved towards Eric. Everything that obstructed his path was cleared away by Martin making way for him. Seeing this phenomenon, Eric's expression changed slightly. He underestimated Martin and overestimated himself. It was still quite challenging for Eric to achieve this level, but Martin effortlessly broke through it. Eric tried to block, but he was powerless. "Are you going to stop me? Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved in this?" Eric asked. "Yeah, but you know I can't refuse, Ruewen. What are you going to do? Bring Charles back and meet the apocalypse along the way. He is the most powerful mutant I have ever seen. He can establish a nation for mutants, which is good for all of us." That's true, but I can't refuse, Ruewen. "Alright, I'm just here to say hello. I'm going to find Charles." Don't cause any trouble. I don't want to have to kill one of Ruewen's friends to save another." "You won't stop me." "No, I don't care." After Martin answered, he turned and headed inside the pyramid while Eric continued to maintain his position. Upon reaching the entrance of the pyramid, Martin saw 4 strangers inside along with Charles, who was paralyzed and unable to move. The others also saw Martin. The apocalypse sensed the immense energy emanating from Martin, much stronger than his 4 horsemen. He let the angel take Charles inside and set him down, then soared into the air, charging toward Martin. Martin also wanted to test how strong he was now and see if he could match the apocalypse. As the apocalypse approached Martin, he released an energy wave directed at him. Martin did not absorb it. He wanted to see if he could withstand it. The energy wave from the apocalypse was very powerful, instantly causing the fabric of Martin's chest to vanish along with the skin underneath. However, his powerful healing abilities were continuously regenerating the missing flesh on Martin's body. The newly grown flesh was immediately destroyed again, and the cycle continued. "It seems your energy is still insufficient." Martin was aware of his Bodhi's strength and focused the energy within to his chest to enhance his healing ability. "How is this possible?" The apocalypse looked at Martin in disbelief, having never seen such a powerful mutant. The apocalypse continued to increase his output. With the augmentation of energy, Martin's healing capabilities reached new heights, still keeping pace with the destruction speed of the apocalypse, and there were signs of surpassing it. "The energy within me is still too little. If the externally absorbed energy can't meet the demands of battle." Muttering to himself, Martin began to absorb the energy waves from the apocalypse. The wound on his chest healed instantly. All the absorbed energy was instantaneously directed at the apocalypse in the form of energy waves. The apocalypse immediately dodged, but was still injured by the energy, suffering a large gash in his waist which was slowly healing. "You are mine." Charles suddenly lost his charm, and Martin was the body the apocalypse truly desired. He needed to defeat Martin first, obtain Charles' abilities, and then transfer his consciousness into Martin's body. After loudly proclaiming this, the apocalypse began to use his mental powers to assault Martin's mind. "Underestimating me. Why play with anything else when you can play with mental abilities?" Martin's mental prowess comes from some of the strongest mutants known. Even though they each focus on different aspects, when combined, Martin had no weaknesses in this regard. There was no need for the diamond clone to obstruct him. His mental powers could fend him off. In Martin's sea of consciousness, the two transformed into giants, with Martin being significantly larger. The apocalypse, in disbelief, raised his hand and struck at Martin. Martin seized the apocalypse's fist, exerting a bit of force to push him down to the ground. He confined the apocalypse's consciousness within his own mind, teleporting in front of him and grasping his throat. Copyable abilities: teleportation, mental powers, molecular manipulation, energy absorption, energy transfer, force field control. Ha ha ha. The pyramid was filled with Martin's villainous laughter. The gains were tremendous. Although some functionalities overlapped, they were even stronger. Teleportation not only allows him to transport himself but also to bring others along without needing to make contact, as long as they are within the range of his teleportation portal, which extends up to 5 meters. The apocalypse's mental powers cannot control others like Charles can, but he can read their thoughts and memories as well as utilize telekinesis. Qin's mental powers include aspects of telekinesis. Molecular manipulation is somewhat similar to Ruin's shapeshifting, enabling changes to one's appearance or even molecular structure. Energy control, in addition to absorbing and releasing like Sebastian, can also be used for material reconstruction, creating illusions, altering memories, and healing physical damage or destruction. Energy transfer allows him to share his powers with others to enhance their abilities. Force field control is a very powerful ability. There are three main types of fields: gravitational field, electric field, and magnetic field. Previously Martin could only control magnetic fields, but now he upgraded to all types of force fields. One could say he struck gold. Gaining abilities is one aspect, while the Apocalypse's own energy is another. The acquisition of new abilities, the upgrade of old ones, and the increase in combat strength are all on a different level. He truly deserves to be able to take on Charles and Eric in battle. If it weren't for Cheen in the movie, they would have had no way to deal with it. My Cheen is still the strongest. Martin Horn possesses the abilities of power, replication, phoenix force, force field control, self-healing, energy manipulation, psychic abilities, diamond form, instant acceleration, teleportation, transformation, super speed, flight, corrosive saliva, powerful sound waves, cloning, physiological speed, environmental survival, beast-like senses, and body enhancement. With these extraordinary powers, what more could he possibly need? With these enhancements, who in this world could still rival him? Even if Thanos were to arrive, he would have to crawl back. Cough. I can't get too carried away. Leaving the other three who attempted to ambush him behind, Martin continued to reflect on his gains. What he valued most was still energy transfer. He had acquired most of the other abilities, but this one eluded him. Moreover, this was the power that Emma and Raven had long awaited. With this ability they could grow stronger and have a bit of joy, possibly even have a baby. After the excitement, Martin suppressed his thoughts of Apocalypse and shifted his gaze to the others. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. First he would take care of the angel and then make contact. Replicable ability, flight, healing, garbage. He pushed him back, then brought the psychic disc closer and made contact. Replicable ability, telepathy, so soft. Not bad actually. The telepathy of the psychic disc has three special aspects: mental explosion, precognition, and creation. Mental explosion can inflict harm on the target's body using mental energy. Even helmets that are immune to telepathy cannot evade it. Precognition allows one to randomly foresee future events with probabilities that are rather metaphysical. The last one, creation, enables the crafting of weapons using mental energy, including cold weapons. That was alright. He unconsciously tightened his grip slightly, savoring the soft texture before pushing her away amidst her embarrassed and furious expression, and then pulled over the last Storm. Having learned from the previous encounter with the psychic disc, Storm struggled in the air, trying to shield her chest with her hands. What do you mean? You won't let me do it? I will insist on doing it. Replicable ability, weather control, only one, but it is incredibly powerful, capable of creating lightning, tornadoes, blizzards, and more. In the future it will be quite convenient. If I run out of energy, I can just strike myself with lightning. Let go. Due to distraction she relaxed her control and Storm gritted her teeth and said, "This attitude." He squeezed a bit harder. "Don't mention it, she's much larger than the psychic disc," and then he pushed her away. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention." Compared to Apocalypse, the three of them did not contribute much. Ignoring the furious gazes of Storm and the psychic disc, Martin released Apocalypse from his mind. There was a man inside him which felt quite strange. He concentrated energy in his hand, which was gripping Apocalypse's neck. No. Ordinary energy does not cause much damage to Apocalypse, but Martin is the protagonist. Even if ordinary energy is ineffective, he still has the energy of the Phoenix Force. Unfortunately, he was still a bit short if the Phoenix Force dissipated into ashes without being used. Whether or not to kill Apocalypse was not crucial, but if he survived, Charles would definitely come again. At that point Raven's pitiful little eyes would surely soften him once more. It would be better to resolve this at once. "Charles, I am done with my matters. I'll take you back, or you can handle it yourself. Hank and the others should be on their way here. Can't you just finish everything? You want to be the hero, I'm not. My business is simply to help Raven save you. Also, in the future, handle your own matters, don't drag Raven into it. That's my family matter." No, it's my family matter now. Raven already said he just stayed there for a while. "Oh. I forgot your home has become ruins." "What?" Charles strained to prop himself up. "Humph." Ignoring him, Martin turned and walked outside. "You three are free, go do what you want. His helpers are about to arrive. He is working for the government, he won't be able to escape soon." "Are you not going to capture us?" Storm asked. "Why would I capture you? If I weren't afraid of you helping Apocalypse, I wouldn't even bother with you." "Is that so? Your hand didn't say that just now." The psychic disc felt that Martin was not lying and chuckled coldly. Hee, that was an accident, don't mind the details. I am serious, you should leave now. As for that one outside, don't worry about him, he and the one lying down are friends. As they spoke they walked to the entrance just in time to see a fighter jet flying in the distance. See, I wasn't lying, right? Very much in line with the American government style, if they show up only after the matter is resolved. Then I will take my leave. After the angel finished speaking she ascended first. Me too, thank you. Forget it, consider it the payment for just now. Storm said, rolling her eyes as if it were something trivial, preparing to take off. That's not enough either, don't give it at all or give a bit more. Storm gave him a sidelong glance even though her eyes were completely white now. Do you want me to pay you? The psychic disc asked with a flirtatious smile, her hand gliding over herself. Heh. Ill-intentioned, hurry and leave. After saying that she ignored him and directly teleported home. If this place was still for them to tidy up. Humph. The psychic disc saw that Martin did not respond to her and glancing at the approaching plane in the distance huffed and left. Where is Charles? As soon as Martin appeared in the living room Raven stood up and asked. I am your man, isn't this inappropriate? Martin asked with wide eyes. Huh. You can tell by her expression that everything went smoothly. Emma said. My Emma understands me best. Martin walked between Emma and Jean, putting his arms around both their shoulders as he said to Raven, don't worry, Apocalypse is dead and his only helper is Eric. When I left, Hank and the others also arrived and nothing will happen now. Oh. That's good. Raven sighed with relief, moving in closer to Martin to give him a kiss. Thank you. Just one kiss from you is enough. Martin smiled and returned the gesture. If you want, Raven can take my spot. Jean said with jealousy as Raven's approach had inadvertently pushed her to the back. No, that won't do. Martin lifted Jean and placed her on his lap, holding her close. Is this okay? Jean smiled in satisfaction and nodded her head. Did you gain anything this time? Emma asked. Yes, a lot. I found a method to enhance your powers. Really? Emma and Raven asked in surprise. Really? Let's go. Emma immediately wanted to pull Martin upstairs. Wait, can we wait a few hours? I just got back. Martin pulled her back down onto the sofa. Holding the zither he embraced Emma and Raven, comforting them until they abandoned the idea of immediately enhancing their power. By the way, has Logan left? Emma nodded. I got the call. He's already got it. After a moment of thought Martin said, he'll be heading to Canada in a few days. Raven and Jean knew his purpose. Though Emma was unaware, it mattered little if she would follow Martin's lead regardless. She could guess after meeting this friend named Logan today that his sudden trip was clearly motivated. Can I come with you? Jean asked. No, you still have school. You're graduating this year, have you decided where to go? Heh. Jean suddenly chuckled. What's wrong? I've already been accepted into MIT. Jean said proudly. Huh? When? I had no idea, Martin exclaimed in surprise. That just proves you're not a qualified guardian. You never pay attention to my studies. Heh. Martin laughed awkwardly and continued, alright, I only care if you're happy and if anyone's bullying you. Though I can't match you yet, there shouldn't be anyone my age who can bully me, Jean said confidently. True. Jean's Phoenix Force had grown considerably, primarily in terms of energy. She was a veritable force of destruction. Are you going to the graduation prom? Have you decided who to go with? Raven asked. Among everyone present, only Jean had the chance to attend such an event, so she was curious. Martin bounced Jean on his knee and said with certainty, who else but me, right? Hey, yeah, of course, well, go together. Emma asked, can we come along for fun? Though a high school prom couldn't compare to a Hellfire Club gala, its unique significance intrigued those who had never experienced one. We can sneak in, there'll be so many people. With all of us here, there's nowhere we can't go. Chatting about daily life and playfully teasing hours passed swiftly. The sound of a car engine drifted in from outside and soon footsteps approached the house's entrance. Raven swiftly slapped away the hand resting on her thigh and rose to greet Charles at the door. Jean felt too embarrassed to remain seated on Martin's lap. My dear, Emma is still the best, Martin mused, giving a gentle squeeze. But in front of outsiders he couldn't let them lose face. Martin released his grip, stood up and walked to the entrance just as Charles and Hank stepped inside. Raven ushered them in and everyone settled in the living room. Knowing Martin's distaste for the CIA, Moira had apparently stayed away this time. Or perhaps she was just busy with her own affairs. All taken care of. Yes, thank you for your help and for looking after these children. No need, thank Raven. Charles then expressed his gratitude to Raven, who nodded in acknowledgement. I've come to take the children back. Back. The school was already in ruins, how could they be accommodated there? I'll settle them elsewhere for now and I'll have the academy rebuilt. As Charles spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted toward Jean, sensing the formidable phoenix force emanating from her. She's Jean. I brought her back from there 2 years ago. Hello, I'm Charles. I founded Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, which welcomes all mutants. In the future it will also accept ordinary humans. I'm striving for peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans. The results are promising so far, at least the government's attitude toward us is relatively moderate. Martin remained silent, merely smiling as he glanced at Hank and the others. Jean nodded and replied, I know. Martin took me there a couple of days ago, but you weren't around. Oh right, Hank mentioned it. I just wasn't sure if it was you, Charles said with a nod, then asked Martin curiously, how do you suppress that power within her? In his view the force was overwhelmingly destructive, far too much for a child to control easily. I don't suppress it. I just helped Jean try to accept it. Fortunately she succeeded and they embraced each other. But this power feels. It's just power. Neither good nor bad, it all depends on who wields it and for what purpose. You're right. After a moment's consideration, Charles said to Martin, I'm planning to form a team of mutants to maintain the current peace. Are you interested? Who? Emma? No. Of course not. Emma was the White Queen of the Hellfire Club, there was no way she would join Charles' team. Everyone else declined, including Raven. In her eyes the only bond left with Charles was a thread of familial affection, but that didn't mean she shared his views. Between Charles and Eric she leaned more toward Eric's perspective. If Eric weren't so reckless she might never have left the Brotherhood of Mutants. Disappointed by the rejections, Charles exchanged a few more pleasantries before leaving with the Xavier students. Did Nightcrawler agree to join you? Martin asked Emma, watching the blue-skinned youth follow Charles. No. He doesn't seem to like Azazel much and he said he prefers the atmosphere at Xavier's. Alright, forget it then. That's not the point. Now that everyone who should leave has left, shouldn't we get down to business? Emma asked with a smile. She seemed impatient to enhance her power. What business? Martin asked, grinning. Hiss. Emma slowly licked her lips. Martin took Emma's and Raven's hands. Let's head back and start. What about me? Jean asked. You don't need it. The Phoenix Force is already the strongest power. Mine only enhances mutant abilities. Jean protested, I want to watch. Alright, come on. You too, Wendy. Since it was just enhancing their powers, there was no harm in letting them watch. Back in the room, Martin asked, who's first? Me. What do I need to do? Emma stood before him eagerly. Nothing. As he spoke, Martin reached out, took Emma's hand and activated his energy transfer ability, beginning to amplify her power. The sudden influx of energy first brought Emma a sense of fulfillment. But as the energy surged, she felt every cell in her body begin to stir restlessly. My dear. I feel like. Pfft. Raven teased, are you sure you're helping her enhance her abilities? Jean blushed as well. If their hands weren't clasped in such a manner, the scene would hardly be suitable for children. It's normal. This ability amplifies this gene. I worried it might overwhelm you if it came too fast, so let's take it slow. We have all the time we need. Really? I feel. Wonderful. Good. Martin's expression also turned peculiar. I'll take my leave now. You carry on. Jean said, her face flushed. She hadn't been shy when she had sneaked into Martin's bedroom before during less formal occasions. Yet today, with a serious task at hand, she found herself unexpectedly bashful. Perhaps it was due to the change in their relationship, the presence of others, or the fact that she and Martin hadn't yet shared any intimate moments. Under the amused gazes of Raven and Wendy, Jean hurried back to her room. The other two paid it no mind, they had witnessed far more brazen acts. Emma's sensation was indescribable. It felt as though every cell in her body had come alive, restlessly stirring within her. This sensation persisted for a long while, a full half-hour, until Martin sensed her body had reached its current saturation point. He ceased the energy output and Emma relaxed her brow, opening her eyes. "How do you feel?" Raven asked eagerly. Emma assessed her abilities, testing her telepathy. Its range had expanded by more than tenfold and its intensity had surged as well. Then she shifted into her diamond form, clenching her fist to gauge the change. "Strong," she said. "I feel I could challenge my dear in a duel." As she spoke, the 10 nails on her hands elongated, forming 10 diamond spikes, and she cast a provocative glance at Martin. This was her newly acquired ability, a significant boost in combat prowess. Now she had both defense and offense. She knew, of course, that she was no match for Martin, but there was no harm in boasting. Besides, Martin would never bring himself to harm her. "Fine, you said it. Let me finish with the others first, and then we'll see who begs for mercy in that state," Martin remarked, eyeing her shimmering diamond form. He had yet to experience this version of her. "Like this?" Emma asked, dumbfounded. "Let's see if your shield is harder or my spear is sharper." After all, he had his own diamond form. "Heh. The spear." Emma clenched her fist, raising her right index finger with its nearly 20-centimeter long nail. Martin felt a certain part of him tighten. Raven interrupted their banter, saying, my turn. You two can carry on later." The same procedure was repeated with Raven. Half an hour later she tested her shape-shifting abilities. She could now not only transform into other people but also into individual objects adjustable in size. She could even simulate the material structure of non-living things. Previously, when Raven shifted into someone else, she could mimic their clothes, accessories and weapons, but they were mere facades. Now she could truly replicate those items. The weapons were still limited to cold steel. She could manage the appearance of firearms, but they couldn't fire ammunition. Raven opened her hand and a dagger materialized in her palm according to her will. She twirled it playfully. It was razor sharp. The only drawback was that the dagger vanished when it left her body, as the sustaining energy was still supplied by her. "Thank you, dear." "Moi." Raven expressed her gratitude. "This is a tremendous improvement." "You're welcome." Martin held Raven in return, then turned to Emma. "See how Raven rewards me. And you just provoke me. Didn't you say we'd settle it later?" "Haha, just kidding." He released Raven and extended his hand to Wendy. "Come on, your turn, sweetheart." Wendy placed her hand in Martin's. In less than half an hour she assessed herself and said with disappointment, "No new abilities, but my physical strength has greatly increased." Her power wasn't combat-oriented, so the most noticeable change was her enhanced physique. Well, it could be considered an ability boost, as her increased stamina meant she could create more and stronger clones. "That's fine. Protecting you is my duty. It doesn't matter if you didn't gain new abilities." Martin held her close, offering comfort. Thank you." Overall, each of them received enhancements tailored to their unique abilities. The commonality was a marked improvement in their physical strength, resilience and the like. With the serious work done, it was time for the serious work. Martin turned and grinned wickedly at Emma. She smiled seductively, came over, linked her arm through his and blinked at Raven and Wendy. "You two carry on. My dear and I have some private matters to attend to." With that she pulled him outside. "Where to?" "The pool. Jean can see us from there. As long as no one outside can see, it's fine." As it turned out, no matter how strong the shield, it cannot withstand a spear that is sharp and hard enough. Carrying Emma back to her bedroom, he laid her on the bed and coaxed her to sleep. Then Martin left and returned downstairs. Raven teased, "You two are something. If there were neighbors nearby, someone would have called the cops for disturbing the peace." "Would they?" Raven and Wendy nodded in unison. "All right, no matter. It's just our household, we do as we please." "Who's free tonight?" Martin asked, looking at the two. Raven pointed behind Martin. "Her." Martin turned to see Jean standing behind him, her hair still wet. "Why didn't you dry your hair before coming downstairs?" He walked over, took her hand and led her to the couch, helping her dry her hair. Jean sat quietly leaning to one side, eyes half-closed, savoring Martin's gentle touch. Once her hair was dry, Jean sat on Martin's lap, lifted her head and kissed him. "I want to be with you tonight," she whispered. "All right." Jean beamed, her eyes crinkling with joy as she looked at him. They kissed again. All right, enough kissing. Careful you don't fill up and miss dinner." Raven emerged from the kitchen carrying 2 plates. "Pfft." Jean and Martin exchanged a smile. Martin said, "I'll go check on Emma and call her for dinner." "Humph, whose fault is that? You're not gentle when you should be, and now you remember." Martin paused and looked at her. "You prefer a gentler me." Raven said nothing, lowering her head and retreating into the kitchen. "Heh." Emma was already fine by the time Martin went upstairs. She had already gotten up. After dinner they engaged in their usual family activities, watching movies, chatting, or simply sitting together drinking wine or soda. However, Jean was still 2 months away from adulthood. A few days of early drinking wouldn't hurt. Yet holding the long-awaited glass, she felt restless, fidgeting in her chair like a child with hyperactivity. Even before taking a sip, her cheeks flushed as if she were already tipsy. "All right, that's enough for today. I'm tired. You'll head to my room now," Raven said, rising and pulling Emma and Wanda along with her. Jean stared at Martin with wide eyes. "Want to join?" Martin asked with a smile. "I want." Waking up to see each other in the morning truly deepened their bond. Today Jean was more natural and affectionate with Martin than ever before. She seemed eager to be attached to him every moment. "Time to eat," Martin said, holding Jean and gently patting her soft flesh. "I won't get down." "Carry me to eat," Jean murmured, leaning on Martin's shoulder. "All right. Moi. How are you so adorable?" "Because I love you. Let's go." The year's greatest crisis had been resolved, yet Martin felt no sense of having saved the world. Being a world-saving hero meant running around constantly, enduring others' meddling, and perhaps like the neighbor farmer's foolish son, licking one's wounds in solitude. Compared to that, he preferred cuddling with his beloved wives at home. Seizing this chance, the whole family took a collective rest for a few days. Then it was back to school and work as usual. A few days later, before noon, Martin appeared in a small logging camp in northwestern Canada. It was a forestry town surrounded by endless forests of towering trees that seemed to pierce the sky. Martin arrived at a logging site where a familiar figure was busy with a chainsaw, working with fervor. Leaning against the hood of a car, he lit a large cigar reminiscent of Wolverine's. Breathing in the fresh air and the scent of raw timber was truly a unique pleasure. The busy Logan, after cutting a log, straightened up and caught sight of Martin. Thinking he was mistaken, he took a closer look and confirmed it was indeed him. A faint smile crossed his face. He said something to a coworker, dropped the chainsaw and walked over, pulling off his gloves. "What are you doing here?" Logan asked as he approached. "When do you get off?" "I can leave soon." Logan walked to Martin's side, leaning against the hood in the same posture, and lit a cigar. "Spit it out. What's the matter? Can't I just come to drink and chat with you?" "Humph." Logan's laugh betrayed his disbelief. "Well." Martin rubbed his stubble and said, "Let's find somewhere to eat first." He didn't know how to broach the subject. This old friend had finally enjoyed a few peaceful years. Now he was here to tell him that he had always been under surveillance and his wife was someone else's pawn. It was. Logan smiled and said, "No need to find a place. Kayla will bring food soon. I can share some with you." His face radiated happiness as he spoke. "All right." After a few more words, Logan stubbed out his cigar and said, "I'll go handle something. Wait for me." Nearly half an hour later, Martin watched Logan work, joyfully chat happily with coworkers, and then walk over with a grin. "Let's go." Martin stood up and followed. "Where to?" "The clearing ahead." "What's for lunch?" "No idea." "Do you really care about what you eat?" "Don't you?" "I only care about what I drink." They arrived at a clearing on the hillside, offering a panoramic view of the valley. A red car was parked there. A gentle and virtuous-looking woman spread a picnic blanket on the grass beside a basket filled with food and beer. "Looks like it's not vodka," Martin remarked. "Beer isn't good enough for you," Logan replied before quickly walking over to embrace and kiss Kayla. "This is my friend Martin Horn. And this is my love, Kayla." "Hi." "Hello." After exchanging greetings, Kayla said, Logan has never brought a friend to meet me before. That's because he has no other friends besides me, Martin teased. Bullshit. Logan retorted, unwilling to admit it in front of his beloved. Kayla asked with a smile, where are you from? New York. Wow, a big city. It must be much more bustling than here. It's alright. This place is nice too, great for living. After a few exchanges between Martin and Kayla, Logan produced 2 beers and handed one to Martin. Here. Taking a sip, Martin asked, have you two been here all these years? Yeah. Come have some food. Let's eat and talk. Logan sat on the blanket. Martin sat across from them and said, all right. The food seemed prepared for only 2, and since Martin wasn't hungry, he took only a couple of bites. Logan didn't mind, he was famished from the intense labor. Kayla asked warmly, don't you like it? No, I'm just not hungry. Don't mind me, you two eat. Logan added, it's fine, don't stand on ceremony. They chatted casually until Logan was full. They clinked their bottles. Martin pondered for a moment before saying, well. I met someone a few days ago. Guess who? Who? Victor. To Logan, the only person they both knew was Victor. No. It was you. Logan stared at Martin and laughed. Bullshit. It's been years, we only met today. Humph. Alright. I won't beat around the bush. You must have felt the global earthquake a while back, right? We even took 2 days off because of it. There's a mutant who's lived for thousands of years. In that era he was a god. Later he was betrayed and buried underground. Not long ago someone freed him. He's trying to rule the world again. So what does that have to do with me? My girlfriend is Charles' sister. He once took her in. After sensing the apocalypse incident, Charles contacted her. When she arrived at the X-Mansion, it was in shambles. Charles had been captured by Apocalypse and several others were taken by a man named William Stryker. Logan furrowed his brows and asked, Strick. And then? Then when we went to rescue people, we found a secret base in the snow-capped mountains. Apart from those from the X Academy, there was also a beast locked up alone, a beast that only knew how to kill. Martin continued amidst Logan's puzzled gaze, that person is you, to be precise, your clone. What? Logan was too shocked to say anything. He glanced at Kayla, who looked a bit unnatural, and Martin remained silent, giving Logan a moment to digest this news. Logan. Kayla suddenly called out. What? Logan, lost in thought, turned his head to look at Kayla with a furrowed brow. Martin interrupted the two, saying, I obtained some memories from Strick and I think I should tell you. Where is Strick now? He should have been killed by that Logan, I'm not sure. He didn't mention it again afterwards. Logan, I have something to tell you. Kayla said. Okay. I think since Logan is your lover, you should tell him what needs to be said. You should understand him well, he would do anything for you rather than cooperate with those with ulterior motives. Martin suddenly said to Kayla. What are you two talking about? Logan asked in confusion. Martin scratched his head and said, you can either say it yourself or I can show Logan Strick's memories. Letting Kayla be honest is the best choice. If the truth is as Martin says, Logan will surely feel very bad. Kayla. Logan's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Kayla. I'm sorry he took my sister, Kayla said, unable to hold back her tears. Seeing that they had started, Martin stood up and left space for them. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Logan asked angrily. I couldn't. If I exposed myself, my sister would be used as a test subject. Strick promised me that as long as I cooperated with him, my sister would be safe and would be released later. Kayla said. So you're also a mutant. No wonder you were able to accept my appearance so quickly. Logan had dreamt multiple times about the battlefield and helping Strick ever since being with Kayla. As a result, in dreams his bone claws had injured Kayla several times. But Kayla never minded, instead comforting Logan. This was also one of the reasons Logan loved Kayla. What is your ability? Mind control. So our feelings are fake? Logan asked. No, Logan, I love you, our feelings are real. Kayla hurriedly said, my ability is related to the mind, but I've never used it on you, I swear. If Martin hadn't come, would you have really planned to keep this from me forever? Kayla didn't speak because that was indeed her plan. You should trust me. I'm sorry. I just wanted to wait and see. I don't want either you or Emma to get hurt. Have you finished talking? Martin saw that the two hadn't spoken for a while and walked up to them to ask. Logan muttered softly. Then should I share the memories I obtained from Strick with you now? How will you give it to me? Logan asked. Well, talk about it later. Martin explained, using his telepathic ability to share Strick's memories and the events of encountering Logan's clone in the secret base with her. Strick's memories included how he plotted the X-weapon plan and who was currently working for him. It also covered the current progress, such as the clones. However, there was no information about which mutants he currently had as prisoners, and Martin was too lazy to check at that time. He only wanted to know what he needed to know. Fuck. Seeing Strick truly researching his clone and the mindless appearance of the clone, Logan angrily smashed the bottle of wine he was holding on the ground. Kayla was startled and shivered. Logan had always been polite in front of her. Noticing Kayla's reaction, Logan managed to suppress his anger. Are you sure Strick is dead? Logan asked with a frown. Not certain, but the possibility is very high, Logan. I mean, you know how he was then. I don't think he would let Strick go. Humph. But since you found the place, you haven't paid attention to whether he is still around, right? I sealed the door. I really didn't pay attention to him at that time. Martin suddenly felt that Strick might still be alive. These agents who constantly think of making trouble no matter what else are always capable of surviving. There might also be secret passages in the base. Then he must be alive. I know him. Logan said with certainty. Why didn't he tell me? Martin asked. Because he knows that you and I wouldn't let Strick go, plus he. And I want to personally twist that guy's head off. Knowing that the original Logan and Martin wouldn't let Strick go and his own time was running out. With Strick's abilities, in just 2 months he couldn't do anything, so he simply did his own thing and left Strick to Logan to deal with. So what do you plan to do now? That son of a bitch dared to use me as a test subject. What do you think I should do? Logan said, his eyes inadvertently looking at Kayla. So. According to Strick's memories, John Ghost, Chris Thunderman and Fred Meatball have already left. I need to find them to know where Strick's base is. If I have an understanding of the target, Martin could quickly find him, but it would be troublesome for unfamiliar people. Let's stick to Logan's idea for now. Other people's matters can be ignored, but Logan's cannot. Decades of feelings are at stake. Do you need help? Martin asked. Of course. Couldn't you have come a few days later? I finally managed to have a quiet life. Logan lamented in disappointment. Once this matter is resolved, you can continue your quiet life. You don't blame Kayla, she just kept it from you and didn't truly betray you. At least for now, that is. If anything happens in the future, it wouldn't be the case. In Kayla's expectant gaze, Logan sighed and said, I will rescue your sister, but it must go according to my plan. All right. Kayla quickly said, stepping closer and taking Logan's hand. I'm sorry. It's okay, don't worry, Martin is very strong. After hugging for a while, Logan suddenly asked, I don't remember you having mind-related abilities. Could I have remembered it incorrectly? Haha, Logan, times have changed and so have I. It's only natural that I occasionally awaken a powerful ability or two. What? Why have I been stuck with the same 2 abilities all these years? You're getting old, friend. Bullshit, you're only 2 years younger than me. Alright, I'll go talk to the boss then. Well, head out. Martin asked, where to? California. John opened a boxing gym there. He's the only lead I have. Fine. Logan went to ask for leave or quit, leaving Martin and Kayla alone. Can you tell me about your sister? Kayla glanced at Martin and asked, why do you ask? Just curious. Stryker told me your sister's name is Emma and she has the ability to turn into diamond form. Coincidentally, my girlfriend is also named Emma and has the same diamond form. Really? Your girlfriend? Isn't her name Raven? Kayla was about to inquire about this Emma when she suddenly recalled that Martin had mentioned his girlfriend Raven when talking about Stryker. Well. They both are. Kayla looked at Martin with an unreadable expression. What, is that a problem? No. I just didn't expect you to. Martin said, you misunderstand. They know about each other. We all live together along with 2 other girls. Oh. You guys really know how to live it up. Kayla scrutinized Martin from head to toe as if seeing him for the first time. Alright, enough about that. Tell me about Emma. Martin urged, embarrassed by her scrutiny. My sister and I aren't close. We separated long ago and lost contact. Then Stryker found me. Have you seen her? Yes. So it was confirmed, this Emma was not the Emma from home. His own Emma had always been in New York, returning home every now and then, never missing. Do you have a photo of her? Martin asked. No. I was taken to a place and saw her once. Even though we were never close, she's still my sister. I have to find a way to save her. Is diamond form her only ability? Yes, I've never heard of her having any other. After 2 days of travel, Martin, Logan and Kayla arrived near their destination. Kayla had come along, as leaving her alone with someone watching them made Logan uneasy. Last night Kayla had dragged Logan off to rest early. Fine, but why did she give Martin that wary look before leaving? It wasn't like Martin was going to drag Logan off for anything other than a drink or two, really. If it weren't for the fact that she was Logan's beloved. Logan, what brings you here? John stared in surprise at the three who pushed through the door. Unable to stomach Stryker's deeds, he and 2 others had quit after Logan left. But with Stryker's influence and the loyalty of Victor and Agent Zero, John avoided all old acquaintances to prevent being silenced. Later Fred the Blob had joined him here, but the stress had driven him to food, leading to a binge eating disorder. The two ran a boxing gym to make a living. He had only contacted Logan a few times, trusting him not to cause harm after their years of working together. Besides, Logan had grown tired of the life of gunfire and seemed unlikely to stir up trouble, so John had shared his whereabouts. He never expected Logan to show up one day. I need to ask you something. Logan introduced Martin and Kayla to John, glancing at the boxing practice area. Sure, let's talk in the office. They went to John's second-floor office, where Logan stood by the window watching the sparring below. What is it? John asked. Logan said, I want to know what you did after I left. No, Logan. We didn't do anything different, just the same things we used to do together. Is that so? Seeing Logan's disbelief, John hesitated before saying, after you left, Stryker went too far. Soon after, we started hunting people non-stop. Who? Our own kind. Logan clung to a sliver of hope. What about Victor? He was the most eager. Agent Zero just followed Stryker's orders. And then? I couldn't take it anymore and left first. Later Fred found me and said he'd left too. He said Chris left and Wade died. At the mention of Wade, Logan recalled the chatterbox who never shut up. Where are the captured people being held? Logan turned to face him. I don't know. We only handled the captures and handed them over to others sent by Stryker. Who should I ask to find that place? John shook his head helplessly. You'll get me killed, old friend. Tell me, John. I promise I'll take care of the trouble without involving you. Otherwise, do you want to keep living in hiding under Stryker's watch? John said dejectedly, Chris is dead. He died at an amusement park a while ago. He handed a newspaper to Logan. Logan took it and saw a headline, amusement park worker killed in animal attack. But he knew it was no animal, those were Victor's claw marks. Fred might know. He got close to the guards who came to take the captives away back then. John let out a breath. Where is Fred now? Right here. John nodded downward. Logan looked and saw a familiar figure in the boxing ring, but... My God, what happened to him? His backside is practically hanging out the front. Fred used to be muscular, but now he looked like a blob of fat from afar. His enormous belly combined with ill-fitting clothes indeed resembled a giant rear end. He has binge eating disorder. John shook his head with a bitter smile. Let's go down and talk to him. John followed, cautioning, don't mention anything related to his size. If he's that sensitive, he should lose weight. Heh. As they reached the practice area, Fred, holding a milkshake, punched his sparring partner clean out of the ring. It was evident that he was a mutant of the strength-based variety, his abundant musculature in no way impeding his combat prowess. Growling. Logan, long time no see. Fred said, drinking from whatever he held. Yeah. You now. Logan started to tease, but recalling John's warning, he bit back the words that nearly slipped out. In their past such banter was commonplace, but now he thought better of it. Logan had no desire to be pummeled, though he feared no injury. The pain was still something he wished to avoid. Fred understood Logan's implication, but perhaps due to the reunion his expression flickered, but he did not lash out. Fred, I want to ask you where Stryker sends the people he captures. Logan asked, gripping the edge of the ring. Get up here. Beat me and he'll tell you. A strange grin spread across Fred's corpulent face. Logan's face fell instantly. Given Fred's current size, he was no match for him. Fred had always been the thick-skinned, tough type. Seeing him now, Logan knew he'd only be on the receiving end of a beating. Yet determined to get the information, Logan shed his clothes, put on boxing gloves under John's gleeful gaze, and leaped onto the platform. You'll go easy on me, right? Fred grinned. Of course. With that, he swung a fist directly at Logan's head. Ah! Before Logan could brace himself, the punch sent him crashing to the mat. Damn! You fight dirty. My rule is once you're in the ring, the fight's on. Fred tossed aside his empty cup. Yeah. Fine. Logan rolled to his feet, rubbing the spot where had been hit, then assumed a boxing stance and drove a punch into Fred's abdomen. Fred didn't even dodge, taking the blow without flinching. Is that a tickle? Fred taunted, watching Logan stumble. The punch had not only failed to hurt Fred, the recoil from his massive belly nearly sent Logan toppling. Damn it! Logan clenched his teeth and attacked again. Though he landed several hits, a single punch from Fred sent him sprawling once more. This time Fred didn't pause. He dropped his weight onto Logan, pinning him to the mat. Oof! Logan felt as if his back were breaking. In agony, the bone claws on his knuckles tore through the gloves and jabbed into Fred's rear. Enraged by the sudden pain, Fred raised his fist and smashed it down toward Logan's head. No! Kayla cried out. Martin could no longer watch idly. Without adamantium bones in his body, that punch wouldn't kill Logan, but it would certainly turn his head into a smashed watermelon. With a mere thought, Martin froze Fred's fist in midair, halting its descent. Then he hurled Fred off Logan, sending him crashing into the ropes of the ring. The sudden appearance of an unknown ability told John and Fred that it had to be either Kayla or Martin. But one look at their expressions revealed that the handsome man was responsible. Kayla had already climbed into the ring to check on Logan. "I'm fine." Logan staggered to his feet, rolling his shoulders, and said to Fred, "Buddy, I can't beat you. But you still have to tell me what I need to know." "Fine." Fred replied, dazed. He dared not refuse. If he angered Logan further, would this ruthless man in the audience simply kill him on the spot? The threats Logan was about to utter died in his throat. It was unsettling how quickly Fred had capitulated. Fred said, "Logan, can you introduce me to this gentleman?" "Yeah. This is Martin." The three of them left the ring and Logan reintroduced Martin to both of them. "My God, you're Martin Horn. I never expected to meet you here," Fred exclaimed joyfully. Logan and the others looked at him curiously, including Martin, wondering how he knew of him. "John, remember that Magneto who came looking for us a few days ago? He told me about Mr. Horn." "Eric?" Martin asked. Yes, exactly him." Eric was currently short-handed and had been recruiting mutants everywhere. He had come to Fred a few days ago, sharing his ambitions. Fred said he would think it over. Later they talked about the great earthquake and Eric told him about that day's events. Martin's immense power instantly earned the Brute's admiration. Listening to Fred's excited account, everyone, including Logan, looked at Martin as if seeing him for the first time. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Horn," Fred said happily. "Yeah, likewise. So you have the powerful telepathy to find anyone and the ability to teleport?" Logan asked, eyes wide. "Yeah, so what?" "So what?" Logan complained incredulously. "If you can find anyone directly, why not just locate Stryker? And why did we have to spend 2 days traveling?" Stryker is too far away. I can't pinpoint his exact location. Searching one by one would take just as long as gathering information and going there." Martin had only tried to find Stryker after meeting Logan. He had always assumed the cloned Logan had already killed Stryker. But he couldn't find him. It must be because the distance was too great. His psychic abilities were strong, but not strong enough to locate anyone without a cerebro amplifier. His current range was roughly the size of a city like New York. That was already incredibly powerful, far surpassing Charles and Apocalypse. Logan accepted the explanation. "What about teleportation?" Martin said innocently, "I didn't know this place. I can only teleport to places I've seen. I can't just casually pry into your memories to find this spot, can I?" Would you rather have someone rifle through your mind or spend 2 days traveling? Fine. With no shortcut available, Logan turned his gaze to Fred. Perhaps it was meeting his idol or his confidence in Martin, but Fred didn't hesitate. There's a mutant who escaped from there once. His name is Remy LeBeau. You can find him in the casinos of Las Vegas. Any specific location? Just check the big casinos there. He's always hanging around them. Seeing that Fred didn't know his exact whereabouts, Martin said, "It's fine. Well, go to Las Vegas first. As long as he's there, finding him won't be hard." Then he asked, "Does this Remy have any distinctive marks or a photo of him?" "No, but because he uses his abilities for gambling, he often wears a cowboy hat to hide his face. He always carries a cane with a white crystal on top. Easy to recognize." "Good. With distinctive features, it's manageable. As long as he's been around recently, I can find him." Martin pointed to his head. "Let's go now," Logan said. "I'm coming too." Fred and John spoke simultaneously. Logan looked at them curiously. Both had wanted nothing more to do with this, so why were they offering to help now? "You're right. I don't want to stay hidden here forever." Fred smiled and said, "With Mr. Horn here, we're sure to succeed." "All right." On the way to Las Vegas, Logan suddenly asked, "Are his metal claws strikers experiment?" He felt a stirring of desire. From the information Martin provided, he could see that possessing that would make him incredibly powerful. Adamantium. The same thing you were searching for in Africa back then. Do you think I could get that injection too? If he could endure it, so can I. Martin said, "It's too dangerous." At Logan's puzzled look, Martin continued, "While injecting liquid adamantium to replace your bones is excruciating, your healing factor is strong enough to survive it. However, adamantium has a property: it suppresses your healing factor. Having your entire skeleton coated in it would be like slow suicide." "How do you know?" "He's fine. I just know. The toxicity is cumulative and slow, gradually eroding your body without an immediate outburst." "Are you saying one day my healing factor will vanish and I'll age, get injured and die?" "Yes." "That wouldn't be so bad." Martin stared at him in shock. "No way. You're not thinking of suicide, are you?" "Of course not. Those centuries had been spent in solitude, and combat survival was an innate instinct. Now, with life visibly improving, Logan truly didn't wish to die. But that combat prowess. Could I modify just part of my body?" Logan asked, raising his hand. "I don't know. What if the effect spreads throughout?" After a moment of silence, Logan said, "I want to try. Just my arms. I have confidence in myself." These claws were his finest weapons. Pure bone couldn't compare to adamantium in sharpness or hardness. On the street with the most casinos in Las Vegas, 2 cars pulled into a parking lot. After getting out, Logan looked at Martin. "It's up to you. Leave it to me." Starting with the casino security guard nearby, Martin searched through his memories for Remy, the man in the tall hat with the crystal-topped cane. Unfortunately, this guard's recent memories held nothing. But that didn't matter. From this guard he found their supervisor. No luck with the supervisor, so he moved on. After checking several casinos, Martin finally found traces of Remy in the memory of a shift manager at a larger establishment. In the manager's memory, Remy never lost at gambling. The casino suspected cheating but had no proof. Several casinos Remy frequented had joined forces to keep an eye on him. At that moment, Remy was inside one of those casinos. Following the memory, Martin located Remy, who was winning big at the tables. As Fred had said, Remy wore a hat, his face deeply hidden. At a table he casually toyed with a deck of cards. Martin could clearly sense the special energy emanating from the cards. "Found him. Should I directly read his memories, or do you want to make contact?" Martin confirmed. At the same time, he located the so-called island. Logan asked, "Can you find that island?" "Yes, I've already found it. No need to contact him. He's just a gambler." Wait, I've spotted a familiar face," Martin said with a smile. Logan, about to get back in the car, stopped and looked at Martin. "Who?" "Victor." The others' faces instantly paled. The name Sabretooth struck fear into their hearts. "Where is he?" Logan asked seriously. "Let me look." Martin had seen Victor in Remy's memories passing through the casino. But since Victor wasn't after him at the time, Remy hadn't recognized him. What caught Remy's attention was the unusual aura Victor exuded. But since it wasn't his concern, Remy paid it no mind. With Martin's familiarity with Victor, finding him in this city wasn't difficult. Victor was behind the casino where Remy was playing. His target seemed to be Remy, but he wasn't arrogant enough to act immediately. "He's not far," Martin said, extending his arm. Without hesitation, Logan took Martin's arm. "Take me there." "Why?" Victor was of no use to their mission. Martin didn't understand why Logan wanted to see him. "I want to know why he ruined my life." "All right." The other three exchanged glances. After a moment's hesitation, Kayla took Logan's hand. Trusting Logan, she momentarily set aside her fear of Victor. Fred and John, having worked with Victor for years, knew well his ruthlessness and cruelty. And his combat strength was formidable. Against someone who couldn't die, they were helpless. Perhaps they initially thought themselves stronger, but realizing Victor was indestructible, they, despite their own strength, were still mortal. Naturally, fear took root, the dread of unknowingly provoking him. "I'm not afraid of him," John declared firmly, meeting Logan and Martin's gaze, though his timidity was evident to all. Fred, however, focused his eyes on Martin. "Don't worry," Martin said with a smile. "After all, you're my first, and only, fan." "All right." Seeing Fred's reassured expression, Martin felt a twinge of regret. If only it had been a woman. Alas, his first fan was a man. Sigh. Still, this feeling of being admired was quite pleasant. Martin began to reflect on whether his years of indifference and coasting through life had been the right choice. Recalling the beautiful and considerate women at home, he muttered, "To hell with it." After ensuring everyone was in contact, Martin activated his ability and appeared before Victor. Victor was startled by the sudden appearance, though it was merely a reflexive reaction. "Jimmy." Logan, hearing a name he hadn't heard in years, looked at Victor with a complex expression. "Victor. I didn't expect you to come to me. Martin, long time no see." Victor smiled as he noticed Martin. But in his memory, Martin was still the one with regenerative abilities like his own, capable of manipulating small objects. Yet these were not insurmountable problems. Victor was merely a tool in Stryker's eyes, and tools need not know too much. If one knew too much, would they harbor thoughts of betrayal or escape? "Why, Victor? Why help Stryker spy on me and try to take me back?" Logan asked. "Because you betrayed me first," Victor stated matter-of-factly. "I told you we are brothers and brothers should support each other." In his mind, he had led Logan to escape their home and journey together until now. But Logan had left him last time, a betrayal and abandonment. Victor wished to capture them all, but outnumbered, he knew he couldn't prevail. Without warning, Victor turned and fled. "Wait!" Logan shouted as he gave chase. "Stryker is finished, you shouldn't stand with him anymore." John, seeing this, teleported with Fred to block Victor's path. As Logan caught up, Victor immediately counterattacked. He was right, alone he couldn't defeat them, but now three were fighting him. In moments the group subdued Victor. "All right, you've got me. Now what? What do you want?" "Kill me." Struggling in vain, Victor found himself pinned down by Fred. "We know the location of Stryker's base. Next, well, destroy it." "And Stryker, he's dead meat," Logan said. "So? With just you lot?" "Yes, just us." "Sorry, Victor." Kneeling before him, Logan knocked Victor unconscious with a single punch. Rising, Logan said, "Find a place to lock him up. We can't let him return." Martin retorted, "We should have just avoided him. Once we finish our business, what could he do?" Logan paused, then said, "He's Victor." Yes, he's your only kin." Martin walked over, grabbed Victor, and looked at the others. "What are you waiting for? Time to go." Once everyone was ready, Martin transported them to the Hellfire Club in New York. "Mr. Horn." The waiter greeted Martin, knowing he was the boss man. "It's fine, go about your business." As Martin finished speaking, he sensed Emma in her office and called her down. With outsiders present, he couldn't take them directly to her room. Emma soon appeared in the lobby. "Darling. Come here." Hugging Emma, Martin released her and introduced Logan, Kayla, Fred. Emma, who had met the clone Logan, smiled and greeted everyone before looking at Logan. "In all these years, Martin has only mentioned you at home, saying you're his only friend." "Thank you." Emma looked at Martin, waiting. This is Victor. Lock him up, well, pick him up after we're done. Is this the saber-tooth you mentioned? Yes. Raven knows him. Alright, anything else? We're heading to Stryker's base. Another one? Emma asked with a smile. How many bases does he have? Haha, as if you only have one. Anyway, we're going to a place with many captured mutants. Interested? Really? How strong are they? Probably. Mostly children. Emma thought for a moment if they were powerful they wouldn't be easily captured. Not interested. You should talk to Charles and Eric about this. You're right. Martin glanced at the unconscious Victor, having found him a suitable place, and the children would also be taken care of. Entertain them for a bit, I need to step out. Where are you going? Logan asked. To find someone who can house the captives. Or do you want to take them with you? Logan fell silent, tacitly agreeing. First he found Eric at the Brotherhood stronghold in New York. Eric. Martin appeared before Magneto, and Eric's men immediately tensed up. Poor old Eric, lacking powerful subordinates. The only familiar faces were two angels and Psylocke. The angels were Salvador and the more angelic Warren, one of the four horsemen of Apocalypse. Salvador was one of Emma's people. It's fine. Martin, what brings you here? Hearing Eric's words, those who didn't know Martin relaxed. Good news. Aren't you short on people? Martin explained Stryker's situation and his plan. Eric's interest was piqued. Count me in. Bring your people, well, gather first. I also need to find Charles. Enough. Eric naturally didn't want his old rival to gain more followers. There are many children there. I don't think you're interested in them. Charles can teach them, and so can I, Eric said confidently. No. I have to be fair. If I don't tell him, he'll think I'm on your side. Do you care? Eric countered. Not really. But I enjoy watching you two fight and love each other, Martin said with a grin. Eric was momentarily speechless. Fine. He was confident that even with Charles involved he could still recruit people. As for Martin wanting to watch the show, so be it, he wasn't as strong as Martin anyway. Martin activated the teleportation ability he had acquired from Apocalypse. Eric and his men recognized the power but chose not to question it. Charles and Eric were both clever if they had their suspicions about Martin's true abilities. But Martin's power was his greatest leverage, so they pretended to know nothing. After sending Eric and his formidable subordinates to Emma, Martin arrived at the X-Mansion. The restoration was already underway, with the castle fully repaired and only finishing touches remaining. Observing the individuals soaring through the air, Martin understood the reason. It seemed that mutants made for excellent construction workers. Finding Charles, he recounted the situation and the latter agreed immediately. Charles still had his usual team, though Storm, whom he had met before, had joined his side. If she also joined Eric, the four horsemen of Apocalypse would be complete. Scott had taken his brother's place as Charles' assistant. Bringing this group to Emma's territory, Victor had regained his clarity thanks to his extraordinary regenerative abilities. It seemed Eric had convinced him, as he now stood by Eric's side. Indeed, both were adherents of strength naturally drawn together. Magneto possessed his own charisma, while Victor simply needed a purpose, preferably one he enjoyed. When Charles and Eric met, another round of verbal sparring ensued. Martin and Emma, who had been watching the spectacle, were suddenly interrupted by Logan. Logan said impatiently, "Are we getting to work, or are we letting them bicker all day? Don't you find it amusing?" "Not in the least." Martin glanced at Kayla, shrugged at Emma, and then addressed both groups. "All right, time to move out." Hearing this, Charles and Eric ceased their debate and turned their attention to Martin. After bidding Emma farewell, Martin teleported everyone to Stryker's base. They materialized in a corridor, alarms already blaring around them. Martin pointed to the right, continuing, "That way leads to the holding cells for mutants." Then looking at Logan's hands, he continued, "You all go ahead. Logan and I have business to attend to." Logan understood Martin's intent. He comforted Kayla and told her to go with Eric and the others to rescue her sister. After they left, the sound of gunfire and screams echoed from around the corridor's corner. Casually dispatching a few enemies approaching from the other side, Martin placed his hand on Logan's shoulder and teleported them into a room. The room resembled an operating theater. On the central table lay a man, his body covered in surgical scars, his mouth sewn shut. Across from them, Stryker stood behind a young man in a wheelchair. Several individuals in white coats, presumably researchers, stood to one side. This man was Stryker's son, possessing the ability to create illusions. If you had come a few days later I would have succeeded, Stryker said regretfully. But it doesn't matter. I am still the victor. With that, Stryker leaned down and whispered something into his son's ear. Suddenly the scene before Martin transformed. He found himself at home with Raven and Emma's bodies lying around him. The murderer was a stranger standing behind him, raising a dagger to strike him down. Thanks to his formidable mental fortitude, Martin instantly recognized this as an illusion. However, Logan standing behind him did not share this clarity. For Logan saw Victor killing Kayla standing right before his eyes. Stryker's son possessed a truly formidable power. Once ensnared in his illusion, ordinary people could not perceive the deception, believing only what they saw to be real. Martin activated his energy manipulation ability, which after being enhanced by Apocalypse also granted him illusion crafting powers. Naturally, this included the ability to dispel illusions. He subdued Logan, then used his power to break free from his own illusion. However, Logan remained trapped. Martin channeled energy into Logan's mind to help him dispel the illusion. Logan stared in bewilderment at the changed scene. It's an illusion. His power, Martin said, pointing at the young man in the wheelchair. Logan lunged furiously at Stryker. Stryker, merely an ordinary human, stood no chance against Logan. While restraining Stryker's son, Martin read Stryker's memories to confirm he wasn't a clone. He watched as Logan's adamantium claws pierced Stryker's heart, ending his life. The researchers cowered in fear. After confirming Stryker was dead, Logan stood up and remarked, "Damn easy. Heh. This is his turf, all the security is outside." Suddenly a woman in a black combat suit burst forth, lunging at Logan, whose back was turned to her. Her ability resembled Emma's current power. She could extend long metal claws from her 10 fingers made of the same liquid metal stored in a nearby pool. Ugh. Caught off guard, Logan was impaled by her metal claws from behind. He immediately counterattacked. As they fought, Martin approached Jason Stryker in his wheelchair and entered his mind. Martin discovered that Jason was merely a mindless tool, little better than a vegetable. Copyable ability illusion. After acquiring this power, Martin released a burst of energy, reducing Jason to ashes. Such a mind-controlling ability was the most terrifying. It was best to destroy it completely, lest it someday be used against his own family. To be thorough, in case anyone attempted to use Stryker's cells for anything, Martin then reduced Stryker's corpse to ashes as well. When killing, it was best to leave no trace. In this complex world, one could never know an enemy's contingency plans. He left the researchers unharmed. They might still prove useful. Martin had initially planned to modify Logan's arms himself, but now there were more qualified professionals present. "FCK, Martin, lend a hand." Logan shouted angrily. Despite the woman's petite frame, her strength was immense. Sharing Logan's regenerative abilities and having a skeleton of adamantium, Logan found himself unable to overpower her. "Heh." Chuckling, Martin used his power to seize control of Deathstrike, pulling her away from Logan. She floated before him, suspended in a spread eagle position. He instinctively placed his hand on her forehead. Almost. Concentrating, he realized her claws were not naturally embedded in her palms like Logan's. Rather, it was her ability. Her fingernails possessed extensibility. Like anyone, nails can grow. But Deathstrike could control them. Not only could they lengthen, but they could also retract. And that wasn't all. Deathstrike was a robot. Her body, including her brain, was entirely artificial. This reminded Martin of something: the Sentinels. She was indeed the creation of Stryker's associate Trask. Trask had somehow obtained Raven's cells. After years of research, he combined them with adamantium, creating a new alloy with unique properties. Later experiments were conducted on the brainwashed Sayuri Koyama, covering her entire body with this metal. Her brain was also modified with metal, preserving her human consciousness. Her internal organs were also retained, maintaining the functions of a human body. Yet both inside and out, she was entirely composed of metal. Raven's cells combined with adamantium, granting the metal a form of vitality, but it lost the ability to freely change shape. She could only control whether her outer skin covered her, and the ability to grow her nails at will was also preserved. Deathstrike herself possessed the ability to control systems. Trask installed a neural interface within her body, allowing her to connect to computers and remotely control systems through the network. Thus the current Deathstrike was born, both human and in a sense an artificial creation. Afterwards Trask planned to use Deathstrike as the foundation for research into the Sentinels. Just as he was about to proceed, he was killed by Martin at the time. The base was reduced to ruins, leaving only her alive. After Trask's death, the Sentinel project was shelved. Sayuri fell into Stryker's hands and was brainwashed a second time. "Remove your skin disguise," Martin commanded her. Now under Martin's control, Sayuri immediately transformed according to his will. Her skin was no longer that of a normal East Asian person, instead it took on a silvery white metallic hue. Even her hair was made of metallic strands. Martin placed his hand on what should have been her softest spot, squeezing it, and sensed that while the adamantium had gained vitality and the characteristics of flesh, it was far harder than a real human body. At Martin's command, Sayuri also revealed the data interface in her palm. "Remove the skin." Sayuri obeyed, taking off her top and shedding the outermost layer of skin. The skin she could control was limited to her torso and limbs, her head was beyond her ability. This was due to her nature. Her brain was in essence an extremely precise controller, and instinct prevented it from being exposed. From the cavity of her chest, Martin saw her metallic internal organs and an unknown metal sphere. Through her memories, Martin learned what it was. That was her central processing unit. Once connected to an external network, her thoughts or anything received from the outside would be processed there before entering her brain. Moreover, this object could evolve provided it came into contact with more advanced technology. Martin gazed at Sayuri, reminded of Tony Stark's J.A.R.V.I.S. And Sayuri was his Sayuri. Who could resist a soft, perhaps not so soft machine? Humans. Well, that's just how it is. Martin erased Sayuri's brainwashing, restoring her to normal. Her eyes instantly shifted from mechanical and vacant to lively and alert. Although Sayuri Koyama had been brainwashed, she possessed two sets of consciousness. The mechanical side was controlled by the human side. Thus she had been aware of everything happening around her all along, she simply had no way to resist. Looking at Martin, Sayuri's eyes shone with gratitude. "Put on your clothes. The human form is far more beautiful." "Yes." Sayuri Koyama bowed in agreement, put on her top and resumed her previous appearance. Her black hair was tied into a ponytail that hung down her back. "Would you like to come with me? Thank you for saving me." "I am willing." She had nowhere else to go. Following Martin was a good choice. Martin nodded in satisfaction, touching her face. It was hard. Then he undid her hair, recalling the image of Deathstrike from the comics in his memory. "Can your hair become wavy?" "Yes, it can." As Sayuri spoke, her shoulder-length hair transformed into large waves. "Very beautiful." "Yes." Logan looked at the two with disdain. "Are you two done?" "Yes." "What's her story?" Martin explained Sayuri's situation to Logan. In Logan's silence, Sayuri approached and bowed to him in apology. "Forget it. Can you help me now?" "Of course." Martin turned to the researchers. "Can you coat the bones of his arms with adamantium?" They exchanged glances, remaining silent. "Sir, I can do it," Sayuri said with a bow. "Oh. That's great. Just call me Martin and you don't need to be so formal with me." "Yes," Sayuri replied with another bow. Seeing that she wasn't adapting quickly, Martin said, "Then help Logan." Sayuri nodded and led Logan to an operating table nearby. She opened the skin on her palm, revealing an interface, and connected it to the computer system there. As Logan underwent the transformation, Martin watched the group of angels in white. He thought that if he hadn't intervened in time, Raven might have been subjected to their random experiments as well. Snap. With a single snap of his fingers, everyone turned into a mist of blood that fell to the ground. Having dealt with them, Martin approached Logan. Logan lay on the reclining chair, his two arms placed in troughs on either side. On each forearm 3 metal injection needles were inserted. "I'm going to begin," Sayuri announced. Logan nodded to indicate he was ready, and Martin nodded at Sayuri as well. Then through the tubes connected to the injection needles, a stream of liquid adamantium slowly entered Logan's arms. "Ah!" Logan immediately screamed in agony. Veins bulged on his arms, neck and other exposed skin, and his face was drenched in sweat. Though he was bound with metal restraints, he struggled incessantly from the pain. Martin placed his hand on Logan's head, controlling him to temporarily block the pain in his arms. At the same time, he infused energy into Logan's arms to accelerate the metal's integration. Huff. That was excruciating. "Yes, I can tell." I'll sever your pain receptors for now and restore them once the transformation is complete. Alright, Logan said, still shaken. Under Martin's perception, the adamantium slowly replaced the bones in Logan's forearms. At first Logan's healing factor repelled the spread of the adamantium, but gradually the cells in his forearms began to assimilate with the metal within his body and his bones turned into metal bit by bit. After about 20 minutes both of Logan's arms were fully transformed. Sayuri controlled the injection needles to retract and Martin released his hold on Logan. Logan asked, "Is it done?" "Yes." Logan eagerly extended his bone claws. The original bones had turned into gleaming metallic blades, longer and sharper than before. Logan slashed at a nearby table. Without any resistance 3 deep gouges appeared on the metal surface. "Haha, perfect." Logan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. While Logan was enthusiastically testing his new claws, Martin gazed at the remaining adamantium in the pool, pondering how to utilize this material. Realizing he had no immediate need for it, Martin decided to store it for now. At the very least it was incredibly valuable. "Is there anything to contain this?" "Yes, there are specialized containers here." Yuriko replied, retrieving 2 large boxes from a corner. Upon opening them they were filled with glass vials. Martin willed the containers to open, pouring all the liquid metal into them. Adamantium could remain in a liquid state, but once smelted and cooled it would never melt again. The modification of Logan had consumed little and the 2 boxes were nearly full. This was the genuine adamantium procured by Stryker, not the inferior alloys later developed by the government. He couldn't think of any use for it at the moment, but perhaps in the future. This substance was valued by the gram and here lay several hundred kilograms. After securing it, Martin levitated the 2 boxes behind him. Logan stood near the corpse on the operating table. "Do you know him?" "Yeah. He's Wade." Martin examined the body. Wade had not yet been modified, the process was likely still underway. His chest cavity was open and his bones appeared normal. "Let's destroy him or else he'll end up being experimented on again," Martin said. "Alright." Under Logan's watchful gaze a red energy beam shot from Martin's eyes, striking Wade's corpse and instantly incinerating it. "Your eyes. No, any part of me can do it. I just thought it was amusing." Martin recalled the scene from the movie where the other character blasted through a nuclear plant smokestack and wanted to try that sensation. As for the sensation, it was just like any other body part. However, when using his eyes everything appeared tinted red, slightly impairing his vision. "Alright, our business here is done. Let's go find them," Martin said, reaching out to take Yuriko's hand, then looking at Logan. Logan nodded. Martin teleported the 3 of them to where Eric and the others were. It was a vast space lined with numerous iron cages on both sides. The cages had been opened and the mutants clad in yellow prison uniforms had been freed. The ground was littered with corpses, the facility's guards. Among them an Asian man dressed differently from the others held a pistol, Agent Zero. Playing with a gun in front of Magneto. Logan saw Kayla holding a young girl and hurried over to check on her. Observing the group split into 2 factions standing beside Eric and Charles respectively, Martin knew they had already settled things. "Since we're done, let's head out." After confirming no one was left behind, Martin teleported them to the bridgehead connecting the city to the island. Gazing at the island beyond the bridge, Martin activated his power. Before everyone's astonished eyes, the entire island crumbled into ruins and sank into the sea. Ignoring the collective awe, Martin said, "You can make your own way back. I'll take Logan and his group home." Eric and Charles had no objections. Today's gains were substantial. Even if they did have objections, would they dare voice them? Martin approached Logan and Kayla, observing the girl named Emma. She was thin with blonde hair. She was beautiful and younger. But not as beautiful as his own Emma. His Emma possessed more allure. "Hello, Martin. My girlfriend is also named Emma. You 2 are quite alike. What's your ability?" Emma, excited, looked at Martin and transformed into her diamond form. Anything else?" "No." His own Emma also had telepathic abilities. A remarkable ability. She shares it too. "Really? Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome. Alright, shall I send you all back?" Martin looked at Logan, Fred and the others. John and Fred had become casual acquaintances and Fred was a fan of his, so he decided to give them a lift. "No need to trouble yourself. Would like to explore a bit outside," John and Fred said. Previously Stryker's shadow had forced them into hiding. But from now on there was no need to hide. Logan shared the sentiment he wanted to travel with Kayla. Emma asked, could I meet the Emma you mentioned? She was intrigued by someone with the same ability. Kayla had no objections if their sisterly bond wasn't particularly close. Now that both were safe, knowing the other was fine was enough. Of course. After bidding farewell to Logan, Martin with Yuriko and the young Emma teleported directly home, the two large boxes floating behind him. The others had noticed but didn't inquire about their contents. Jean had gone to school. She cherished her final days of high school. In the living room, Raven, Emma and Wendy were chatting. When they saw Martin appear with two beautiful women, they raised their eyebrows in unison. You've got the wrong idea. This is Emma, she's here as a guest. And this is Yuriko. She'll be staying with us. Emma teased Martin with a glance, then stood up and extended her hand to the other Emma, Emma Frost. Hello, I'm Emma Silverfox. The two women gazed at each other, struck by the uncanny resemblance in both appearance and ability. If not for their own origins, they might have suspected they were sisters. Emma had naturally gleaned this from the younger Emma's mind. Ahem. Martin, seeing the two locked in an affectionate stare, coughed in displeasure and pulled Yuriko in front of him. Raven smirked at Martin's jealousy, then warmly greeted Yuriko. Emma snapped out of it, sidled up to Martin and clung to his arm ingratiatingly before greeting Yuriko. I'm starting to regret bringing her back. Martin referred to the younger Emma. No darling, I'm just curious about her. Humph. Who knows? Martin turned to Wendy, who had just finished greeting the two women. Dear, would you take them to change clothes? Sure. The house was well stocked with women's clothing, all prepared by Emma. After the younger Emma and Yuriko left, Martin pulled Emma into his arms. What are you up to? Darling, she's just a girl. No exceptions. Don't you know your own charm? Pfft. Raven, sitting on the sofa with arms crossed, let out a laugh at the scene. Catching their gazes, she said, sorry, carry on. After the two sat down, Emma perched on Martin's lap and seductively asked, don't you want two Emmas? I do, but only if I don't lose you, the real Emma. You are my one and only Emma. Martin pressed his forehead against hers as he spoke. Emma lifted her head joyfully, seeking a kiss. After they parted, Martin looked at Raven, who was still chuckling, and said, what are you laughing at? With that he pulled Raven close and kissed her deeply. A moment later the three sat apart. Martin said, there's no place like home. Watching Wendy bring him food and water, he pulled her to sit beside him and said, I've only been away for a few days, but I've missed you all. Me too, Raven said, feeding Martin a piece of fruit. They say laziness is addictive, and Raven felt that way. She increasingly disliked going out, preferring to stay home sheltered by Martin, happily doing whatever she desired. They chatted for a while until Wendy came downstairs with little Emma and Yuriko. Both women had changed clothes. Little Emma wore a white bodycon dress. Yet this mature style didn't quite suit her. Emma was better suited for it. Yuriko, on the other hand, wore a pink kimono with a very short hem. It was something Emma had prepared, meant for their playful moments. The kimono's hem reached just above the knees. Emma had even shorter and more revealing ones. Martin stared wide-eyed at Wendy, who said, Yuriko wanted to wear this, but we don't have a long one at home. Yuriko added, I haven't worn clothes from my homeland in years. I love this. Alright, if you like it, wear it. But don't take it outside. I'll take you shopping for clothes another day. Okay. After chatting for a while, Martin stood and said to Yuriko, come with me to the study. I have something to discuss with you. Yes. As they went upstairs, seeing the two Emmas talking together, Martin used his telepathy to tell her, if she seduces you away, I'll catch you both and break your legs. Then, with a strange smile from Emma, he entered the study with Yuriko. Inside they sat in the lounge area. Martin looked at Yuriko and said, sit. Yes, Yuriko replied with a bow of gratitude. Her kimono was still a bit loose. As Martin sat, Yuriko began preparing tea for him, awaiting his instructions. You know how to do this? Yes, I learned before. Drinking tea was a habit Martin had picked up again in his leisure time. But only he drank it at home, and now Yuriko joined him. I want you to start a company, a tech company. That year mobile phones existed, but they were too heavy and useless over long distances. Martin bought one, but its weight immediately killed his interest. Moreover, the internet age was coming. The internet existed but wasn't very advanced. It was the perfect time to get in. Martin had no interest in doing it himself, but with Yuriko she was undoubtedly the best person for the job. He shared his ideas with Yuriko, and your abilities are best suited for networking, which will benefit you greatly in the future. You can do any research you want. All I ask is that you quickly develop a lightweight phone. I'm tired of that bulky brick. Okay, Yuriko agreed. I can give you my account, use the money freely. It's not a lot, but Emma can help you find investors. Martin chuckled. Investors? More like donors, he thought. This was exactly where the Hellfire Club came in handy. Okay. Hearing Yuriko repeat the same word, Martin looked at her helplessly. Do you have any thoughts? No, this isn't difficult for me. All right. Martin watched Yuriko attentively prepare his tea and smiled admiringly. You're beautiful. Yuriko finally didn't respond as before, her cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Martin. Though she was a metal-based being, she retained human characteristics. Would you like to sit beside me? Yuriko nodded faintly, rose and sat down next to Martin, leaning gently against him. May I hold you? A slight nod. May I kiss you? Yuriko set down her things, slowly turned and closed her eyes. Knock knock. Martin, Jean is back. No one else would barge in when Martin was discussing business. Martin released Yuriko. All right, I'll be right down. He put an arm around her and stroked her head. You look beautiful in a kimono, but don't wear such a short one outside. Yes. Yuriko was the first Asian face which felt familiar to Martin. Come on, let's go downstairs. And please don't be so formal, okay? It feels a bit awkward. Before kissing her it hadn't bothered him, but now it felt uncomfortable, as if he were taking advantage. Okay. Hearing her slightly improved tone, Martin nodded in satisfaction. Taking Yuriko's hand, they went downstairs. Jean saw them from the sofa, frowned slightly, then ran over and threw herself into Martin's arms. Brother, I missed you so much. Martin had to let go of Yuriko's hand to hold Jean. I missed you too. He kissed Jean and carried her to the sofa. He shared his ideas with Emma, asking her to team up with Yuriko to start the company and develop the business. Emma had no objections. It was nice to have something substantial to do. In this capitalist country, enough money meant stability. Her people would be safe and they'd likely cooperate willingly. As for troublemakers, Emma wouldn't hesitate to turn them into puppets. After discussion, all the women wanted to join, treating the company as a family enterprise. Jean also had new ideas about her university courses. Martin had no objections. With him around, any problem was no problem at all. Thus, Porn Group was born in that household. The only outsider, little Emma, also wanted a job at the company, and Emma agreed. Watching their close interaction, Martin couldn't shake a bad feeling, as if he were being cuckolded. A few months later, Jean graduated successfully and entered MIT's computer science program. Martin accompanied her to her graduation party. It's so boring. After Martin shared his feelings, the other women who had been envious lost all interest. Their regret for missing out vanished instantly. The company was fully formed with only 2 research departments, one for networking and one for mobile phones. At the company, Emma served as general manager, overseeing external affairs. Yuriko headed RD and Raven managed human resources. Little Emma was Emma's secretary. Whenever Martin recalled this, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth in frustration. Because the two of them were now inseparable. Whenever Emma wasn't accompanying Martin, she was glued to little Emma's side, taking her everywhere and even sleeping together. Wendy also held a nominal title as the secretary of Martin Horn, the figurehead chairman. Once they all became busy, the house grew quiet, as usually only Martin and Wendy were home. Jean was boarding at school and only returned during holidays. Previously, Martin had been indulging in the pleasures of the flesh with little pursuit of greater strength. After all, he was already invincible among Earth's humans. With nothing else to do, Martin spent his days attempting to sense and amplify his power, focusing primarily on the Phoenix Force. This immense strength had increased within him, yet only by a marginal degree. Evenings were dedicated to effort. They both yearned for a child of their own, but alas. Time flew to the following year. Martin suddenly sat on the rooftop, enveloped by a profound and mysterious sensation. Everything around him seemed to freeze. Something in the cosmos resonated with him. Martin concentrated, and the Phoenix Force within him surged rapidly. Far away in another state, Jean suddenly felt her power slipping out of control. She hastily slipped out of the classroom and found a secluded spot. Upon sensing, she traced the source back to home. Jean feared something had happened to Martin but then felt joy emanating from the Phoenix Force and her worries eased. Her own Phoenix Force seemed to be slowly growing, the power originating from an unknown place in the universe. This state persisted until afternoon when Martin and Jean opened their eyes simultaneously, both feeling a significant boost in their abilities. Especially Martin. Previously he could easily destroy a city and sense the entire Earth's magnetic field, though his perception was faint at distances. Now gazing at the entire city before him, it felt as though he could annihilate it with minimal effort. A complete obliteration spanning the entire American continent. If he so wished, though incapable of destroying the whole Earth, he possessed the power to cause a mass extinction of life. The Phoenix Force had grown considerably. He now felt that if he desired he could connect with anyone on this planet. Moreover, he could traverse time and dimensions freely within Earth's bounds. Gazing at the villa beneath him, Martin attempted to manipulate time. Unfortunately he failed. Time was the mightiest force and he was not yet capable of altering something so vast. He turned his attention to a nearby tree and activated his ability. The tree slowly shrank, gradually becoming a sapling. Though not a towering giant, the tree stood 10 meters tall. Having gained a rough understanding of his power, Martin restored the tree to its original state. Summing it up and referencing the power levels from the Marvel Universe he remembered from his past life, if he was previously at a planetary level, he had now ascended to the Sub-Skyfather tier. The reason it was Sub-Skyfather was that a Skyfather level being could easily destroy a planet, while he might achieve it with great effort, but not effortlessly. At the same level were Thor, a young Thanos, and Captain Marvel. With more effort he'll reach the Skyfather level soon. They say Odin and the Ancient One are at that tier. Martin felt quite satisfied with his current strength and encouraged himself. In truth, he had been waiting for the Ancient One to visit all along. Initially he sought to gain her powers, later it was pure curiosity, though acquiring magic along the way would be a bonus. But over the years the Ancient One never appeared. This was unlike the stories in novels where a reincarnator or time traveler would typically be sought out by the Ancient One. Perhaps she only concerned herself with beings from the dark dimension visiting Earth. Or maybe she knew of Martin's abilities and wanted to prevent him from obtaining hers. Or he didn't know. She simply never came. He had once passed by Bleecker Street, not deliberately seeking but merely passing through. He hadn't discovered the place with the special skylight. Reining in his wandering thoughts, Martin watched a car pull up outside the house with Yuriko in the driver's seat. Ever since the women in his household had found their pursuits, they exhibited great enthusiasm, even buying a house near the company. They took turns coming home to keep Martin company. Sometimes Martin felt as though he were being paid for a service. They came to sleep with him at night and left early the next morning, almost as if tossing down a stack of bills. At some point Yuriko had adopted the same habit as the others. Not long ago she had worn a white kimono with a hem barely reaching her thighs, and Martin had stared at her for a long time. It seemed to have started from that day. The woman who came to his home was his, but she was simply too busy. To be honest, Yuriko was far more attentive in serving him than Wendy was. Whenever she was home she stayed by Martin's side, constantly bringing him tea and water, massaging his legs and shoulders. Not that Wendy was lacking, Martin was simply a scoundrel. Martin watched Yuriko push open the car door to get out. He teleported in front of her and pushed her back inside. Then he lifted her up, settled himself in the driver's seat and placed her on his lap. He levitated the car and drove it toward the mountaintop. Yuriko nestled obediently in Martin's arms, her black eyes sparkling with amusement as she gazed at him. The view from the summit is beautiful. I'll take you to see it. He brought her to sit atop the car, embracing each other. The metal roof was too cold, so Yuriko offered the wide hem of her kimono for Martin to sit on while holding her. The scenery was indeed stunning, with all of New York spread out below. It was Yuriko's first time there and she shouted excitedly, releasing the stress from life and work. The person beside her was dressed in a long silk red kimono. As for Martin, he had reached a level where he no longer felt heat or cold, often going shirtless at home. With a gentle breeze and the setting sun, it was incredibly soothing. The only drawback was a minor earthquake that occurred for a while, sending the ants beneath the car scurrying to relocate. Holding Yuriko as they admired the view from the summit for 2 hours, Martin felt as though the entire world was under his control. In reality it nearly was. The feeling atop the mountain was quite pleasant. Martin suddenly wondered if he should find a full moon night and do it on the rooftop. Crazy. Back when technology was still underdeveloped, no one dared to play like this near the city. Martin dared not. Time quickly arrived at 1988. Over these 5 years nothing had happened, nothing related to Martin to be precise. If a summary was necessary, Horn Corporation had begun to thrive, making significant strides in both computer networks and mobile communications, expanding its operations worldwide. Emma and the others had transformed from hidden mutants into the new elite of this nation. Emma in particular commanded not only the Hellfire Club, primarily composed of mutants, but also had her people embedded in companies and government departments across the United States. It wasn't without reason that ordinary people feared mutants. After graduating, Jean continued her studies, earning a master's degree in her field along with a degree in finance, and was now pursuing a doctorate. Simultaneously she worked at the company as an assistant to Yuriko. As for Martin himself, his power had grown but only slightly. He had never encountered that feeling from early '94 again, and he sensed he needed energy, a vast amount of it. On Earth 2 things could satisfy him: the Time Stone and the Space Stone. However, the Time Stone was in the hands of the Ancient One and he had no desire to provoke her. The Ancient One's power was likely at the celestial level, given that she kept dimensional demons at bay from Earth. These demons were on par with celestials. Thus the Ancient One's strength could be roughly inferred. The Space Stone was being studied by S.H.I.E.L.D. And Martin was reluctant to barge in rashly lest he invite endless trouble. It definitely wasn't because he was lazy. He had remained well hidden. Over the years, though mutants were still ostracized, Martin and his family had never meddled in their affairs, so few knew of this family. People like Charles and Eric dared not expose themselves carelessly. As for departments holding their files, Emma had already dealt with them. What Emma couldn't handle, Martin took care of himself. He had always known that his greatest ability was copying. Yet it lacked direct combat power. His second greatest reliance became the Phoenix Force, one of the most formidable abilities in the universe. Magnetic control was powerful, but considering the enemies that would emerge later, Martin feared it might not suffice. He needed an opportunity, a chance to seize the Space Stone. No matter how strong he grew, he had no desire to bring turmoil to this world unless provoked. He cherished this peaceful, tranquil life. Having some power and stirring up trouble without a word wasn't greatness, it was folly. What defined a true powerhouse? A powerhouse wasn't about flaunting fists everywhere, though that could work, but about safeguarding all that was precious and attaining what was desired. Back to the point, perhaps Martin could find what he sought in the cosmos. He had attempted to leave the atmosphere. Once in space, his body could withstand the vacuum thanks not only to the Phoenix Force but also to his environmental survival ability. But the sensation was unbearable, cold and suffocating. A creature reliant on oxygen suddenly thrust into an airless environment found it deeply unsettling. He stayed a while and returned. Another reason was that Earth seemed isolated in the universe. Energy absorption outside the atmosphere was faster, but only marginally so, still insufficient. Unless he ventured deeper into space. That night, amidst a group of Wendy's and a familiar Asian beauty, Martin suddenly opened his eyes, sensing something hurtling through the atmosphere at incredible speed, reaching Earth. "What's wrong?" The Asian beauty spoke in Raven's voice, roused from sleep. Gazing at her peak period enchanting face, Martin smiled softly. "Nothing, go back to sleep. I need to step out." Raven murmured and drifted back to sleep. Martin casually pulled on a pair of shorts, sensed the target in Missouri, and teleported himself there. Hovering midair, Martin saw a spaceship beneath him resembling a bird, battered and covered in patches. A beam of white light shot from the ship's bow, drawing in a young Earth boy. See. Patience pays off. When the time comes, things deliver themselves. The ship seemed sent specifically for the child. With the boy secured, it began to ascend slowly. Beep beep beep. The ship had barely risen when alarms blared and it halted. "What's going on? Why won't it move? Did you lazy bastards forget to check before departure?" A man with deep blue skin, clad in a trench coat with a maple leaf badge on his chest, bald with a single red ridge atop his head and sharp teeth, yelled in exasperation. "I did check, Yondu. If you cared a bit more about this ship, you'd see it's being affected by an external force," retorted a subordinate, back turned to Yondu, glancing nervously. "This is just a worthless junk ship. Why should I care?" "Fine, go check what's wrong. Once we deliver the cargo, I'm buying a better ship," Yondu said, wrinkling his nose. Yondu. Lost in daydreams of striking it rich, Yondu snapped back, "What? So there are more than primitives on this planet?" On the ship's display a handsome guy in floral shorts and sandals hovered midair grinning and waving at the crew inside. "Open fire," the first mate asked seriously. Outside Martin raised an eyebrow, vanishing before their eyes then reappearing inside the ship. The group, startled by Martin's sudden appearance, drew their guns and aimed at him. "Look what we have here, a stowaway," Martin teased as everyone involuntarily lowered their weapons. "Phew." Yondu casually whistled. Martin raised his hand, catching an arrow in his palm. The whistle continued and the arrow struggled in his grip, but to no avail. "Maybe I mean no harm," Martin said with a smile. Yondu fell silent, staring at Martin seriously. Examining the arrow, he sensed it was made of a metal unlike any he'd seen, light yet just a metal arrow. He controlled the arrow to fly toward Yondu hovering before him. Yondu lifted one side of his coat and whistled, the metal arrow flying back to his waist. "Who are you? Why have you come to Earth?" "Earth? Is that the name of this planet?" Yondu asked curiously. That's what we locals call it." "Oh. Well, leave immediately." No, you misunderstand. I just came to take a look." Yondu nodded. "Indeed, this place is backward, more so than the most primitive planet I've ever seen. It's not even unified, with no valuable resources. No one should be interested in this place." He seemed relieved, as if he hadn't intruded on someone else's territory or been caught. "So are you after that child?" "No, do as you please. I don't care." "Ahem. Respected powerhouse, I am Yondu Yadanta, leader of this Ravager crew. If you don't mind, we should take our leave." Martin Horn. "If it's not too much trouble, could I hitch a ride?" We generally don't allow outsiders aboard." Just as Yondu was about to refuse, Martin took control of everyone's weapons, turning them on their owners, including Yondu's arrow. "But the strong always have privileges." Haha. As it turned out, even among technologically advanced aliens, few possessed formidable personal combat prowess. At least no one on this ship did. After witnessing this, everyone merely feared whether Martin would harm them. "Good. Then let me send a message. You don't mind waiting 2 minutes, do I need to pick someone up?" Martin had intended to leave a note for his family, but then recalled his promise to Raven to show her aliens. Yondu said with a broad smile, "Of course. Well, wait here for you to return before departing." "Good. I trust you." With that, Martin vanished before everyone's eyes. "Has he left?" Yondu whispered. "Yes. The ship scanners can't detect him," the first mate replied softly, his voice rising at the end. Hearing this, Yondu's face relaxed. He strode quickly to the central console and declared loudly, "What are we waiting for? Get us out of this damned Earth." "Yes, sir." Everyone returned to their posts. The ship began to shudder and the rear engines emitted a white glow. Wait. Yondu, the cargo is gone." A crew member ran in shouting. "What?" Yondu turned in surprise. "That kid. He just vanished. I swear I was watching him the whole time." "He disappeared in an instant," the crew member said frantically. "It was his duty to guard the cargo and now it was lost." Yondu would never forgive him. Because he had been watching the human child, he hadn't seen Martin. FCK, cunning earthlings. The guard, trembling with anxiety, heard Yondu's curse and shuddered. In the awkward silence, the first mate asked, "Do we still leave?" "Leave? Huh. We wait for him," Yondu said, unbuckling his seatbelt in resignation. Martin had him by the weak spot. If he had taken a crew member, Yondu wouldn't hesitate to abandon them. But this child was his cargo, the very reason he had come here. "Baby, wake up." Raven opened her eyes and looked at Martin. "What's wrong?" "Get dressed. I'm taking you to see aliens." "What?" Raven sat up, checking if Martin was joking. "You heard me. Aliens." "Really?" Raven jumped up, her face alight with excitement, and threw on her clothes in seconds. "Where? Are we going now?" "Yes. Go freshen up first, then I'll take you." Okay. It'll be quick." Raven scurried into the bathroom, leaving Martin standing and Wendy sitting up. "Honey, I'm taking Raven out for a while. Let the others know tomorrow." Wendy asked, "Can I come along?" Martin sat down and embraced her. "Darling, I'm not sure what it's like out there. Raven can protect herself, but you. It's too dangerous. But with you here I'll be safe. I'll stick by your side wherever you go. I won't wander off. He stroked her head. Next time, okay. When I come back I'll share my memories of everything I've seen with you. Once I have some experience I'll definitely take you next time. Humph. Alright. Be good. I'll bring you a gift when I return. Wendy said, a little disappointed. Fine. You too, be careful. Don't worry. You know my strength. I can hold my own. If there's danger, Raven and I will make a run for it. You know how cautious your husband is, right? Pfft. Haha, okay. Get some sleep. I'm taking her now. How can I sleep now? You have to. When I'm not home, go stay with Emma and the others. I'm giving you a mission, keep an eye on Emma. Don't let that little vixen steal her away. I'm not watching her. After coaxing Wendy for a while and getting her to sleep, Martin left the bedroom and saw Raven sitting on the balcony waiting for him. Look at you, so flirtatious. Who is this child? Is he an alien? No. He's the alien's target. I was afraid that bunch would take off, so I brought him along. Sly. TSK. Do you have any conscience? If I hadn't been thinking of you, we'd already be off Earth by now. Fine, fine. Thank you, dear. Let's go. Martin looked at Raven and said, honey, change back to your original form. This time you don't have to worry about people thinking you're different. Raven transformed back to her blue form and asked, are there people with skin like mine? More than that. You'll see when we get there. Who are they? A band of ravagers, like pirates, but they roam the cosmos. He gave Raven a rough idea of Yondu's crew, then put his arm around her. Ready to go? Let's go. Martin nodded and a portal appeared behind him, enveloping them both, including the child lying on the balcony sofa. When the portal vanished, they materialized on Yondu's ship. Yondu, sorry for the wait. I'm all set now. Yondu looked at the sleeping child and gritted his teeth. Heh. No worries. We're in no rush. Oh. I was worried he might wake up, afraid you wouldn't have food for him here, so I took him back. But he hasn't woken up yet. I understand. Raven kept observing the surrounding aliens, finding a truly diverse array of beings. The looks in their eyes no longer held strangeness or disgust, but rather something else. Ravagers wandered the cosmos for so long it was rare to encounter a female. Moreover, Raven's explosive figure and blue skin were considered normal among them. Bang! Two aliens ogling Raven, nearly drooling, suddenly turned to dust. The sight startled the others, who quickly scattered. Martin put his arm around Raven. Let me introduce you, her name is Raven. She's my beloved. His gaze swept across and everyone averted their eyes from Martin. You don't mind, do you? Yondu nodded. Yes, the strong prey on the weak. It's normal. Never provoke the strong, that's our common sense. He didn't bother asking where Raven came from, if there were many blue-skinned races in the universe. Good. I think we can set off. If we linger too long and the locals notice, it'll be troublesome. Alright, I'll have someone arrange a cabin for you. The ride will be bumpy once the ship takes off. If you don't mind, we'd like to sit over there. It's not every day you get to see the wonders of space. Martin pointed to two adjacent seats behind the first mate, offering a view of the outside from both the front and the side. No problem. Yondu replied, then pointed at two crew members. You two move to the back. Aye, Captain. Please have a seat. Don't forget the safety belts. Yondu said with a smile, then sat in his own seat, demonstrating how to fasten the belt. What he truly thought was anyone's guess, but his actions were genuinely courteous. Thank you. Martin and Raven followed suit. After sitting down, they pressed a button beside them and straps emerged from both sides, securing them to their seats. Alright, start the ship. Let's get out of here. Yondu shouted. He had come to terms with it. As long as Martin didn't try to take his ship or interfere with his business, everything would be fine. Having such a powerhouse on board might not be a bad thing after all. Aye. The ship shuddered, then shot upward at tremendous speed, heading beyond Earth. The immense thrust pressed everyone firmly into their seats, including Martin. He activated the inertial dampeners, cancelling out the internal forces. Thank you, darling. Raven turned and smiled sweetly, then looked outside. Yondu and the others glanced at Martin too. None of their crew could do that, so it had to be him. Raven's words confirmed their guess. The ship quickly pierced the atmosphere, emerging beyond Earth and gradually decelerated. Perhaps you'd like to see your home planet. Yondu turned to them. Yes, thank you. The ship drifted slowly in one direction. Martin and Raven gazed out. The azure Earth now appeared small, and the nearby moon bathed in sunlight seemed to emit a faint white glow. It's beautiful, Raven marveled. Yes, the stars are beautiful too. Martin's eyes were fixed on Raven's face. She was clearly happy at this moment. Space. Martin had been here before and had long witnessed this sight. After a while he nodded to Yondu, who nodded back, and the ship began to accelerate. When will we come back? Raven turned to ask, watching Earth fade from view. Not long. Don't worry, I'm with you. The ship was no longer bumpy. Martin unbuckled his belt and pulled the suddenly melancholic Raven into his arms. We don't have a ship. Your husband will steal one for you. Pfft. Raven looked at Martin, then caught a glimpse of Yondu glancing back at them. Martin smiled and turned to Yondu. Don't worry, my friend. I certainly have no ill intentions toward your ship. Good. If you want one, I can take you to a trading post. There. You know. Well, see. Do you mind if we stay with you for a while? As payment, I can ensure your safety. And if there's a way to make some credits, count me in. I don't have any currency that works in space yet. Of course. I'd be delighted. Yondu agreed with a broad smile. Such a good deal, he wouldn't refuse it. Since Martin was already aboard, letting him leave was out of the question. Having him as an ally was the best outcome. After a long pause, Yondu suddenly said, "Look ahead." Martin and Raven looked forward. Wow. Hovering in space was a colossal ship resembling an airship in appearance. It was enormous, several kilometers long. Huh. You didn't think we only ran our business with this little thing, did you? Yondu said smugly. Their small ship approached the giant vessel, flew into its docking bay, and came to a halt. Welcome to my ship. Yondu said, then stepped out first. His crew followed, one of them carrying the boy under his arm. Come on, let's go. Okay. Martin took Raven's hand and walked out into the interior of the massive ship. A long corridor stretched ahead, lined with many more aliens of all shapes and forms. Captain, are these two new recruits? A crewman stationed there asked. Before Yondu could answer, a burly, ferocious-looking man with disheveled hair nearly 6 feet tall shouted excitedly, "A woman." The captain brought a woman. Ha ha ha. Raven frowned. The two crew members who had come with Martin quickly clamped a hand over his mouth. Shut up, Shockface. What? It's been so long. Shockface struggled free and complained. But before he could finish, he suddenly turned into a mist of blood. I hope you don't mind, Martin said to Yondu. Yondu took a deep breath and said awkwardly, of course not. I assure you no one will disrespect your woman again. But please don't kill indiscriminately. I mean. He had lost 4 men already, not counting the ones who grabbed the kid. I understand, Yondu. As long as they don't provoke her, especially show her disrespect. Offending me is fine. I'm very forgiving. Raven smiled faintly at that, unsure whether it was from satisfaction with Martin's words or from recalling what Martin had done to Charles. All right. You arrange rooms for our 2 guests. Yondu pointed at the first mate. Aye, Captain. The first mate nodded and looked at Martin. Follow me. Martin and Raven nodded and followed him out. Yondu watched the figures vanish around the corner, his smile instantly fading. He turned to the others. You fools, daring to speak without even knowing their identities or capabilities. He glared at his subordinates before they could retort. What are you looking at me for? If that idiot hadn't spoken first, you wouldn't have done the same, would you? Humph. Enough. Those 2 are my guests and will be staying with us for a while. Show them respect if you want to live. Once the cargo is secured, find a place to rest, then deliver it to the client. Hearing that payment was imminent, the crew cheered with excitement. Remember, be courteous to them, especially that woman. Once we get paid, well, go celebrate. Yondu emphasized. Aye, Captain. Martin and Raven were led to a room. Judging by the path they took, it was evidently one of the best quarters available. At least it was spacious and comparatively tidy. Though that was relative. Please wait a moment, I'll have someone clean it up. The first mate said. No need, we'll handle it ourselves. Thank you. Martin's gratitude seemed to please the man who repeatedly insisted it was nothing. If there's anything you don't like, just toss it outside. Well, take care of it. All right. The first mate left. Martin looked at the tidy room and consoled, let's make do. They're a bunch of space pirates, cleanliness probably isn't a priority. Understandable. I'll clean up. You go check out the view over there. Okay. The room had a large platform like a balcony with transparent walls offering a view of the outside resembling a floor-to-ceiling window. Martin first cleaned the balcony and let Raven sit on the ledge to enjoy the scenery. Then he surveyed the room starting from the innermost part, moving anything unwanted outside. However, to Martin, who was not knowledgeable about such things, everything here was junk. The few usable cabinets were covered in grime. Raven looked at the sparse remaining items in the room, then turned to Martin. It's too dirty. Yeah, but we don't have any bedding. TSK. My mistake. Should have brought some. Forget it, I'll clean the mattress. Well, rough it. I certainly don't want to use someone else's bedding. Same here. Martin approached the bed, placed his hand on the mattress and controlled his ability to its lowest level. He meticulously sensed every foreign particle embedded in the mattress and decomposed them. Good, the mattress is clean. Probably hasn't been used much. No. Now it's as good as new. Martin lifted his hand, looking at Raven with pride. Raven looked at the refreshed mattress, nodded in satisfaction, walked over, nestled into Martin's arms and kissed his lips. Darling, you're amazing. I'd rather hear that at a certain moment. Raven asked with a smile, haven't I said it before? You say it every time. You are amazing. Martin leaned down and kissed her. Abruptly they parted and Martin turned his head toward the door. An alien whom they hadn't seen before stood nervously at the entrance. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. It's fine. What is it? The alien sighed with relief. We're having a celebration. Yondu sent me to invite you both. Martin nodded, all right. Can all these walls become transparent like that? Raven suddenly asked. Yes, they can. May I come in? I can show you how to operate it. Of course, friend. There's no need to be so afraid of me. I only act against those who are rude. Martin reassured him. Okay. The alien, visibly relaxed, entered the room, quickly walked to a control panel on the wall, pressed a few buttons, and the entire wall became transparent. You can adjust it here, including the temperature, or contact the outside. Raven tried it out and said a satisfied thank you. Leaving the room on their way to the gathering, Martin asked, you really like the view outside? Yes, it's beautiful, isn't it? Martin smiled, there'll be plenty of time to see such sights. In time you might grow tired of it. Outside is a silent void, forever dark with only distant specks of light. I like it now. Alright, if you like it then well, watch it every day. As they spoke they arrived at a large hall filled with tables and chairs already packed with people, at least a few hundred. Besides these there were crew members on duty throughout the ship. In total there must have been over 1,000. Understandably, despite the advanced technology, such a massive vessel would need a sizable crew. Over here. Yondu stood up and waved at them. As they passed, the crew members lowered their heads, likely wary of provoking Martin's displeasure. Reaching Yondu he said, sit here. Hey, don't test me, Yondu. This is your ship, the head seat is yours. Well, sit beside you. Martin pulled Raven to sit next to him, then looked at Yondu. Yondu chuckled, took the head seat, raised his glass and shouted, to our big score. Cheers. Everyone cheered at the prospect of a big payday, raising their glasses and draining them. Martin followed suit, picking up the metal cup in front of him. It looked clean. He detected that it indeed contained alcohol and sensed no malice from anyone, so he drank with confidence. Raven did the same. Raven frowned. What's wrong? Martin asked with concern. The taste. It's a bit strange. It's not from Earth. I think it's okay. After finishing his drink, Yondu turned and asked, so what do you think of my ship? Very impressive. It's huge with advanced technology. Ha ha ha. Like a driver who loves praise for his car, Yondu was delighted to hear Martin compliment his ship. He said proudly, her combat and defensive capabilities are also formidable. She's how we survive in the cosmos. To me nothing is more important than this ship. But she's too big and not convenient for some places. After this payday I'm going to buy 2 smaller ones. Then my crew's strength will increase. Martin took some food from the plate before him and handed it to Raven, then asked, "Can you tell me about the Ravagers?" "Of course." After Yondu's explanation, the Ravagers were not that mystical, they were simply mercenaries. As long as the employer paid, they carried out the job. As long as the money was sufficient, they would do anything. It was no different from Martin's own work, except that he hadn't taken a mission in a long time. There was another side to the Ravagers: they would plunder, but only when the target was weaker than them. Once the loot was secured, they would turn tail and flee. However, such acts were rare, as the Ravagers still relied on employers for their livelihood. Anyway, the universe is vast. As long as you stay away from territories with power, you can do whatever you want. Martin nodded, thinking about how vast the universe was and wondering where they could find a ship to help them. "When you're done with your business, remember to take me along on your next job." "No problem. Would you like to join us?" Martin shook his head. "No, I'm just here to explore the universe. You'll have to return eventually. To such a backward place. Why? A powerhouse like you should thrive in the cosmos. Soon many would willingly follow you, and conquering a planet wouldn't be an issue." "Hey Yondu, that's not my aspiration. I prefer to stay with my family." In his previous life he had worked as a corporate drone for decades, never enjoying life and rarely seeing his family. In this life he had fought for decades. Now he only wanted to relax and enjoy himself with his family. Well, to each their own. "If there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to ask." Martin raised his glass. "Of course. We're friends now." "Haha, yes, friends." The two friends, each with their own agenda, clinked glasses, drained their drinks in one gulp, and then burst into laughter. Huh. They chatted happily, arms around each other's shoulders, until Martin asked Yondu where to next. "Are we heading straight to deliver the goods?" "No, Martin. The destination is far from here. We need to resupply first before we can go." "Aren't you a Ravager? Won't the city expel you?" "Some will, some won't. As long as we haven't offended the local powers, they want metal. But this time we're heading to nowhere, a paradise for Ravagers." "There, as long as you have money, anything is allowed," Yondu said. "Nowhere." "Yes," Yondu replied, taking a sip of his drink. "Legend has it that it was once the head of an ancient celestial. After that celestial died, only its skull remained. Its bones, brain tissue and marrow were all precious materials, so various factions have been mining there. No rules, no laws, no order, only money and power matter. It's a chaotic place, but a good one for people like us." A celestial skull. A smile curled on Martin's lips. The gathering lasted a long time, and by the end Raven was a bit tipsy. The alcohol here tasted fine while drinking, but it had a strong after-effect. As Martin chatted, Raven, listening as a bystander, had unknowingly consumed quite a bit. Carrying Raven to the room, she pointed weakly at the window. "I want to go. There. You should rest." "No, no." Seeing Raven struggle, Martin simply moved the mattress over and carried her to the spot. The starry sky was beautiful, but Raven with her hair loose was even more so. He would find a chance to take her directly into space later. Yondu probably had spacesuits and shuttles. "Buzz. Martin, are you awake?" Yondu's voice came through the communicator. "Yes, what's up?" Martin asked. "We need to make a few space jumps to reach nowhere." "Oh. So? Any danger?" "No, just a few. There will be some turbulence during the jumps, and I wanted to warn you to be careful." "Alright, we're fine here." After the communication ended, Martin held Raven and turned to look outside. "Can Yondu see us?" "No, there are no monitors in this room. I checked. I also read the memories of the person who brought us here yesterday just about this room." Raven sighed in relief and loosened her grip on Martin's arm. She had used his body to shield herself when she was startled awake. "I thought you didn't like invading others' minds." "I don't do it deliberately, but when it benefits us I have to. Besides, I only looked at his memories of this room, nothing more. I have no interest in seeing other memories of such an ugly man." He pointed ahead. "Look." Raven turned to look. Ahead, a massive honeycomb-like curtain of light appeared. Under their gaze, the spaceship drew closer until it plunged right in. The ship passed through the light curtain, clearly arriving in an unfamiliar starry expanse. There was a slight jolt, but Martin protected them both, so they were unaffected. "Is this a space jump?" Raven asked in wonder. "Yes, amazing. I wonder how much distance we've covered with this jump. Under their watch the ship made several jumps before stopping, then adjusted course and flew in one direction. Yondu's voice came through. We're close now. A few more hours and we'll arrive. All right. Martin glanced at his wrist. It was about 8 in the morning in New York. In space there was no day or night, without a clock it was impossible to tell. I wonder what Emma and the others are doing, Martin murmured, holding Raven. Missing them already after just one day. Yeah, I've never been this far from them and it won't be a short trip. I used to travel but always on Earth. Don't worry. With Emma's influence and power they'll be fine. I just suddenly thought of them. I'm not worried about that. Martin turned to face Raven lying on his side. Looking at Raven, who was completely unclothed, he placed his hand on her cheek. I'm glad you're here with me or I'd be lonely to death. Raven smiled. You've changed since I first met you. Back then you weren't so sentimental. She glanced down at his hand. Or so. Clingy. Because I have attachments now. I love you so much. And them. At the last 2 words Raven cut herself off in exasperation. She pushed weakly at Martin as he turned over, her voice soft and reproachful. You jerk. Don't ever expect me to turn into. Around noon the two found some food to eat and then wandered around the spaceship. They had been on board for a day without visiting anywhere else. As they explored the various high-tech features of the spaceship, both were astonished. Especially the power system, which consisted of just a few batteries. Though they didn't know the materials used, comparing the size of the batteries to the spaceship's dimensions made it clear how impressive this technology was. Maybe we can take something back with us, suggested Ruewen. What for? Ruewen looked at Martin, speechless. Darling, things must progress step by step. Earth has its own pace of development and suddenly bringing back more advanced items might not be a good thing. You wouldn't want our lives to become chaotic in the future, would you? Besides, who would we give this to back home? I'm not familiar with those who could research it. Given their greed, once they have this they would immediately think of monopolizing and possessing it. So let's forget it. Our company's capable of research too. Martin said while holding Ruewen close, but we don't have an energy department. Furthermore, this item is essentially a product in the universe. What could be so precious that it could be used on a raider's spaceship? We have entered the universe, if needed in the future we can come back to buy it or... Being lazy is one thing, but what's with the excuses? Ruewen said irritably. I don't care how Earth's scientific development is, I only care about you all. Even if the world were to end it wouldn't matter much to me. As long as I am not affected when the world ends, anyone who harms any of you, no matter where the enemy is, I will use everything to take revenge. Alright, I'll give you credit for your words. We won't take anything, but we still need to prepare a gift. Of course. A few hours later Yongdu called the two back. Arriving in the control room where Yongdu was, he pointed ahead and said, look, we are almost there. So big. Martin said to Ruewen, darling, don't flatter someone's things so much. Ruewen instantly lost her sense of wonder and turned to Martin looking displeased. Martin quickly added, I was just joking. Ruewen said irritably, sigh. You this. Yongdu, not understanding the meaning, looked at the two curiously. It's nothing, we're just joking. Yongdu nodded and got back to his tasks. Martin and Ruewen continued to gaze ahead. Not far away in the starry sky floated a massive skull surrounded by colorful shimmering lights that resembled a nebula. Imagining the original size of its owner based on the proportion of this skull, it was even larger than the entire Earth. Martin turned to see Ruewen wearing some unknown device capturing the scene in front. What is this? Ruewen said while filming. It's a gift from Yongdu. I want to capture the scenes I encounter and bring them back to show them. Martin smiled and pointed to his own head. I've memorized it all. You remember your own, but I'm capturing mine. Besides, mine is more convenient. Alright, go ahead and film. As the spaceship drew closer they could see that the back half of the skull had already disappeared. The surface of the skull had various structures resembling eyes and mouths. The Tuan group is almost excavating this place completely. Perhaps one day the knowledge domain will vanish. Tell me about this Tuan group. Martin said. Okay, the Tuan group was founded by Tanya Tuan. Tanya Tuan is known as the Collector. He enjoys collecting various organisms or items, the rarer the better. No one knows how powerful he is, only that he has lived for a long time. It is said that after this place was discovered millions of years ago he has ruled it. Fortunately he is only interested in collecting and doesn't care about the order here. Did you hear that? You little brat, he has lived for millions of years and he is known. Ruiwen teased Martin after hearing this. Smack. Ruiwen reached back to rub her head, shot Martin a glare and continued filming her records. The other people here didn't dare to look at the two, while the only one who dared, Yongdu, kept his gaze ahead. Thus this scene was only felt by Martin and Ruiwen, each in their own way. As the spaceship approached it came to a halt. Aren't we going in? Yongdu said this ship is too big, we'll switch to a smaller one to enter. Once the supplies are bought they will be delivered. But for safety, in case someone sneaks in, we will bring it back ourselves. Martin and Ruiwen followed Yongdu and switched to a small spaceship that could only carry a few people. After the spaceship flew out, several transport ships followed behind. As the spaceship entered the port and landed, Yongdu said, once you get off you can explore, we'll rest here for a night and set off again tomorrow. If you get tired of playing you can come here and take the spaceship back up. Alright, Yongdu, if you don't mind, could you lend me some money? Or is there a scrap spaceship I could take to sell? Yongdu turned to Martin and said, I'm a raider and you're asking me for money. But who says we're not friends? Here, take this, it's enough for you to have a good time. After receiving a card, Martin winked and smiled. Don't worry, I'll pay you back. Just don't sell my ship. Don't worry, he's joking, Ruiwen interjected. As they bid farewell to Yongdu and walked down the spaceship, Ruiwen looked at Martin. You actually threatened him. Did I? You said you'd sell his ship. I clearly said an unusable ship, please note it's unusable. Hee. Alright. I will pay him back, I promise. Didn't you just become friends yesterday? Is it really okay to do this? Martin looked at Ruiwen. Do you really believe that? True friendship isn't that easy. I've lived so many years and only have one friend. Besides, they are raiders, the bandits of the universe, it's even harder to befriend them. Without sufficient interest you can't even become friends with benefits. Ruiwen asked, will they abandon us and run away? No. Before she could ask further, Martin said, I sensed it, Yongdu speaks the truth, he must have something he needs my help with. But I didn't see the specifics. That's good, let's go and explore. The two held hands, walking through the crowded and chaotic streets. This place didn't resemble a bustling metropolis, instead it felt like those rural markets. There were no grand shops lining the bustling avenues, yet the marketplace teemed with a vibrant, crowded energy. The stalls on either side sold items unfamiliar to the two of them, including clothes, food and weapons, but mostly what seemed to be parts and spaceship supplies. Recycling shops were the most common, accepting anything at all. Martin could not understand much of what was said, though some spoke in the so-called universal galactic language. After wandering for a long while, neither found anything worthwhile, perhaps they lacked an eye for value. Finishing their stroll, they bought a few non-Earth specialties and passed by a shop that seemed far more popular. Its popularity was evident from the clusters of men gathered outside. The shop's sign was a neon silhouette of a seductive woman. Through the door one could see people walking in while already stripping off their clothes and others emerging while dressing. Inside the main hall were many women dressed in a manner beyond description, and even robots likely of the mechanical ascension variety. Most had yellow skin, a sickly shade of yellow. Don't even think about it. Raven frowned, pulling Martin back. Think about what? Martin asked, utterly bewildered. Raven gestured toward the shop. Martin stared at her wide-eyed. Darling. I've never done anything like that. You're truly wronging me this time. Really? Remembering Martin's flirtatious nature, she remained skeptical. I've never sought out such places, not even before I had you all. Since I've been with you I've never gone chasing after other women, alright. You still want to chase women? Hearing this, Martin was momentarily speechless. Darling, did you catch the main point? Are you getting impatient? Sigh. Martin took a deep breath and pulled Raven away from the place. Unexpectedly, situations he had never faced in his past life now confronted him. In that former life he had briefly had a girlfriend, but after a breakup he remained single. Deciding it wasn't worth it, he focused solely on making money. You are getting impatient. I am not. As they searched for a place to eat, they spotted Yondu staring at a screen on a street corner. Martin, holding Raven's hand, approached and asked, "What are you doing?" Yondu turned, saw it was Martin and smiled, "Just checking for bounty missions." "Done shopping?" Yeah. You pick up bounties here. Yondu explained, yes, every planet has spots like this. Except for planets like Earth that haven't yet joined interstellar civilization. No one knows who runs it or when it started. Whenever there's a need you can find these machines or intermediary shops to post or take jobs. How's the reputation? Excellent. I've never encountered a breach of contract. I've heard that some big teams defaulted long ago but they disappeared afterward. Never heard of it happening again since. Yondu continued while operating the machine. Anyway, the employer pays the intermediary fee so it doesn't affect our cut. Damn, I can never find a good mission. Raven asked, what's a good mission? Huh. Easy work with lots of pay, of course. Martin nodded in agreement. Yondu paused on one mission. This one's the simplest here, no complicated steps. Martin looked over. The task was to help the Sovereign protect their energy batteries. An image of a golden-skinned race surfaced in his mind. Why not take it? Martin asked as Yondu scrolled past it. We're Ravagers, good at stealing, not guarding. Besides, the Sovereign are too arrogant. No one wants to deal with them. You never know how you might offend them, and their technology is advanced. Martin recalled a mission from some team. Do the Sovereign often post such tasks? Yes, their planet is rich in that energy, so their tech advances quickly. But while they can fend off invaders from this universe, they can't stop creatures from another dimension. Every so often they hire people to clear out thieves from that realm. Heh. They're too proud to even do it themselves. Yondu explained while browsing, then sighed and shut it off. Sometimes it's like this, taking jobs depends on luck. That's normal. Martin nodded in agreement. In his past work he too had to wait. But he cared less about difficulty and more about the pay. I'm getting something to eat. You two coming? Sure, you're treating. Yondu nodded helplessly, of course. Even if you paid it'd still be my money. Haha, don't worry, I'll pay you back. I always keep my word. The food came from some alien creature that resembled Earth's chicken. It had 4 legs, was twice as large, and was a mammal. Not bad, Martin said, tearing off the last leg and handing it to Raven. 3 people, 4 chicken legs, 1 each with an extra for Raven. To Martin this was the fairest distribution. After the meal Yondu said, I've got personal business. You two enjoy yourselves. Can't we come along? With nothing else to do or see, Martin asked. Yondu glanced at Raven. Got it. Go ahead. Martin smiled and nodded. A man understands a man's thoughts. Yondu smirked and left. Raven understood too but said nothing, just ate quietly. As long as Martin didn't go she was fine. After eating, Martin led Raven back to the mission board. Looking for something to do? Raven asked. Yeah, we need money. And I have to pay Yondu back. Raven nodded in agreement. System not registered. Please register individual or team information. The screen prompted as Martin stood before the machine. Following the steps he opened the registration page. It had options for individual and team. Individual was simple, just a name, real or alias, and a personal account. If none, they could provide one. Their currency was universal, transferable and usable anywhere. Team registration required a bit more: a team name, an optional emblem, members and an account. There was no limit on members, each only needed a name like for individuals. Martin pondered for a moment before deciding to register as a team. His people could be affiliated under the team in the future, individuals like Raven and Emma who would surely have opportunities to venture into the cosmos. Once Martin made a name for himself in the universe, it would benefit them as well. Reputation was one thing, but safety was even more crucial. What should we call our team? Martin looked at Raven and asked. Horn. No, not imposing enough. Raven teased, then how about imposing? That ought to be enough, right? Let's just go with Horn. It's only a name after all. Martin said as he typed in the team name. Then came the other details. The team emblem was the outline of a diamond representing Emma's diamond form ability. Inside it was a capital H with a ghosting effect colored bright blue, a nod to Martin's surname and Raven's skin tone. The ghosting symbolized Wendy's ability to create duplicates. In the background was the silhouette of a phoenix representing both Jean and Martin himself. The whole family was accounted for. What do you think? Any complaints? Raven shook her head with a smile. None. Next came the registration of team members, which was similar to individual registration, and then the information was added to the team. Of course, not all team members were required to register, it was entirely up to personal preference. It was just that when taking on missions there needed to be information available for reference. Martin's registered name was simply Martin Horn. Raven on the other hand used her alias, Mystique. Aren't you going to use a title? Martin shook his head in refusal. I don't need one. This world is about strength, titles are just titles. He inserted the data card Yondu had given him into the account, using it as the account credentials. Such cards were plentiful, akin to anonymous bank cards on Earth. Anyone who possessed them could use them. They could be bought at any random shop with the balance stored on the card itself. Mission bounties could be paid by the employer or an intermediary upon completion, or settled in a manner specified by the other party. The card contained a balance of 10,000. Yondu's pretty generous. He had learned while shopping that the value of the universal currency was quite substantial. A few 100,000 could buy a decommissioned second-hand spaceship. Spaceships in interstellar society were like cars on Earth. But just like cars, those with better performance were certainly more expensive. A few thousand could buy a car, but whether it worked, how long it would last, and how fast it could go were uncertain. The same applied to spaceships. After finishing the registration, Martin casually scrolled through. Let's wait until I finish this job for Yondu. I already promised him. All right. They left the place and returned to where the ship was docked. Finding the cargo vessel they were supposed to take back, they planned to head home. Shortly after boarding, Yondu returned. Martin teased, "You're not so great at this, are you?" There was nothing else to do that day, so Martin and Raven went to their room to rest, ready to accompany Yondu on a trip the next day. As the ship neared its destination, Yondu came to Martin's room looking as if he had something to discuss. "What's up?" Martin asked. Yondu sat down, thought for a moment, and then said, "Over the years I've found many children for Ego and brought them to him. But every time I've visited since, I've never seen those children again. So... Yondu hesitated. "I'm not sure if those children are still alive." Having a crisis of conscience? Martin teased. "I've done many bad things and killed many people, but I've never killed a child." Martin nodded, understanding the feeling. He was the same, he never killed children except for enemies. "What do you need me to do?" Martin asked directly. Yondu explained, "I took this child from Earth so that Ego wouldn't find him. Without me, Ego could still find someone else to go to Earth. When we get there, we'll go see him together, you and I. I need to confirm whether those children are still there. I hope they're alive. You have that teleportation ability, which should at least ensure our survival." "Originally I was just going to take this child and leave." Martin chuckled. "I see, you want to hire me. No problem. What's the pay?" Aren't we friends? Besides, this kid is from your Earth." "Hey Yondu, even brothers keep clear accounts. As for him, he's not my child." Yondu's attempt to freeload failed and he asked helplessly, "What do you want?" "Money." "No, I want that ship, the one I saw on Earth." "No. That's my best ship." Martin glared at him. "Cut the crap. You said yourself it was junk. This is already my friend price. Otherwise I'd insist you buy me a new one." Did I say that? I heard you outside that day." "Haha." Yondu laughed without any embarrassment. Haggling was normal after all. He continued, "That ship has no combat capability, can't haul cargo, and its materials aren't great, so its defenses are weak. All it's good for is flying and being energy efficient. Flying is all I need." When it came to combat, Martin would rely on himself. With magnetic control that could cover an area larger than Earth, why fear anyone's attacks? And for energy-based attacks, that magnetism couldn't affect his energy absorption ability was hardly useless. Sebastian's absorption required contact. To maintain enough energy, he either drew from an energy source or had someone hit him. But Alex's energy absorption talent allowed him to absorb from a distance. He naturally drew from the ambient energy. Alex's absorption range might have been limited, but that didn't mean Martin's range was limited. Encompassing an area the size of that small ship was certainly achievable. Since that small ship lacked high-powered energy weapons, its energy consumption was quite low. Used solely for flight, even if Martin flew it back to the Milky Way, it would have enough energy for 2 round trips. "All right, deal," Yondu said with a smile. Martin was only accompanying him on this one trip. Giving up a ship might seem like a high price, but that was only if nothing happened. What if something did go wrong? Nothing was more valuable than his own life. Haha, so when we get back, that ship is mine. Even though it wasn't a behemoth, it was his first spaceship and Martin was thrilled. Of course, my friend. I'll send someone back to clean it up for you right away, and I'll top off the active and reserve energy supplies. Business was business and friendship was friendship. Since he was giving away the ship anyway, Yondu didn't mind throwing in the energy to earn some goodwill. Yondu, you can rest assured about your safety with me, Martin said with a straight face, quite satisfied with Yondu's attitude. Good. Martin was in high spirits even though Yondu had already left. This feeling was akin to owning his first car, his first girlfriend, his first. One's first of anything is always a cause for joy, especially when it's something one is most passionate about and fond of. Pfft. Seeing Martin's grin stretch from ear to ear, Raven couldn't help but let out a laugh. Heh heh ha ha ha. Our family is about to have a spaceship, what a wonderful thing. What's so great about that little thing? Raven, having seen the larger vessel, found the small one unimpressive. Darling, that little one is only small in comparison. The big one is nice, but you have to consider energy consumption, operation and other issues. Let alone whether we can hire people. Even if we could, would you want strangers to stay in our space for long? And can we even trust them? It seems you'll never change that selfish streak of yours, Raven remarked. She knew Martin well, though he spoke of the ship's problems, it was really about his reluctance to share with others. Why should I change? If I can keep it all to myself, why share? People are inherently selfish. I'd rather trust only our family's few than get tangled up with others. Raven looked at Martin's face, thought for a moment, and agreed with him. Though her man was lazy, a homebody, a flirt, and a dreamless slacker. He was handsome and he cherished her dearly. That was enough. Are just the two of you going? Do you need to bring more people? Raven asked with concern. You're coming with me. Martin thought it over and decided it was best to have Raven by his side. From what Yondu said, he didn't want to bring too many others. And among his crew there were those with ulterior motives. What if something happened to Raven while Martin was away? When meeting Ego, he could protect Raven in any situation. If Ego proved too powerful for Martin, leaving her on the ship wouldn't be safe either. In an unfamiliar place, it was better to keep her close. All right. Raven said cheerfully. Are you this happy just to come with me? Of course, I don't want to be apart from you. Huh. Martin pulled Raven close, and neither do I. About an hour later, after several space jumps, Yondu finally said, Martin, we're almost there. Good, well, be right over. Come straight down below. Okay. Ending the call, Martin looked at Raven. Let's go. There might be danger, so don't wander off. They went to the lowest deck of the ship where all the small vessels were docked. Yondu stood with two subordinates beside a small ship that looked similar to Martin's. It seemed to be a swift flyer, not a cargo hauler. Are they coming with us? Martin asked. Yeah, they're my most trusted brothers and quite capable. Raven is coming too. Fine. Yondu had no objections, having anticipated it. He handed over a few items. Here are 2 sets of protective suits and portable flight devices. Thanks. Under Yondu's guidance, Martin and Raven learned how to use them. Once ready, they boarded the ship. Where's the kid? Martin asked. Not bringing him. Well, check things out first. All right. The ship launched, exiting the larger vessel and speeding toward a moon-sized planet ahead, its surface covered in vast deep red and patches of blue. From afar it was beautiful. This was Ego, a living planet. Only Martin knew its true nature. So beautiful, Raven praised. Indeed, but the more beautiful something is, the more dangerous. This rule must apply across the universe. As they drew closer, the planet's surface details emerged clearly. It was truly stunning, a fairy tale planet on a grand scale. Mountains, water, trees, everything exuded a dreamlike quality. Girls would surely love this scenery. Raven was already captivated. We're landing. Yondu's voice came through and the ship touched down on the plaza before the planet's sole palace. After parking, Yondu ordered his 2 men to stand by in the ship, then stepped out with Martin and Raven. Once outside, they could see more and with greater clarity. Around a fountain, colorful, graceful fish floated in the water. The ground was carpeted with vibrant flowers. The air was filled with floral scents and drifting bubbles from unknown sources. But none of this drew Martin's attention. His focus was on the replication system. Replicable abilities: life-devouring plant creation, cosmic perception, energy absorption. Celestials are typically cosmic-level powerhouses. Clearly Ego was not. He was at most a Skyfather level. Don't ask how Martin knew it was a feeling. Standing on this planet he didn't sense an overwhelming presence. Ego was essentially a being of pure energy, perhaps that was the celestial trait. And Martin happened to counter energy. What a coincidence. Still, if he were truly cosmic level he wouldn't have been so easily destroyed by the Guardians in the movie. With a grasp of the opponent's strength Martin relaxed and examined the acquired abilities. Life-devouring, as the name suggests, allowed him to consume living beings upon contact, digesting them to enhance himself, including their memories, knowledge, vitality and psychic power. Plant creation enabled him to create the kind of flowers Ego grew on other planets. Of course they didn't have to look exactly like that, it was entirely up to personal preference as long as they were plants. The plants he created could also devour life forms they touched. The energy they absorbed aside from sustaining themselves would merge with the creator. The more the plants consumed the larger they grew and the faster they devoured. It was like a zombie plague spreading until all life on a planet was consumed. Cosmic perception was a powerful telepathic ability, but it could only sense what was connected to him, through contact, his plants or his bloodline. Upon reading this ability's description Martin's eyes lit up. No wonder the little mantis could hypnotize him, he could do the same. Energy absorption is the ability to absorb and utilize the energy of stars and other living beings. In simple terms, have you heard of Superman? Sunbathing makes him stronger. On the other hand, unlike life-devouring, energy absorption merely takes the energy from living beings, excluding memories, knowledge and life force. All four abilities are formidable, but they are not what Martin desires the most. What he truly wishes for is the ability of planetary form, but he does not have it. The reason should be that this is Ego's true form, not considered his ability. Still, as the saying goes, having it is already good enough. In the future Mom no longer needs to worry about me running out of blue, even though he has never been short of blue. As long as there are stars around, energy absorption is no longer appealing. Yongdu, you're here. A middle-aged man flew over from a distance, smiling. Yes. Where is he? Where is my son? Ego asked impatiently. Martin on the side was itching to act. He could feel the energy fluctuations around him, especially from beneath his feet, and could hardly resist the urge to feast. Ego, I have something to ask you. What about the other children? Yongdu inquired. Ego instantly darkened his expression. What does that have to do with you? I just want to know their whereabouts. Hee hee. Ego coldly chuckled, closing his eyes to sense, then looked up at the sky. He is over there. Ego sensed that his child was nearby, thinking Yongdu would bring him along, but unexpectedly Yongdu did not, instead inquiring about the other children. Since you want to meddle, I will kill you first before I go. Ego's words were abruptly cut off as he suddenly collapsed. Those children are dead, Martin said. How do you know? Yongdu asked in astonishment. Martin pointed to his own brain. I can probe into his memories. What happened to him? Let him sleep lest he runs away, hee hee. Alright, I'll do something, you all follow me. After finishing, Martin controlled the ground beneath him to create a deep pit that extended downward. Later, feeling that it was a bit slow, he began to bombard. Yongdu and Raven followed closely behind. Where are you going? Martin did not answer but continued to break through the planet's interior. Damn. So stupid. Martin suddenly stopped, angrily tapping his head. Ego's planet was not large, he could sense the interior clearly and could have teleported there directly. Having never done this before, he momentarily forgot. In excitement, he directly opened a teleportation portal, bringing the two to the core of the planet. The space here was rather large, with intertwined rocks surrounding a circular object at the center, which was Ego's core. Absorbing energy from the core was much faster than from the planet's surface, and this was Ego's true form. Breaking a part of the core's shell revealed the brain inside. As the shell broke, Martin sensed Ego's consciousness slightly recovering, hastily increasing his control, and Ego calmed down once more. It truly was a brain towering as high as a person, radiating blue light. You all wait here. After saying that, Martin approached the brain and pressed his hand against it, uttering a single word: absorb. Ah. Suddenly a roar of anger came from the core space, but under Martin's control Ego could only helplessly drift back into slumber. Who told you to only have energy? If your mental sensitivity were a bit stronger I wouldn't be able to control you so easily. He. As Martin absorbed energy he simultaneously controlled ego internally complaining this is why you can't be lopsided in skills. Energy absorption isn't enough I need to use my energy control ability to absorb more it's still insufficient time to plant a seed. As soon as the seed touched the ground it began to spread rapidly in all directions. Soon everywhere except where the three stood was filled with blue spores. Martin pressed one hand on the brain and the other on the spores doubling his effort significantly increasing the absorption speed. It was so fast that Martin felt a sense of expansion. Ah. Who are you? Ego's voice came again. Be good. Sleep now. No. As Martin absorbed the entire planet began to tremble and the surface was already shaking. Martin. Yongdu shouted in panic. It's fine don't worry just stay there for a bit longer. The rocks around them fell but were shattered by Martin causing no harm to the few. Strengthening. As time passed Martin's power continuously increased. The dark red energy of the Phoenix power began to envelop Martin's body obliterating everything that came into contact that was not an ally. A little more just a little more. He could feel that his strength was about to break through to the next stage. No. We are kindred you cannot treat me like this. Perhaps sensing Martin's change ego roared unwillingly his voice laced with fear. Martin utilized an ability similar to ego's making ego mistakenly believe that Martin was one of his kind. I'll make you sleep. Interrupted at a critical moment Martin was furious intensifying his control trapping ego's consciousness within his brain. The massive energy greatly enhanced Martin's strength and ego gradually became no match for him especially against the mental abilities that countered him. Suddenly as the Phoenix's illusion soared around him it dove into Martin's body causing him to feel as if he was once again entering that mysterious state from years ago. His consciousness seemed to be pulled into an unknown cosmic region floating in the universe with an endless nebula before him resembling a phoenix bathed in flames taking flight. Yet he could still sense Yongdu and Raven behind him now motionless. Martin felt that the time around him had entered a state of stillness as the phoenix continuously emitted tiny energy particles towards him. Ego's energy was also rapidly transforming into nourishment for the Phoenix power. Accepting all. Absorbing everything entirely. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps a few minutes, perhaps several hours. Martin suddenly opened his eyes if this time he had not completely lost contact with the Phoenix power but could sense her presence. He would be able to utilize this power to a greater extent. Extending one hand he opened his palm revealing a mass of deep red energy. Sensing that ego's energy was nearly depleted it was of no use to him now. Feeling that ego's consciousness had completely lost its sanity the entire being was in a state of lethargy. Martin pressed the mass of Phoenix power against ego's brain while saying to Yongdu and Raven open the protective suit. Alright. Ruewen immediately responded and Yongdu followed. The moment the energy touched Igo's brain Martin stopped time for the entire planet and in the next moment he brought the two to the surface of the spaceship then took everyone back to the large spaceship. Ruewen and Yongdu felt as if they had returned in an instant. Martin took Ruewen into space gazing at the planet below, my dear look at the fireworks. After saying that he released the time of Igo planet. In the silent roar Igo planet slowly cracked releasing some energy and suddenly shattered into fragments flying outwards. All the fragments heading towards the spaceship were annihilated by Martin. Igo had been mostly absorbed by Martin so the fireworks were not very splendid. However the explosion of a colossal object was still quite shocking. You destroyed a planet? Ruewen asked in astonishment. Yes. Martin's strength had reached the level of a heavenly father not a sub-heavenly father but a genuine heavenly father. Destroying a planet was not a problem let alone such a small Igo. The power of the Phoenix had grown sufficiently ensuring a significant increase in combat capability. His control over time had also improved considerably how strong it was would need to be tested in the future. There was also teleportation and stasis in terms of space. At the same time the ability to traverse time and dimensions was unlocked with an unknown range but certainly encompassing the size of Earth possibly even the solar system. The Milky Way. Who knows? But it would definitely be adequate. With increased power came new troubles. To continue growing stronger relying solely on time and ordinary energy would no longer suffice. It was essential to obtain primal energy from the universe. The power of the Phoenix could be counted but when would that be achieved? Thus the next goal was to acquire at least one Infinity Stone. There was no rush, those things would be released one by one in a few years. Let others take the lead while he took the spoils, heh. Isn't that a bit cruel? Ruiwen involuntarily said, I'm not talking about him but the other beings on this planet. Don't worry my dear, this planet is Igo and there are no other beings. Ruiwen nodded and said, Martin, promise me don't make such large-scale destruction easily, okay? Alright, I promise you. Martin replied seriously while looking at Ruiwen. Satisfied with his answer, Ruiwen gazed at the remnants of Igo's explosion and smiled, saying, it's beautiful but let there not be a next time, it's too frightening. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, I'll handle everything. Alright. After watching the fireworks, the two returned to the spaceship and everyone looked at them differently, including Yongdu. It was quite normal, they had never seen such a spectacle. With one's own strength to destroy a planet. Who would dare to believe such a thing if spoken, of course limited to ordinary people. Come on Yongdu, we're comrades, don't look at me like that. Hee hee. Alright. Martin shook his head helplessly and asked, what are your plans next? Take this child away and continue the life of a raider. Are you going back to the knowledge domain? Not for now, the Raider Alliance is holding a meeting, I need to get there. Martin nodded, okay then we'll part ways here, I want to take Ruiwen out to have some fun. Alright, by the way. Yongdu suddenly remembered something, I left some information about known galactic forces and planet coordinates in your spaceship including Earth. Thank you Yongdu. If you need help remember to contact me, don't be polite. You should be able to reach my spaceship. Of course. Yongdu's smile was much more sincere. Arriving at the spot where his small spaceship was docked, Martin looked at the obviously cleaned exterior in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. With a gentle wave of his right hand, some minor flaws on the spaceship's surface disappeared and a team logo pattern appeared as a coating. The power of the Phoenix had the ability to modify elements for material transformation and reconstruction. Once stronger, it could even create from nothing. Martin smiled and said, the name of this ship will be Magic Form. Thank you. Ruiwen was very happy that it was named after her. The two entered the interior where the same cleaning process took place, instantly becoming neat and new. Beautiful lady, would you like to try my new vehicle? Martin smiled at Ruiwen. I would be honored. Ruiwen walked to the driver's seat, sitting beside Martin. After starting the spaceship, selecting a target and bidding farewell to Yongdu, they flew out. The spaceship flew very fast, but in the dark universe there were no reference points, so it felt imperceptible. Why are we going here? Ruiwen asked. To take on a mission and earn some money. Huh. You just destroyed a planet, yet you're doing it for money. That's right. Martin said nonchalantly, I'm just an ordinary person, isn't it normal to earn money? Besides, I have to support you all. My greatest dream is to not work for others and to have a house, a car and a girlfriend. Now I have all of that. TSK. What's with the TSK? Martin looked at Ruiwen, set the spaceship to automatic flying mode, lifted her from her seat in a princess carry and walked towards the lower cabin. You will never understand my way of thinking. The cabin was a storage space and also a resting place. Calling it a small spaceship was relative to Yongdu's gigantic ship. But compared to a human's body size, it was still quite large, definitely comparable to an average passenger airplane. Thus the space was ample. Martin's destination was a planet under the rule of Sovereign Lin, where there were markets and naturally places to accept missions. He was just taking this mission to test the waters and familiarize himself with the process. He was definitely not looking to see what the glimmering gold people were like. The next one would be to look for a powerful enemy. After countless years of development, the Sovereigns had ushered in an era of planetary unification. The Sovereign homeworld was abundant in high-grade energy cells, and their advancement propelled a highly sophisticated civilization. Long ago, when other planets within the galaxy were still in a primitive state, they had already embarked on interstellar travel. A single step ahead led to perpetual precedence. Now, many years later, the Sovereigns had subjugated a vast expanse of the galaxy, encompassing numerous life-bearing worlds. Their overwhelming technological prowess had instilled a deep-seated arrogance in their ancestors. This arrogance, passed down through generations, had only intensified over time. Gradually it became an ingrained tradition. Similar to the neighboring superpowers homeworld, the Sovereign's offspring were conceived through technological means. At birth, every individual's status and future vocation were predetermined. Yet Martin, an ordinary man, still harbored a preference for natural birth. Perhaps in the real world most people's futures are sealed at birth, but there remains a chance to alter one's destiny. For the Sovereigns, however, their genes dictated everything. There was not even a trace of discontent or rebellion. Martin and Raven arrived on a planet called Terra, a world under sovereign rule roughly the size of Earth. The sovereigns were rather xenophobic if they preferred outsiders not enter their homeworld without an invitation. Thus Terrad served as the galaxy's largest trading hub. Its function was akin to Nowhere, but unlike Nowhere's chaos, order was maintained here. The enforcers of order were not sovereigns, for they disdained dealing with outsiders. Long ago, after conquering Terrad, the sovereigns had ceded administrative control to the locals, demanding only sovereignty over the planet. And taxation, of course. The sovereigns were proud, not foolish. The spaceport here was akin to a parking lot on Earth. If a ship and its passengers were not on the current faction's wanted list, they could leave after simple registration. Parking incurred a fee, and so did docking a ship. Payment was due upon departure. Stepping out of the ship berth, Martin and Raven felt as if they had entered a world of gold. Due to the spaceport's elevated position, they looked down from the platform upon a vista of golden structures. Martin's destination lay on the far side of the star, so it was night here. From high above, the entire planet seemed to radiate a golden luminescence accentuated by the lights below. This effect was even more pronounced upon landing. Dazzling. Nearly every place bore a symbol. Martin could not name it, but he recognized it as the Sovereign's emblem. The same emblem appeared on the mission posted by the Sovereign at Nowhere's job board. It adorned buildings, flagpoles, and even colossal holographic projections in the sky. Everywhere. Raven held an electronic map resembling a tablet but fully transparent, appearing as nothing more than a bordered pane of glass when inactive. One had to admit Yondu was reliable. Not only had he uploaded all map data into the ship, but he had also prepared portable devices. This screen served not only for navigation but also for remotely controlling the ship's security systems and initiating long-range video calls with registered contacts. Its functions were numerous and comprehensive. With each additional feature, Martin's gratitude toward Yondu deepened. Shall we head straight to pick up a mission? Raven swiped twice on the screen. Let's take a stroll first, then grab a bite and sample the local cuisine. Alright. Transport was available from the spaceport to the lower levels, but the duo opted to walk and admire the scenery. Along the way they encountered many races unseen on Nowhere or Yondu's ship. Presumably this planet's greater safety attracted civilians from numerous worlds. How to distinguish mercenaries from civilians? It was evident from their demeanor and attire and the presence of many women and children. Aliens came in all forms, humanoid and non-humanoid. Martin's gaze naturally lingered on the humanoids. Some had pink, red, purple, or cyan skin. On Earth such beings might seem bizarre. But here it felt ordinary, even to Martin and Raven. Skin color was merely one of many differences. Arriving at a restaurant, they found a wealth of edible options befitting such an advanced world. Dishes from Nowhere were also available, though their origins remained unclear. It seemed that in the interstellar age, relations between planets mirrored those between nations on Earth, complete with trade. This tastes far better than what we had there, Raven praised after trying a piece of chicken. Indeed. But then again, the folks there were always preoccupied with finding jobs. They probably didn't care much about food. Then what's the point of earning money if you don't eat well? Who knows? After their meal, the two headed to the planet's mission distribution center. Though it was night, they needed no rest. They had only recently woken. Following the electronic map's guidance, they arrived at a hall dedicated to accepting and submitting bounties. It resembled a service center complete with private booths and even customer service representatives. On a trading planet like Terrad, backed by a powerful faction, such facilities were established to maintain order. In contrast, chaotic places like Nowhere only needed a spot to pick up missions. The dichotomy between order and chaos was evident here. Of course, street-side terminals and bounty shops also existed on such planets. It was a matter of personal preference. The hall was crowded with people gathered in small groups. Acquaintances chatted casually, exchanged intelligence, or even formed temporary teams. From their conversations one could glean much information. But for the newcomers everything was bewildering. Only occasional names caught Martin's attention: Ronan, the Kree Empire, Xander, and even the infamous Thanos and his 4 lieutenants. This place was conquered by Thanos. Such topics were always touched upon briefly. In such venues the crowd was a mixed bag, and even the most orderly places could not avoid it. Since entering the hall, Martin and Raven had been unabashedly gazing around with curiosity, making no effort to hide their novice status. Thus naturally someone had their eyes on them. Martin and Ruiwen arrived at a booth. Opened the machine, scanned Martin's identity, and Martin entered the mission acceptance mode. Searching for tasks related to Sui Lin Star. There were many missions, mostly involving the capture of someone. It seemed that quite a few people had offended them. After finding the task to protect the energy cell that he wanted to accept, Martin completed the acceptance process, leaving his contact information and spaceship details, thus claiming the mission for both him and Ruiwen. If either party had any issues, they could resolve them privately without involving a mediator who would simply wait to collect fees from the Sui Lin people later. After accepting this task, Martin searched for missions related to the Milky Way. There weren't many. After all, in comparison to the universe, the Milky Way seemed rather insignificant. Most of the tasks related to the Milky Way involved the pursuit of criminals by the Sandar Star, while the others were from factions or individuals that Martin was unfamiliar with. It was apparent that Sandar Star should be considered the largest force within the Milky Way, possibly one of the largest. To be precise, Sandar Star is not actually located within the Milky Way. The Space Militia and Exploration Agency of Sandar Star formed a new Star Legion, initially protecting Sandar Star and later expanding to the entire Andromeda Galaxy, hence also referred to as the Sandar Military Star Interstellar Corps. Because the Andromeda Galaxy is quite close to the Milky Way, both belonging to the same group of galaxies. It is like having a powerful neighbor, yet that neighbor is relatively backward. Once we finish this task, let's go check out Sandar Star, Martin said. Sure. Ruiwen didn't care much about these matters, she was simply here to have fun. With Martin around, she could enjoy the scenery and experience the diverse cultures. Couch potato. Martin glanced back at Ruiwen, teasing her. Me? Huh. How can you say that to me? Don't you have a place you want to go? No. Ruiwen replied, with a strong backing. I feel completely secure. Right now I just want to stay behind you. That makes sense, but it's better if you stay in front of me. I prefer being behind because that way I can protect you. Isn't that exactly why he wanted to become stronger? Strength is always the support of family and the source of confidence. Still the same saying, it can be unnecessary but it cannot be absent. Let's go. The two left the booth only to be stopped by an alien with an upright demeanor. Wait a moment, friends. Martin and Ruiwen halted, looking at the stranger. To be honest, it was easy to gain a favorable impression. The alien had pale skin, a stern face, and was dressed in what appeared to be a type of combat uniform. In movies, individuals with such an appearance are generally depicted as righteous. Is there something you need? Martin asked. It seems you two are here for the first time, right? The alien replied, allow me to introduce myself, my name is Feet. I have been working in the mercenary industry for many years. Every year many newcomers like you lose their lives due to the unknown dangers of missions. And so? Feet continued, newcomers should find an experienced person to guide them to avoid any mishaps. As he spoke, he called over two individuals, introducing them. They are people I have previously helped and now they like me assist others in such places. Yes. The two individuals nodded with smiles, although their faces were somewhat grim, a trait of their race. But what is your purpose in doing this? Martin asked, puzzled. Connections, my friend. In our line of work, connections are very important. Feet answered smoothly, if you don't mind, could you tell me what task you accepted? Oh, don't get me wrong, I know about almost every task here. I'm just curious to hear about the task you accepted to see if I can offer you some advice. Martin said with slight interest, unfortunately I haven't accepted a task. TSK. There's nothing that interests me. Oh. What kind of task are you looking for? Martin excitedly said, I want to take on a combat task, preferably one that isn't too complicated, just to arrive and fight. I have received the best training at home since I was young. Oh, sorry. Feet's eyes lit up as he replied nonchalantly, Such tasks are indeed very rare. Although we do have one, it would be best for you as a newcomer to avoid it. What? Martin asked in surprise, you have? Please make sure to take us along, I can forego the reward. He said, glancing around sneakily. As Ruiwen tried to stifle a laugh, he quietly told Feet, after inheriting my family's fortune I don't lack money. What I lack is excitement. If you can take me along I won't let you down, I promise. Martin said earnestly, looking expectantly at Feet. No. I don't want your money, I just want to make a friend. Feet seemed hesitant to make a decision. The other two individuals out of Martin and Ruiwen's sight were signaling Feet urgently. When Ruiwen's gaze turned toward them they quickly put on smiles. This speed would put professional actors to shame. After all, as professionals they only know to count to 3. Alright, I'll take you. Seemingly having come to an understanding, Feet said, but you must listen to me. Okay. During battles stay behind us and follow our actions to avoid danger. Okay. Feet kindly shared his experiences with Martin, appearing as if he was doing it for Martin's benefit. Martin accepted it humbly. Follow me. Feet led Martin outside. On their way to the destination, Feet subtly inquired about Martin's information. He learned that Martin was a noble from a small and unknown planet whose elder had passed away, leaving the inheritance to him. He deflected some questions with reasons of having never interacted with outsiders. But for Feet that was enough, because Martin said he was very wealthy. Get in your spaceship and follow me, we'll meet up above. Feet said at the spaceship dock. Alright. On the way the two had already exchanged information. Feet's team had a giant warship currently docked in space, and he and his companions were here to purchase resources. After purchasing resources they habitually checked the mission hall to see if anyone needed help where they encountered Martin. After learning that Martin and Ruewen also had a spaceship, Feet wanted to accompany them to take a look. Looking at the not-so-valuable spaceship, Martin said it was his Kamingafage gift. Although it wasn't the best, it was his favorite. After Fit told Martin about his spaceship's information, he left with 2 people. He was going to make preparations and keep an eye on the ship lest Martin discover something and flee. Darling, they are obviously con artists. I know. Do you think I'm that foolish? How many mercenaries could be good-hearted? Such tricks could only fool the gullible. Perhaps their skills were only enough to deceive the naive. Sigh. Are there really so many fools in the universe? Martin's spaceship flew through space as he gazed at a black super warship above and sighed in admiration. Though not as large as Yondu's vessel, it was a pleasant surprise for him. As a gang of swindlers, where else could they get so much money? They could only cheat. But what kind of people would fall for such a scheme? Could it be that as technology advanced, biological brains regressed? Perhaps to appear more trustworthy, the warship's exterior was spotless, flawless. Congratulations, you're about to get rich. No, darling, Martin said with a smile. We're about to get rich. Huh. Following their instructions, Martin piloted his morph ship into the warship's side entrance and docked. They exchanged smiles, left their vessel and entered the warship's interior. The space was modest. Besides the morph ship there were 2 other vessels, the passenger ship Fit had flown earlier and a cargo freighter. Ignoring the dozens of armed men waiting outside, Martin surveyed his prize with satisfaction. Mr. Horn, you've been kidnapped. Please contact your family. Fit stepped forward with a sunny smile. No, it's you. No, forget it. Martin smiled as he sensed everyone on the warship. Besides those present, dozens more were busy elsewhere. In one area, likely the brig, several people were imprisoned. A portal appeared behind everyone, enveloped them, and they vanished. Including Martin, Raven and Fit. However, the 3 of them reappeared in a different place from the others. They materialized in the warship's command bridge with a view of everything outside. Panicked Fit saw Martin smile and realized it was his doing, quickly forcing a sheepish grin. I was just joking. Martin didn't respond, simply watching outside. Fit followed his gaze and saw his men floating in space, their bodies slowly swelling. With a thought from Martin, their bodies glowed red and then turned to ash. The explosion of 100 humanoid forms was quite a spectacle. Mr. Fit. Martin turned back, beaming. This is a robbery. Hand over everything you have. Okay, don't kill me. Fit began in terror, then felt intense heat. Looking down at his body, don't kill me and you'll get nothing. Ha. Fit screamed as he turned to ash until nothing remained. I was only joking. After all, he could find out where his belongings were and control the ship just by reading his memories. Why keep him alive? To avoid killing the wrong person, Martin had specifically read his memories beforehand. He confirmed Fit was the leader of this group. What a blind leader. Sharing the memory with Raven, they learned of his assets. Raven wasn't thrilled, only asking, so are we still doing bounties? Of course, why not? Martin said matter-of-factly. We do this to experience life. It's not about how much money we have. Money is just. True. Even with his current power, Martin still considered himself an ordinary man. But now money was no longer part of his world, life was. Conquering worlds, conquering the universe, was such ambition truly necessary? What would one do after conquest? Martin believed that living happily with his wife and children was what mattered most. He didn't have children yet, but he had several wives. He harbored no grand ambitions. Before, he earned money to live. Now he lived to earn money. Well, those two statements seemed no different. Anyway, you get the idea. Those who understand understand. Martin looked toward a corner where several people stood trembling as they watched the two. There seemed to be three groups. The most striking was a man and woman, both golden, even their pupils were gold. Though fearful, they tried to maintain their dignity, ignoring their trembling legs. One group consisted of two men from unknown origins wearing identical uniforms with script Martin didn't recognize. The last group was a woman with a little girl of about 5 or 6, both with pink skin, perhaps mother and daughter. They wore white dresses. On their foreheads was a mark that seemed innate. The girl hid behind the woman, staring at Martin with wide, frightened eyes. "You saw it. They kidnapped me first," Martin said innocently. "Yes, sir," one of the uniformed men quickly replied. But Martin's gaze lingered on the little girl. She was simply adorable. Raven felt the same. If they had a daughter like her, they'd probably smile in their sleep. Not having children was their greatest regret. The girl had short pink hair, pink skin, and big blinking eyes. Seeing Martin wasn't ferocious, she gradually peeked out, curious about him. "Is she your daughter?" Raven asked curiously. "Yes," the woman replied softly, shielding the girl. "May I hold her?" Raven asked. The woman looked worriedly at the two, saying nothing. "Look, there's no need to fear us. We have no grudge. Why would we hurt you?" Martin persuaded. Seeing they weren't talking about kidnapping or anything, the group visibly relaxed. Raven approached the little girl and smiled. "Don't worry, we're not bad people. Can Auntie hold you?" The girl looked up at her mother, then nodded. She wasn't as timid as expected. In fact, she was quite bold. Raven beamed as she bent down and picked her up, gazing at her delicate face. "You're so cute. Tell Auntie, what's your name?" "Camilla." Auntie is Raven and that uncle is Martin." Raven was conversing with the mother and daughter nearby while Martin turned his attention to the other two groups. "You must be from the Sovereign, right?" he asked the two golden figures. If they remained still, they resembled a pair of golden statues from a distance. "Yes, Honorable Mr. Martin," the male replied, lifting his head. His tone was somewhat stiff and his expression solemn, yet Martin sensed no ill will. Arrogance was merely their nature, but they were neither ungrateful nor overconfident. "That's fine. Just call me Martin. I've just accepted a mission from Sovereign. I can take you back with me." "Thank you, sir. I will inform our High Priestess of this to repay your kindness. The Sovereign people adhere to a contract spirit and dislike owing debts. I appreciate those who honor their agreements." "Thank you." A faint smile appeared on the other's face, clearly taking the remark as a compliment to the Sovereign people. "You all, Raven, could you find them a room?" "All right. I'll also find rooms for Camilla and her mother," Raven said, turning to Martin. "Okay." After agreeing, Martin addressed the two. "If anything comes up, you can reach her or me." The two nodded in acknowledgement and followed Raven out. With Fitz memories, the pair knew this warship inside and out. "What about you?" After the others left, only two men in uniform remained. "Why just them?" "Who knows, it was simply a coincidence." "Sir, we are escort members of the Nova Corps. We were ordered here to retrieve a criminal." "A criminal? Have you retrieved them?" Martin felt a certain fondness for this galactic neighbor. Moreover, from the films had seen, they were portrayed as the righteous ones. "Yes. I didn't see anyone," Martin asked, puzzled. "That mother and daughter are the criminals." Martin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Them? A defenseless mother and daughter are your criminals?" "Yes. Perhaps one shouldn't judge by appearances." Martin pondered this and asked, "What crime did they commit?" From their account, Camilla's father had been a soldier in the Nova Corps. Yet for reasons unknown he had fled the Nova Corps jurisdiction with his wife and daughter. To them this was an act of desertion. Thus the Nova Corps issued a warrant. Later, following orders, they came to Terra to retrieve them. But upon arrival the deserter died during the capture, leaving only the mother and daughter. "We must take them back. The Supreme One will not harm them." Martin raised an eyebrow at them. Are you sure it's not because you fear dereliction of duty if you return empty-handed? No, sir. Why would you think that? Even if we bring no one back, an honest report suffices. We face no punishment. Those people said the Corps would send a ransom and release us. Fit and his crew dared not offend the Nova Corps, but despite their words they planned to dispose of the two in a remote place. As for the mother and daughter, they were another source of profit. After a moment's thought, Martin said, "Contact your people from here and have them come fetch you as soon as possible. I have matters to attend to and can't linger long." Of course. Well, do it immediately." One of them hurried to the control panel and began operating it. The other looked at Martin curiously. "Sir, where do you hail from? I've never seen a race like yours." In the universe, abilities like Martin's teleportation and energy projection were not unheard of. But to them such powers were often technological in nature. Especially energy projection, it was typically a trait of formidable races. "I come from Earth." The other exclaimed in surprise, "What? Earth? But isn't it still primitive?" "My apologies. The Nova Corps had a fair understanding of Earth given it was their neighbor." "It's fine. Earth is indeed still primitive. But without your rigid frameworks there's more room for possibility, isn't there? All right, amuse yourselves. Just don't break my ship. Find a place to rest when you're done. Oh, and after you finish, activate the ship's cleaning bots for a thorough scrub. Leave no trace of the past." Martin ended the conversation to explore elsewhere. "Sure, no worries. The warship had cleaning bots. After all, manual labor alone couldn't manage a vessel this massive." The warship had 3 decks, top, middle and bottom. The bottom deck housed the cargo hold and docking bay. The middle deck contained the control area, rest zones and other functional spaces, along with connecting corridors and bridges. The top deck, smaller than the other two, was the residential area. Martin floated through the air, inspecting the lower 2 decks. They were reasonably clean. Finally he reached the top deck's residential area. He peeked into a few rooms and found them unsurprisingly messy and dirty. Frowning, Martin erased all personal items and traces of life from every unoccupied room, leaving only the original state and some cleaned furniture. Much better now. 2 rooms remained, one for the sovereign pair and another that Raven had arranged for Camilla and her mother, where Raven currently was. Martin knocked and entered, finding Raven holding Camilla on her lap while chatting with Marilyn across the room. Marilyn's expression seemed more relaxed, free of the earlier tension. Camilla sat obediently in Raven's arms, blinking her big eyes as she listened. When Marilyn saw Martin enter, she stood up, her demeanor suddenly a bit restrained. "Looks like you're getting along well," Martin said with a smile, walking to a chair beside Raven and gesturing for Marilyn to relax. Hearing this, Raven said to Marilyn, "Sit down, it's fine." Once Marilyn was seated, Martin said, "I spoke with the 2 from the Nova Corps. They've contacted their people and someone will come to take you back." "Okay, thank you," Marilyn replied, relieved to be leaving this place devoid of good memories. Raven's expression turned wistful. "They're leaving so soon?" "Yes, dear. They have their own lives to live." "I know." Raven hugged the little girl tightly and planted a kiss on her cheek. "It's just that he'll have to part with this little one." It was evident that Raven truly adored Camilla. Martin could do nothing about this. He had considered using the Phoenix Force to create a child. But he was uncertain if it could be done. First, the Phoenix Force was unlike the Chaos Force, which could alter reality. Moreover, would a child conceived in this manner still be considered a human child in the conventional sense? As an ordinary man, Martin could not escape the mindset of an ordinary person. A child is the continuation of life, the crystallization of love and the future of a family. Yet a child not born through natural means always felt somewhat different, as if it were merely a created product. Besides, Raven and the others might not accept it. At the very least, Martin himself found it hard to accept. "By the way, darling, will they encounter any danger when they return with the Nova Corps?" Raven suddenly asked, a thought striking her. "I don't know, but according to those 2, Camilla and her mother shouldn't face any trouble." Martin turned to Marilyn, seeking her opinion. It seemed Marilyn had only just considered this issue earlier. Her sole thought had been to escape this den of wolves. Strictly speaking, her husband was a deserter. Regardless of the reason, no legion shows mercy to deserters. As the family of a deserter, even if they claimed they wouldn't be mistreated, who knew the truth? They certainly wouldn't receive the best treatment. Raven glanced at Martin then said to Marilyn, "Do you want to leave with them?" Raven. Martin looked at Raven in slight surprise. What else could they do but leave? Could they follow Martin and the two of them? Setting aside Martin's concerns about privacy, they could indeed stay with them during this time in space. But in the near future the two would surely return to Earth. What would become of the mother and daughter then? They couldn't very well bring them home. Martin disliked having outsiders in his life for extended periods. If they kept the mother and daughter, parting would be even harder once bonds formed. Camilla was adorable and Martin liked her too. But she was not his child. Even an adopted child would be better, but Camilla had her own mother and family. "I'm sorry, Martin is right. You have your own lives." Perhaps sensing Martin's implication, Marilyn quickly said, "It's fine. The Nova Corps is fairly upright if they won't mistreat us." Raven looked down at Camilla, nodding absently. "All right, rest here today. The Nova Corps will take time to arrive." Martin ended the topic. "Okay, thank you." Martin left the room and headed to the ship's command center where the two Nova Corps members sat chatting. Seeing Martin arrive, they stood up and looked at him. "All set?" "Yes, they'll arrive in a few hours." Make yourselves at home. I'm going to inspect the ship." "All right. If I may say so, this ship requires quite a lot of crew to operate." "You seem." "I know, so I need to study it in detail," Martin said, opening the control panel and examining it based on Fit's memories. "Xander has very advanced control systems. When our superior arrives, he can help you upgrade it. No need, I have my own methods." The ship was his private property. Who knew if the Xandarians might leave something behind? Martin had his own way. Lilith's system control ability would come in handy. Martin had naturally copied this ability, though he rarely used it. Although the ship's various sections had separate controls, as parts of the whole data and transmission were interconnected. Apocalypse had the ability to transmit consciousness through data. When he first emerged from the ground, he used this ability to learn about the world. Martin left a stream of data consciousness in the system and began inspecting it step by step. If he encountered any issues, he would go to the relevant nodes and make modifications, coordinating various abilities to easily accomplish the task. Progress was swift, but the ship was vast with many areas to inspect. It took over half an hour for Martin to connect all parts of the ship. Finally, based on the ship's original operating system, he combined his data stream consciousness with Lilith's system control ability to upgrade it, creating an intelligent assistant without self-awareness but capable of executing the owner's commands. Because it was based on Martin's consciousness, all his family members would have corresponding operational permissions. He also modified the ship's information. For instance, its previous designation was a long string of letters and numbers. Now she was called Phoenix 1, belonging to the private team, Horn Team. The ship's exterior also bore the team's logo. "Report ship status." Martin issued the command. In his perception, as the command was given, various parts of the ship began operational tests, running diagnostics. Half a minute later, the synthetic voice of the control system echoed from the command center. "Propulsion system intact, main power at 98%, backup power sufficient. Weapon systems in all sections intact, energy sufficient, ammunition fully stocked. Defense system intact, communication system." Fit and his crew hadn't lied, they had indeed come here to resupply. Now everything had been handed over to Martin. All parts of the ship were naturally intact. Any issues had been repaired during his inspection. Though his knowledge was limited, he could manage repairs based on the existing structure. In the future, with enough resources, he could even replicate and build a ship from scratch based on this one. When he had nothing to do, he could work as a repairman in the ordinary world. Haha, just kidding. He instructed the system to have the ship's repair bay begin modifying the two smaller ships attached to it, performing maintenance and updating the paint job. He converted Thane's control system into a subsystem of the ship's main system. After issuing the commands, Martin withdrew from the operating system and turned around to see the two Nova Corps extras staring at him in astonishment. No matter how advanced their technology, they had never seen anyone upgrade a ship's operating system like Martin did. Even the Nova Corps upgraded by connecting to their supreme computer for remote operation. Yet this battleship had no remote assistance. It was entirely Martin's own doing, and he accomplished it all by merely pressing his hand against the control panel. "You can go rest. Why are you all still lingering here?" Martin said to them. "We want to wait for news," one of them replied, operating the ship's communication system. But this time it was different. He no longer had the operating authority. Martin issued a command granting him access to the communications system, though limited solely to contacting the Nova Corps. Martin himself might need to contact the Nova Corps in the future, so this also served as a way to add their contact information. Hurry it up. I have things to do. Martin was growing impatient. The longer Raven spent with Camilla and her mother, the harder it would be for her to part with them. If Ryan truly intended to keep them, Martin wouldn't know how to refuse. I need to avoid such troublesome matters in the future, Martin mused silently. There was no benefit, only a waste of his time. He wanted to wander the cosmos and return home early. Having been away for nearly a month, the home-loving Martin longed to go back, especially during such tedious moments of waiting. Leaving the control room, he ascended to the captain's quarters on the upper deck, the largest cabin on the ship, which would be his room. When Martin arrived, Raven was already there. The room had been cleaned by Martin. It seemed Raven had just taken a shower. Her hair was still damp as she sat on the sofa holding a glass of wine. I thought you were still there, Martin said as he walked over and sat beside Raven, placing his hand on her hair. As energy radiated from his palm, her hair quickly dried. Raven nestled into a comfortable position against Martin's chest, her expression melancholic. A little chat is fine, but I can't stay forever. Martin held Raven close and suddenly suggested, how about we adopt a child? Camilla? Raven asked, her eyes lighting up with surprise. No, Raven. She has a family. That's true. Hey, do you like her that much? Martin asked, planting a kiss on the top of Raven's head. Yes, that adorable little girl. Don't you? I do, but she doesn't belong to us. If it were anything else, I'd get it for you no matter what. But she's a child and she has a family. I know. Raven fell silent for a moment before whispering, is it truly impossible for us to have a child? Perhaps this was the price of great power. Suddenly Raven felt something entering her body through Martin's hand, a sensation of fullness that made her groan softly. Darling, what are you doing? I'm trying to enhance your strength again. If the gap between us narrows, perhaps the chance of pregnancy will increase. The last time he strengthened several people was when Martin was at a planetary level. Now, using his apocalypse abilities, he gave Raven another boost. Raven assessed herself. She hadn't gained any new abilities, her existing powers had grown slightly stronger but not by much. Martin's strongest force now was the Phoenix Force, not his mutant powers. And Raven lacked abilities related to energy manipulation. Martin tried to leave his energy within her, but it dissipated quickly. Even the Phoenix Force failed. Her shape-shifting ability was convenient among ordinary people, but its ceiling was low. Frustrated, Martin frowned at the outcome, which fell short of his expectations. If he thought about it, wouldn't Raven, Wendy and Yuriko be unable to grow stronger? Jean, like him, possessed the Phoenix Force. At least Emma had telepathic powers. In that moment Martin set another goal: magic. Magic could be learned. It's okay, darling, Raven comforted him. If it can't be helped, then so be it. As you said, we can adopt when we get back, and then we'll have our own child. All right. Raven smiled. Though the chance is slim, do you want to give it another try? Regardless of the outcome, I do enjoy the process. I enjoy it too. Who wouldn't? Carry me over. A few hours later, a team arrived aboard Martin's ship led by a burly man. Mr. Horn, we extend our gratitude on behalf of the Nova Corps for rescuing our members. If you want to thank me, treat that mother and daughter well, Martin said, glancing at the group standing with Raven. Rest assured the Corps will do them no harm. However, due to the unusual circumstances, they require an investigation. I trust you understand, they will remain on Xander. Indeed. If one of Martin's own subordinates suddenly vanished with their family, he would thoroughly investigate too. This was one reason he disliked having outsiders in his team. Reluctantly, Raven watched as the mother and daughter were escorted onto the Nova Corps ship. The team leader bid Martin farewell and returned. All right, don't dwell on it. We've talked it through. Martin shook his head slightly. Raven was emotionally sensitive and there was little he could do but let time heal her feelings. Before encountering the child she had been fine, but meeting that little girl suddenly captivated her thoughts. Looking at the two remaining gold people, Martin said, I have nothing left to do here. If you're free, well, depart for Sovereign now. Both nodded. Martin gave the ship its command, setting course for Sovereign. The planet was in the same star system, so close that a space jump wasn't even needed. The Mystique would have taken several hours to fly there, but the Phoenix one was faster and would arrive shortly. Along the way, Martin sat at the controls. After a moment of silence, Raven asked, "Darling, should we adopt a boy or a girl when we go back?" "Huh. So that's what you were thinking about?" "Yes, what else?" Raven asked matter-of-factly. Martin let out an awkward laugh. He had mistakenly thought Raven was brooding over Camila. "It depends on fate. If we meet someone suitable and likable, we can adopt. Don't worry about gender or skin color." That's true. But I still... Raven rambled on, growing more excited, as if she could adopt a child at any moment. Martin listened with a gentle smile, quietly taking in her words. As long as Raven was happy, nothing else mattered. The two sovereign men and women sat silently in the back. As artificially bred beings, they couldn't comprehend Martin and Raven's conversation. In Raven's imagination, the spacecraft soon arrived at their destination, the planet Sovereign. From a distance, this planet appeared somewhat different from other spherical worlds. It resembled a massive orb with several smaller planets of varying sizes attached to its two ends. Even from afar, the entire planet gleamed golden, even more so than Tritera. As they drew closer, a transmission came in from the ground. Martin answered, and a holographic panel materialized before him, displaying a female figure entirely clad in gold. With a slightly haughty expression, she said, "To express our gratitude for saving our people, the High Priestess has decided to receive you in person." She then sent over coordinates. "Your warship may dock here." "All right," Martin replied, and the video call ended. Martin sighed. That tone was indeed somewhat off-putting. He silently consoled himself, reminding himself that it was simply their nature, not a personal slight. Martin was, after all, quite magnanimous. As long as it wasn't directed at him, and as long as he wasn't provoked, none of it was a big deal. For most factions, warships were generally not permitted to enter their territories. However, the Sovereigns allowed the Phoenix One to enter Sovereign, which showed they genuinely welcomed Martin. After the black warship docked, it seemed rather incongruous against the golden backdrop. Surrounding it were the warships and vessels of the Sovereigns. Martin couldn't discern the specifics, but from their appearance alone they were exceptionally opulent. From the moment they disembarked, the two Sovereigns Martin had rescued led the way, demonstrating that they were at least quite courteous. Additionally, a Sovereign who appeared to hold a position akin to a Minister of State personally came to receive Martin. She led a squad that seemed to be a guard of honor, present more for ceremonial purposes than security. Martin felt a bit like the Tang monk entering the women's kingdom, except there were men here too. "Greetings, I am Bolin, sent to receive you." Bolin wore a golden uniform with a long skirt below and a robe over her upper body. The others were dressed in a different, more combat-oriented uniform. She had short chin-length golden hair, and even her lips, eyelashes and irises were golden. Thankfully her teeth were white. "Hello, Bolin. I am Martin, and this is my wife Raven." After a cordial exchange, they were led to a hover car sent to pick them up, which would take them to meet the High Priestess. As Martin and Raven admired the scenery through the transparent material, the hover car soon arrived at a palace and descended to land outside. The palace sat atop a platform dozens of meters high, connected to the ground by a sweeping arc-shaped golden staircase over 10 meters wide. "Please follow me." With these words, Bolin stepped out of the car first and led the way. The parking spot was just outside the main hall. This magnificent architectural style was highly technological, and the golden theme elevated its aesthetic, making it appear even more exquisite and superior. Entering the palace gates, they found themselves in what was likely their council chamber. The interior was vast, and at the far end upon a dais stood a golden throne. At that moment, dozens of sovereigns stood on either side of the hall, along with guards carrying rifles. Seated upon the throne was a woman in resplendent attire. Martin looked at her face, and in his imagination he mentally shifted her skin tone from golden to that of an earthling. Beautiful. Among everyone present, her clothing was the most ornate, and her overall appearance was greatly enhanced by her attire. Gold might be considered somewhat gaudy, but for anyone from Earth it was a color no one could dislike. However, Martin wasn't fond of her hairstyle at the moment. It was completely wrapped around her head, making her look like a sister to that bald black man from Earth, except she was a golden egg. In comparison, the short-haired dashing Bolin was much more pleasing to the eye. As Martin and Raven observed the sovereigns were also scrutinizing them. Aisha on the high platform looked at Martin. In her experience, genetics determined everything. As the high priestess of the sovereigns, she possessed the ability to perceive anyone. Just as a region nurtures its people, the planet Sovereign was rich in energy products and the Sovereigns had a strong sensitivity to energy. This was especially true for their highest-ranking leader, High Priestess Aisha. She sensed that Martin's genes were quite ordinary, merely one of the most common types in the universe. Yet Martin also gave her a feeling of immense power which puzzled her. According to Sovereign tradition, such a phenomenon was impossible. Records indicated that most races in the universe reproduced through traditional methods, and Aisha surmised that Martin was no exception. She wanted to obtain a sample of his genes to study but decided to wait until after this matter was settled to first assess Martin's strength. "This is our Sovereign High Priestess Aisha." Bolin introduced Martin, then gave a slight nod to Aisha and moved to stand at the foremost position below the dais. Martin and Raven politely nodded to Aisha. Martin said, "Respected High Priestess, I am Martin and this is my partner Raven. It is a pleasure to meet you." It wasn't that Martin lacked the demeanor of a master, but in his view interpersonal relations were simple: if you respect me, I will respect you. Since the Sovereigns had shown him goodwill after he saved their people, Martin didn't mind reciprocating that goodwill. Especially in front of her people, it was important to give face. Although Aisha couldn't understand Martin's situation, she had great confidence in her own abilities. If Martin were merely an ordinary person, Aisha would have received him, expressed gratitude and presented him with appropriate gifts. The fact was, Martin was not just an ordinary person, his strength warranted Aisha's careful consideration. As the saying goes, the Sovereigns were haughty but not foolish. "Welcome to the planet Sovereign and thank you for saving my people." Aisha rose and said, "The Sovereigns remember kindness and repay it. From this day forward you are a friend to all Sovereigns." Pausing, Aisha spoke with a hint of a smile, "You should know not everyone can become a friend of the Sovereigns. As a powerful individual you are worthy of this honor." Martin and Raven exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. It was fine. She was saying he was worthy, not unworthy. Though Martin didn't care about being deemed worthy or not, he nodded. "Indeed, I am honored." Hearing this, a sincere smile spread across Aisha's face. "I also thank you for coming to help us resolve our problem. Energy batteries have always been our primary product. Many beings across the universe covet them, but none dared steal from Sovereign territory. However, a band of wretched thieves later appeared, beings not from this dimension. We have tried to exterminate them but to no avail. They reappear periodically. Although what they steal is insignificant to us, the dignity of the Sovereigns will not tolerate any creature disregarding us." Now that they had become friends, Aisha enthusiastically explained the origin of this commission to Martin and the others. Over the long series of attacks, the Sovereigns had already figured out their habits. According to their calculations, the next attack would occur within the next couple of days. The two chatted about related matters and Martin roughly grasped the strength of the creature they would be dealing with. Based on their past performances, it posed absolutely no pressure to him, no different from crushing a bug. Aisha clasped her hands before her abdomen and said, "Apologies, I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you any longer. Pauline will arrange your accommodations. You may go and rest, we shall meet this evening." "All right, see you tonight." Martin found this arrangement quite agreeable. Standing in the great hall with Raven surrounded by onlookers on both sides, he did feel a bit uneasy. "Follow me," Pauline said as she walked over to them. Unsurprisingly, the lodging was still resplendent and magnificent, exuding an aristocratic air. The interior decor was lavish, blending classical beauty with a technological aesthetic. "If you need anything you can contact me through the communicator." "All right." After Pauline left, only Martin and Raven remained in the room. They looked at each other, both sensing a peculiar feeling. What exactly it was they couldn't quite articulate. "It's not bad if this might be their utmost hospitality," Martin remarked. "Heh. It was fine if they were a bit haughty, better than dealing with those who harbored countless schemes. At least there was no need to worry about the Sovereigns plotting anything sinister." The two examined the various unfamiliar high-tech devices in the room, then stepped onto the balcony to take in the scenery outside. The sun here was also about to set and the distant golden buildings reflected a dazzling light. Compared to the colorful landscapes of Earth, this scenery was monotonous and dull. Yet it possessed a certain bold beauty. On the balcony, food and wine had been prepared. Martin and Raven sat there chatting casually, just as they would at home. At least the food wasn't golden. A bit later, Pauline personally led the two to a room. In the center of the room was a dining table laden with food. Aisha sat alone, and when she saw the three enter, she said, "I've heard that in many places inviting guests to dine is a sign of friendship. So I would like to invite you to join me for dinner." The three sat down, Pauline on one side, Martin and Raven on the other, and Aisha at the head of the table. Martin said, "I thought you didn't need to eat given how advanced your energy technology is. Although we have energy products that provide all the nutrients the body needs, we still have a desire for food." The prepared meal was quite lavish, with dishes both familiar and unfamiliar to Martin and Raven. As she ate, Aisha asked, "So you two are husband and wife, correct?" Martin nodded. "Yes. Do the sovereigns not have such relationships?" "No, we do not." Aisha looked at Martin, her tone brimming with pride as she said, "Each of us is born according to the design of our race. We control the DNA of our offspring, allowing them to develop and be born in gestation pods. Every individual's body and mind are flawless." Martin inwardly disagreed but said aloud, "Every race has its own traits and customs. I've heard of a powerful race that does the same as you. Their offspring's genes are screened and they are born using something called the code of life." "What is that race called?" Aisha asked curiously. She seemed never to have heard of another race with similar customs. "Krypton, a powerful race." "I've never heard of it. Perhaps it's a fabrication. I forget where I heard it. It is said that their planet was destroyed due to unchecked exploitation of resources." Aisha nodded in agreement. That made sense. How could any race compare to the sovereigns? As for planetary crises, their ancestors had long considered that the energy unique to the sovereign homeworld was a renewable resource, so such a crisis would never occur. "So in your race are all offspring born through traditional means between couples?" Aisha inquired with curiosity. "Well, not exclusively between couples, but indeed through rather traditional methods," Martin said, glancing at Raven. "Their method was fairly traditional. Perhaps. Maybe sometime you could tell me more about this method." Aisha blinked her big eyes expectantly, then looked at Raven. "If you don't mind. I've heard that in most races with such bonds the females are quite jealous." "Know where I come from, the strong always have privileges," Raven said. "That saying holds true anywhere in the universe." After chatting for a while with the earlier groundwork laid, Aisha looked at Martin and asked, "I find it very strange. Your genes are merely those of an ordinary biological being, not recorded among any advanced races in Sovereign's archives, yet I can sense immense power within you. Normally such a situation shouldn't occur. Perhaps I am special. That is indeed the only explanation." After the meal, accompanied by Aisha and Pauline, Martin and Raven toured around, even seeing the so-called gestation pods. Along the way the two were also curious about ordinary races, asking endless questions. As they grew more familiar, Aisha and Pauline became less formal and more relaxed. Through the transparent shells of the gestation pods they glimpsed unformed embryos or fully developed infants, and the conversation turned to the topic of offspring. Raven and Martin also shared their own troubles. Aisha said, "The differences between individuals are too great, your genes are difficult to fuse. If you are willing, I would be happy to use your genes to create one or several offspring for you." "No." Martin and Raven refused outright. At Aisha's puzzled look, Martin explained, "Don't misunderstand. We don't want our child to appear different among our own kind. But according to your customs, don't all parents believe their child is unique?" "Well, that's different, Aisha. This uniqueness refers to the emotional bond parents have with their children. Their abilities can also be unique. But if they come into being through such unnatural means, they might face discrimination or disdainful gazes," Raven explained. Aisha couldn't comprehend, saying, "Discrimination? A despicable trait. We would eliminate anything undesirable from the genetic level." Martin and the others nodded without expressing opinions. Over the next 2 days they wandered around during their free time. When Aisha or Pauline had time they would gather together. The employment agreement indeed specified a potential enemy arrival window of a full week, so this didn't constitute any breach of contract. That evening Martin and Raven were still on the balcony gazing at the night sky, so different from Earth's. Suddenly the clear sky became overcast and soon thunder and lightning began. "It's going to rain. I thought there was no such weather on Sovereign," Raven said. "No." Martin sensed unusual fluctuations in the air, energy dissipating and magnetic field disturbances. "Our enemy should be here." As Martin's words fell, the communicator in the room buzzed with Pauline's notification. "Let's go." Arriving at the assembly hall from their first day, it was already filled with people. "Well, get to work then," Martin said directly without further ado. Aisha nodded and asked, "Do you need help?" At this the other sovereigns looked curiously at their high priestess. They had hired outsiders precisely to avoid trouble, yet now she was offering to assist Martin and his companion. Thank you, but no, Martin smiled, appreciating her kindness. It seemed Aisha had taken a liking to them, even offering help proactively. Martin took Raven's hand, opened a portal to the enemy's expected location, and they vanished within it. The others assumed Martin had used some unknown teleportation technology, but Aisha guessed it was his ability, having sensed the energy he emitted. A massive virtual projection appeared in the center of the hall, showing the energy battery site. Martin and Raven stood there looking up at the sky. Is it coming? Raven asked curiously. Martin nodded. A rift suddenly tore open in the thick clouds, as if space itself was being ripped apart. From that rift emanated a presence never felt before, not belonging to this dimension. The Phoenix Force inherently had the ability to traverse dimensions, but Martin couldn't yet open dimensional gates at will. From the dimensional rift a massive creature burst forth, resembling a cross between a skinless toad and an octopus. Its Lovecraftian style made Martin and Raven feel uneasy. The monster lacked intelligence, acting purely on instinct. Like a starved beast, it charged straight for the energy battery upon emerging from the rift. Taking money to solve problems. As the monster charged, Martin raised his hand toward it, and a blazing crimson Phoenix Force surged forth, striking it directly on the head. Upon contact, the monster screamed in agony, as starting from its head, wherever the energy touched turned to ash. Raven asked, "Is it over?" "Yes, only this one." "How boring." Martin turned, flicked her forehead and said, "It would be good if all our enemies were this easy to defeat." Raven smiled, hugged Martin's arm and nodded in agreement. Between excitement and safety she chose safety. "Let's go back." In the Sovereign Assembly Hall everyone exchanged bewildered glances. They hadn't seen the expected grand battle, just a simple raise of the hand and it was over. Aisha was lost in thought. Then a flash of blue light and Martin and Raven reappeared before everyone. The Sovereign's haughty expressions finally shifted, now tinged with a sense of awe as they looked at the pair. "Mission accomplished," Martin said with a smile to Aisha. "Yes." Aisha was at a loss for words and turned to Pauline beside her. Pauline nodded, walked over to Martin and Raven and handed Martin a credit card. "This is your payment," Aisha said. "Good deal complete." "Yes," Aisha nodded. "But I hope you can stay on Sovereign for a while as guests." Martin agreed. They hadn't seen all of Sovereign yet, staying a few more days would be fine. One day Raven went out with Pauline, wanting to make Sovereign-style outfits for everyone back home. While Martin was alone, Aisha suddenly came to visit. Her hairstyle was different today, her golden hair cascaded freely. "Nice hairstyle." Aisha nodded silently. "Why do you usually keep it tied up?" "Because the chair I use is a neural connector, I need to place my head in the slot. That way I can connect to our neural network." Martin recalled their first meeting when Aisha had lifted her head from that concave slot and nodded in understanding. "I think you look good like this. I'll consider your suggestion." What brings you here?" Martin asked. Aisha walked up to Martin and said, looking at him, "I want you to educate me on the traditional way of procreating." That's why I came while Raven is away." "It's fine, even if she's here, I can explain it to you," Martin said. "No, I want to experience it firsthand," Aisha said, stepping closer until they were nearly touching. Despite the intimate moment, her face bore a completely serious expression. "This shouldn't be your real purpose, should it?" Martin asked, lifting her chin with his hand. Aisha complied, though her head was already raised. I want your genes. From what I've learned, this way you're more likely to agree." Martin looked at her and said, "No, I won't let anyone study me." "You misunderstand, I don't want to study you. I want to try to create a child with you. Through the child I can improve the Sovereign gene pool. You are powerful and it will surely help." Aisha explained, "As the High Priestess, my genes possess special abilities. Although my body is not as strong as yours, we can certainly produce offspring." So you want to use our child for research? Is it not permissible?" Aisha asked. "Of course not. You have no concept of parenthood, but I do." "Oh." Aisha suddenly said, "I see. You think I would experiment on our child. Is it not so?" "No. Every individual gene of the Sovereign is recorded in the gene bank, defective ones are eliminated, superior ones preserved. Nothing will happen to the child. Data is collected through the mother. When your genes enter my body, they are analyzed via neural link by sovereign technology. I assure you, if the child is successfully conceived, I will strive to be a worthy mother and you will be its father. Martin gazed at Aisha, covertly scanning her to confirm she wasn't lying. Why aren't you in casual wear today? He asked, eyeing her resplendent attire. When they gathered privately, Aisha usually donned informal clothes instead of that formal ornate garment. You like it? Aisha said with a faint smile. Yes. Not everyone's genes are worthy of me. It turned out that even the blood of the sovereign was golden. Aisha studied diligently, attempting everything Martin could do. She wrapped her arms around his waist, looked up at his face and asked, "Can you stay on, sovereign?" In her heart an unprecedented emotion stirred, a feeling of reluctance. Martin shook his head. "I'll come back." Agreeing to Aisha, besides his desire for her, Martin also wanted to test whether their speculation was correct. Regardless of the means the sovereign possessed advanced technology, their life form was indeed slightly superior to that of free earthlings. Yet in Martin's view this advantage came at a steep price. Almost every sovereign, including Aisha, had lost their freedom. Orcs would never be slaves, yet they were all slaves to technology. To return to the point, if their guess was right, Aisha should indeed conceive more easily than Raven and the others. Your cells contain immensely powerful energy, all of which has been absorbed, Aisha suddenly remarked. So. I need more. When Martin returned to the room, Raven was already there, sorting through the day's gains. Raven sniffed and said, "Could you take a shower first?" "Sure." After bathing, Raven said with exasperation, "I only looked away for a moment and you were up to mischief." "Come here." Martin opened his arms. Raven shot him a glare but still nestled into his embrace. "Let's go home, shall we?" "Earth." "Yes." Martin looked at her. Raven explained, "It's not about this, I just feel I've had my fill of fun. I'm a bit homesick. Besides, there will be plenty of opportunities to explore the universe later. Suddenly it all feels tedious. Maybe the cosmos isn't for me." "So you say it has nothing to do with Aisha?" Raven paused, then admitted, "Fine, it does. But what can I do? I've been by your side all along, yet you..." "I'm sorry. I should have considered your feelings." After a while Martin said, "All right, let's go back." "Well, leave tomorrow." Raven nodded. The next morning they found Aisha to bid farewell. Aisha was disgruntled, feeling as though someone had stolen her husband, though she had no concept of what a husband was. It wasn't emotion, just displeasure. "You'll return?" "Yes. Anne. We can stay in touch." The ship's communicator could function across interstellar distances. "I'm not pregnant," Aisha suddenly said. "Either our speculation is wrong or even I cannot match you in vitality." She had already collected Martin's genetic information, but to her surprise it yielded nothing, merely ordinary human genes. They were no different from the worst genes in the sovereign gene bank. If Martin possessed such power, it must be due to the freedom he spoke of. If Martin knew, he would only say, "Sorry, I have a cheat." Let fate take its course. Though the odds are slim, the future is long. After parting, Martin and Raven boarded the vehicle escorted by Pauline to his Phoenix 1. Raven, cheered by the prospect of home, asked, "Where shall we set the destination?" "The moon." The warship was too large to park elsewhere, it couldn't be left on someone else's property, it was his private asset. "Once we reach the moon, I'll carve out an underground space to store the ship. We'll return in the Mystique." The landing pad at home had always been empty, just right for the Mystique. "Satellites will detect it," Raven said while setting the coordinates. "Let them. I don't care. Anyone who tries to mess with it will die." "That's quite a murderous aura," Raven teased. Whenever the topic of the U.S. government came up, Martin grew irritable, though she didn't understand why. The only one she knew of was William Stryker, and he was dead. "Why do you dislike them so much?" Raven asked curiously. Who doesn't? Huh. Nobody liked them. The journey home was always filled with joy. Time slipped by unnoticed as Phoenix 1 entered the solar system. Gazing at the familiar sun in the distance, Martin pointed to a faint, nearly imperceptible speck. "We're almost there." Raven smiled. "I can hardly wait." They had been away from Earth for a month. Watching Raven's delight, Martin gestured ahead. She followed his gaze and saw a massive blue portal materialize before them. Phoenix 1 passed through it, emerging instantly above Earth's surface. The moon appeared barren, seemingly empty. Yet Martin sensed life beneath the lunar far side, though it was none of his concern. He piloted the Mystique out and parked it if they wanted to explore. Martin needed to excavate an underground space for Phoenix 1 while Raven, with nothing better to do, went out to play. Remember to wear your protective suit. The moon isn't habitable. You think I don't know? Raven retorted, pulling out the suit Yondu had given her. She pressed it against her body and activated it. A blue energy layer enveloped her. Heh. Martin chuckled, wrapped his arm around Raven and levitated them both into the void. Before them a colossal blue planet loomed in the cosmos, their home. The lunar surface behind them began to churn. After they savored the view for a moment and turned back, a perfectly smooth crater had formed. Holding Raven, Martin manipulated the metallic elements in the lunar soil to form plates lining the crater's walls. Then Phoenix 1 vanished on the spot as he teleported it into the underground space. For the final touch, he sealed the space with a layer of metal plates and covered them with soil. Phoenix 1's alarm system is active. If anyone discovers this place, it'll be alerted. Raven replied nonchalantly, I only care about when you'll take me home. Martin gazed at her face with a smile. Now. The Mystique lacked any stealth technology, so as it approached Earth, the space agencies of several major nations simultaneously blared their alarms. Landing the Mystique on its private pad, Wendy stood waiting outside. The moment Martin emerged, she rushed over and threw herself into his arms. I missed you so much. Me too. Back home, Martin manifested two doppelgangers, his first time using this ability. I'll go see Jean and Emma. The two doppelgangers vanished. One appeared in Emma's office at the company, the other at the university where Jean studied. At Emma's place, Yuriko was also present, so he met two at once. Meanwhile, Jean was in the library, absorbed in a book on genetics. So lost in her own world she didn't even notice Martin sit down beside her. Geniuses walk alone. As MIT's most brilliant student this year, Jean often kept to herself on campus. Even in the most coveted library spots, the seats next to her remained empty. Since when are you interested in genetics? Martin suddenly whispered. At the sound, Jean looked up and saw his face, a radiant smile breaking out. Martin. When did you get back? She instinctively leaned over and hugged him. Her voice was a bit loud, drawing the attention of others in the library. A few minutes ago. Jean said happily, come on, let me show you around. The library wasn't the place for conversation. She gathered her books, returned them to their proper places, and led Martin out of the library. After they left, the students behind them began whispering to each other. As the school's most prominent figure and a prodigy, no male had ever been seen by Jean's side. Even the wealthy playboy who enrolled 2 years ago received no special treatment from her. Whenever Martin visited before, they'd always meet off campus. Outside the library, Jean hooked her arm through his, chattering endlessly about her past month, her words brimming with longing for him. What was life in space like? Jean asked curiously. It was all right. I saw many different races and cultures and made a few alien friends. Raven has videos of it, you can watch them. Jean smiled. Or I could just look directly. All right. They sat on a bench by the roadside and Jean placed her hand on Martin's forehead, reading his memories of the alien world. Everything in the cosmos filled Jean with awe, especially ego. A life form can grow into the shape of a planet. Martin smiled. The universe is vast, any form of life is possible. And perhaps the earth beneath our feet is nurturing such a life. Really? Really? Jean trusted Martin completely but had no further thoughts. By his side, she and the others had long grown accustomed to worrying about nothing, free to do only what they wished. Want to take a look around campus? Jean asked. Sure. I've never been to college, it'd be nice to see what your life is like. During Martin's childhood, wars raged year after year. No one taught him to read or write, he had to learn on his own. College was out of the question. They strolled arm in arm across the university grounds. At each spot, Jean told him what it was for and shared her experiences there. MIT was vast, impossible to explore in a short time, but they weren't truly there to tour the campus. Jean chattered happily, Martin's arrival clearly delighted her. Soon it was lunchtime. They left campus and found a restaurant they'd visited before. Near the school, it mainly catered to students. Martin and Jean had dined there before. They took their usual seats and ordered their usual meals, cuddling together as they waited. Has anyone been pursuing you at school? Martin asked, holding her. Yes. If you hadn't come back, maybe I'd have been swept away. Jean said with a laugh. How you dare? I'd break your legs. Humph. Jean let out a soft snort, but her smile remained unchanged. Any trouble you need me to handle? No. Jean looked at him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Besides, who could hurt me? As they spoke, their orders arrived. Over the meal, Jean asked what Martin planned to do to pass the time this time. How about we set up a farm? It was a recent idea of Martin's. With nothing else to do, he thought of creating a place like the Yellowstone Ranch. The farm could welcome some interesting people. And Logan, since he was in seclusion anyway, he might as well join him. He could keep his wives safe far better than Logan could on his own. The doppelganger ability Head never used before would now come in handy. For now, Head split into two, one to play on Earth, the other to explore the cosmos. But using the power for the first time, having two perspectives in his mind at once, was a bit disorienting. Right now, besides the one with Jean, there were two others, one at home with Raven and Wendy, another at the company with Emma and Yuriko. If Martin's mental fortitude weren't so strong, using this power multiple times might drive him mad. Wendy, when using it, never attempted anything too complex, just simple mindless chores. And there was another thing, seeing another version of himself with his own women from one perspective always felt a bit unsettling. But upon second thought, that person was also himself. All the visual sensations and other perceptions were his own experiences, so he suppressed this feeling and tried to ignore it. However, he could no longer accompany them simultaneously through his avatars. He did not have such inclinations. A farm? Why did you suddenly think of that? Jean asked curiously. Just for fun, since I have nothing else to do. Jean looked at Martin speechlessly. Where do you want to set it up? California or Texas? The land is open there and the people are tough. It should be interesting. Why not New York? Going to another state is too far. Over the past few years of school, they had already spent little time together. If Martin went to another state, they would still be apart most of the time. True. All right, near New York then. Hearing Martin's words, Jean nodded with satisfaction, a bright smile on her face as she fed him a bite of food. After finishing their meal, they left the restaurant and stepped outside, where a luxury sports car roared to a stop. A familiar face with a youthful look stepped out from the driver's seat, and a beautiful woman got out from the passenger side. From their ages, it was clear they were students. As they embraced and headed toward the restaurant, they noticed Jean and changed direction to approach. Jean, long time no see. Mr. Stark, is there something you need? Jean asked with a smile. Just saying hello. He then turned to Martin, extending his hand. Tony Stark. And you are? A nobody. How is your father Howard doing? Martin asked as he shook hands. Tony's expression shifted slightly and he replied impatiently, yeah, he's fine. Do you know him? Many people tried to get close to his father through him, so Tony assumed Martin was one of them and grew a bit annoyed. At this age, Tony was quite rebellious. Actually, he would remain rebellious for many more years. Yes, a long time ago. Tony gave a contemptuous smirk. Really? Can you tell me your name? I'll ask him about you when I get back. Martin Horn. A big shot like him probably doesn't remember me. Huh. Tony thought he had seen through Martin's scheme, using his father as a way to get close to him while preemptively claiming his father might not recall him. If Tony actually asked his father, Martin's goal would be achieved. We should go, Martin said to Jean. Jean nodded. After they left, she asked, I didn't know you knew Howard Stark. He had met Howard twice back then, and the man probably didn't remember him now. Back then both of them were regulars at the bar. But considering S.H.I.E.L.D. reached, there might still be records of him. During the war, Martin and the other mutants had achieved remarkable feats. And now his company was called Horn Group, a multinational high-tech corporation. They would definitely investigate. Not close. His son is just like him. But Howard is probably better now. Thinking of the man who dared to hit on even Peggy Carter, Martin smiled faintly. What's so amusing? Oh, it's about. On the way back to Jean's place, Martin recounted some stories from those years. The war era was brutal, but to later generations it held a certain allure. Jean listened with great interest. Back at the company after a moment of intimacy with Emma, she brought up recent events. Business is going smoothly, but a few days ago some people came asking us to cooperate in infiltrating other countries. Emma said, I used a little trick to send them away. How did they want us to cooperate? Martin asked curiously. By monitoring our communication network. Tell them to get lost, Martin said disdainfully. Which department? Several. The most formidable was the CIA along with the military. Was there one called S. H. I. E. L. D. Martin asked curiously. S. H. I. E. L. D. No, never heard of it. S. H. I. E. L. D. Often operated under other agencies' names, so it was normal not to hear of them. They'll notice you pulled something, Martin said. These agencies were highly capable with plenty of smart people. Given their caution, any slight anomaly would trigger checks. Even if they didn't detect anything, those people couldn't stay there any longer. Being fired would be the best outcome. Martin continued, if you need my help, just let me know. It's fine. Let them come, it'll be fun. The company's secrets are controlled by us, especially Lily. They can't get to them. If I detect anything unusual, I'll have it dealt with. Are your people still obedient? Emma said confidently, I'm not who I used to be. No one can escape my control. Our mutant kin have been living peacefully and no one harbors new ideas. When they're free, they live their own lives and the company handles any issues. Before the child named Jimmy was born, the mutants' peaceful days could still continue. With the Sentinel project gone, the threat Martin knew of was Jimmy, born over a decade later, who possessed the ability to nullify mutants. As for what Eric and his group would do in between, that was their business as long as it didn't involve him or his people. Let them have their fun. In this country, the richer you are, the safer you are. With the Horn Group's scale, danger was unlikely. If someone tried to play tricks, it was unclear who would be in danger. In this era, high technology was king. With Lily's help, both the network and communications were advancing rapidly. It would only grow stronger. Thinking of the Sentinels, Martin remembered Raven. The Sentinels were developed using Raven's genes, but Martin would never allow that to happen. After discussing company matters, Martin said, I want a piece of land. Emma asked, where? Near New York, to set up a farm for fun. Any requirements? Secluded, quiet with convenient transportation. That's all. Emma nodded, all right, I'll take care of it soon. Martin hugged her and kissed her cheek, thanks babe. There's a restroom inside, want to thank me there? Haha, yes. After thanking Emma, he couldn't neglect Lily. Playing favorites was not an option. Logan, what are you up to? Working. See? Even Wolverine has to work. Martin felt his life was incredibly joyful, with no worries about food or drink every day, and he was supported by his charming wives. Why don't you come over here? I'm thinking of starting a farm. What are you two doing on that mountain? My farm is near New York City with a great environment, mountains, water and forests. Come on, I'll cover room and board and give you a share of the profits. I need to discuss it with Kayla. Martin nodded on the phone, it's only right to talk it over. Oh, and don't forget to tell her that Emma is in New York too. He was referring to Kayla's sister, the young girl who now served as Emma's assistant. Alright, bye. Click. After hanging up, Martin went alone to the farm that Emma had secured for him. It was a vast plot of over 1,000 hectares, including a small lake connected to the forest to the south. Unlike most people's farms, this land belonged entirely to Martin, not least. As for how Emma managed it, having connections in high places certainly helped. The road beside the farm led to Martin's home in just 20 minutes by car, and it wasn't far from the city center either. Logan would surely come. He wanted to avoid worldly affairs, but he had to consider Kayla. He couldn't keep his wife in that desolate place forever. If they had children in the future, they couldn't let the kids grow up isolated there. Now Kayla's sister was also here. Before Logan arrived, Martin decided to get the farm in order, fences, houses, tools and so on. He didn't plan to use superpowers for this, hiring people would do. When Martin started planning, he felt a bit overwhelmed. Fences were simple, just put something up. Houses were easy to find 2 good spots and build 2 standalone homes. One for his own family, one for Logan. But machinery, planting, breeding. Even a godlike figure would be clueless about these unfamiliar matters. He had done many jobs over the years but never farming. "Darling, I think I need a farm manager. It's tough to get things done." Martin returned home dejectedly and announced to the group in the living room. "Pfft." Raven laughed unkindly. Emma asked, "Need my help?" "No, I'll handle it myself. You're busy enough." Struggling with the farm was already embarrassing, he couldn't rely on them for everything. Some tasks required professionals. He could wave a hand to grow lush crops and fatten animals, but would that still be the farm he wanted? In the study he turned on the first-generation computer from the Horn Group and slowly opened a website. In those days there were no job sites and the internet was still slow, so he could only search for pre-registered information. Martin visited an information site to look up company profiles. He drove to a small agency in Manhattan and parked outside. This firm wasn't big in New York, it was just a private office. He chose it because the owner had an interesting background. Born in the city's most chaotic neighborhood surrounded by gang members, he had navigated between police and criminals offering consulting services. Need information? See him. Need to investigate someone? See him. Need a job? See him. Need to hire? See him too. A true jack of all trades. Martin took the elevator to the right floor. The wooden door was wide open, revealing a noisy smoke-filled room. Most people wore thick gold chains and watches, their skin covered in tattoos. It was hard to tell how many of those gold chains were real. From their constant stream of curses like fuck and motherfucker, it was easy to guess their nature. Martin's formal attire set him apart, he clearly didn't belong. As he walked in, everyone fell silent, staring at him with intense, sometimes hostile gazes. Ignoring a few unfriendly thugs, Martin raised an eyebrow and walked straight to the front desk where someone was busy with a calculator. If it could be called a front desk. A large black woman with curly black hair and thick lips holding a cigarette. She squinted slightly, her fingers moving swiftly, oblivious to the noise around her. "Hello, ma'am." Martin spoke and she looked up, smiling at his suited appearance. "Hello, just call me Lucy. How can I help you?" Rarely addressed as ma'am, Lucy seemed pleased by Martin's politeness. "I want to hire someone." "Who should I see?" "See me." She finished her cigarette, crushed the butt in the ashtray and asked, "What kind of person are you looking for?" "A farm manager to take care of my farm." Lucy seemed surprised and asked, "Why come here to recruit? People here are either just out of prison or like those bastards over there." She gestured at the group opposite. "Hey Lucy, watch your fucking mouth." Lucy turned and snapped back, "If you don't like it, get out. Haven't I helped you enough, huh? Don't think I don't know what you call me behind my back, fat pig, right? Huh? Didn't your mothers teach you?" "Oh, I forgot, most of you don't have mothers." "And you?" Lucy pointed at a tattooed man smoking and snapped, "If you can't hold that damn cigarette properly, then don't smoke. If you burn my couch again, I'll shove every one of those damn cigarettes up your..." After cursing for a while without catching her breath, racial talent truly terrifying, she turned back to Martin, satisfied. Any other requirements?" "Just someone who knows what to do on the farm and can manage it well. Not too many demands." Lucy noted as she asked, "What about their background?" "I don't care as long as they get the job done." Lucy looked up in surprise and Martin smiled back. "Can I ask where your farm is and its size?" "In the suburbs, over 1,000 hectares. This statement silenced everyone in the room. The vast expanse of over 1,000 hectares of land in New York City represented a fortune they dared not even dream of possessing. Martin shrugged and said, "Not bad, I suppose. Who would have thought he'd have his own moment of humble brag one day?" How long will it take to find the person I need?" "A few days. Please leave your number and I'll notify you then." "All right." After leaving his contact number, Martin bid Lucy farewell amidst a sea of varied gazes and walked out of the company. Descending the stairs, he found the parking spot empty, a wry smile curling on his lips. Looks like the fun is just beginning. He hadn't anticipated this twist. It had been ages since Martin found himself in such a situation. Everywhere he usually went had attended parking facilities. Who would have thought this one time would spring such a surprise? Where could the culprit possibly run? It wasn't as if they could flee the solar system. The car had no tracker, it was just an inanimate object. But that didn't matter. Someone nearby must have seen which direction the vehicle went. New York streets were never short of loiterers and petty thugs. From the memories of those nearby he extracted the faces of those who had driven off his car minutes ago and the direction they took. Extending his psychic power, Martin located them several blocks away along with his car. Humph. The car was already being modified, suggesting a well-established, industrial chain. With a flicker of movement, Martin appeared before a shop that outwardly dealt in used cars but secretly handled stolen vehicles. Perhaps someone witnessed Martin's teleportation ability, but to him now it was utterly inconsequential. The Ancient One, the only formidable being on Earth, no longer posed a concern. When there were rivals, one kept a low profile; with none left, one could afford to be bold. Martin wouldn't go overboard, but there was no need to skulk either. Moreover, in the days to come superhumans would only grow more numerous, he would hardly stand out. Besides, why assume anyone cared enough to watch him? Pedestrians bustled about, absorbed in their own affairs. As he reached the entrance, the two car thieves emerged from the shop. They seemed pleased with their haul, strutting with a swagger. One was black, the other white, a classic duo of black and white. Accompanying them was a middle-aged black man in a suit sporting a large belly and an air of success. "Sir, looking to buy a car?" the man, presumably the shop owner, asked Martin with a smile. Martin said nothing. With a mere thought, the three suddenly found themselves unable to control their bodies, even to speak. They turned involuntarily and walked back into the shop with Martin following. Once inside, the door slammed shut on its own with a loud bang. The shop was small. The used cars for sale were parked in the small square outside. There seemed to be a repair service as well. Martin stood in what appeared to be the office area. To the left, a car was disassembled under repair by two mechanics. To the right was a wall, but Martin knew his car was being modified behind it. The three in front finally regained control of their bodies, turning back in panic. Boom! The wall on the right suddenly burst open and Martin's car floated out. Martin looked at the trio and said with a smile, "That's my car." Already shocked twice, they were now met with a third jolt. Recovering from the chain of events, the owner stammered, "It's not my fault, I." At that moment the commotion drew others, including four mechanics from the left and right areas who came to see what was happening. The two thieves had decent composure, perhaps a professional habit. Seizing the opportunity, they drew guns from their waists and fired at Martin. But as they raised their weapons, the guns melted before their eyes, transforming into two blades without handles that hovered in front of them. Simultaneously, the tools held by the others also morphed into identical blades floating before them. This froze them all in place, too terrified to move. Shut up," Martin cut them off. The two thieves would be dealt with, but first he needed to negotiate compensation with the owner. Martin turned to the trembling owner, pointing at his car, which was half sprayed with paint. "I don't want excuses. Tell me, how do you plan to compensate me?" "I'll have it restored immediately. Just give me some time." Wrong answer. As Martin spoke, the blade before the owner plunged into his right wrist. "I'll pay you full compensation." Wrong. This time the left wrist was pierced. Fuck. What do you want?" the owner gritted through the pain, drenched in sweat. "Perhaps you shouldn't curse." No sooner had Martin spoken than the blade stabbed into the back of the owner's left knee. SSS. With that strike, the owner collapsed to the ground. The owner screamed, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. You can have anything, just please. How about this, you give me a leg?" As he said this, the blade pierced through the back of the owner's last intact leg, the right knee. The other three limbs received the same treatment. Everything beneath the skin was severed. "There, I forgive you." Those were the last words the owner heard before he passed out. Martin turned his gaze to the two thieves. I'm sorry. Take the money on me. I have a family. I have kids. Please. What do I care? Damn it, scum like you actually have kids. If not you, who else deserves to die? Martin, who rarely swore, couldn't help but curse. 2 minutes later the shop door opened again. Martin drove out in his now pristine car, feeling rather pleased. The car hadn't been fixed by the mechanics, and Martin had used time reversal to restore it to its state before it was stolen. Before leaving, he also reduced all the vehicles parked for sale in front of the shop to scrap metal. Sparing the owner's life was meant to let him taste hardship. With so many cars left to him, even as a cripple he could live comfortably. After Martin left, the four mechanics exchanged glances, then looked at the floor, one cripple and two lifeless bodies. Call the police. You call them if you want, I don't dare. Me neither. Fuck him, unemployed again. The four repairmen, seeing their boss in such a state, could only take some still valuable electrical appliances and tools from the shop to compensate for their wages. 2 hours later the boss groggily woke up. Gazing at the ransacked shop and the two corpses beside him, feeling the excruciating pain in his limbs, he collapsed into utter despair. He wanted to smash something to vent his fury, but the pain was so intense he couldn't even move. All he could do was wail and curse at the cold, mutilated remains of the two bodies. Don't ask why he hadn't bled to death. Martin wouldn't allow it. The world had gained another soul who loathed mutants. 2 days later the agency called, saying they had found a suitable candidate. The man was a British national, originally a professional farmer who had moved to America with his family. As it turned out, the land of the free and the home of the brave had dealt them a harsh blow. Soon after their arrival, misfortune struck. Their small farm was lost, their house and car were gone, and they were saddled with debt. It was cliché yet painfully real. Isn't that how it goes? One accident can wipe out everything. In America their family was still relatively lucky, at least everyone was safe. Why leave a perfectly good homeland to come here? He arranged for the man to come by in the afternoon for a chat. The rest of the family was out, busy with work or play. Even Wendy had been taken away by Raven. That afternoon the man arrived as promised. Mr. Horn, I'm Charlie Evans. We agreed to meet this afternoon. I'm outside your house now. Alright, come in. Martin opened the gate from inside and Charlie drove his small car in. Martin walked to the front door, watching as the man parked and stepped out of the driver's seat. He had a distinctly British hairstyle, wore a suit with a tie and leather shoes. Standing about 5 feet 7 inches tall, he had a faint, amiable smile on his face, giving an impression of kindness. A person's face reflects their heart. Upon seeing Charlie, Martin took an instant liking to him. Martin walked toward him and Charlie quickened his pace as if they were both drawn to each other. Mr. Horn, I'm Charlie, Charlie said, extending his hand in greeting. Hello, just call me Martin. Alright, Charlie said, then hesitated, glancing back at his car. May I? Martin followed his gaze. In the back seat of the car, 2 pairs of bright big eyes were staring out through the gap between the front seats. Who are they? My children. Sorry, my wife is at work, so I have to watch them. They're too young to be left home alone. Charlie apologized, aware that bringing children to a job interview was hardly professional. No problem, no problem. Let them out, don't keep them in the car. Martin said with a smile. Hearing this, Charlie's anxiety eased slightly. He walked to the back door and opened it. Sweethearts, come on out. Charlie said cheerfully to the children inside, reaching out to lift them out one by one. 2 children, a boy and a girl, both around 7 or 8 years old, got out of the car. They were dressed neatly, showing that Charlie and his wife took good care of them. With golden hair and rosy cheeks, they fixed their big dark eyes on Martin without a hint of shyness. What are your names? Martin asked, crouching down to look at the 2 little ones. Jeremy, the boy said first. Martin asked, Jerome? No, Jeremy. Jeremy. Alright, hello Jeremy, nice to meet you. After greeting him, Martin turned to the slightly shyer little girl. And you? Nina. Hello Nina, I'm Martin. Martin said with a smile, extending his hand. Nina shook his hand briefly before pulling away, still looking bashful. Martin stood up and said to Charlie, come on, let's talk inside. Alright. Once inside, Martin poured drinks for the 2 adults and the children, letting the kids play in the living room while he and Charlie chatted casually on the sofa. It was truly a casual conversation, just confirming that the man was indeed a professional. Martin himself didn't know much about farming. I want to entrust all the farm's affairs to my manager. Alright, Charlie listened attentively. But you said your wife works. What does she do? A chef at a restaurant in the city. Martin asked, if you both start working, your wife will likely be at the restaurant for long hours and you'll be focused on the farm. Who will take care of your children? Where do you live? Where do the kids go to school? I rent a place in Manhattan near where Lucy works. Nina and Jeremy go to the community elementary school there. It's not far from my home. My wife and I can take turns dropping off and picking up Nina and the others. No, Charlie. The farm is a bit of a distance from here, it's a 15 or 20-minute drive. I can manage. Well, figure it out. Martin nodded at him, understanding the man was desperate for a job. Since he said he could handle it, so be it. Come on, let me take you for a tour of the farm. All right. As they stood up, Martin said to the two kids who were lying by the aquarium, "Kids, your dad and I are taking you somewhere else to play." Okay. The two children reluctantly left the spot. Martin's house didn't have any small pets. Besides the humans, the only living creatures were a tank full of colorful tropical ornamental fish. The tank was 2 meters long, nearly a meter wide, and over a meter high, housing dozens of fish of various sizes. Come on, once your dad's business is done you can come back and watch, Martin reassured them. Will you give my dad a job? Jeremy asked. Maybe. Do you want me to give your dad a job? Martin asked, ruffling his hair. Yes. Martin didn't drive. They took Charlie's car with Martin giving directions. 10 minutes later they arrived at their destination. Compared to a few days ago, the empty field now had 2 wooden houses standing, exuding an authentic farmhouse style. Martin's handiwork. He had originally planned to hire someone to build them, but then he thought, why not build his own house himself? One house was for himself, the other for Logan. Didn't we agree not to use superpowers? Martin led Charlie, each carrying a child, to the slope on the north side of the farm. Pointing at the vast expanse below and in the distance, he said, "All of this is mine. Aside from those 2 houses there's nothing else. What are your thoughts?" Charles pondered for a moment and asked, "Are you primarily focused on animal husbandry or farming?" "What's the difference?" "Well, for farming." Charles elaborated on the distinctions between the two along with their respective advantages and disadvantages. I want both. You decide what to plant and what to raise. Find whatever people you need on your own. If there are truly insurmountable troubles, say someone causing problems, you can come to me. Just hand me the bill then. I have only one condition: anything fun, anything you think beneficial to the farm, go ahead and do it. What do you think? Charles felt a tingle on his scalp at Martin's words. Working for himself was different from being an employee. If this place were his own, he could experiment freely. Seeing Charles' hesitation, Martin said, "I can offer you an annual salary of 40,000. If the farm turns a profit you'll get 5%. I'll do it." Charles nodded in agreement immediately. 40,000 was a substantial sum considering America's GDP at the time was only around 20,000. After finalizing their discussion they drove back home. A car was already parked at the entrance with another man in a suit waiting inside for Martin and the others. This was the lawyer Martin had summoned. Following their agreed terms, Martin and Charles signed the contract, after which the lawyer departed. In addition to Martin's own land there was another sizable plot adjacent to it, a gift Martin had prepared for Logan. He had initially intended for Logan to help manage the farm but later reconsidered, thinking it might make Logan feel dependent. So he simply bought the neighboring plot and decided to give it to him. Gifts between friends were normal and Logan knew Martin could afford it. But having Logan constantly on Martin's turf would inevitably be inconvenient. "This piece of land, the one to the west, I mentioned it to you. It's prepared for a friend of mine temporarily under my management. When he takes over later, we'll see what he thinks. Regardless of his decision, your salary remains as it is." Logan would likely still have Charles handle it. Martin's salary for Charles already included the management of that plot. "All right. Start planning in the next few days. Find people to begin work, do whatever needs to be done." "Okay." Charles left with his children. Before they left, Martin gave the 2 kids a gift, a small fish tank with 2 tiny fish swimming inside. The children were delighted and so was Martin. That day Martin opened his eyes and felt as though the entire world had changed. Whether on TV or in newspapers, every medium was saturated with one news story. Spider-Man appears on the streets of New York. Martin furrowed his brow as he watched the news anchor passionately discussing the Spider-Man reports. It was only 88 and the failed man was already out. Logically, with mutants having been in the public eye for so many years, a mere Spider-Man shouldn't have caused such a stir. But unlike other mutants, this Spider-Man performed good deeds on the streets every day, even helping old ladies cross the road. Even Charles' X-Men had largely devolved into lapdogs for the U.S. government, their tasks limited to capturing criminals and the like. Spider-Man, however, focused his aid on ordinary people on the streets. His different approach instantly endeared him to the public as New York's friendly neighborhood hero. Most people believe that if all mutants were like Spider-Man, peaceful coexistence wouldn't be an issue. Nearly all reports were overwhelmingly positive except for one stern-faced old man who voiced negative opinions about Spider-Man's emergence. He argued it was a mutant conspiracy to lull the public into complacency. Only Spider-Man and a handful of individuals who could detect mutants knew he wasn't one. And only he and Martin knew he was a mutate. So that old man who said with great power comes great responsibility is already dead. Thinking back to the few movies he'd seen, every Spider-Man iteration had to lose an Uncle Ben, truly tragic. Interested in him? Emma, sitting nearby, noticed Martin's focus on the news and asked. No, just observing. I've never encountered a so-called superhero like this before. Indeed. Even our mutant circumstances have improved considerably thanks to him. But according to information from the club, he isn't a mutant. There was more than one mutant capable of detecting their own kind, though their abilities varied in strength. Organizations large and small, Xavier's school, the Mutant Brotherhood, all had such talents. Even the U.S. government had them. Spider-Man's appearance was merely a minor episode in Martin's life. His routine had to go on. At the farm, Charles had already begun planning, hiring various professional teams to work with great energy. Everything, from farm offices and agricultural machinery to warehouses, had to be built from scratch. Logan was already on his way, and Martin would pick him up later. Aren't you going to the company today? Martin asked Emma, who was sitting beside him. Nothing pressing to handle today. I'll accompany you to pick up Kayla and the others. Really? Emma nodded. The Howlett family is our only friends. Of course I should go. James Logan Howlett, Logan's full name, with Logan being his biological father's surname. In the afternoon, Martin along with both Emmas drove 2 cars to the airport to pick them up. Raven and Wendy were busy packing for the move. The house at the farm was ready for occupancy. The mountain villa was pleasant enough but too dull. The farm would be livelier. After a short wait at the airport, they saw Logan walking out with Kayla. Martin approached with a smile and they exchanged fist bumps. Smooth trip. After casual greetings, they got into their respective cars. This wasn't the place for conversation. At the farm, a welcome reception was prepared for Logan and Kayla at the house designated for Logan. Logan rode with Martin while Kayla went with the 2 Emmas. They chatted casually about recent life and reminisced about old times. Quickly arriving at the farm, the cars stopped outside a standalone house offering a view of the construction site nearby. Well, everything within all these fenced-in areas, it's all ours. The 2 houses sat on opposite sides of the boundary, while structures like warehouses were built along the dividing line serving both properties. In the distance, forests and lakes stretched out. On the other side, a highway provided convenient access. Nice surroundings. Glad you like it. Let's go inside, I have a gift for you. Once inside, Martin produced the farm documents and a set of car keys. The key was an old-fashioned car prepared by Martin which perfectly matched Logan's temperament. After they toured Logan's future home, food and drinks were laid out in the living room on the first floor. To a new life, let's have a drink. Martin raised his glass and the others followed suit except for Kayla, who held a glass of water. She can't drink, Logan said with a smile. Why? Kayla smiled and said, I'm pregnant. Congratulations. The drink in his hands suddenly lost its appeal. The women were pleasantly surprised and fussed over Kayla, with joy radiating from everyone's faces. For a moment Martin felt as though he had aged. In all those years past there had been so many children in the world, yet he had never paid them any heed. But now he felt as though children were everywhere around him, though none were his own. Of course he was genuinely happy for Logan. How should he put it? A new life was finally about to join their close-knit circle. What about the other one? Jean? Logan asked suddenly while drinking. Everyone in the household was present except for Jean. She's at school. She plans to apply for her doctoral degree soon, so she's been busy lately. I didn't ask her to come back. Logan just looked at Martin with disdain and shook his head. Martin retorted, What? Kayla is also much younger than you. But I love only her. Ha, you're just jealous, don't think I don't know. Bullshit. The 2 men bickered while drinking while the women sat together discussing children. The atmosphere was pleasant. After a while Charlie arrived at Logan's door carrying Nina in his arms. Hi Nina. Raven greeted the little girl cheerfully, taking her from Charlie and holding her, then said to Charlie, "Come in, Charlie. Martin and the others are inside." "Alright, I've come to meet the new boss." Charlie entered and greeted everyone he knew. "This is James Logan Howlett, just call him Logan. This is Kayla, Logan's wife." Then introducing to Logan, Charlie Evans, our farm manager. "Hello." After they got acquainted, the three sat down and chatted. Charlie was not overly eager, he simply reported to Logan on the status of the part of the farm belonging to him in meticulous detail. Perhaps it was this earnestness that earned Logan's approval, and he invited Charlie to continue managing the farm for him. If Logan had to do it himself like Martin, he might not manage it well. "What about little Jeremy? Why didn't you bring him along?" Charlie said, "Ruby has the day off today, so she's looking after Jeremy." Just then Nina ran over. "Uncle Martin." What is it, sweetheart?" Martin lifted her onto his lap and smiled at her. "Will you keep dogs on the farm? Do you like dogs?" "Yes." Nina nodded. "We used to have a dog at home." "Alright then, how about we keep dogs too? You can come play with them often." "Okay." Nina nodded happily. Satisfied with the answer, Nina jumped down and ran back to Raven and the others. They chatted for a while longer, then Charlie left to continue overseeing the farm, leaving Nina to play there. The gathering lasted until dinner was over. That evening Martin and the others stayed in the houses there. Little Emma stayed at her sister's place. The night here was quieter than at the villa, and there was no light pollution from the city. The moonlight was bright and clear, with only the sounds of small animals coming from somewhere unknown. Martin took Raven and the others to admire the night scenery of the farm. The next morning after breakfast, Martin was squatting on the ground playing with the 4 puppies they had bought just a few days ago, 2 pit bulls and 2 shepherd dogs. No matter how fierce they might become when grown in their current tiny form, even the tough guys at home adored them. Or rather, tough guys love tough dogs. Charlie drove his car to work, but instead of going to the construction site as usual, he came directly to Martin's doorstep. "Martin, after I went back yesterday, someone approached me asking about things here," Charlie said as soon as he got out of the car. "Is that so?" Martin stood up, poured Charlie a drink and asked curiously, "Who were they and what did they want?" "They were gang members. They didn't say what they wanted, just asked about the situation here and information about you." "Were Nina and the others frightened?" Martin asked. "No, they didn't do anything." "Do you know anything about that gang?" "Not much, but I heard they're from the Hell's Kitchen area." "Alright, it's nothing. Just go about your business as usual. I'll handle this. If anyone approaches you again, you can tell them whatever they want to know. The most important thing is to keep your family safe." "Okay. I remember your house is rented." "Yes. Would you consider moving here? I was planning to build a small community-like area here for the permanent farm staff to live in. What do you think?" Charlie asked curiously. "Permanent staff?" "Yes. The farm needs people to manage it. We can't always hire from outside. It's best to recruit people who can work and are bold and decisive. So providing them with housing is necessary." Are you trying to form a gang?" Martin shook his head. "No. I'm still thinking about it. But you can consider moving here. I won't charge you rent anyway. It'll be safer here, and besides taking the kids to school you won't have to run around so much. You can also start planning the residential area." "Alright." After Charlie left, Martin fell into deep thought. He had originally envisioned creating a place like the Yellowstone Ranch. But if people really joined, he would need to figure out how they would make a living. These things could be thought through slowly. First, he needed to deal with the gang problem that had approached Charlie. This was easy to handle no matter which angle he approached it from. Martin did not read Charlie's memories. Charlie was one of his own, and he couldn't casually invade his privacy. So there was another way. He had heard of a big entrepreneur in New York City named Wilson Grant Fisk. Some time ago Fisk had his first child and held a party for it, to which Emma and other big business owners were invited. Fisk had a good reputation, with reports saying he was devoted to philanthropy. So Emma had attended that party with little Emma. "Honey, I'm going out for a while." Martin called out from the doorway. "Okay." Raven's voice came from inside.